After a failed blind date, an unexpected opportunity to activate a wealth acquisition system emerges. Yi Yang is left with but one source of distress in his life: how to spend money. Detected that the host has purchased a chilled cola *1. Reward: a Lamborghini Veneno valued at 80 million. Detected that the host has purchased grilled cold noodles *1. Reward: a cash prize of 1 billion. Detected that the host has purchased chocolate *1. Reward: shares in Jiangjing real estate valued at 30 billion. While others spend money to flaunt their wealth, Yi Yang's ostentation is merely a means to indulge in spending. After achieving the highest accolades in various fields, Yi Yang helplessly raises his hands. All I wish to do is spend money. Why must it be so difficult? Chapter 1. Spend money and become rich. The story begins with a top-tier supercar. Since we are here for a blind date, I shall be straightforward. If you can meet my requirements, I will consider marriage. Before Yi Yang had even settled into his chair, he heard the voice of the young woman across from him. A glance at the woman opposite him sent a jolt of shock through his heart. The girl was quite dark-skinned, probably standing only 5 feet tall, heavily made up, and donned what she presumed to be a sensuous, revealing black veil dress, the overwhelming scent of cheap perfume wafting through the air. "What kind of person have you introduced me to?" Yi Yang gasped, encountering such a rarity on his very first blind date. "Speak," he urged, eager to conclude this meeting as swiftly as possible. "I require my partner to have a monthly salary exceeding 50,000. That is the only way to maintain my standard of living." The woman extended her finger, counting off her demands. "Secondly, you must possess an apartment in the city center of the Magic City. Otherwise, our future together lacks security. As for a car, it shouldn't be too extravagant. A mere vehicle worth over 1 million will suffice. Oh, and you must be at least 1.8 meters tall. If not, we simply won't be compatible." The woman continued her barrage of demands. "In addition to these, having the car and apartment registered in my name is fundamental. You must also take me out for a meal costing no less than 10,000 every month and purchase the latest handbag, with at least one global trip each year. Oh, and if your finances fall short, have your parents prepare a dowry of around 500,000. I don't require much. As for children, I shall not bear any. Women must learn to love themselves. During our travels and dining, my male best friend must accompany us. He is my closest companion." After listing her demands, the woman cast a glance at Yi Yang. "What do you think? My requirements are not excessive. Can you meet them?" With a broad smile, Yi Yang nodded. But as the girl reached the peak of her expectations, his expression suddenly turned cold as he coolly retorted, "You must be dreaming. How dare you, a mere man, speak to this princess in such a manner? Damn it, you pathetic pauper. What kind of person did Wang Shu introduce me to? A scoundrel." Yi Yang could no longer endure it. Being around such a clueless, foolish woman for even a second felt like a waste of his valuable youth. "You scoundrel! How dare you turn your back and leave?" The woman, flailing her arms in indignation, was evidently furious, but her expression softened slightly upon seeing Yang walk toward the cashier. "Ha! At least you know to settle the bill. That shows you still have a conscience." She had just ordered an extravagant matchmaking feast worth several thousand yuan. At the front desk, the attendant inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" The front desk girl, possessing an exquisite figure and a pleasing appearance, spoke in a gentle tone. However, she had evidently overheard the earlier remarks of the materialistic woman and cast a sympathetic glance towards Yi Yang. "I'll have a bottle of cola." Yi Yang casually tossed 3 coins on a counter. "Ah." The front desk girl initially thought Yi Yang was settling the bill for the gold digger, and she felt indignant on his behalf, only to realize he had approached the front desk solely to purchase a bottle of cola. This maneuver was indeed audaciously bold. Once that materialistic woman discovers that Yi Yang hadn't paid for the meal, she would likely be incensed to the point of contorting her face in fury. "Certainly, sir. Here is your cola. Please enjoy." Gazing at Yi Yang, who was tall and radiantly handsome, the front desk girl felt a surge of affection. "Thank you," Yi Yang said, giving the cola a little shake before taking a sip and deliberately letting out a melodious burp. "Ding, the wealth acquisition system has been successfully bound. You have successfully spent 3 yuan to purchase a bottle of Coca-Cola, and have been rewarded with a Lamborghini Veneno valued at 70 million Huaxia coins." Yi Yang nearly sprayed cola all over the front desk girl. The sudden thrill of gaining a system was enough to make any ordinary person's heart race with excitement. A system, a 70 million Veneno. Is this for real? Feeling the hard, key-shaped object that had mysteriously appeared in his pocket, Yi didn't even have time to finish his soda before hastily making his way outside. As he stepped out the door, he was greeted by a gathering of people, all expressing their astonishment. He could vaguely hear them marveling at a luxury car. Yi felt a surge of excitement, his throat suddenly dry, and all previous discontent was swiftly forgotten. Compared to the system and the luxury car, a failed matchmaking attempt was utterly inconsequential. His hand trembled slightly as he pressed the button on the Lamborghini key fob. Boom! The roar of the supercar's engine erupted, startling the crowd into retreating a few paces. Their envious gazes converged upon Yi. That Lamborghini Veneno belongs to him. In the bustling metropolis where every inch of land was precious, luxury cars worth millions were commonplace. Yet a supercar valued in the tens of millions was a rare sight. It's actually real. Yi quietly tucked away the car key and took a deep breath. Was this moment truly the turning point in his life, heralding a monumental transformation? Just as he was attempting to regain his composure, a sweet, surprised voice called out, Yi, is that really you? Chapter 2. You have no right to call me Brother Yi. The gold-digging woman regrets to tears. Yi turned his head and was greeted by the sight of a pure and innocent beauty, her face alight with surprise. Lin Shuer, the belle of their high school, had always excelled in her studies, and he had admired her sunny disposition and striking looks. To his astonishment, their first meeting after 4 years of separation would occur here. Is it truly you? Yi exclaimed, equally astonished, as he waved generously at the charming girl in denim. Encountering an acquaintance jolted him back from the surreal experience of being struck by the system. Years had passed, and he was taken aback to see her driving a luxury car. Lin Shuer gazed at Yi with a tinge of envy. She had studied finance, yet struggled to find employment after graduation, resorting to live streaming. Today, while out filming on the streets, she had heard the roar of a supercar and had come to investigate, unexpectedly bumping into her former idol. Just doing all right. Yi scratched his head and smiled handsomely. Wow, the live streamer actually knows such a wealthy former classmate. The chat exploded with excitement. Shuer, if you can get close to this classmate, it would be far more remarkable than being a millionaire influencer. Is this the future brother-in-law? The big shots must be fuming when they return tonight. The live broadcast room erupted in chaos. The Lamborghini Veneno, in this opulent city, was a well-known sight. With only 20 units produced, none were even available in Huaxia. Securing such a top-tier supercar not only signified immense wealth, but also implied considerable power behind it. Stop joking. He's just an ordinary classmate. Lin Shuer blushed at the comments. The discovery that the wealthy young master was an old classmate of this beautiful woman was indeed a match made in heaven. The surrounding onlookers expressed their envy. I confess, I feel like my parents merely brought me into this world to fill numbers. Sigh, a 70 million supercar. When will I be able to afford even a tire? I'd be content. Just as the crowd was consumed with envy, a loud, brash voice interrupted. They all turned to see a heavily made-up woman storming out angrily. Hey, you pathetic loser. You scoundrel. We were halfway through a blind date, and you just ran off without paying for the meal? Are you even a man? She raged, only to fall silent mid-rant. Her eyes widened as she beheld the supercar before her, recognizing it as the Lamborghini Veneno, worth several million. I've struck gold today? Even if I encountered a poor fool, if I can ride in this supercar, I, a stunning woman, can travel the world in luxury. No way. I must sever all ties with this loser. I can't let this super-rich young master know I was ever associated with him. It would be too embarrassing. No matter what, I must ride in this luxury car today. The gold-digging woman Jiang Yin felt parched. After all, a life-changing opportunity lay right before her. Who are you to insult my brother Yi? Lin Shuer was furious at Jiang Yan's audacity to berate her idol upon their first encounter. Oh, and who might you be? Little tramp, to criticize me? Jiang Yan sneered, rolling her eyes at Lin Shuer's beauty, before dismissively waving her hand. However, I'm in a good mood today and won't hold it against you. Just a piece of friendly advice. Don't get attached to this poor loser before you end up regretting it. Wow. So the one driving a Lamborghini is now referred to as a pathetic loser? Unbelievable. Exactly. Look at yourself. You resemble a black potato. The onlookers gasped in shock. They had just witnessed Yi start the 70 million supercar. How could he be a loser? This woman must be out of her mind. What are you talking about? The one driving the supercar is surely a Prince Charming who would be smitten with me at first sight. How could he be this pathetic loser? Jiang Yin scoffed. feeling all the spectators were incredibly foolish. You, Lin Shuer clenched her teeth, but her education and refinement prevented her from engaging in a public spat. Just a brainless girl steeped in toxic ideals, she thought, dismissing Jiang Yan. Since it's been years, let me treat you to a meal. Yi Yang waved his hand nonchalantly and opened the door to the Veneno. Is it really okay? Lin Shuer felt a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of the luxurious car. It's meant to be driven. Come on. Yi Yang insisted, gesturing her inside. All right, Brother Yi. I want to be polite then. Lin Shuer nodded and took her seat in the passenger side. But since I'm hitching a ride, I'll cover the meal later. That's not how it works, Yi Yang replied, pressing the gas pedal. The roar of the supercar echoed through the streets. He needed to seize every opportunity to spend money and grow rich. Whoosh. The Veneno's acceleration was undeniable, disappearing in an instant, leaving Jiang Yan kneeling on the ground. Her face contorted in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks in a chaotic display of regret. Chapter 3. Even the super rich enjoy grilled cold noodles? How down to earth. That little black potato brought this upon herself. With such an impressive super rich young master in her presence, she failed to appreciate the golden opportunity bestowed upon her. The onlookers clearly understood the unfolding situation. None of your business. That super rich young master is mine. Mine. Jiang Yan shrieked desperately at the crowd. Oh, what a lunatic. Let us go. Let this little black potato cry alone. The crowd began to disperse. No, my chance to change my life is right before me. I must get Uncle Wang's contact information. I need to secure him. After a moment of sobbing, Jiang Yan regained her composure and resolved to act. Lifting her tattered black dress to leave, only to be dragged back by a staff member demanding payment. Buzz. The roar of the supercar gradually faded. Beside a roadside stall selling grilled cold noodles, Yi Yang and Lin Shuer exited the vehicle. Yi Yang smiled at Lin Shuer. He had studied software in university and had landed a job as a programmer specializing in bald heads, yet his first-month internship salary hadn't even been paid. Despite recently acquiring a luxury car, his wallet was as empty as his face. As he prepared to express his apologies, the chat suddenly exploded. Wow. The taste of the super rich is truly different. He is so down to earth, eating at a roadside stall. Is this the approachable super rich young master? He is so handsome. I'm in love. Unbeknownst to him, as Yi Yang took Lin Shuer on their journey. The impact of a low-key rich man publicly humiliating a gold-digging woman and the appearance of the 70 million Lamborghini Veneno had caused the number of viewers in the live stream to surge from 30,000 to over 100,000. I believe in love again. I want a boyfriend who can drive a Lamborghini and take me out for grilled cold noodles. Hey, you're more interested in the Lamborghini than the grilled cold noodles, aren't you? With the viewer count skyrocketing, Lin Shuer was reluctant to end the stream. After all, she has just graduated, and with finances being tight, earning a little extra is indeed a commendable means of self-sufficiency. Brother Yi. Do not pay heed to their remarks. Haha. Yi Yang shook his head dismissively. After all, in a live stream, viewers often enjoy causing a stir, and he was unfazed. He directly addressed the street vendor, saying, Boss, 2 servings of grilled cold noodles, with everything added, and 1 with extra sweet and sour sauce. To his surprise, Brother Yi. You still remember that I love sweet and sour. Lin Shuer was immensely touched. Oh, so you're also willing to indulge in extra sweet and sour. Yi Yang scratched his head and chuckled. Then let us make it 2 servings with extra sugar and vinegar. Lin Shuer found herself both amused and exasperated, realizing her own overthinking. 2 servings of grilled cold noodles. Here you go. The vendor handed the grilled cold noodles to Yi Yang. Ding. The host spent 20 yuan on grilled cold noodles and received a cash reward of 1,000,000,000. What the hell? The moment he grasped the grilled cold noodles, he trembled in disbelief. The earlier Lamborghini was already a symbol of luxury, but now purchasing a mere serving of grilled cold noodles directly rewarded him with a staggering billion in cash. This was truly beyond comprehension. Enjoy your meal. Yi Yang quickly opened his phone, and upon seeing the balance of 100,000,093,223 in his bank account, he was overwhelmed with joy. It was indeed real. A billion. For an ordinary person like him, even 10 luxury cars could not compare to the sense of security and satisfaction that a billion could provide. With this billion, he could live a worry-free life for the rest of his days. After all, this was a goal that countless individuals strive for but never attain. 10 small aspirations. Haha. I'm in a good mood today. After finishing the grilled cold noodles, I'll treat you to bubble tea. Yi Yang declared with unmatched magnanimity. Now that he had the cash and luxury car credentials, he could become wealthy by spending. Why not find reasons to spend a little more? Wow. The wealthy young master is actually treating us. The rich brother would surely be furious. Rich brother is nothing. This is a super tycoon who can afford a Lamborghini Veneno. There's no way he could make him feel jealous. Indeed, it seems Lin Shuer is truly on the path to prosperity. I merely entered to admire the luxury cars. The live stream became even more vibrant, smacking down gold diggers, supercars, and the humble tycoon enjoying grilled cold noodles. Various factors caused the live stream to explode in popularity, with viewership surpassing an unprecedented 300,000. After indulging in the extra sweet and sour grilled cold noodles, Yiyang promptly took Lin Shuer to a high-end bubble tea shop nearby. Based on his previous experience, the more he spent, the greater the rewards. He needed to verify his thoughts quickly. Brother Yi, you treated me to food, so let me treat you to drinks. I can't let you keep spending. Lin Shuer said shyly. Feel free to invite me out for a grand meal in a few days. Just WeChat me anytime. Yiyang replied with a slight smile. Having just acquired the wealth-enhancing system, why not indulge in spending? What if the wealth system vanished tomorrow? That would be unbearable. The shop owner was quite perceptive. Upon seeing the handsome couple enter, she immediately recommended the latest summer couple S flavor, childhood sweethearts. Oh, even a mere intern like you has landed such a beautiful girlfriend? Truly a waste of good fortune. Just as Yiyang was about to pay, a sarcastic voice emerged from behind him. Chapter 4. I'm covering all the bubble tea here. Huh. Yiyang turned around to find a middle-aged man in glasses, clad in a suit, holding a heavily made-up woman in his arms, standing right behind him. This man was all too familiar to him, Jean Bouging, the group leader of the intern team at the software company, who had leveraged connections to secure a minor position and had often harassed him with sarcastic remarks. Unexpectedly, he encountered him here. You haven't even received your internship salary this month, right? Haha, with no money in your pocket. How dare you come out trying to attract girls? Jean Bouging tightened his grip on the heavily made-up woman's waist, evoking a feigned coyness from her. His jealousy and contempt were not unfounded. The intern girl he had his eye on had shown admiration for Yiyang's handsome appearance, completely disregarding him. Damn it. Some kids unscathed by the harsh realities of society, just entering the workforce without understanding the allure of power and money, admired the handsome guy. This month, with a few manipulative tactics, he could easily have Yiyang humiliated. Haha. Initially, he was filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, upon seeing Yiyang with a super pure beauty far more stunning than the intern girls, his jealousy ignited, and he was ready to provoke. What did you just order? Childhood sweethearts, right? Good. I'll buy every bubble tea of that type from your shop today. Bubble tea isn't cheap, especially in the bustling metropolis. To buy out an entire category of bubble tea in one day would cost at least 1,000 cups, several thousand yuan. Brother Zheng is so handsome. His vision is on a different level compared to these fresh interns. The flamboyant woman showered him with praise. That is too much. Lin Shuer protested repeatedly. The live stream was in an uproar. Why is this person so arrogant? Ridiculous. Acting pretentious in front of a super tycoon. Has he lost his mind? Exactly. Spending a few thousand and acting all smug. How utterly laughable. Viewers eagerly awaited Yiyang to deliver a swift rebuttal, smacking down gold diggers, supercars cruising the streets. And the tycoon enjoying grilled cold noodles had already drawn hundreds of thousands to the live stream. Just when things seemed to calm down, an arrogant figure appeared, daring to flaunt his wealth in front of the tycoon. The chat was ablaze with fervor, urging Yiyang to respond decisively. Yiyang wasn't one to be easily provoked, but with the wealth system at his disposal, his mindset had undergone a complete transformation. The way to retaliate wouldn't involve petty verbal sparring. The principle was simple. The more he spent, the greater the rewards. A smirk of sarcasm graced his lips as he turned to the shop owner and boldly proclaimed, I'll cover all the bubble tea here. Truly the mighty Yi tycoon. What a grand gesture. How exhilarating. What? Are you out of your mind? Can you afford that? Jean Bouging was left baffled. He knew Yiyang all too well. Throughout the month, he had been broke, waiting for next month's salary to bail him out. How could he possibly spend tens of thousands to buy out all the bubble tea in the shop? Realizing this, he relaxed and sneered, Just putting on a facade for the sake of pride. I bet you can't afford it and will embarrass yourself in front of the goddess. Brother Yi, maybe we should just let it go, Lin Shuer urged repeatedly. Yiyang smiled and shook his head, directly handing his bank card to the shop owner. Charge it. W8. Our bubble tea sells nearly 100,000 a day. Even with a discount, it would still be 80,000 yuan, the shop owner implored. Why not reconsider? It's not worth it for a moment of bravado. She could tell that Yiyang's attire was quite modest, likely just a fresh intern. Please, do not apply any discounts. Yiyang was startled at the suggestion of a discount. The more he spent, the greater his rewards. Wouldn't a discount mean losing out on a significant amount of money? He was unwilling to accept it. Ha ha ha, this is the life of a magnate. Even discounts feel like an insult. It's simply enviable. When will I ever live such an audacious life? The viewers in the live stream began to speculate wildly. all convinced that Yi Yang had rejected the discount out of a sense of indignation. To my astonishment, this lad actually swiped his card. Jean Bouging was utterly flabbergasted. How could Amir in turn possess such wealth? I must be dreaming. He shook his head, unable to believe it, feeling a burning flush on his face. Well, fine then. The proprietress let out a wry smile and swiped her card, stating, "Today, all the ingredients in the shop are exclusively for you." Yi Yang casually gestured at Jean Bouging. "You can sell to anyone else except for these two." He effectively spent 100,000 yuan to buy the operational rights of the milk tea shop for a day. The entire establishment was his. And if he chose not to sell to those two, then he absolutely would not. Ding. The system detected that the host spent 100,000 yuan to purchase the operational rights of the milk tea shop for one day, rewarding him with the ownership of the entire Empire Commercial Building in the metropolitan area. The Empire Commercial Building. Isn't that where my company is located? A playful glint sparkled in Yi Yang's eyes. Chapter 5. Pay the rent. And receive a mountain villa? Are you openly opposing me? Jean Bouging was completely furious, his face ablaze with anger. Opposing? Do you even have the right? Yi Yang shook his head with a smile, having no intention of acknowledging Jean Bouging. Nowadays, he was a figure of immense stature with $1 billion in cash, top-tier supercars, and ownership of a commercial building. A mere Jean Bouging, to be frank, wasn't he even worthy of carrying his shoes? I'm telling you, your end is near. Tomorrow at work, I will have my little uncle fire you. Although Jean Bouging had some savings, he couldn't afford to flaunt tens of thousands just for show. So he lost the confrontation but refused to lose his composure, making a bold threat. No way. Brother Zhang, this shop's milk tea is the best. I want to drink from here. The woman, utterly disappointed, pouted. You. Jean Bouging was so enraged he nearly spat blood. How could this foolish woman not see the situation? Did she want to force him to spend over 100,000? How did he end up with such an imbecile? Here's your milk tea, please enjoy. The proprietress, seeing Jean Bouging's predicament, felt a wave of delight. While spending tens of thousands in anger seemed unwise, it was undeniably satisfying. Still standing here? You might just have your turn tomorrow. Yi Yang shrugged, taking the milk tea and leaving the shop with Lin Shuer, leaving behind a furious Jean Bouging, trembling with rage. And the woman beside him, whining and sobbing. Yi Yang, if I don't have my little uncle fire you tomorrow, I'll take your surname. I'll be your son, he bellowed. As Yi Yang reached the door, he paused. Forget it. I have no desire for a disloyal son. It's not worth it to anger a father. Virum. The supercar roared to life, and Lin Shuer laughed uncontrollably beside him. Brother Yi, you are truly amazing. Look at that scoundrel. He is so furious he could smash his phone. Just SOSO. Yi Yang replied with a faint smile. Knowing the real show was yet to begin tomorrow. By the way, Brother Yi, that guy seems to have considerable influence in your company. Will he cause you trouble tomorrow? Lin Shuer asked, somewhat worried. Yi Yang patted the steering wheel of his supercar, his expression saying it all. Oh right, Brother Yi is now a magnate. The unfortunate one should be him. Lin Shuer grinned sweetly. All right, it's getting late. Let me take you home. Yi Yang smiled as he pressed the accelerator. The thrilling roar of the supercar echoing once more. Like a shadow in the dark night, it zipped through the bustling streets of the metropolis. In the affluent community, Lin Shuer, though just a minor internet celebrity, received a decent share of gifts each month thanks to a few generous patrons. At least her rented apartment was far more upscale than Yi Yang's. I'll take my leave now. Brother Yi, if I have the chance, I'll treat you to a sumptuous meal. Lin Shuer raised her phone, hinting at contacting her via WeChat. The magnate personally saw Shuer home. When the wealthy brother finds out, he might just blow a gasket. Ha ha ha, I doubt it. Today, following a magnate through all these ups and downs has been truly satisfying. After Yi Yang left, the excitement in the live stream remained high, as everyone eagerly anticipated the so-called wealthy brother's reaction and whether the magnate Yi would suddenly appear in the stream, driving his supercar. Yi Yang returned to his rented apartment in the Xinhua community. It was now 3 in the afternoon. Most tenants in the Xinhua community were low-paid workers, and the majority had never seen such an extravagant vehicle. As the Lamborghini Veneno rolled in, it drew countless gasps and stares. When Yi Yang stepped out, the astonishment only magnified. How could such a super-rich young master suddenly appear in the Xinhua community? The residents passing by concocted narratives that could fill a dozen cliché romance dramas featuring domineering CEOs. Aunt Zhang, I've transferred this month's rent to you. Once inside, Yi Yang sent the long-overdue rent via WeChat, standing a bit taller. Where did you strike it rich? Aunt Zhang looked at the WeChat transfer with disbelief. Not only had he settled the rent for the past few months, but there was also a surplus. You've taken good care of me these months. It's only right, Yi Yang replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Ding. The system detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan to pay the rent. rewarding him with a top-tier mountain villa in the Cloud Top Villa area valued at 8 billion. The property deed and related documents have been added to the spatial storage. Yi Yang felt a stir within, after experiencing the baptism of the Lamborghini Veneno. $1 billion in cash, and even an entire commercial building. He had developed a certain psychological resilience to such sudden wealth. Opening the system's spatial storage, he found not only the property deed but also various complete documents, including the previously unmentioned deed for the Empire commercial building. Perhaps due to the multitude of related documents for the building, they were simply omitted. Thus, he maintained his composure. Haha, my daughter is quite fond of you. It's only right to take care of you. So, are you planning to move? Aunt Zhang asked, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Chapter 6. The Black Silk Beauty Squad. A treatment fit for royalty. Yes, Aunt Zhang, Yi Yang replied with a smile. With the wealth system at his disposal, he had indeed intended to purchase a new house, at least something akin to the prestigious Tangshan Yiping. Little did he expect that after paying the rent, the system would directly reward him with a grand villa. Compared to such a renowned super villa in the metropolis, Tangshan Yiping was merely a lesser sibling. But Aunt Zhang was a bit anxious. Young man, isn't it nice living here? If you move out, Qian might come to seek me out for an explanation. Yi Yang scratched his head. Now that he possessed a magnificent villa, he couldn't possibly continue to reside in such a modest place. However, Aunt Zhang has indeed taken great care of him over the past few months. Otherwise, he wouldn't have transferred additional rent to her. Observing Yi Yang, Aunt Zhang felt quite pleased with this young man. As a landlord owning 3 or 4 properties in the bustling metropolis, she considered herself financially secure and simply wished to find a son-in-law who would treat her daughter well. Yi Yang, handsome and tall, possessed a gentle demeanor and a drive for self-improvement. Having secured a position at a reputable software company immediately after graduation, his future appeared promising. She held him in high regard. I understand. You must have received your salary, which is why you want to move into a better apartment. I happen to have a nice apartment in the Fuhua community, and the tenant is moving out tomorrow. You can stay there. I'll charge you a mere 3,000 for the rent, which is a 70% discount. Her daughter had initially wanted Yi Yang to move in. However, Yi Yang, not wishing to feel indebted, insisted on remaining in the Xinhua community, and now, circumstances aligned perfectly for him to shift. Aunt Zhang's words deeply touched Yi Yang. The Fuhua community was considered a premium apartment complex, with rents starting at no less than 5,000. To offer him a 3,000 rent was indeed a significant loss for her. No, Aunt Zhang, I can't accept that. I've just purchased a property in the metropolis, and I'm back to retrieve some important items, Yi Yang replied casually. Purchased a property. Aunt Zhang was taken aback. She was well aware of Yi Yang's circumstances, which was why he resided in the Xinhua community. She understood all too well the exorbitant housing prices in the metropolis. Any property would cost at least several million. How could an intern suddenly afford to buy a home? When the movers arrive, just have them deliver my belongings to Villa Number 1 at the Yunding Villa. Yi Yang smiled. What's the matter, Aunt Zhang? Is there a problem? Noticing her suspicious gaze, Yi Yang felt a twinge of guilt. Had he perhaps been disheartened by setbacks at his internship, leading to such delusions? Aunt Zhang looked at her future son-in-law with concern, gently touching his forehead before expressing her confusion. But you don't have a fever. Oh no, this is truly bizarre. Yi Yang could only manage a wry smile. He understood her bewilderment. The Yunding Villa is renowned throughout the metropolis, and indeed across China, as one of the most prestigious super villas. Only the elite and the extraordinarily wealthy could reside within its confines. Even the likes of the 2 Ma brothers owned properties there. Such a residence, existing in a realm far removed from ordinary life and only spoken of in urban legends, made Yi Yang's claim of ownership seem utterly absurd. In desperation, he produced the exclusive identity card for the Yunding Villa. Surely, this can't be fabricated? The villa's key card, inlaid with gold and jade, was a supreme magnetic card. The craftsmanship and materials alone were worth millions, making forgery impossible. Even Aunt Zhang, who owned 3 or 4 properties in the metropolis, trembled as she accepted the card. This was the Yunding Villa. Compared to the elite residing there, her circumstances seemed akin to that of a beggar. My heavens! She was rendered speechless. If Yi Yang had suddenly bought a standard property, one might suspect he had engaged in some dubious dealings. But to suddenly acquire a villa worth at least several billion? Such an act could not be tied to any wrongdoing. It dawned on her as she gazed at Yi Yang, her imagination running wild with countless narrative possibilities. Could he be a super-rich heir out on an adventure, now ready to return home to claim his inheritance? Or perhaps he had fallen head over heels for Qian, deliberately concealing his identity just to be close to her. When Aunt Zhang finally regained her composure, she realized Yi Yang had already slipped away. Oh, this child is truly enigmatic, she mused. I must contact Qian at once. Such a super-rich heir cannot be allowed to slip through her fingers. At that moment, She felt immensely grateful for her prior kindness towards Yi Yang. Virum. The Lamborghini Veneno roared down the road, drawing countless envious gazes and attention, before finally halting in front of the Yunding Villa complex. What is happening? Yi Yang wondered as he observed a group of stunning women in black stockings, gathered at the entrance. Are you Mr. Yi Yang? One of the security guards inquired respectfully. Yes, that's me, Yi Yang responded, still puzzled by the unfolding events. Congratulations on acquiring Villa Number 1, the King of Yunding. Our property management company has organized a welcoming ceremony to provide you with a royal homecoming experience, explained the elegantly composed leader of the black-stockinged ladies. Chapter 7. The White Horse Prince of Umomo. The astonishment of the boardroom titans. The Lamborghini Veneno was expertly maneuvered into his private garage by a professional driver, while Yi Yang was surrounded by the enchanting black-stockinged ladies, familiarizing himself with the villa's surroundings. Here we are, the king of Yunding Villa Number 1, the leader, possessing both beauty and grace, subtly brushed against Yi Yang's arm, igniting a flurry of emotions within him. Though he had experienced some attention from girls in the past, the sensation of being embraced by a multitude of beautiful women eager to be close to him was a novel and exhilarating experience. This was the life of the affluent. Yi Yang reveled in his newfound circumstances, fully embracing the indulgence that surrounded him. One could not overstate the opulence of this elite enclave. It transcended mere villa complexes and could easily be termed a grand estate. His villa occupied an entire hill, complete with a golf course, a rooftop temperature-controlled swimming pool, and a private equestrian facility, everything one could desire. In the bustling metropolis, such a property was valued at a staggering 8 billion, leaving Yi Yang marveling at his fortune. Regarding cleanliness and maintenance, the villa complex employed professional cleaning staff, and one could even hire a personal butler through talent websites. The leader of the black-stockinged ladies, Umomo, spoke in a soft, alluring tone, hinting at the services available. Understood, Yi Yang nodded with a smile. After touring every corner of the villa with Umomo, she stood at the door, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. Here is my WeChat. I am your dedicated private community consultant. For any needs, no matter how late, I will personally attend to you. Her sparkling eyes locked onto Yi Yang's, emphasizing her commitment to service. Those who could reside in such a prestigious establishment were typically seasoned magnates, often of advanced age. Yet, a young man like Yi Yang, strikingly handsome and now a super-rich elite, was exceptionally rare in her experience. To her, he embodied the very essence of a dreamlike prince. Understood. Yi Yang nodded in acknowledgement as he bid farewell to the captivating Umomo. He let out a long sigh, comfortably sinking into the exquisite Becker Supreme sofa in the Grand Hall. According to Umomo, this sofa set was priced in the 8-figure range and was a supplier for the White House and the Oscars. Now, this was what life was truly about. Feeling parched, Yi Yang casually retrieved a bottle of the top-tier Domaine de la Romanicani from the ice cellar, priced at several $100,000. He savored the exquisite taste of wealth blooming on his palate. It seems that in a few days, I shall have to recruit several professional maids. Otherwise, I shall be left to manage the opening of a bar all on my own. Had I known, I would not have allowed Umomo to leave. As Yi Yang savored his red wine, all the financial giants housed within the Empire Commercial Building of the Magic City convened in a sleepless, overnight meeting. The Empire Commercial Building, boasting a total of 188 floors, stands as one of the most resplendent and renowned skyscrapers in the Magic City, housing the headquarters of many internationally acclaimed corporations and leading enterprises from Huaxia. The higher the floor, the stronger the company. At this moment, the chairpersons of these prestigious companies gathered together. Have you heard? Mr. Li, the owner of the building, transferred ownership this afternoon to a mysterious Mr. Yi for a staggering price of 300 billion. They gasped collectively. Mr. Yi is now the official proprietor of the Empire Commercial Building. Indeed, this enigmatic Mr. Yi has only one traceable piece of information. He purchased a villa atop Yunding Mountain. This fact was disclosed by the Yunding authorities. Villa King? The one that even the two competing Maos failed to sell, the superlative Villa King. The chairpersons inhaled sharply, pondering the terrifying influence behind Mr. Yi. Now, let us proceed. The chairman of the top tenant, Chonglai Financial Company, rapped his knuckles on the table, representing the assembly of chairpersons. As his company stands as the most formidable among the tenants of the Empire Commercial Building, today's meeting is to select a representative to reach out to Mr. Yi. If each of us approaches him individually, we risk annoying him and being expelled from the building. The leasing of the commercial building is entirely distinct from the ordinary rental of a residence. Even the lowest floor commands an annual lease fee in the millions. The entire Empire Commercial Building has a minimum leasing term of 10 years, meaning that leasing just one floor can amount to tens of millions or even billions, significantly impacting the cash flow of a financial company. This indicates that from today onward, with each 10-year lease term expiring, Yiyang stands to gain over 10 billion in rental income. Should Yiyang choose to evict them from the building, he could effortlessly sever their financial lifelines. The next 10-year lease term is due next month. We must ensure we appease Mr. Yi and secure our contracts first. The chairpersons nodded in unison. Here is everything we could find about Mr. Yi. The chairman of Chonglai placed a thin sheet of paper on the table. Despite its slenderness, it elicited a chorus of gasps. The sheet bore Yiyang's name, photograph, gender, and details of the Villa King atop Yunding district. He is so young. Chapter 8. The impatient heiress and the frustrated tycoon Zhang. In Villa Number 1 at Yunding Mountain, Yiyang reclined comfortably on a Becker sofa, savoring a Supreme Mogul while casually browsing his phone. Suddenly, his WeChat chimed. Noticing the contact was Lu Qianqian, Yiyang's expression brightened. Lu Qianqian is the daughter of Aunt Zhang, who has been harboring ulterior motives since he moved in. Simply put, she is enamored with him. As for Lu Qianqian, she epitomizes the archetype of a rich heiress, standing at 172 meters tall, boasting a score above 90. Her beauty rivals that of Lin Shuer. Currently a master's student at an Ivy League university in America, her family owns 4 properties in the Magic City. Unfortunately, Yiyang despises the notion of being seen as a mere trophy. He had deliberately avoided her advances, but now that he has gained confidence, his mindset has shifted considerably. Yiyang, why did you move away? Didn't you say you'd stay in the Fuhua community if you felt uncomfortable? You're not keeping your word. Lu Qianqian sent a pouting emoji, causing Yiyang to scratch his head in bemusement. I bought a house. I can't just leave my new place empty, can I? He reluctantly responded with the truth. As a quintessential straight man, he has always attracted women based on his looks and ambition. The notion of licking is entirely foreign to him. As for those who do, their outcomes are often dismal. After all, goddesses typically favor men like him, radiant, handsome, and self-assured. Bought a house. My mother mentioned you purchased Villa Number 1 in Yunding. I thought she was joking, but it's true. Yiyang, are you secretly a super rich second generation? Could it be that you've had your eye on me all along? Renting a place just to assess me these past few months? I'm so touched. I'll take leave immediately and rush back to you, pin you to the bed, and ensure you can't get up. Watching her cascade of messages, Yiyang could only chuckle. If a girl likes you, even if you call her a pig, she would likely interpret it as you finding her adorable. Hence, being a licking dog is not the way. Being a straight man is the undeniable truth. I'll be waiting for you, Yiyang casually replied before ignoring her. Lu Qianqian had just returned to the Ivy League University in America to work on a research report. How could she possibly return so soon? It was clearly a jest. Then it settled. In America, Lu Qianqian's typically aloof face blossomed with a blush. Yiyang, this is the first time you've made your intentions so clear. I'm so happy. She gazed down at her pristine white attire, brimming with confidence in her looks and figure. If only Yiyang would give her a chance. She was certain she could make him yearn for her and awaken his affections. All right, I'll let my advisor know I'm taking leave. And I should book my flight in advance. While Lu Qianqian indulged in daydreams of happiness, Yiyang opened the Douyin app and clicked into Lin Shuer's live stream. During the day, Lin Shuer engaged in street fashion shoots, and at night, she would live stream singing and dancing. However, tonight she appeared particularly busy. Having witnessed Yiyang's confrontation with a gold digger during the day, where they dined at street stalls and even reserved an entire milk tea shop, her following swelled by 200,000 to 300,000. The influx of new viewers bombarded Lin Shuer with questions regarding Yiyang. Shuer, what is your relationship with that wealthy guy from earlier? He drives a Lamborghini Veneno. Yes. The video of that 70 million luxury car is trending now. Everyone is speculating about this down-to-earth tycoon's true identity. Who is this hidden elite's rich second generation? I want his contact information. ID looks stunning in women's attire. Back off. Yiyang is mine. Lin Shuer glanced at the barrage of comments, feeling a mix of joy and jealousy. While she was pleased to see Yiyang being admired, she had long harbored feelings for him, and it was only natural to feel a twinge of envy. Yet, she understood. After all, how could such an exceptional man not be in demand? However, as she observed the comments, she was taken aback. She could tell that Yiyang's sports car was expensive, at least several million, but she never imagined it was worth 70 million. 70 million. What a concept. People dream of winning the lottery for merely 5 million. Congratulations, Tycoon. Sending a helicopter. Whoa, the Tycoon has arrived. The show is about to begin. Ha. The Tycoon has been coveting Shuer for ages. Now seeing everyone fawning over Yiyang must be driving him up the wall. Lin Shuer was momentarily stunned. Why was this annoying character back? She harbored feelings for Yiyang and felt nothing for Hao Ge. However, the more she expressed her disdain for him, the more lavishly he showered her with gifts, akin to a masochist, leaving her utterly perplexed. In a quaint villa somewhere in Kyoto, How Gu, Zheng Hao, sat on a leather sofa. His eyes, indicative of a flagging vitality, gleamed as he gazed at Lin Shuer, a paragon of fresh, untainted beauty, an exquisite sight even unparalleled in his extensive experience. Daily, he fervently inundated her with gifts, attempting to weaken her resolve with his wealth. Yet, upon entering the livestream today, the chatter revolved not around him, the ostentatious tycoon, but rather some absurd Yi Shenhao. Just as he prepared to unleash a tirade against this so-called Yi Shenhao, a level 1 account named Yi Shenhao entered, igniting a fervor throughout the entire livestream. Chapter 9, The Carnival Showdown. Instantly trending. Brother Yi. Upon seeing Yi Yang's entrance, Lin Shuer's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed enthusiastically. Zheng Teheo, seated on the sofa, had his face reddened with fury. I've gifted you thousands of presents, and you ignore me, yet this mere level 1 account strolls in, and you're all over him. Calling him brother. Jealousy contorted Zheng Teheo's features as he gritted his teeth. Who is this upstart? Watch as I crush your momentum with gifts. Congratulations. How Gu has sent out Carnival 1, now announced to the entire livestream. As the audience speculated whether this Yi Shenhao was the same prosperous figure from earlier, the carnival effects filled the screen. Wow. How Gu is extravagant. 666. 666. The livestream began a wave of adulation for the top contributor. Good evening, Shuer. Amidst the sea of 666, the level 1 Yi Shenhao awkwardly greeted the host. Wow. Yi Shenhao spoke to the anchor. This is my first time getting so close to a wealthy patron. I'm about to faint from happiness. Yi Shenhao, do you need a maid? I look great in women's clothing. Hehehe. Oh, not you again. Get lost. Don't steal my idol. A single remark from Yi Yang overshadowed the carnival-esque grandeur, shifting the livestream's dynamics once more. What the? Zheng Teheo was utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? A single sentence is more impressive than my carnival. Who exactly is this guy? Not one to be foolish. He realized that Yi Yang might indeed be a formidable opponent worthy of his attention. Hey, Yi Yang, you're quite something, huh? Care to have a little competition? He boldly issued a challenge. Oh wow, How Gu is jealous. I said it all along. If How Gu knew about Yi Shenhao's existence, his blood pressure would spike. One couldn't help but wonder which of the two was the more affluent. Was a battle of the titans about to commence? I've arrived just in time to witness the spectacle. Come on, everyone, grab your seats and enjoy the show. The viewers relished the unfolding drama. Egging on the competition with glee, Yi Yang took a sip of Romani Conti, a smirk gracing his lips. He had been seeking an opportunity to spend his wealth, and now it had presented itself. What was Carnival compared to this? A mere sip of Romani Conti overshadowed countless carnivals. It was also a perfect chance to earn a little extra gift money for an old friend. Count me in. A simple 2-word reply sent the livestream into a frenzy. Yi Shenhao truly lived up to the title of a top-tier wealthy patron. His words were succinct and aloof, reminiscent of a domineering CEO. How delightful. The battle has commenced. Haha, this is going to be entertaining. Zheng Teheo sprang from the sofa, his face alight with anticipation. I, Zheng Gu, have never lost a direct confrontation. He furiously clicked, typing out a brash declaration of war. All right, let us skip the frivolities and simply shower the most expensive carnivals. Let us see who can outdo the other. Just don't end up running off with your pants around your ankles. Wow, How Gu is brimming with confidence. It seems he has loaded today. Yi Shenhao is in trouble. Those upstairs must be fools. Yi Shenhao is a super-rich heir driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car. What a pitiful sight for How Gu. Ha ha. The live stream erupted with laughter, eagerly anticipating the clash of the titans. Meanwhile, Yi Yang merely smiled faintly, typing, same words returned. What? You dare retort? Zheng Teheo, already seething, lost all composure and immediately increased the carnival amount to 10. Tap, 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 tap. His fingers clicked 10 times, unleashing 100 carnivals in one go. What? 100 carnivals. How Gu is extravagant. Each carnival costs 2 to 3,000 yuan. 100 at once amounts to 2 to 300,000. In mere seconds, he burned through the lifetime savings of most viewers, eliciting envy and admiration from all. How about that? With my first wave, I'll leave you unable to compete. A young brat thinks he can match my financial prowess? How much pocket money can your father give you? Zheng Teheo harbored no doubt about Yi Yang's financial status. He believed it was merely his father's money. On the Becker sofa, Yi Yang shook his head, smiling lightly as he adjusted the carnival amount to 100. After a click, he added one more, totaling 101 carnivals. Just enough to overshadow Zheng Teheo's total. Haha, Yi Shenhao's moves are too slick. 666. Just enough to surpass him. Lin Shuer, watching the unceasing flow of carnivals on the screen, felt her heart race. In the blink of an eye, gifts worth 4 to 500,000 yuan had flown by. She had no interest in Zheng Teheo, but Yi Yang was her idol. How could she allow him to spend so extravagantly? Perhaps it's best to reconsider, Brother Yi, she gently suggested. Damn it. Zheng Teheo erupted. You dare slap my face? I'll show you the financial might of Zheng Go. With that, he loaded several million more coins into his account. The battle of the wealthy was on. I came over from next door, specifically to witness this live showdown. Anyone care to enlighten me on what is happening? The face-off between the two wealthy patrons instantaneously sent the live stream's popularity soaring past 1 million. This topic quickly ascended the trending chart, the showdown poised to erupt. Chapter 10. In the Name of the Wealthy. Overnight, 5 million new followers. I stumbled upon the trending list. Whereas the wealthy patron battle. Yi Shenhao? Is he the one who drove a Lamborghini Veneno earlier and dined with the goddess at a street stall? That video had gone viral online. Following the ascent of the live stream's popularity, it reached an astonishing 200,000 viewers. Countless individuals fervently liked the stream, urging for a more intense showdown between the tycoons. Trying to show off? You're still a novice. Zheng Teheo, surveying his massive sound wave, brimmed with confidence. Let us add another 100 carnivals to crush you. Oh, Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, once again responding with 101 carnivals. Each time, he merely outdid Zheng Teheo by 1. Zheng Teheo's face flushed crimson. Despite loading hundreds of thousands, at this rate, he'd be drained in just a few rounds. Yet Yi Yang appeared like an endless abyss. No matter how much he spent, Yi Yang always effortlessly surpassed him. Gulp. He began to feel a twinge of fear. A lifetime steeped in trepidation, dominated by an exuberant surge of hormones, gradually began to cool. Wait a moment. Am I being played? Zheng Teheo hesitated, pacing the hall for what felt like an eternity before he ground his teeth and exclaimed in anger. Enough is enough. I refuse to believe it. I have lived for over 30 years, and I am outdone by a mere child. With that, he unleashed the remainder of his audio waves in one fell swoop. Congratulations. Brother Hao has sent out a carnival 199. Wow. Is Brother Hao gearing up for a serious push? Can Yi Shenhao keep pace? 199 carnivals, nearly 500,000 Huaxia coins. That is no trifling sum. A furious charge for the sake of a beauty. How exhilarating. If only I had such wealth. How splendid it would be. This wave of carnivals instantly propelled the atmosphere to a crescendo. Yet, amidst the fervor, Yi Yang merely shook his head. Had this been earlier, he might have marveled at someone tossing out hundreds of thousands with envy. But for him now, this was hardly a spectacle of note. Casually, he tapped out a wave of 999 carnivals and tossed his phone aside, for he understood that across from him, Brother Hao was crumbling, incapable of matching the escalation. The moment 999 carnivals floated across the screen, everyone was left dumbfounded. The live stream, with 2 million viewers, fell eerily silent as if in a haunted house. Lin Shuer, too, covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. 999 carnivals. 2 million. This is simply, after what felt like an eternity. Someone finally regained their composure and typed in the chat with trembling fingers. Is this what it means to be a wealthy god? I am in awe. The barrage of comments echoed for what seemed like ages, all expressing their astonishment. How terrifying. With just a flick of a finger, 2 million vanished. This is utterly inhumane. Zheng Teheo, utterly paralyzed on the sofa, relinquished all hope of resistance. His earlier suspicions proved correct. He had encountered a true super-rich second-generation heir. Though he possessed wealth, he was merely a small-time boss in the capital, with assets barely in the billions. The sheer act of spending over 1 million in a single go had already clouded his judgment, driven by anger and the allure of Lin Shuer's beauty. Alas, he had hit a brick wall. He silently opened the app, covering his face, unable to face anyone. Just moments ago, he had mocked his opponent for potentially retreating in disgrace, and now, within mere minutes, those very words had been slapped back at him with resounding clarity. What happened? Has Brother Hao fallen silent? It's been ages without a peep. Haha, didn't you notice that he is no longer in the viewer list? He must have fled. Haha, I thought he was going to retaliate with a stunning 4-digit carnival to shake things up. What a joke. It's merely that our Yi Shenhao's generosity has frightened him into tears. Haha. Thus, this grand contest of wealth concluded with Yi Yang's 999 carnivals. That night would mark Yi Yang's ascension to legendary status within the realm of live streaming. The name Yi Shenhao would triumphantly top the trending charts. A super-rich tycoon has emerged. 2 million in a heartbeat. What profound implications lie behind those 999 carnivals? A showdown of the wealthy reveals the true champion. 999 carnivals in a single evening aided a beautiful host in gaining 3 million followers. Countless individuals flocked to follow Yi Yang, drawn by his sudden fame. Overnight, Yi Yang's followers surged past 5 million, eclipsing the original host, Lin Shuer, leaving both in a perplexed state of amusement. Could it be that wealth is more alluring than beauty? Yi Yang gazed at his skyrocketing 5 million followers, chuckling softly. He might very well be the first individual on the internet to amass 5 million followers on a platform without posting a single video. In his notifications, numerous young women proactively sent him enticing photos and inundated him with private messages, eager to capture his attention. Yi Yang even speculated that, should his address be exposed, these women would besiege his luxurious villa. How terrifying. Exasperated, he promptly activated privacy settings to block these money-driven, mindless females. Today has truly been a hassle for Brother Yi. After the broadcast, Lin Shuer repeatedly messaged him on WeChat, suggesting she might as well return the money he had gifted her. Yi Yang had bestowed far too much, and she could not accept it without reservations. She certainly did not wish for him to perceive her as a gold digger. Haha, let us not dwell on that. Did you not say you would treat me to a meal? Let us use the money for that instead. After sending a casual message, Yi Yang lazily returned to his master bedroom upstairs. After a thrilling day, the effects of the Romanicani wine began to take hold, and he drifted into a blissful slumber, marking the end of his first day of newfound wealth. Chapter 11. I truly had no idea how wealthy I was. Could you help me count? The following day, he awoke on a handcrafted Dubode cherry wood bed worth tens of millions. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, warming Yi Yang's face with an overwhelming sense of comfort. Is this the security that comes with immense wealth? In his previous life, Yi Yang was perpetually burdened with worries about making ends meet. It seems that from this day forward, he would be preoccupied with how to spend his riches. Though the worries are the same, they are, after all, a source of happiness. By the way, having rewarded so generously last night, surely there must be some reward in return? Last night, he had been so intoxicated by the thousands of dollars worth of Romanicani that he had missed the system's notification. The potency of the wine was indeed formidable. However, awakening now brought an overwhelming sense of comfort rather than a headache. Perhaps this is the true allure of the esteemed Romanicani. Wait, I just remembered. Yi Yang suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling the system's reward notification just before he succumbed to slumber last night. Ding. It has been detected that you spent 268 million in tips, triggering a special reward, mastery of Huaxian national martial arts. Could it be that my lack of a headache is not due to the wine's quality, but rather an enhancement of my physical abilities? Yi Yang leapt from the bed, feeling as light as a feather, nearly colliding with the nearly 4-meter-high ceiling of his bedroom. My goodness, it's true. He didn't even need to test his agility. With just a casual jump, he soared over 4 meters high. World record stand at 3. This was far beyond the realm of normalcy. The vitality coursing through him, allowing him to fight for 7 days and nights without fatigue, felt marvelous. Clenching his fist, Yi Yang reveled in the boundless energy within, brimming with confidence. After a refreshing sleep, having finally struck it rich, it was time to give back to his parents. Yi Yang murmured to himself. He had originally planned to use half of his first month's internship salary to buy gifts for them. Yet now, he need not be frugal. His mother had long coveted a massage chair she had never voiced, while his father yearned for a top-tier professional fishing rod. And his younger sister wished to replace her old notebook. All were to be acquired. Yi Yang opened Taobao and began placing orders without hesitation. He was certain that his parents and sister would be overjoyed upon receiving these gifts. Though these items might not be inexpensive for an average person, collectively they amounted to only a few tens of thousands. Yi Yang felt unsatisfied. His contributions to his parents deserved to be more substantial. This time, the system had only granted a 100 million deposit reward. It seemed that the system's rewards increased the more one spent. Within the already spent limits, rewards were given at random. It appears that the art of spending money is indeed a profound discipline. As Yi Yang listened to the rewards whispering in his ears, he pondered the patterns of the system's incentives. He resolved to transfer 200,000 to his parents' bank account. Today, he had planned to visit the Empire State Building to inspect his newly acquired property and, coincidentally, to make the bank transfer. The reason for transferring 200,000 instead of $1 million was not due to frugality. He feared that sending a larger sum might cause his elderly parents to worry about his activities in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, leading to a stern lecture on proper conduct. Arriving at Dongfa Bank, Rainbow Road branch, Yi Yang parked his car and approached the counter. Transfer? The teller, Ling Mei, glanced at Yi Yang's attire with evident disinterest and casually remarked, "The daily transfer limit on this card is only 50,000. You cannot transfer more than that." When she learned that he intended to transfer 200,000, she scoffed and said indifferently, "Can the limit be raised?" Yi Yang furrowed his brow, sensing an air of condescension in her tone, as if he were not a customer, but rather someone indebted to her. "Sure, how much can it be raised? Is 100 million sufficient?" Ling Mei rolled her eyes. Just the night before, she had followed a super-rich influencer on a social media platform who could spend lavishly on extravagant events, even sending him 2 photos, nearly offering herself to him, only to be completely ignored. This left her feeling particularly irritable, and upon encountering this poorly dressed young man, she couldn't help but feel disdainful. What do you mean by that? Yi Yang's tone grew equally frosty. Perhaps you should check your own account balance before mocking others. You're not in that league. So stop trying to squeeze into it. Ling Mei's harsh words were, in truth, a reflection of her own insecurities about not being able to attract wealth. I truly have no idea how much is in my account. Why don't you help me count it? Yi Yang replied with a cold laugh. Count? You, with your meager savings, can't even see the end of it at a glance. Ling Mei shot a glance at the appalling figure displayed in his balance column. Suddenly, she leapt from her chair, covering her mouth in disbelief. A string of zeros, over 10 billion in cash. To have such an astronomical sum in a single bank account indicated assets exceeding 100 billion. Unintentionally, her derisive comments had mocked a true financial titan. Sir, I am so sorry, she exclaimed, realizing the grave error she had made in underestimating him. Meanwhile, a sharp-eyed colleague had already informed the bank manager of the situation. Upon hearing that they had offended a client with over 10 billion in deposits, the branch manager rushed down from his office, looking flustered but wearing a smile of obsequiousness. This client was no ordinary individual. Mr. Yi, our front desk staff was quite ignorant. I will have her dismissed immediately. Please do not take offense. I will cater to all your needs and even upgrade your card to the prestigious black card at no charge, the manager continuously flattered. Although there were many wealthy individuals in Magic City, he understood that losing a client with such immense wealth could cost him his job. Very well, Yi Yang nodded slightly, begrudgingly satisfied with the manager's attitude. The prestige of Dongfa Bank's black card was substantial, as it could serve as proof of identity. The black card allowed for unlimited daily transfers, and the interest on deposits was often negotiated privately, typically exceeding that of regular users by several times. Only those with assets over 100 million were eligible for such a card, with fees often amounting to several hundred thousand. Keeping money in such an account guaranteed an annual increase of tens of millions or more, contributing to the growing wealth of the affluent. Ling Mei was utterly bewildered. Her careless remark had cost her job, a scenario one would expect only in a dramatic television series. The power of this young man was truly terrifying. Bowing her head, she felt empty inside, vowing never again to judge others based on appearances. After receiving the prestigious black card, Yi Yang transferred 200,000 to his parents' account before stepping outside to his Lamborghini Veneno. As he settled into the car, he received a call from his parents. Oh, so it was true. Yi Yang chuckled, shaking his head as he answered the phone. Xiaoyang, what has happened to you? Suddenly, you have so much money? Your father and I counted the 200,000 several times. His mother's voice resonated through the phone. Well, I resigned to start my own business and made some money. Feel free to spend it. It's all earned legitimately. Yi Yang internally smirked, knowing that this money was the fruit of his hard work. Oh, there was a flurry of discussion on the other end, and it took some time for them to grasp what he was saying. You started your own company. My son is a big boss now. How impressive. His father's booming voice interjected. Stop it now, his mother said with concern. Starting a business isn't very stable. Don't overexert yourself. I know it's tough for you in the Magic City, and the pressure of buying a house is immense. Why not earn some money and come back? Home is wonderful. Yi Yang listened to his mother's loving admonitions with a smile. In the past, such conversations would have made him anxious, but now, living in the luxurious Yunding No. 1 villa, his mindset had shifted entirely. He felt no discomfort from her words. Our company is doing well. There are several major projects coming up. Once they succeed, I'll be a big boss too. Don't worry. I'll send you more money soon, he reassured them. Please, we have everything we need. Our salaries are sufficient. Don't spend recklessly. Save some for the future when you need to buy a house or a car and find a wife. His mother replied. Enough with that. You have a limited view. Our son is destined for greatness. His father retorted. Indeed, you were the one who married me. His mother shot back playfully. Are you going to let our son earn money without marrying? Don't you want a chubby grandson? The two bickered playfully, while Yi Yang listened with a smile. With his current mindset, hearing his parents' chatter felt like a source of happiness. All right, Mom, I'm not getting married anytime soon. I'll spend some money now and transfer more later. I have to go, he said, ending the call. His younger sister was still in high school, so he transferred 5,000 to her via WeChat, knowing she would likely see it after school. Now it's time to check on my property. Whistling, he drove his Lamborghini Veneno towards the Empire State Building. The Empire State Building was now his most significant asset. He had checked yesterday and learned that this skyscraper could sell for several hundred billion. With this property, his assets would catapult him to the forefront of the Chinese Forbes list. The potential for growth was limitless, even without doing anything. Simply renting it out would yield billions in rental income every decade, a veritable golden goose. It turned out that the only thing separating him from the wealthiest elite in China was merely this building. Driving casually. It wasn't long before he arrived at the Empire State Building. It is now 10 o'clock in the morning. After parking his vehicle in the underground garage of the building, he entered the edifice as he usually did. There seemed to be a few matters left to attend to at his former company, and he intended to resign in passing. This month, Yi Yang had endured considerable vexation at this internship company, ostensibly for the purpose of honing newcomers, but in reality, it was merely a guise for exploiting the labor of fresh recruits. To add insult to injury, there was Jean Bouging, the meddlesome team leader. All the injustices he had suffered previously would be repaid tenfold today. Chapter 13. What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. Ding. The elevator chimed, and Yi Yang lazily stepped into the internship zone of the company. At that moment, the interns in the area were all trepidatious, whispering amongst themselves. They had heard that team leader Jean had been publicly humiliated by Yi Yang at the milk tea shop yesterday and was now lurking about, seeking trouble. Yi Yang had yet to arrive. Was he afraid? What are you saying? Yi Yang would never be frightened. A female in turn interjected with dissatisfaction. Then why hasn't he shown up yet? What a coward. Several envious male interns seized the opportunity to deride her. You. That's the truth. The female in turn conceded, muttering, perhaps he simply overslept. Huh, who cares what the reason is? Jean Bouging, with one foot propped on the desk, his face contorted with rage, declared. He had grown up in a well-off family. With his uncle being an executive at a company, he had always gotten his way. Who dared to show off in front of him? Not only had he been made to look foolish by Yi Yang, a mere recent graduate, but he had also been left without dignity. That very night, a certain alluring woman had scorned him for his lack of backbone and had cast him aside. With his pride bruised and his temper flaring, he was furious that Yi Yang dared to arrive late today. He has done for, I assure you. Even the king of heaven couldn't save him. This is what I, Jean, declare. Oh, is that so? Yi Yang's languid voice drifted in. Several female interns perked up at the sound, but soon their concerns returned. After all, Jean Bouging was not someone to be trifled with. It was clear that Jean was genuinely enraged this time, and Yi Yang was likely to face dire consequences. The envious interns relished the impending drama. Only Zheng Xian, Yi Yang's sole, true friend present, was discreetly signaling him to be cautious of Jean Bouging. Yi Yang, noticing Zheng's anxious gestures, merely smiled indifferently. Zheng Xian had known him since middle school and had always been his loyal sidekick, calling him Boss Yi. After graduation, he had surprisingly joined the same company, and their bond had remained strong. Well, look who decided to show up late today, acting all high and mighty. Jean Bouging, spotting his prey, leapt from the desk, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and approached menacingly. Yi Yang had chosen to resign first rather than reveal his identity and take control of the building, all for this moment. He knew that Jean Bouging would undoubtedly seek trouble with him today. Should he reveal his identity, given Jin's timid nature, he would likely be groveling for mercy, depriving Yi Yang of the satisfaction of exacting revenge. Given Yi Yang's current status, it would take but a single utterance to have Jean and his uncle expelled from the company. However, such a punishment would hardly suffice for Yi Yang's sense of justice. He believed in repaying kindness with gratitude and vengeance with retribution. No leniency would be shown. What, do you wish to strike me? Yi Yang said with a faint smile. What is it to you? Today, not only will I take you down, but I will also ensure you are expelled from this company. Jean Bouging bellowed furiously. Brother Jean, perhaps we could let this go? It's not that serious. A simple apology would suffice. Zheng Xian interjected, sensing the tension in the air. Get lost, you insignificant nobody. How dare you speak on my behalf? Jean Bouging dismissed Zheng with a wave, shoving him aside. Zheng Xian seethed with anger, but ultimately prioritized his job and refrained from retaliating. How about I give you a good beating before you're sent packing from this company? That sounds fitting for you. Yi Yang grinned broadly. Have you lost your mind? Jean Bouging was momentarily taken aback by Yi Yang's audacity. He had not anticipated such a bold response. Don't play games with me. Security. He had already colluded with the security personnel, fearing he might not be able to overpower the tall and robust Yi Yang. Today, I will publicly humiliate you. I will step on your face and see how you manage to stand in this circle afterward. Jean Bouging commanded as his two accomplices in security moved in. With a sigh, Yi Yang suddenly surged into action. He pivoted and executed a high sweeping kick. The sound of rushing wind accompanied the strike, which was so swift it became a blur, yet it retained its lethal precision. Before the stunned onlookers could comprehend what had transpired, the two security guards were sent flying by a single kick, crashing against the glass door, which shattered upon impact. They fell amidst the shards of glass, howling in pain, their bodies stained with blood. Wow. The interns present gasped in disbelief, utterly flabbergasted. Even Zheng Xian, who had been poised to intervene on Yi Yang's behalf, stood frozen, finally exclaiming, Boss Yi, You've been hiding your talents. You actually know martial arts. The female interns, who had been anxious for Yi Yang, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their idol was quite formidable in a fight, or today could have turned perilous. The sound of shattering glass attracted the attention of other colleagues, some of whom rushed to inform the leadership of the commotion. A fight has broken out. Who is it? Oh, it's Jean Bouging. He's been flaunting his connections. This time, he has met his match. Let's hope he gets what he deserves. A furious colleague from the northeast exclaimed, clenching his fists in indignation. What do you think you're doing? Don't come any closer. Jean Bouging, already terrified by Yi Yang's formidable kick, cowered on the ground, dragging himself backward, his eyes wide with fear. I warn you, my uncle is Manager Gao. Chapter 14. The chairman emerges. The terrified Manager Gao. Just like what you were about to do, Yi Yang declared, pressing his foot firmly onto Jean Bouging's face. Weren't you feeling rather bold? What happened to that bravado? This boss Yi, Zhongxian could only stare in astonishment, realizing how fiercely Yi Yang had acted today. While the interns and nearby employees found great satisfaction in the scene, they were acutely aware that Jean Bouging had powerful connections behind him, and treating him this way could lead to severe repercussions. Yi Yang, what are you doing? Let Jean Bouging go. The leaders, alerted to the violent altercation, hastily arrived to intervene. What if I refuse? Yi Yang tightened his grip, his strength now surpassing that of an average person, with a little more pressure. He could easily crush Jean Bouging's skull. Brother-in-law, save me. My sister only has me as her brother. If something happens to me, she won't spare you. Jean Bouging wailed in desperation. Release him at once. You, a mere employee, not only arrived late, but also engaged in violent conduct, showing utter disrespect to your superiors. I will have you fired today and sent to the police station, where you will languish for years in prison, ruining your future. Manager Gao exclaimed, exasperated. Oh. Yi Yang chuckled coldly, slowly easing his foot. His current status was elevated, and he had no intention of committing murder in public, as that would tarnish his own reputation. Jean Bouging scrambled behind Chief Gao, his face marred by conspicuous crimson shoe prints, glaring at Yi Yang with a fierce, yet fearful expression. It's over for you. I tell you. Chief Gao, regaining his authoritative confidence upon seeing Jean Bouging unharmed, sneered. Today, I shall let you witness the means of the wealthy. Is that so? Yi Yang arched an eyebrow. Do you even have the audacity to claim wealth in my presence? You. Just as Chief Gao was about to unleash another threat, Yi Yang's phone rang. Hello? Yi Yang answered the call. Good day, is this Mr. Yi Yang? I am the spokesperson for the coalition of chairpersons of the Empire Building, and I would like to discuss matters concerning the future of the Empire Building with you. The voice on the other end was exceedingly polite. I am Yi Yang. No need for formalities over the phone. I am currently on the 10th floor of the building. Let us meet in person, Yi Yang casually replied, hanging up before the other party could respond. What is this? Is he trying to rally support? Murmured a nearby crowd, dismissing him as just a young newcomer in Shanghai. Pondering what connections he might possess, and finding his demeanor rather pretentious. Oh, Chief Gao, intrigued, awaited to see whom this young lad would summon. Eager to witness him grovel for respect, destroying Yi Yang's confidence and sending him to prison would surely provide immense satisfaction. On the 100th floor, the boardroom of directors. Mr. Yi claims he has come for an on-site inspection. Chairman Chong Lai exclaimed anxiously after hanging up the call. What? Where is Mr. Yi now? We must personally go and fetch him. He deserves all the respect. The assembled chairpersons chimed in unison. No need for that. He is on the 10th floor. His tone seemed rather displeased, indicating he might have encountered some unpleasantness. Chairman Chong Lai said, his brow furrowed with concern. The directors turned their gaze to Zhang Wanmin, who previously seemed inconspicuous amidst the crowd. Old Zhang, isn't the 10th floor your software company? You haven't crossed paths with Mr. Yi, have you? Give me 800 guts. And I wouldn't dare. I've never even met Mr. Yi. Zhang Wanmin's face paled in fear. If Yi Yang found himself at odds with the board, he would be in serious trouble. He fervently prayed it was not due to his subordinates' mischief. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry to the 10th floor to pay our respects to Mr. Yi. Are we waiting for him to come up here and meet us? Chairman Chong Lai urged. Yes. Yes, let us go to the 10th floor. Ding. The elevator doors on the 10th floor opened. The executives surrounding Yi Yang instinctively turned to look. Oh, they arrived quite swiftly, didn't they? Rushing to call me father? Chief Gao scoffed. However, as he turned around, his legs weakened, and the smile vanished from his face. Isn't that the chairman of Su Ming Design Company? No way, this kid couldn't possibly know such a business magnate worth billions. What followed was even more astonishing. After the chairman of Su Ming Design Company, directors from various floors began to stream in through the stairwell. The once elusive and enigmatic chairpersons now flooded into the 10th floor like dumplings. What in the world is going on? Are all the chairpersons of the entire building here? Everyone was utterly bewildered. The sheer presence of dozens of super wealthy business tycoons, each worth at least billions, was an overwhelming spectacle. Just as Chief Gao intended to approach Zhang Wanmin to inquire about the situation and flatter him, he found himself pushed aside by Zhang Wanmin. He watched in disbelief as a multitude of chairpersons approached the very Yi Yang he had previously looked down upon and deemed doomed today. What on earth is happening? Not only Chief Gao, but everyone felt their minds struggling to comprehend the unfolding scenario. Chapter 15. You still wish to dismiss the master of the building? How dare you? My heavens, it truly is the chairpersons from each floor. Why have they all gathered at our company? And why are they heading straight for Yi Yang? Could it be that Yi Yang is actually a concealed superpower who joined this company to get closer to someone special? Oh dear, how embarrassing. Some female interns began to fantasize about the unfolding drama. Only Zheng Xian, who understood Yi Yang best, scratched his head, increasingly perplexed by the current situation. Mr. Yi, I am Chairman Chonglai of Chonglai Company, and also the organizer of the Empire Building Chairpersons Coalition. Fang Xiao, a man of considerable assets, recognized the gravity of the situation upon seeing the groaning security guard through the shattered glass door and the expressions of those around him. He was furious at these foolish characters who dared to provoke the master of the Empire Building. The other chairpersons, all exceptional individuals in their own right, also recognized the unwanted developments and were quick to offer their apologies to Yi Yang. Yi Yang nodded slightly. These chairpersons would be his long-term benefactors, so it was essential to maintain a favorable relationship. Mr. Yi, has something occurred here that displeased you? Please inform us, and we will do our utmost to resolve it. Zhang Wanmin stepped forward, patting his chest in assurance. At that moment, the truth was laid bare. These chairpersons had come to seek Yi Yang's favor, and their demeanor was remarkably humble, as though they had a request for him. This revelation left everyone present utterly astonished. A mere intern, who had been clocking in and out with them just days ago, was now being revered and complimented by a group of billionaires. This was a staggering challenge to their worldview. Yi Yang tilted his chin, his sharp gaze fixed on the now trembling Chief Gao, who appeared utterly devoid of spirit. Isn't it truly this little brat? Zhang Wanmin's heart sank, filled with dread, his face contorted with anger. Gao, explain yourself. How did you offend Mr. Yi? What in the world is happening? Chief Gao screamed internally, contemplating jumping off a building. Just moments ago, he had boasted that the people Yi Yang summoned would be forced to call him father. Yet reality had flipped entirely. Yi Yang had summoned a group of super magnates who would likely expect to be addressed as grandfather. Any one of these individuals could, with a mere flick of their finger, arrange for him to be incapable of self-sufficiency for the rest of his life. He was terrified, truly terrified. The murderous intent that had once surged within him vanished without a trace, leaving his voice lacking in confidence. Chairman Zhang, what is the meaning of this? What meaning? Zhang Wanmin fumed, his head nearly exploding. The man before you, Mr. Yi, is the rightful owner of the entire Empire Building. His assets are worth no less than several hundred billion. How dare you provoke Mr. Yi? What? The owner of the Empire Building? The room erupted in disbelief. Gasps echoed throughout, as everyone was left in shock. What did this imply? This was no longer just a wealthy heir. This was a super-rich magnate, a top-tier figure in Huaxia. Most importantly, this formidable figure, who exudes such an air of terror, turns out to be the intern colleague whom I have always deemed as someone I could easily bully. The female interns, covering their mouths, gazed at Yi Yang with dazed expressions. I can't believe I actually stumbled upon the truth just now. So young, so handsome, and so affluent. My heavens. He is simply perfect. While the crowd upstairs was rendered speechless in shock, Gao Dan's mind was in turmoil as he stammered. Chairman Zhang, you must be joking, right? Ha ha. This kid is merely an intern we were about to dismiss. How could he possibly be the owner of the Empire Trade Tower? Dismissed? An intern? Now it was the turn of the chairman to be bewildered. What is happening? After 2 months of interning here post-graduation, I am truly enlightened today. Yi Yang shrugged, nonchalantly replying. Mr. Yi, you jest, chuckled the chairman. How could they believe that Yi Yang was genuinely here as an intern? Such a super-rich tycoon generally possesses an eccentric temperament and might even be undercover for an on-site inspection. Your vision is extraordinary, and your methods are unconventional. You are indeed one of the rare business magnates of Huaxia. Yes. How diligent of you, Mr. Yi, to come here for an on-site investigation so long in advance. The chairman continued to flatter him. Yi Yang was at a loss for words. He truly was here to intern. Gao Dan, you scoundrel, explain this situation clearly, or we will not spare you. Zhang Wanmin thundered, causing Gao Dan to tremble with fear. Ultimately, unable to withstand the pressure from the chairman, he recounted the entire story from beginning to end, leaving no details omitted. As he narrated, the chairman beside him listened with bated breath. To bully Mr. Yi? To withhold Mr. Yi's intern salary? Even plotting to find an excuse to dismiss Mr. Yi? My heavens. The most outrageous part is that this Jean Bouging even conspired to humiliate and assault Mr. Yi before his departure. Outrageous. Zhang Wanmin felt as though his lungs might explode from anger. How could such a brazen and foolish supervisor emerge from his ranks? At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to kick Gao Dan and Jean Bouging out of the building's windows. However, being a person of great stature, he managed to suppress his fury and turned back to Yi Yang with a cordial demeanor. Mr. Yi, I must apologize on behalf of Zhang. You command the authority. Whatever course of action you choose, I will comply without objection. Chapter 16. Rent, 1,890,000,000. Well, let us proceed according to the method he intended for me, Yi Yang remarked casually. Good. Zhang Wanmin immediately agreed. Having a solution was better than none. If Yi Yang had left without providing a resolution today, his company would be in jeopardy. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for granting me this opportunity to redeem myself. Zhang Wanmin expressed his immense gratitude. Chairman Zhang, I have been your loyal subordinate for over a decade. I deserve some credit for my hard work. Gao Dan was utterly despondent. You have created such a colossal mess, and I haven't even sought retribution from you. Zhang Wanmin bellowed. You and Jean Bouging are hereby expelled from my company from this moment forth. Security, take these two, along with the ones lying on the ground, to the police. Accuse them of deliberately causing trouble and nearly injuring Mr. Yi. After speaking, he turned to Yi Yang with a smile. Mr. Yi, how does this resolution seem to you? I will personally oversee all subsequent matters. With his means and resources, he could ensure that this case would be dealt with severely. At the very least, the charge of conspiring to endanger a prominent figure's safety would lead to an unavoidable prison sentence, likely several years behind bars. Yi Yang nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. Jean Bouging, being escorted by security, wailed in despair. I was the one who got beaten. You wish to invert right and wrong. Uffed. Observing Jean Bouging's pitiful expression, the bystanders could not help but burst into laughter. This everyday bully, who oppressed newcomers, had finally received his just desserts. Today, he truly ended up losing everything while attempting to gain something. All right, everyone disperse. It seems there is no work left to do. Zhang Wanmin addressed the surrounding employees. Beginning to restore order. Seeing the chairman had spoken, the employees dared not linger to watch the spectacle any longer, and they dispersed to attend to their own tasks. Mr. Yi, please follow us. After managing the employees, Yi Yang was escorted by a throng of chairmen to the top floor. As soon as they entered the elevator, a fervent discussion erupted on the 10th floor. After all, today's events were nothing short of astonishing, filled with twists and turns that left people in disbelief. Initially, Jean Bouging arranged for someone to target Yi Yang, and everyone thought Yi Yang was doomed. Yet, he effortlessly navigated the perilous situation with his concealed prowess and retaliated against Jean Bouging. Then, when Gao Dan appeared, everyone believed Yi Yang was about to be dismissed and his future ruined. Suddenly, the chairman descended like divine beings, transforming Yi Yang's identity from a mere intern into the super-rich master of the entire Empire Trade Tower. How surreal. I could never have imagined such a plot in my dreams. I always said Yi Yang was extraordinary. If only I had the courage to cling to his coattails back then. Had I known he held such an identity, I would have stepped in during Jean Bouging's showboating to assist the wealthy Yi in delivering a proper thrashing. Enough of that, you armchair critic. Today's events will undoubtedly become a legendary tale on the 10th floor, passed down through generations of both new and old employees. At the pinnacle of the Empire Trade Tower in the magical city, the joint office of the chairman, Yi Yang took a seat at the main position, surrounded by chairmen from various floors. As you can see, we are due to renew our contract next month. We have drafted a suggested contract in accordance with the previous owner's agreement. Please review it and see if it is acceptable. Chairman Fang Xiao of the Rehunter Group respectfully presented a contract, extending it to Yi Yang with both hands. Yi Yang glanced through it. He had previously copied the Empire Trade's contract into his spatial dimension, though he was unsure how the system managed that. It was quite similar to this one. Moreover, these companies even proactively proposed a 15% increase in rent, which seemed to reflect their sincerity. He pretended to examine it thoroughly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Clearly, I need to acquire a law firm to assist me in managing contracts and assets. These contractual terms are beyond my comprehension, as my education did not focus on finance. However, upon comparing it with the old contract in my spatial dimension, I confirmed that aside from the rent increase, everything else remained unchanged, allowing me to ascertain that this contract was sound. All the chairmen held their breath, watching Yi Yang. A super young tycoon who had acquired the entire Empire Trade Tower at such a young age must surely be accomplished and knowledgeable in commercial finance. They would not dare to mislead him. After discussion, the chairman unanimously recognized Yi Yang as a super magnate. Thus, they refrained from employing any cunning tricks in the contract. even voluntarily suggesting a rent increase, fearing that Yi Yang might refuse. Not bad. Yi Yang closed the contract, his expression as composed as ever. Phew. All the chairmen exhaled in relief. Given your earnestness, let us proceed according to the terms of this contract. The rental fee for the next decade shall be transferred to my account within 3 days, totaling 1,890,000,000. Very well, Mr. Yi, rest assured. We shall expedite the process. The chairpersons were elated, having not anticipated that the new proprietor, Yi Yang, would be so agreeable and not deliberately complicate matters for them. With the contract duly signed, I shall take my leave, Yi Yang stated as he rose from his seat. All right, let us see Mr. Yi off together. The chairpersons were exceedingly cordial, escorting Yi Yang to his vehicle, watching as the Lamborghini Veneno departed with an audacious roar, their hearts finally settling. Truly, he is a young achiever, capable of acquiring a Lamborghini Veneno. For these tycoons, worth billions, such a pinnacle supercar, valued at nearly 100 million, is indeed a symbol of opulence. Those who can nonchalantly spend such sums on luxury vehicles possess assets in the hundreds of billions or even trillions. Yi Yang's spirits were high. The experience of being fawned over by these billionaires, figures he had only seen in television news, was undeniably exhilarating. Coupled with having dealt with the oppressive Jean Bouging, he felt invigorated. It was time to revamp his wardrobe. Observing his attire, which barely amounted to 1,000 yuan, he chuckled to himself. As a top-tier magnate, wearing such humble clothing seemed incongruous with his status. The fashion street of Demon No. 6 is the largest luxury goods hub in the metropolis. I shall peruse its offerings, he resolved, with a firm press on the accelerator. The Lamborghini Veneno's powerful engine roared to life, akin to a wild beast awakening from slumber. The car sped away, and the gust of wind it stirred brought no displeasure to the pedestrians, leaving only envy and longing in its wake. Chapter 17. Shop, shop, shop. How surprisingly affordable luxury goods can be. In the luxury goods district of number 6, after parking in the designated area, Yi Yang disembarked from the Lamborghini Veneno and casually stepped into a store. Welcome, sir, greeted the staff with an air of aristocracy. However, Yi Yang's attire was rather shabby. The saleswomen maintained only the most basic courtesies, unwilling to approach him as a personal shopper. After all, time is precious for everyone. Yi Yang was clearly a penniless young man merely there to window shop, and none wished to squander their time on someone who would yield no commission. Only a fresh-faced university intern, an adorable salesgirl, noticed Yi Yang and her eyes lit up. She couldn't bear to see such a charming young man neglected. What type of merchandise are you interested in, sir? Yi Yang glanced at her name tag, discovering her name was Gao Xiaoxing. He noted the disdainful glances from the other sales staff, but remained unfazed. Soon enough, they would regret their judgment. Outfit me entirely, and lead me to the most expensive selections, Yi Yang declared, spreading his arms to signal he wanted a complete wardrobe overhaul. Gao Xiaoxing nodded eagerly, then follow me. The other sales staff could not help but chuckle. Look, that poor kid truly believes he is a big spender. They mocked. How naive. If only she had my 3 to 5 years of experience, she would realize that wasting time on a mere window shopper was a futile endeavor. Indeed, she was quite young. The more seasoned sales representatives exchanged knowing glances, dismissing Gao Xiaoxing's optimism. We carry all 10 of the world's top luxury brands. The premier brand, Blanio, only accepts custom orders. If you wish to proceed with a custom order, we can contact the designer. But it will take at least a month for the garments to arrive. If you wish to purchase something today, Armani and Versace have released new collections that would suit someone as dashing as you. Gao Xiaoxing patiently explained, carefully preserving Yi Yang's dignity despite recognizing his humble appearance. Oh, I see. Yi Yang scratched his head. Let us order 10 custom suits from Blanio, at the highest standard, one of a kind. 2 sets for each season, and additionally, 2 sets with interesting combinations. Have them delivered within half a month. As for the price, it is inconsequential. Gao Xiaoxing blinked. Are you joking, sir? The highest level custom from Blanio costs around 50 to 60,000 euros for 1 suit. 10 suits would amount to 500,000 euros, and if expedited, the price doubles, equating to approximately 10 million yuan. 10 million? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. Yes. Gao Xiaoxing nodded vigorously, kindly suggesting that if the price was too steep, he could consider other brands. 10 million? That seems rather inexpensive, Yi Yang replied, shaking his head. With the wealth system at his disposal, spending more would lead to earning more. Thus, 10 million was indeed a modest sum. Is Blanio the world's most expensive bespoke clothing brand? Not exactly. Blanio is merely the most expensive for large-scale customizations. There are other renowned luxury fashion houses and master tailors, such as Master Stewart, who once crafted the most expensive diamond suit, a unique piece that sold for $1 million. One suit fetched over 7 million. Yi Yang nodded thoughtfully. That sounds promising. I may consider ordering a few of those. Gao Xiaoxin sighed, feeling a touch of disappointment. If only such a handsome young man could be more pragmatic and grounded. Clearly, he was exaggerating about the 7 million suit. In addition to the custom orders, I'd like to purchase 2 sets of every brand's menswear for each season from your store. Please pack them up and deliver them to Villa Number 1 at Yunding Mountain. Yi Yong envisioned the expansive wardrobe in the villa, realizing that even with such a massive purchase, it would barely fill a small fraction of the space. Sir, you. Gao Xiaoxin was taken aback. As Yi Yang's demeanor suggested, he was not jesting. Could she have stumbled upon a genuine super-rich client? Why the delay? Swipe the card, Yi Yang instructed. Handing over his Supreme Black card, Gao Xiaoxin fumbled to accept it. Having interned at a luxury goods store, she instantly recognized the East Bank Supreme Black card. This was a privilege reserved for members with assets exceeding 100 million. At that moment, everything clicked into place. This charming young man was indeed a bona fide tycoon. The seasoned sales representatives who had previously scoffed at Yi Yang and Gao Xiaoxin were now left dumbfounded. The Supreme Black card. He truly is a wealthy magnate. How could I have misjudged him? These sales staff were on the verge of tears. Yi Yang's purchasing style, akin to a stock acquisition, was something they had never encountered in their years of service. How much commission will Gao Xiaoxin earn from this? This single transaction would suffice to cover all the commissions they had accumulated over the years. The female sales assistants were filled with regret, chiding themselves for their lack of discernment, having failed to recognize that Yi Yang was a concealed identity of a super-rich individual. It turned out that luxury goods were not as exorbitant as I had imagined. Observing the more than 8 million drained from his card, Yi Yang murmured to himself. He had purchased over 100 outfits and shoes, averaging around 80,000 for each set. Indeed, it was not exorbitant. The store manager, a mature and elegant woman clad in black silk, was so astonished that she rushed out repeatedly. Mr. Yi, we will surely expedite the process of connecting you with designer Blanio. Here is our store's black gold card. Please accept it. Once we establish contact with designer Blanio and finalize the designs, you may proceed with the deposit. I will personally visit you at your villa in Yunding Mountain for further discussions. Yi Yang merely nodded as to him. It was but a trivial expenditure in the tens of millions. However, for the luxury store owner, Chong Wei, this represented a significant business opportunity that she could not afford to overlook. Ding. Notification. You have spent 8 million on apparel. Reward. Exclusive shares of the Stewart Workshop. That sounds quite familiar. Yi Yang recalled that Stewart was renowned for crafting the most expensive suits in the world, reputedly designed by a superlative master. It truly seems that wishes can manifest into reality. Yi Yang's garments were promptly delivered to his villa, and he had no intention of lingering. He turned and exited, preparing to purchase a watch next door, leaving behind a group of saleswomen who were consumed with endless regret, their hearts weeping in turmoil as they gazed longingly at his departing figure. Chapter 18. In the midst of conversation, he became the largest shareholder of Vacheron Constantin. The impoverished indulge in cars, while the affluent adorn themselves with watches. If one's wrist lacks a prestigious timepiece, one cannot claim to be a true tycoon. Having resolved to refresh his entire ensemble, it was only natural that a watch should accompany him. Vacheron Constantin. Yi Yang glanced up at the store name. Although he had previously been a destitute university student, that did not hinder his awareness of the world's renowned watch brands. Vacheron Constantin was the aristocrat among watches, a pinnacle in the realm of haute horlogerie. Sir, the sales assistant's eyes sparkled upon seeing him dressed in a suit worth over 100,000 from Armani. They all rushed to him, eager to ensure that this lucrative client would not slip away. The contrast was quite apparent. Yi Yang smirked slightly, shaking his head, just as an unexpected voice called out from behind. Yi Yang? Raising an eyebrow, Yi Yang turned around, surprised to see none other than Su Pengfei, dressed in a luxurious summer ensemble, accompanied by Kai Mao Mao, who was also fashionably attired. Though her beauty was not exceptional, her poise added considerable allure. Both were his university classmates, with Su Pengfei being the wealthiest second-generation rich kid in their class, and Kai Mao Mao, the class beauty. Rumor had it that she had harbored a crush on him, yet it seemed she and Su Pengfei had become a couple. Who would have thought to see you here in such a luxury store? Su Pengfei remarked, aware of Kai Mao Mao's past affection for Yi Yang, his tone laced with mockery. Ultimately, the goddess had chosen the rich heir, handsome and academically gifted, yet without wealth. What use was that? The haze of university life had dissipated, and in the real world, family wealth reigned supreme. With this realization, Su Pengfei's confidence swelled. So, is Vacheron Constantin your family business? Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Yi Yang shrugged nonchalantly in response. Su Pengfei fell silent. Despite his family's considerable affluence, Vacheron Constantin was a globally renowned luxury watch company. Their family's standing was insignificant in comparison. I'm I merely meant that I'm surprised you can afford an Armani suit just a few months after graduation, and that you dare to step into this store to look at watches. I suspect this money didn't come easily. In university, Yi Yang had been a beacon of brilliance. Now, in society, he dared to act aloof, showing disrespect. How could Su Pengfei tolerate this? Thus, he directly scoffed. Enough, Pengfei. Let us keep the chatter to a minimum. Kai Mao Mao interjected, gently tugging at Su Pengfei's arm, her eyes reflecting concern as she glanced at Yi Yang. She was aware of Yi Yang's family circumstances, even if he had made a modest fortune through his talents. Affording Armani was still a far cry from the level of wealth possessed by Su Pengfei's family. Su Pengfei's jealousy intensified, and he coldly remarked, so, which watch catches your eye? I'm quite familiar with the owner of this shop. Would you like me to buy you a nicer one? Stop eyeing those shabby watches in the tens of thousands. Otherwise, you'll forever remain a mere pauper. He deliberately revealed his Patek Philippe watch, worth over $1 million, having brought Kai Mao Mao along to impress her. If she agreed to visit his house that evening, he would reward her with a luxury watch worth tens of thousands as a gesture of goodwill. The sales assistants, upon noticing the $1 million timepiece on Su Pengfei's wrist, were captivated. This customer appeared far wealthier than Yi Yang. Thank goodness I was a step late. This is the real big spender. The group of sales assistants promptly abandoned Yi Yang and flocked to Su Pengfei's side. Su Pengfei's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, as though to say, see? In the face of absolute power, you are nothing but insignificant dust. Yi Yang shrugged, no longer needing the sales assistants. The prices were clear enough, and he would simply choose what appealed to him. After all, he was here not only to buy a watch, but also to facilitate his spending. Ultimately, he needed to spend money to make money. Seeing that Yi Yang completely ignored him, as if he were a mere insect unworthy of attention, Su Pengfei felt a surge of irritation. His attempt at showing off had seemingly caused no impact. Instead, he felt foolish for being disregarded. All right, Pengfei. We're here to help me choose a watch, so don't get upset, Kai Mao Mao insisted reassuringly. Fine. Su Pengfei grunted, following Yi Yang into the inner hall. You little brat, just because you've made a bit of money, you dare to enter the inner hall? Don't be shocked by the prices. The outer hall featured watches priced below $1 million, while the high-end selections were housed in the inner hall. Upon entering the inner hall, Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. These prices seem reasonable. The timepieces outside were too cheap. They likely wouldn't offer any worthy rewards. This one, this one, this one, and this one. Yi Yang strolled casually, selecting watches that caught his eye, whether for their style or alignment with his aesthetic. Su Pengfei and the sales assistants, upon entering, were taken aback to see Yi Yang already holding 7 or 8 exquisite timepieces, each priced in the millions. What the hell is he doing? Su Pengfei was left dumbfounded. Is he merely shopping? Does he think these watches are free? Just picking whatever he likes? He was now seriously questioning whether Yi Yang was short-sighted and unable to comprehend the prices attached to these luxurious items. Otherwise, even his father would not dare to purchase watches in such a brazen manner. What are you doing here, carelessly handling things? Do you have any idea that each of these watches is worth millions? If you break one, can you afford to compensate for it? Su Pengfei exclaimed angrily, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yi Yang's actions had also attracted the attention of the manager of the Vacheron Constantin boutique. After all, aside from that emerald green KV, Yi Yang had practically swept away all the other supreme-level watches, accumulating a value worth hundreds of millions. This will suffice. The others are simply too unattractive. Yi Yang casually waved his hand and remarked, "Humph." Su Pengfei scoffed derisively. Keep pretending. I wonder how long you can maintain this charade. Once it comes time to settle the bill, your facade will crumble. Just as Su Pengfei prepared to revel in Yi Yang's misfortune, the system notification chimed once more. Detected that the host has spent 75,980,000 purchasing ordinary watches. Reward, 45 global shares of Vacheron Constantin. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing that his previous conjecture was indeed correct. The system's rewards largely depended on the nature of his expenditures. He glanced sympathetically at Su Pengfei, mocking him silently. For while he had been busy deriding Yi Yang, he had inadvertently earned himself a stake in a world-class company. Chapter 19. Wearing a $1 million junk watch is an insult to you. Time to swipe the card? Yi Yang casually presented his supreme black card. Upon seeing the black card, Su Pengfei's heart jolted. A black card signifies personal assets exceeding 100 million. That is genuine bank savings beyond that threshold. Although he was a rather affluent second-generation rich kid, he still had to ask his family for funds when purchasing cars or watches. With his personal savings a mere few million, he was light years away from qualifying for a black card. Su Pengfei was utterly bewildered. Ding! As the card was swiped, Vacheron Constantin's information network suddenly extracted encrypted data. The boutique manager was taken aback. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. This indicated that the cardholder was a super elite within the entire Vacheron Constantine company. He looked at Yi Yang with astonishment. Mr. Yi, please hold on. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. This shift in demeanor was likely related to the fact that he had just acquired controlling interest in Vacheron Constantine. In such a large corporation, even a chairman would be considered remarkable with a 20 to 30 stake. Yet, he had just swept away 45, positioning himself as the actual controlling owner of Vacheron Constantine. It seems the truth is finally surfacing. Su Pengfei sighed in relief. I told you this kid was just pretending. Kai Mao Mao shot Su Pengfei a disdainful glance, increasingly doubting her earlier choices. This. Boutique manager Gong Xiaoqing inputted her password, and, upon seeing the decrypted information, beads of sweat began to form on her palms. She was drenched in cold sweat. Rising repeatedly, she bowed respectfully to Yi Yang. I apologize, Mr. Yi. I was blind and truly did not realize your esteemed presence. Her fear was palpable. This young man before her was, in fact, the actual controlling owner of the entire Vacheron Constantine Global Company, holding 45 of the shares. Such a super-rich individual had come to her store merely to purchase a few millions worth of inferior watches, clearly to admonish her. I was the one who was ignorant. She lamented internally. Mr. Yi, I shouldn't have allowed such low-grade goods to tarnish your eyes. Please wait a moment. With that, she turned and hurriedly entered the most secure inner chamber. What on earth is happening? Wasn't he supposed to be thrown out by security for lacking funds? And what did he just call him? Mr. Yi? How could a mere impoverished wretch be worthy of such a title? Su Pengfei was completely flabbergasted, utterly confused by the unfolding situation. The sales staff, blinking in disbelief, felt an unsettling dread. If Su Pengfei was simply bewildered, they were gripped by sheer terror. Gong Xiaoqing was one of the 3 principal managers of Vacheron Constantine in the entire Chinese region. Her status was unparalleled, and her wealth considerable. Even billionaires would find no need to bow before her, as there was simply no point. Even when faced with the richest person in China, she would merely display polite respect, never displaying the kind of fear she had just shown, as though she were meeting her father. This young man. What on earth was his identity, to elicit such a profound reaction from Manager Gong? They sensed with growing unease that their earlier decision had been excessively rash. An individual capable of instilling cold sweat in Manager Gong was leagues above a mere second-generation rich kid flaunting a $1 million watch. Mr. Yi. The sales staff murmured, the answer looming in their minds, yet they were reluctant to accept it, for it was simply too incredible. Before the inner chamber's safe, click, Gong Xiaoqing cautiously opened the safe with utmost care. She gingerly extracted a purple wood and golden-laid diamond watch box. Just the box itself was worth more than all the watches Yi Yang had just purchased combined. Surely this would be worthy of Mr. Ye's status, she thought, believing that presenting this item would surely please him somewhat. Gong Xiaoqing, as one of the 3 major managers of Vacheron Constantine in the Chinese region, held a transcendent status. However, her identity and position were granted by Vacheron Constantine. In contrast, Yi Yang was the master of Vacheron Constantine. With a single word, he could strip her of all her glory and status. How could she not treat him with the utmost respect? Returning to the front desk, she smiled and said, Mr. Yi, this is the only Vacheron Constantine Artisan Series 8025-3000 or 9593 allocated to the Chinese region. Since you are in need of a watch, this one might barely befit your status. Oh, Yi Yang had only heard of some luxury watch names and was not well versed in their specific classifications. Thus, he had no clear concept of Gong Xiaoqing's words. The Vacheron Constantine Artisan Series 8025-3000 or 9593. Su Pengfei exclaimed in shock, Manager Gong, what are you doing? While others may not comprehend the significance of the Artisan 80253, Su Pengfei, a top-tier second-generation rich kid with years of experience in watches, certainly understood. The Vacheron Constantine Artisan Series 8025-3000 or 9593 is limited to just 6 pieces worldwide. Not 600. Not 60, just 6, one of which is still worn by the Tsar of the Russian Empire. The price of this watch is beyond description, for this watch cannot be bought with money. To wear it, one must possess unparalleled status and power. How could a mere impoverished wretch like Yi Yang even be compared to a world-class titan like the Tsar of the Russian Empire? Have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Mr. Yi is the global controlling owner of Vacheron Constantine. Only such a timepiece is worthy of his status. There is no need for further explanation. Gong Xiaoqing rebuked sharply. She remembered Su Pengfei, as his father had previously crossed paths with her. In reprimanding him, she was acting out of goodwill, for a mere second-generation rich kid like Su Pengfei was nothing more than a bug before Yi Yang. If a feud were to arise, his entire family would be at stake. By reprimanding Su Pengfei and simultaneously highlighting Yi Yang's status, she hoped to awaken Su Pengfei's sense, preventing him from making a fool of himself. Manager Gong, what are you saying? Su Pengfei was utterly bewildered, his mind a blank slate. The global controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantine. Even Kai Mao Mao, standing nearby, couldn't suppress a gasp, her eyes filled with astonishment as she gazed at Yi Yang. Had she known this earlier, she would have paid any price during their university days to secure what might be the most perfect boyfriend in the world. What did Su Pengfei even amount to in the presence of Yi Yang's distinguished identity? I must be dreaming, Su Pengfei thought, shaking his head. Sigh. Gong Shaoqing sighed internally. As long as this little rascal refrained from causing trouble and continued to provoke Mr. Yi, everything would be fine. He was genuinely taken aback to discover that the youthful figure before him was the controlling shareholder. Not bad, quite handsome indeed. Yi Yang donned the Loft Craftsman 802530000R. Nodding appreciatively at Gong Shaoqing. You are quite perceptive. I shall remember you. Chapter 20. The Purple Light Pavilion Restaurant. Only 10 guests per day? After exiting the Vacheron Constantine store, Yi Yang strolled around, purchasing a new smartphone and various intriguing trinkets, spending a total of several million. By the time he completed his tour of the Devil No. 6 luxury goods district, he had completely transformed his appearance. Clad in an Armani suit, adorned with a Vacheron Constantine Loft 000R, and driving a Lamborghini Veneno, he finally resembled the wealthy elite. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Yi Yang felt quite pleased with his attire. A person is often judged by their clothing. Now clad in noble attire, combined with his mastery of martial arts exuding an aura of sophistication, the already handsome and sunny Yi Yang became exceedingly dazzling. Merely standing by the street attracted countless admiring glances from beautiful women. The women frequenting the luxury goods district possessed discerning tastes. Yet even they found themselves blushing and their hearts racing upon seeing the radiant Yi Yang. However, upon witnessing his striking ensemble, they felt utterly overshadowed. This kind of super-rich individual was not someone ordinary beauties dared to approach. At the very least, they were all quite confident in their own looks and circumstances. A new message? Yi Yang opened WeChat to find a new message from Lin Shuer. Where are you, brother Yi? Are you free tonight? I promised to treat you to dinner, you mischievous darling. Yi Yang shook his head. Last night, seeing her astonished by his generous tips, he had jokingly suggested that she treat him to dinner today as a way to repay him. He never expected the little girl to take him seriously. I'll come pick you up. You just need to choose a nice place to eat, Yi Yang replied. Okay, I'll be waiting for you downstairs at my place. Hee, mischievous. Putting away his phone, Yi Yang opened the car door, ready to pick up Lin Shuer. Hey, you're so handsome. Can I add you on WeChat? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, turning his head, his eyes sparkling. The Devil No. 6 was teeming with fashionable beauties, yet a girl clad in exquisite hanfu, with a delicate oval face, stood out brilliantly. Is it all right? The girl, around 19, sparkled with anticipation in her big, innocent eyes. Naturally, Yi Yang would not miss the opportunity to connect with such a pure and charming girl. With a gentle smile, he exchanged WeChat contacts before driving off in the Lamborghini Veneno. So handsome. Even long after Yi Yang had departed, Ling Shursher's infatuated smile lingered. Now, which of her friends in the circle would dare mock her for not finding a partner at the comic convention? If she could manage to charm that handsome guy, she would surely dazzle everyone. Hiya. In front of the Fuhua community, Lin Shuer had also taken great care to prepare herself. Her cherry-red lips understated, yet enhancing her exquisite features to an irresistible allure. The milky white, delicate, knee-length chiffon skirt swayed gently in the summer evening breeze, creating a back view that seemed almost otherworldly. Passers-by were so entranced by Lin Shuer that some even crashed their electric bikes into lampposts. So beautiful. It felt as though even the stars on television paled in comparison to her. Alas, she was evidently taken, waiting for someone, no doubt. Who could possibly have such a lovely flower in their possession? Certainly not this fellow. People were buzzing with chatter. Lin Shuer was accustomed to such discussions. Whenever she dressed meticulously, she was inevitably the center of attention. However, at that moment, she paid little heed to the surrounding remarks. Her focus instead on her brown leather high-heeled sandals, anxiously glancing around, until a sleek black silhouette caught her eye. The tension and anxiety gradually dissipated from her demeanor. With a click, the car door opened automatically. Sorry to keep you waiting. Inside the car, Yi Yang waved his hand with a smile. Come on in. Lin Shuer nodded repeatedly as she entered the Lamborghini Veneno. Have you decided where to eat? Yi Yang inquired. I spent a long time searching last night. The highest-rated Michelin 3-star restaurant in Magic City is none other than the Purple Light Pavilion. A single meal can cost tens of thousands, but it still pales in comparison to what you spent last night. Lin Shuer stuck out her tongue, laughing a bit shyly. She genuinely couldn't find a more expensive restaurant. The Purple Light Pavilion? Yi Yong nodded slightly. High-end restaurants usually require advance reservations. He dialed the official phone number. Hello, sir. This is the Purple Light Pavilion consultation desk. A sweet voice answered on the other end. Hello, I would like to make a reservation for dinner at the Purple Light Pavilion tonight. Lin Schwetter stated. Apologies, but the Purple Light Pavilion only accommodates 10 guests per day. We are currently fully booked for today, and any new reservations will be scheduled for 10 days later. Regardless of your status, you will need to wait 10 days to dine with us. Yi Yong frowned. With his keen hearing, he could discern everything. Although the waitress seemed polite, there was an underlying tone of pride that made him uncomfortable. A small restaurant, acting so pretentiously? Observing Lin Schwetter's troubled expression, he handed the phone to her. Have your boss take the call. Otherwise, he will miss the opportunity to create $1 million feast. Yi Yong said firmly. $1 million. The waitress stammered, clearly taken aback. The so-called rules of the Purple Light Pavilion were merely a guise for hunger marketing. A meal costing tens of thousands, even with a limit of 10 guests a day, wouldn't attract too many patrons. Their monthly profit would barely reach a few million. Moreover, judging by the man's tone, dining for $1 million seemed as casual as breathing. She realized that this was a true heavyweight and, fearing delay, promptly transferred the call to Paul Parrot, who was personally preparing meals in the kitchen. Paul, a French national, is renowned as one of the world's top 7-star chefs. He established the Purple Light Pavilion in Magic City to fulfill his ideals and vision. He only serves 10 guests per day, personally crafting each dish for them. Did I not mention that unless absolutely necessary, I must not be disturbed during my sacred cooking time? Paul frowned, displeased at the interruption, despite his annoyance. After listening to the operator's explanation, he reluctantly answered the call. Sir, if you wish to belittle my dream with money, you have come to the wrong person. Paul declared resolutely. Even if I were to close today, I would never compromise the principles of this establishment. I possess both professional integrity and principles. Rules are rules. Oh, is that so? A faint smile curled at the corner of Yi Yang's lips. Then, from this moment forth, I shall be the proprietor of Ziguang Pavilion, and the establishment's regulations will henceforth be altered to accommodate 12 patrons daily. What utter nonsense are you spouting? Does wealth make one superior? Paul furrowed his brow, eager to continue articulating his aspirations. However, Yi Yang's subsequent words rendered him speechless. 300 million. Excuse me, sir, what did you just say? Paul was taken aback. 300 million to purchase your Ziguang Pavilion. If that is insufficient, I shall extend it to 1 billion. Yi Yong maintained a serene smile. After all, the more he spends, the greater the rewards. He was curious to see whether Paul's pride would withstand the test against $1 billion. Chapter 21. Initially, I had intended to refuse. Yet, alas, the offer was simply too generous. Sir, are you jesting? Paul rubbed his balding head, utterly bewildered. His Ziguang Pavilion property had been purchased for 100 million, and with renovations and external value, it was appraised at merely 150 million. And yet, an opening bid of 300 million, a price double the appraisal for Ziguang Pavilion. He hadn't even countered before the other party escalated the offer to 1 billion. He scratched his head, utterly hesitant. Yi Yong, in turn, remained composed, patiently awaiting Paul's response. Gulp. As time wore on, the figure of 1 billion resonated like a hammer, incessantly pounding at Paul's psyche. Never mind. If you do not wish to sell, I shall not compel you. Yi Yong remarked nonchalantly. No, I was merely stunned. Of course I will sell, Paul exclaimed, his earlier air of aloofness evaporating, now addressing Yi Yong as boss with exuberance. Boss Yi, please, you dine here at your own establishment. I shall do everything in my power to prepare the finest for you. Boss, would you prefer your foie gras air-freighted from France or sourced from the preserved region of Xiang'ai? Enough, you decide what to eat, and I shall simply enjoy the meal. Yi Yong waved his hand dismissively, somewhat irritated by Paul's excessive enthusiasm. A mere 1 billion had transformed a once proud chef into a sycophant. The allure of wealth is indeed a marvel. Beside them, Lin Schwetter chuckled helplessly. I had planned to treat Brother Yi. Yet it seems he has ended up spending on me instead. Haha, no matter. I merely acquired this restaurant for its investment potential. Yi Yong replied casually. Ziguang Pavilion, with a little financial investment to enhance its reputation and marketing, could easily double its valuation within a year. Paul had failed to recognize the consumption capacity of the Magic City, which is why he struggled so. Ding. Detection confirms your expenditure of 1 billion to purchase Ziguang Pavilion Restaurant. Reward, mastery of musical instruments. Oh, Yi Yong was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated a share in the company, yet it turned out to be a talent. However, he now owned the Empire State Building and the headquarters of Vacheron Constantine, with assets in the billions, rendering monetary concerns trivial. Skills such as mastery of traditional Chinese martial arts or supreme proficiency in musical instruments were the true treasures that piqued his interest. Such exquisite abilities are unattainable by any amount of money. All right, let us go. The meal is still on you. Yi Yang smiled, aiming to fulfill Lin Shuer's desire to treat him. Lin Shuer stuck out her tongue, amused by Yi Yang's earnest demeanor, eliciting a soft laugh from her. In a fleeting moment, she stirred something within Yi Yang. By the way, why didn't you go live today? Yi Yang inquired, puzzled. Dining with brother Yi is a time exclusively for the two of us. Shuer doesn't want anything else to disturb our moment. Silly girl. Yi Yang chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Lin Shuer's smooth forehead. You are the one being silly. Lin Shuer did not shy away from his affectionate gesture. Instead, she leaned closer to his palm, her face aglow with joy. With a swift acceleration, the Lamborghini transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaving a throng of passers-by wistfully gazing at Lin Shuer's retreating figure, shaking their heads in sighs. Indeed, the most exquisite beauties are the favored guests of the wealthy. The Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar worth 70 to 80 million. Haha, naturally, flowers belong in crystal vases. Why would they be placed atop something as unrefined as cow dung? You weren't saying that just a moment ago. In the Magic City, on Binhai Road, after parking the Lamborghini in the exclusive lot of Ziguang Pavilion, Yi Yang and Lin Shuer approached the entrance. Hey, you're late. At the door, a portly man in a suit adorned with gold teeth, accompanied by a sultry lady in black stockings, spoke with a sardonic tone. Oh, Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. The gold-toothed man leered at Lin Shuer, grinning. Ziguang Pavilion serves only 10 waves of guests per day, and we are the 10th wave. You cannot enter. However, if this lovely lady wishes to experience it, I could escort her inside. As for you, sir, it would be best if you returned once you came. The gold-toothed man clearly had his sights set on Lin Shuer, attempting to invite her to dine while dismissing Yi Yang. This brazen attempt at undermining was a first for Yi Yang. No need. Lin Shuer, evidently unimpressed with the gold-toothed man, frowned and responded coldly. Humph, utterly unappreciative. The gold-toothed man scoffed, just as the grand classical doors of Ziguang Pavilion began to open slowly. Dozens of attendants emerged, lined up respectfully. Wow, truly befitting a lavish feast, such grandeur. Ha ha ha, you needn't roll out the red carpet for me. Wait, what are you doing? The gold-toothed man had assumed this elaborate display was intended for him. Just as he was about to bask in the attention of dozens of attendants, he found himself pushed aside, relegated to the sidelines. Darling, what is going on here? Wasn't it promised that we would enjoy a noble experience? The sultry woman beside him immediately protested, her voice dripping with discontent. The gold-toothed man, Chu Xiaoquan, was also ready to express his displeasure. Yet amidst the line of attendants, Paul, accompanied by his assistant Lilith, stepped forth. Hiss, it's the head chef. Chu Xiaoquan recognized Paul, having secretly studied much about Ziguang Pavilion to impress his girlfriend. The proud French chef emerging personally to greet someone surely indicated a significant figure. The gold-toothed man's desire to lash out quickly dissipated. Though he appeared well-dressed, he lacked substantial wealth. His girlfriend had pestered him for a month to dine at Ziguang Pavilion, and he had reluctantly spent 20,000 to maintain an air of sophistication, hoping to win her over that evening. Just as he speculated about the identity of this important figure, he saw the young man he had attempted to sideline, walking in with his dream girl. What the hell? Who does he think he is? This is hilarious. They're all just putting on a facade, and soon enough, they might find themselves ousted. He scoffed coldly, yet his words remained unfinished. Paul and Lilith stood respectfully before Yi Yang and Lin Shuer. In the next moment, dozens of attendants, along with Paul and Lilith, bowed deeply in unison and exclaimed, "We welcome Boss Yi." At that instant, the chubby man with golden teeth was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 22, A $1 Million Feast. Boss. The golden-toothed man was completely taken aback. A place as upscale as the Purple Light Pavilion was utterly beyond his reach, a mere pretender who sought to flaunt his status. Even the owner of the Purple Light Pavilion addressed him as Boss Yi. What must Yi Yang's status be? How could he have so audaciously attempted to undermine such an entity? I must be out of my mind. He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Had it not been for the alluring goddess by his side, who had reluctantly agreed to accompany him to dinner after months of flattery, he would have knelt before Yi Yang to apologize without a second thought. After all, in the Magic City, offending a powerful figure could spell the end of one's future with a mere word. Yi Yang nodded slightly. What was his current status? If he were to be provoked by such a petty individual, it would indeed be beneath his dignity. Phew. Seeing that Yi Yang had entirely disregarded him, the golden-toothed man, Chu Xiaoquan, finally exhaled in relief and prepared to leave with the goddess. Who would dare to dine after offending such a big shot? One ill word, and he might find himself unable to leave at all. What are you doing? The enchanting woman, already feeling envious, was further incensed to see Chu Xiaoquan, who had been so brash moments ago, now cowering like a dog. Are you even a man? Regardless of whether you go in or not. I am definitely going in today. She rolled her eyes. The owner of the Purple Light Pavilion was a significant figure, and he was so dashing and charming. She had to think of a way to approach him. As for the man beside her, he was merely a sycophant, someone who had only earned her company after months of flattery. Well then, Chu Xiaoquan sighed with a bitter smile and cautiously followed the woman into the Purple Light Pavilion. Trailing behind Yang, inside the lavish hall of the Purple Light Pavilion, the decor exuded opulence. The design was reminiscent of classical French aristocracy. The most striking feature was an ancient yet elegant piano, bathed in sunlight, seemingly the focal point of the entire room. Behind the piano lay a salvaged ship from the Renaissance era, worth a fortune. The surrounding walls were composed entirely of photon screens, creating an ambience that mimicked nature with a kaleidoscope of lights, making one feel utterly at ease. The splendor of this environment was truly unparalleled. Although Lin Shuer had experienced some luxurious restaurants, they paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Purple Light Pavilion. Please, have a seat. Paul and Lilith warmly invited Yi Yang to the head of the table. Sit down. Yi Yang and Lin Shuer took their seats. Dining at the Purple Light Pavilion meant each table had its own dedicated attendant, and for Yi Yang's table, it was none other than Lilith, the former deputy manager, who would serve as his personal assistant. Lilith was the epitome of a French beauty, tall and statuesque, with sparkling azure eyes and golden locks cascading like a waterfall, captivating anyone who laid eyes upon her. Wow, the deputy manager Lilith is personally serving him. Who on earth is this young man? Gulp. The deputy manager is so stunning. I could only dream of having her serve me a meal. The patrons at nearby tables gazed enviously at Lilith as she flitted around Yi Yang, her alluring figure drawing their admiration. Humph. Lin Shuer watched Lilith's attentiveness with a flicker of jealousy in her eyes, yet in such a high-end setting. She felt it inappropriate to voice her feelings. Delightful. Yi Yang did not place an order. Each dish had been meticulously prepared by Paul, showcasing his culinary mastery. This is an aperitif, a rare Italian Signer vintage that Paul has treasured for over a decade. Even he is reluctant to indulge in it. Lilith poured the exquisite Signer bitters for Yi Yang and Lin Shuer, adding blue ice cubes. Yi Yang nodded slightly, as a high-end aperitif. The Signer vintage was quite expensive, and considering it was a part of Paul's collection, this small glass alone was worth no less than 100,000 Chinese yuan. Not bad, though it lacks some of the delicate aftertaste compared to Romanicani, Yi Yang remarked casually. Lilith chuckled softly. After all, Romanicani was known as the emperor of red wine, and if all wines were to be compared to it, many would likely go out of business. The purpose of an aperitif is to awaken your taste buds, allowing you to better appreciate the intricate flavors of the dishes to follow. As they conversed, dish after dish was brought to the table, starting with a pre-meal appetizer. Lilith introduced, "This is the Golden Phoenix Cupcake, adorned with gold leaf and gold dust, crafted from the finest chocolate in the world." Wow, even the Golden Phoenix is here. This guy is truly extravagant. A tiny piece that can be devoured in 2 bites costs over 100,000 Chinese yuan. I've encountered a genuine tycoon today. The average expenditure at the Purple Light Pavilion was over 10,000. However, that would only afford the most ordinary dishes on the menu. The Golden Phoenix Cupcake, being a rare delicacy, was certainly not included. The flavor is exquisite. Yi Yang's eyes lit up with delight. The texture of the cupcake was truly a rarity in the realm of gastronomy. Following that were delicacies such as fresh French foie gras, white truffle bread, caviar omelette, golden caviar, Kobe beef with truffle sauce, and crystal king crab. Over 10 top-tier dishes, each priced in the tens of thousands of Chinese yuan. The onlookers were left astonished. They had thought that dining at the Purple Light Pavilion was already a step into high society, but witnessing Yi Yang's superlative feast, they could only curse inwardly. What is this rubbish? This meal, including the few bottles of red wine opened, must be nearing 1 million, right? Damn, 1 million for a meal. Today has been an eye-opener. I had thought that dining here placed me in the upper echelons of society, but perhaps I should just consider reincarnating instead. The patrons at several nearby tables were utterly amazed. Most had come to flaunt their status in front of their girlfriends, but tonight, in the shadow of Yi Yang's million-dollar feast, their ambitions had clearly been obliterated. Their girlfriends gazed at the dashing Yi Yang beside the candlelight, their minds already weaving countless romantic scenarios with him, envisioning even the minute details. Seeing their girlfriends so captivated, the men felt a wave of jealousy wash over them. Ahem. They fidgeted uncomfortably, preparing to take their girlfriends and leave. Leaving now would only cost them a few thousand yuan for the meal, but if they lingered too long, they might find themselves losing their girlfriends as well. Though there were over a dozen dishes, French cuisine is known for its petite portions. and it was only after finishing everything that Yi Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. However, dining alone felt somewhat dull. Having indulged in a sumptuous meal, Yi Yang stood up, his gaze drifting towards the classical piano nearby. Such a serene and elegant moment. It would indeed be a pity to forego some music. Chapter 23. A young piano maestro? Brother, you can play the piano too? Lin Shuer's eyes brightened in surprise. Yi Yang waved his hand and took a seat before the grand piano. This classical instrument, rumored to be an heirloom from a century ago, was preserved impeccably, carrying immense historical value. It had cost several million to acquire. Recently rewarded for his mastery of musical instruments, Yi Yang had reached the pinnacle of human capability. What does it mean to reach such heights? His proficiency in playing surpassed that of all past and present masters, luminaries, and even the founders of renowned schools of music. As his fingers rested upon the keys, a myriad of knowledge and exquisite sensations flooded his mind. Could this affluent and handsome gentleman also play the piano? Surely not. That would be too perfect. Rich people often dabble in such things. Do you truly believe he can play at an exceptional level? I am a professional music theory teacher, ready to witness his inevitable blunder. One of the teachers in attendance, already irked by his girlfriend's admiring gaze towards Yi Yang, couldn't contain his scorn and sarcastically remarked, "Indeed," echoed the sentiments of the surrounding patrons, all casting looks of hope towards the music theory teacher. Yi Yang was simply too radiant tonight. Should he falter, it was feared that none of the girlfriends present would escape unscathed, and they might return home to find themselves unceremoniously discarded. After all, some women never assess their own worth upon encountering a man of superior caliber. They deemed their current partners utterly unworthy. Yi Yang, unrestrained, allowed his fingers to dance across the piano keys like nimble birds, producing a gentle melody. It was inconceivable. The music theory teacher, having listened for barely 10 seconds, was so astounded that he stood up from his chair in disbelief. "What is the matter?" "It sounds quite delightful," his girlfriend inquired, puzzled. Delightful was an understatement. The teacher closed his eyes, savoring the moment. The precision of the scales, the exquisite control of emotions, and the dexterity of his technique. This was a master, no, a superlative virtuoso of music theory. He found himself at a loss for words to express his astonishment. "This is my Prince Charming, my true love." Some of the women present had already succumbed to infatuation, their eyes openly revealing their thoughts. Compared to this young man, their own boyfriends appeared utterly mediocre. How stunning he was. Bathed in a halo of light, Yi Yang sat amidst the sunshine, his fingers moving fluidly, conjuring perfect melodies. The enchanting tunes seemed to possess a unique magic, allowing listeners to immerse themselves in the emotional landscape of the composition. With Yi Yang's performance, one could almost tangibly experience the imagery conveyed by the music. In its tender moments, it felt like a gentle breeze caressing the face. In its explosive segments, it resembled a tempest. Everyone, including the jealous male diners, found themselves unwittingly entranced by the piano's sound. This was Yi Yang's favorite piece, Maxim's renowned work, Croatian Rhapsody, celebrated as one of the most challenging piano compositions in existence. He had long hoped to one day master this piece. Little did he expect to realize that dream today. Such speed, such precision. To label him a master seemed a gross understatement. He was a maestro of this era. The very teacher who had intended to critique Yi Yang was now slumped helplessly in his chair, utterly unqualified to find fault. In the presence of Yi Yang, his own piano skills were akin to those of a mere novice. Absolutely magnificent. The women in attendance were completely smitten. Handsome, wealthy, and a piano prodigy. How could such a perfect individual exist? They glanced at their partners, who, when requesting a lavish meal, had to beg for ages. They were truly inadequate. Sun Xiaoting, increasingly agitated, discreetly stepped on Chu Xiaoquan's foot with her high heel, causing him to wince in pain. "What's wrong, Xiaoting?" Chu Xiaoquan asked, bewildered as he clutched his foot. He had initially been unnerved by Yi Yang's presence, but the sight of his goddess gazing at Yi Yang only deepened his despair. He felt utterly voiceless. "Look at him. Now look at you. I refuse to dine out with you again. I want a boyfriend like Yi Yang. You, a worthless fool, are not worthy of my company." With that, she resumed her starry-eyed admiration of Yi Yang. "You." Chu Xiaoquan seethed with indignation, harboring resentment towards Yi Yang. How could the goddess be in the wrong? Clearly, it was Yi Yang who disrupted their relationship. If not for the emergence of such a flawless man, his goddess would never have strayed. Ultimately, he was but a sycophant, his thinking too shallow to grasp the situation. As the last resounding note echoed, the exhilarating performance came to an abrupt halt, leaving a lingering reverberation that beckoned for more. Clap, clap, clap. The very teacher who had sought to deride Yi Yang was now his most fervent admirer, applauding with more enthusiasm than the gold diggers around him. Yi Yang, with a gentle smile, rose and returned to his seat. Wow, Brother Yi, you clearly possess more than just a passing acquaintance with music. I recognize that piece. To play it so exquisitely, you must be at least a master. Lin Shuer gazed at Yi Yang, her eyes brimming with admiration. Haha, it was nothing much. Just a bit of practice here and there, Yi Yang replied nonchalantly. Beside him, Lilith found herself at a loss for words. As a Frenchwoman, she was particularly susceptible to romance, and Yi Yang's exceptional piano skills had thoroughly captivated her heart. It's about time, let us call it a night, Yi Yang said with a smile, casting a glance at Lilith. Lilith promptly understood. Miss Lin, your total bill comes to 888 Huaxia coins. Will that be by card or cash? 100,000? Very well. At this moment, the effects of the wine were taking hold, and Lin Shuer's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach, utterly alluring. After Lilith processed the payment, she watched as Yi Yang supported Lin Shuer towards the Lamborghini, envious of the scene before her. This meal, which could have cost a fortune, was, under Yi Yang's direction, not to be borne by Lin Shuer. After all, he was the owner of Ziguang Pavilion, destined to return. Opportunities would surely arise. Lilith bit her lip, silently resolving to take action. Phew, Yi finally left. The male patrons collectively sighed in relief. They had feared that Yi Yang's prolonged presence might lead their girlfriends to abandon them right then and there. I'll drive you back to the Fuhua community, Yi Yang offered with a smile. No, it's just me at home, dark and cold. At this point, the wine had fully set in, and Lin Shuer leaned against Yi Yang's chest, her face radiant. Tonight, I only want to be with Brother Yi. Chapter 24, Maihan Pavilion does not accept takeout. In the villa at Yunding Mountain No. 1, Yi Yang assisted the slightly disoriented Lin Shuer into the living room. Am I heavy? Lin Shuer asked, wrapping her arms around Yi Yang's neck and reclining on the sofa, her face flushed. Not at all, Yi Yang replied, unfazed. With his mastery of martial arts, he could easily manage her weight of around 100 pounds without noticing. You're drunk. Let me help you find a bedroom to rest, he suggested. The villa was vast, boasting 6 or 7 bedrooms of various sizes. In addition to the butler's quarters and the maid's room downstairs, there are a total of 9 bedrooms. However, he has yet to find the butler and maid. I'm not drunk, Lin Shuer pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. I can still drink. Despite her protest, her cheeks were flushed. Yi Yang found himself with Lin Shuer's arms pinning his face before her, their eyes mere 3 centimeters apart. He could distinctly sense the intoxicating aroma of wine mingled with her delicate fragrance wafting toward him. If you continue like this, I cannot guarantee your safety, he warned. Captivated by her enchanting visage, the proximity was almost overwhelming, allowing him to feel her warmth and softness. As a normal man, he naturally had the expected reactions, which were only amplified after his physical enhancement. I'm not drunk. I remember that dinner was because Brother Yi didn't want me to spend too much, Shuer declared, her affection for him evident. I've liked you for a long time, Brother Yi. Now that I've encountered you again, I don't want to miss this chance. She gazed at him earnestly, her voice soft. Brother Yi, come here. All right. Yi Yang relaxed and embraced the moment. After some time, Lin Shuer succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Yi Yang scratched his head, aware of his remarkable vitality post-enhancement, yet surprised by how robust he felt. Even after a busy night, there was no sense of fatigue. He gently pinched Lin Shuer's smooth cheek as he too drifted into sleep, satisfied. The following morning, upon awakening, Yi Yang opened his phone and found a plethora of messages. Instinctively, he clicked on a message from his sister, Yi Xiaozi. Your red envelope has been received. Wow. Big brother. You've struck it rich. 5,000 just like that. Did you win the lottery? She exclaimed, bewildered. Yi Yang smirked and typed back. Indeed, I won the lottery. Impressive, isn't it? If it's not enough, just let me know. Before he could send the message, another notification arrived. Wow. Did you buy me a new laptop, big brother? I checked online, and this laptop costs over 50,000. Oh my goodness. This happiness came so unexpectedly. Yi Yang chuckled, recalling how his sister had been using her old laptop for 5 or 6 years and had often mentioned wanting a new one. It seemed the courier from Jingxi was remarkably swift, delivering it in just 1 day. In a couple of days, it's Sister's Day. Don't forget to pick me up from school for a day of fun, she messaged, a mischievous grin evident in her words. What on earth is Sister's Day? Yi Yang mused. You don't know about Sister's Day? You must be out of touch. It's a day I declared for myself, because I miss you, she concluded, insisting they meet in 2 days. Yi Yang shook his head, amused by her whimsical nature. Yi Xiaozi excelled academically, prompting their parents to invest significantly in her education at a prestigious high school in the metropolis. Although their parents were ordinary people, they placed great importance on education. Among the students at this elite institution, one would either come from a powerful background or excel academically. Consequently, Yi Xiaozi rarely had the opportunity to venture outside the school. It had indeed been a while since they last met, and Yi Yang resolved to take her out for a weekend outing. He glanced back at the still sleeping Lin Shui, realizing that after their late-night escapades, she would likely remain in slumber until noon, and even upon waking, she would probably be too weak to rise from bed. It seemed he ought to procure some nourishing food for her. Since they had dined on Western cuisine the previous night, he decided to order Chinese food for lunch. The culinary arts of China are vast and profound. A simple dish of boiled cabbage at a state banquet is incomparable in price to any dish from last night's meal. No matter how expensive Western cuisine may be, it has its limits, whereas the cost of Chinese cuisine can be priceless. Despite being rarely recognized by Michelin due to the nature of its culinary system, Chinese cuisine reigns as the true king of the gastronomic world. The finest Chinese restaurant in the metropolis is likely Hangzhou, if it were to be rated. A Michelin 5-star would not be unwarranted for a restaurant specializing in the highest-end Chinese cuisine. Hello? Is this Hangzhou? I'd like to place an order for lunch delivery, Yi Yang stated casually. I'm sorry, sir, but we are a high-end dining establishment and do not accept delivery orders, the receptionist replied, her lips twitching in embarrassment at his casual tone. What kind of place is Hangzhou? A single dish can cost thousands, if not tens of thousands. Delivery? Those two words simply do not align with Hangzhou. Oh, are you certain? Yi Yang chuckled coldly. I intend to place an order for at least 1 million worth of food. If you refuse to deliver, I suppose I'll have to choose another establishment. Wait, what did you say? The receptionist was utterly flabbergasted. A meal worth 1 million? While Hangzhou is indeed upscale, that high-end status does not extend to her as a mere receptionist. If she mishandled such a substantial order, her job could be at stake. Thus, she hastily sought out the restaurant's general manager. Hello? Mr. Yi, how may I assist you? Please share your requests. That previous person was just a temporary worker and was uninformed, the manager greeted, eager to accommodate. I would like to order your finest dishes, approximately valued at 1 million. Please have it delivered before noon, Yi Yang stated nonchalantly. Certainly, sir. May I have your address? The manager inquired, attempting to gauge the situation. Yunding number 1 villa. I trust that is sufficient, Yi Yang said before hanging up. On the other end, the manager was left in shock, trembling as he placed the phone down. Yunding no. 1 villa, priced at over 1 billion. Owning that villa signifies not merely wealth, but also the utmost power and influence. Realizing this, he wasted no time notifying the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Just as he hung up, the doorbell of the villa rang. Yi Yang glanced at the electronic screen and saw it was Yumomo along with several suited staff members. He raised an eyebrow and activated the smart voice control to open the villa's grand entrance. Boss Yi, the clothing and purchased items you ordered have arrived, Yumomo announced, still clad in her stunning professional attire, resembling the most attentive of housekeepers. Chapter 25. Maid or housekeeper? Master, do you think I'm suitable? Yumomo gazed at Yi Yang with fiery eyes. She had anticipated his affluent status. Yet she was astonished that he had acquired so many luxury items in just one day. The total must amount to over 100 million. Such a dashing and perfect young tycoon. He is more than a prince charming. He is nothing short of a celestial being. Ah, just place these in my dressing room. Yi Yang replied nonchalantly. Understood. I will take care of it, Yumomo said, leading the staff to the dressing room. The villa boasts 3 dressing rooms. One in the master bedroom, another adjacent to the main bathroom, and the third underground for collectibles. Even the smallest dressing room, the master bedroom's private one, spans over 100 square meters, making one feel as if they have entered a luxury boutique. Yumomo guided the staff into the family dressing room next to the bathroom, an expansive space of 300 square meters. After a bath, one could meander through it, freely mixing and matching, an experience that was undoubtedly exhilarating, especially for a girl like Yumomo, gazing at the expansive walk-in closet that dwarfed even her own home. Yumomo felt her resolve intensify. After a flurry of activity, Yi Yang had indulged in extravagant shopping, accumulating over 100 million worth of apparel and luxury goods. Yet he had barely managed to fill even a modest family wardrobe. All right, you may leave now, Yumomo said with a smile. Sure, the staff, astounded and unable to shake off the awe, departed, having witnessed a closet of such grand proportions for the first time in their careers. I can't let you work for nothing. I just ordered takeout, which is likely more than enough for 2. Why not stay and have a bite? Yi Yang suggested with a grin. 2 people wouldn't be able to finish it. Yumomo's heart skipped a beat. However, she was eager for the chance to draw closer to the illustrious Yi Yang and couldn't bear to miss the opportunity. She nodded vigorously. Sounds great. Yi Yang was taken aback. He had only been polite, yet she was genuinely accepting. Nevertheless, he was indifferent, as the lavish meal costing over 1 million would indeed be too much for him and Lin Shui to consume. Yumomo refrained from inquiring about the identity of the other person, recognizing that she lacked the standing to ask and that the individual would reveal themselves in due time. By the way, I was considering hiring a few maids and a butler for the villa. Since you have experience in this area, could you recommend any suitable candidates? Yi Yang inquired with a casual smile. Maids and butlers. A faint blush crept onto Yu Mo's cheeks. Do wealthy individuals truly engage in such playful pursuits? Yi Yang rolled his eyes. He had explicitly mentioned maids and butlers. Do you think I am suitable for this? Yu Mo joked, albeit with a hint of nervousness as she looked at Yi Yang. You? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Mo is a 7-star certified butler with international qualifications. Quite reliable. I assure you, I won't disappoint you, master, she responded earnestly. Yi Yang smirked. He rather enjoyed the title of master. This woman was astute, and perhaps she could be considered for the position of the household butler. Look, this is the typical recruitment circle for domestic help in high society, he said, taking Yu Mo's phone. A domestic talent website? Quite an unassuming name, he remarked as he perused the application details. Each candidate was a stunning beauty, and the site required a barefaced photo. Even without makeup, they radiated breathtaking beauty. The tiers ranged from 3-star to 7-star, each denoted by gold, silver, or bronze badges representing their performance. Yi Yang chuckled. It seems you are indeed among the elite in this field. Yu Mo, flattered by the compliment from her idol, couldn't help but puff out her chest with pride. Indeed, quite impressive. Yi Yang nodded affirmatively. Yu Mo was the first beauty to welcome him into the luxurious villa, marking the beginning of his new life as a wealthy individual. His feelings towards her were distinct from those he held for others. Although all were 7-star domestic talents, Yi Yang naturally favored Yu Mo for the butler role. Thank you, master. Yu Mo replied obediently, feeling a sense of accomplishment as she addressed him in such a manner. Since you are to be a maid and butler, I must assemble a professional domestic team. Yi Yang mused, stroking his chin. Let us see. This one, and this one. After dinner, have them come in for interviews. You can help coordinate. The starting salary is 500,000, with 15 months pay annually. If they are willing, they can join. How much? Yu Mo was taken aback when she realized the candidates Yi Yang selected were all 7-star rated. She intended to remind him that the hiring costs were quite steep, only to be struck by the revelation of true opulence. Typically, a 7-star domestic talent would earn an annual salary ranging from 500,000 to $1 million. Yet Yi Yang was offering 500,000 a month, an astonishingly generous package. Let us finalize this, and as for your salary, let us start with $1 million a month. If you perform well, I'll consider a raise next year, Yi Yang said with a smile. Even Yu Mo, who had encountered many grand occasions, was left bewildered. $1 million a month, with 15 months pay, amounted to a staggering 15 million. Previously, her salary as a service manager in the villa district had barely reached 800,000. Is that too little? Yi Yang frowned, perplexed. I thought this was a fair offer. And no. Yu Mo sprang to her feet. Master, you are so generous to me. I will certainly do my utmost to manage your villa. That is good to hear. Yi Yang nodded with a smile. While Yu Mo's heart danced with joy, she had come to help Yi Yang organize, only to find herself drawing closer to her idol, even becoming his personal maid. Most importantly, the annual salary was in the millions. Master was simply too handsome. Beep beep. Outside the villa, a classic royal carriage came to a halt, adorned with the elegant inscription of Han Go. Oh, that was quick. I heard they don't deliver, Yi Yang remarked with a grin. This is far more professional than standard delivery. Is this takeout? Yu Mo felt her perceptions of reality being challenged. Since when had a high-end restaurant like Han Go begun offering delivery? Moreover, the scale of this operation seemed to suggest they had transported the entire restaurant. As she beheld the massive 7 or 8-meter-long food cart, Yu Mo was left in a state of delightful confusion. Chapter 26. To choose integrity or an 800,000 annual salary. Mr. Yi, due to the substantial size of your order, we at Han Go are taking this matter very seriously and have sent our team to prepare your meal on site. Here is our menu. Feel free to order at will. We are the top national banquet chefs from Han Go, here to craft a sumptuous feast for you. The esteemed chefs, who prided themselves on their worldly experience, were nonetheless astonished upon entering Yi Yang's luxurious villa in the mountains. The grandeur of the hall was nothing short of a dreamlike, ultramodern abode. Yi Yang glanced around and began selecting the most exquisite and visually appealing dishes. Dragon liver and phoenix eyes, boiled cabbage, golden dragon with pearls. Seafood Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel mandarin fish, 1,000 cooked dompa pork, golden rice, 300-year-old wild ginseng broth, and a diamond fruit platter. As the distinguished chefs hurriedly took notes and prepared ingredients, they were secretly awestruck. These dishes were not merely main courses. They were the most opulent items typically reserved for national banquets, each priced at tens of thousands or exceeding that. He ordered without a flicker of an eye. What about drinks? Yi Yang inquired, somewhat dissatisfied as he flipped through the menu. Are there no more impressive wines? The chefs exchanged hesitant glances. The menu had listed all of Han Ji's high-priced wines, yet there was one that had been omitted due to its exorbitant cost. It was the restaurant's prized possession, never listed because no one could afford it. Mr. Yi, there is indeed a wine not listed here, but the price. Several individuals hesitated to inquire. Oh, do tell. Yi Yang, intrigued, pondered what kind of wine could compel these esteemed chefs of the national banquet to withhold it from the menu due to its exorbitant price. Guozhong Funjiu, they revealed. A mere 20 bottles were produced from that batch, and all the nobles around the globe clamored for them. One bottle, after changing hands multiple times, was acquired by our Han Pavilion for a staggering 2,980,000, now treasured as our prized possession. As the conversation unfolded, the chefs fell silent. After all, although Yi Yang was known for his lavish spending, the price of that near-collectible wine, amounting to several million, certainly could not be viewed as a casual purchase for dining. Ah, then let it be that one. Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. For this wine aligned splendidly with his preferences, particularly as its price far exceeded that of Romani Conti. The national banquet chefs were taken aback. Mr. Yi, are you serious? As a treasured item, its price will be 300. Yi Yang furrowed his brow and waved dismissively. Are you discussing money with me? The chefs snapped back to reality. Indeed, with Yi Yang residing in a property valued at over $1 billion, what was a few million to sample a rare vintage? Such is the mindset of the affluent. Spending millions on a bottle of wine, while their home costs less than $3 million. The chefs exchanged wry smiles, but promptly contacted Han Pavilion to expedite the delivery of Guozhong Funjiu. Given that it was a spirit, one bottle would suffice. Amidst their fervent preparations in the opulent kitchen of Yi Yang's villa, the chefs were radiant with excitement. The kitchenware in the Yunding Mountain Villa was of the highest international caliber, luxuriously extravagant. A single set of utensils could be worth millions. To be a chef, is it not a lifelong dream to prepare a meal in such a fantastical, lavish kitchen? As the chefs worked diligently, Yi Yang leisurely turned on the television in the living room and began to connect with talented domestic aides on the talent website. Guan Ruoyu? Yi Yang chuckled. A pleasing name, let us have her. Please call her. Yumomo, unhesitating, understood this was also a test from Yi Yang. As the chief steward, one must be pragmatic and possess acumen, devoid of envy toward the capable. Hello? The call connected, and a voice laced with politeness yet tinged with a hint of aloofness emerged. Guan Ruoyu was a top-ranked Wharton MBA graduate, standing 172 meters tall, with an exquisite appearance. Naturally, she was regarded as a goddess by countless admirers. Her temperament bore an intrinsic pride. This is Yunding Mountain Villa, and I am the steward here, formally extending an invitation for employment through the talent network. Oh, are you seeking me for financial management? What is the salary? Is there potential for growth? What is the character of the employer? I will not accept if he is a base individual. By the way, I require a private office for financial management with dedicated staff, considering my assets. I interjected. Yumomo frowned. We merely wish to hire a maid. What? The incredulous voice on the other end responded. Please, have you read my profile? Wharton, you want me to be a maid? The offered salary was $50,000 a month, with an annual salary of $1,500,000. Yumomo narrowed her eyes, resembling a cunning fox. Silence enveloped the other end of the line, and Yi Yang faintly heard the sound of a cup shattering on the floor. After several moments, a meek inquiry came through. Is this salary for real? Indeed, if you find it acceptable, please come to Yunding Mountain Villa number 1 before 8 tonight to commence your trial period. All right. I will definitely be there on time. In a modest apartment somewhere in the Magic City, Guan Ruoyu stood frozen, staring at the shattered cup at her feet. Upon hearing the proposal to serve as a maid, she had questioned her life choices and nearly berated the caller for insanity. However, upon learning of the salary, her mental defenses crumbled. A degree in financial management sounds impressive. Yet, even with a full scholarship from Wharton, lacking a family background or connections, which gullible company would offer her, an inexperienced master's graduate, a salary exceeding $500,000 a year, having been back from her overseas studies for 6 months? Her lofty ambitions had left her empty-handed, confined to a small rental where she subsisted on instant noodles. $50,000 a month, translating to $750,000 a year. What if it was for being a maid? The harsh realities of the past 6 months had nearly obliterated her pride. Gazing at the broken cup, determination ignited within her eyes. Whatever it took, she would secure this position. Master, I'm coming. She quickly rose, meticulously preparing herself for tonight's interview. At Yunding Mountain Villa number 1, Yumomo hung up the phone. We've found 9 candidates, and unsurprisingly, they all accepted. She felt a twinge of sentimentality. Yi Yang's selections were all individuals of exceptional caliber, brimming with ambition. Yet, upon hearing the annual salary of $700,000 to $800,000, They rushed over like cats drawn to fishy scents. The allure of wealth is indeed delightful. Chapter 27. Ownership of the Lafite Winery. Centurion Black Gold Card. Yi go. Yi Yong turned and saw Lin Shuer descending the stairs, clad only in a silk homeware, her graceful curves subtly revealed. Memories of last night's tenderness and joy made Yi Yong lick his lips. Since there were no women's clothes in the villa, Lin Shuer wore Yi Yang's pajamas, which appeared rather oversized. The shoulder seams slipped down, revealing her delicate collarbone and smooth shoulders. Hiss! Upon seeing Lin Shuer, Yumomo's heart skipped a beat. She had always been supremely confident in her beauty. However, encountering Lin Shuer, she felt a rare sense of competition. The other's unparalleled purity, tinged with a hint of allure, made her feel somewhat inferior. In the upper echelons of society, amidst the clinking of glasses and the exchange of glances, an inherent maturity and nobility would naturally reveal themselves. This was not to say it was undesirable. Rather, when confronted with a perfect, pure goddess like Lin Shuer, one could not help but feel diminished. There was not a hint of artifice in the other's gaze. Alas, it seems I must content myself with being the master's maid and steward. Yumomo stuck out her tongue, still harboring a hint of reluctance. Regardless, she was determined to become Yi Yang's woman, not solely for the astonishing annual salary of 1,500,000, but also because Yi Yang was the only true perfect man capable of stirring her emotions after all these years. Awake, Yi Yang casually embraced Lin Shuer, who was nestled like a little white rabbit on the sofa, stroking her hair. I ordered takeout. We can finish lunch before I send you back. Okay. Lin Shuer nodded obediently. Her status did not yet permit her to stay here daily. Yet, she felt immensely satisfied, for she had fulfilled a long-held wish last night. With continued effort, she aimed to secure that position in the future. Yi Yang glanced at the pouting Yumomo beside him, evidently feeling a tinge of jealousy, and chuckled heartily as he made introductions. The camaraderie among women often arises in the most inexplicable ways. If their identities do not clash, they may become fast friends, bonded by their mutual admiration for the same man. This was something Yi Yang had observed from various fan clubs of young idols. He had been apprehensive about a potential clash between the two women, but instead, they quickly forged a connection reminiscent of long-lost friends, appreciating one another's company. Such is the peculiar nature of women's friendships. What takeout did Yi go order? Just as Yi Yang was at a loss for words, Lin Shuer curiously leaned in to inquire. You'll find out when the dishes arrive, he replied, glancing at the antique art clock on the wall, worth millions, estimating that the time was nearly upon them. The first dish of the state banquet, a simple yet elegant boiled cabbage, was finally ready. The master chefs, adhering to the standards of a state banquet, began to announce the dishes. Golden dragon twining pearl, Buddha jumps over the wall from the sea. And a succession of delectable dishes were served, each more enticing than the last. Chinese cuisine emphasizes a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and taste, engaging all five senses. The elegance of simplicity and the brilliance of craftsmanship were on full display. Yi Yang had only heard of these dishes before. Today, he was finally experiencing them firsthand. Let's sit down and enjoy. We've all been busy for quite some time, he suggested generously, waving his hand. These dishes were more than enough for the two young women and himself, and rather than waste the food, he thought it better to do a favor for the banquet chefs, harboring a little scheme in his heart. The chefs exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their discomfort. This meal likely cost more than several years of their salaries. Who would dare to sit down casually? However, under Yumomo's enthusiastic persuasion, the chefs finally took their seats. This meal was undoubtedly the most satisfying one Yi Yang had experienced since his newfound wealth. Although last night's Western cuisine had been luxurious and delicious, the portions had been far too small. A golden paper cake costing over 100,000 was devoured in a single bite, leaving him unsated despite spending over $1 million. Food truly shines in our China, Yi Yang remarked with a smile, casually uncorking a bottle of the priceless national treasure Finjio, worth over 3 million. Here's to everyone. 1 cup each. No. The banquet chefs were instantly terrified, standing up in alarm. Boss Yi, that cup of liquor is worth at least several tens of thousands. We cannot afford to enjoy it. If you were to be displeased and ask us to split the bill, we'd have to sell our cars to pay off our debts. Haha, rest assured, it's on me, Yi Yang said, shaking his head and chuckling at the chef's frightened demeanor. All right then. The chefs finally relaxed, sitting down with utmost respect, as if they were about to perform a sacred ritual. Yi Yang, amused by their reaction, downed his drink in one go. Indeed, this is exquisite liquor. Seeing Yi Yang's nonchalant consumption of the 3 million Finjio, the chefs exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if he was truly a lavish tycoon. Since we've had a drink, let me be frank. I don't have time to cook, and I need a few personal chefs. Would you consider taking on the role? The banquet chefs nearly choked on their drinks, astonished at the unexpected offer. Was it possible for rich people to be so generous? Oh, we were just waiting for your invitation. We'll offer a salary 10 times what you were previously earning. How does that sound? Yi Yong smiled. 10 times. Are you joking? We usually make 3 to 500,000 a year. 10 times would be 3 to 5 million. They were all taken aback. Even without the bottle of national treasure liquor, the prospect of such an astronomical salary was beyond their wildest dreams. Well, it's settled then. After we settle the bill, you can head back to report and perhaps buy some ingredients. Starting today, you will be my personal chefs, Yi Yong said casually. Absolutely, boss Yi. The chefs inwardly rejoiced at their fortune. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. Let us settle the bill, Yi Yong declared, producing his elite Dongfa Supreme Black card. Boss Yi, your total bill comes to 4,670,000. Shall we round it off for you? The chefs realized that Yi Yong was now their true boss, and they knew whom to please. No need, Yi Yong replied, eager to spend more money, hoping for a potential reward. The chefs, along with Yu Momo and Lin Shuer, were left in awe. This was the demeanor of a true tycoon. Spending 4 to 5 million on a meal was merely a trifle in his eyes. Ding! You have spent 980 yuan on an ordinary Chinese meal. Reward: ownership of the Bordeaux Lafite winery and an internationally recognized Centurion Black Gold card. Wow! A meal earned him an entire winery. Yi Yong reveled in the system's notification. Chapter 28, The Piano God. Lafite Winery? Yi Yong casually searched online and found that it was indeed the renowned estate famous for producing Lafite wine. Established in the 14th century, it remains a family vineyard for the Lafite nobility to this day. He was astonished that the system could secure such an impressive asset for him. The Lafite winery is the largest and highest valued winery in Europe, estimated at 6 billion euros. Although it paled in comparison to super rewards like the Imperial Financial Tower, it was still an exceptionally strong reward. However, it did not quite measure up to the Centurion Black Gold card. Yi Yong had not anticipated receiving such a prestigious card. It was a symbol of status, attainable only by high-ranking officials, billionaires, and individuals of exceptional influence. The Centurion Black Gold card is often referred to as the King of Cards. With a credit limit of 10 billion yuan in China and unlimited international credit, it represented an astonishing concept. If the Dongfa Black card signified his entry into the 100 million club, then the Centurion Black Gold card signified his entry into the billion-dollar club. After the banquet chefs departed, Yi Yong prepared to escort Lin Shuer home. As for the cleaning of the villa, that would be left to Yu Weiwei. Virum. The Lamborghini Veneno came to a swift stop at the entrance of the Fuhua community. After a brief farewell, Lin Shuer exited the vehicle. Yi Yong habitually checked his phone for new messages, only to be taken aback by an influx of notifications. Yi Yong, is that you in the video? Wow. Yi boss, you've gone viral on TikTok. Bro, you can play the piano? I never knew. Yi Yong was astonished as he clicked on the multitude of messages. The video depicted a familiar setting, the Ziguang Pavilion. In the footage, he sat before an antique piano, fingers gracefully dancing over the keys as he played the Croatian Rhapsody. His handsome visage and masterful performance in such a romantic setting had propelled him to internet stardom. He chuckled and shook his head. He had merely played a few notes on a whim yesterday, and now it had been recorded and posted online, inexplicably gaining immense popularity. The first opening video featured a captivating piano performance by himself. The acclaim had soared to 2 or 3 million likes, with comments numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Yi Yong, intrigued, opened the comments section. So handsome. Absolutely my type. I love him. My new husband has just been found. Haha. I have plenty of new material for my dreams tonight. I must marry him and bear him children. Not only did his vibrato captivate viewers, but his videos on various platforms such as Bilibili, Shigua, and Kuaishou also garnered significant attention. I never intended to become famous, Yi Yong shrugged, slightly bemused by the sudden surge in popularity. Upon returning to the villa, Yu Momo's eyes sparkled as she fixated on her phone screen. What has you so enthralled? Yi Yong glanced over to find it was indeed his piano video. So, you possess such talent. Yu Momo's excitement intensified. You've been crowned the new grassroots male idol of the internet. If you host a live stream and show your face, you could easily ascend to stardom. Perhaps even claim the title of the new national husband. Haha, let us not get carried away with the title of national husband. I fear it might prove exhausting. Yi Yong rolled his eyes. Yu Momo chuckled, her laughter revealing a rare glimpse of youthful charm. Suddenly, a chime echoed through the room. Yi Yong raised an eyebrow. Who could it be? He glanced at the screen to discover it was the applicants for the maid positions. Initially aloof and unwilling to come, the moment they learned of the 8 million annual salary, they rushed to the villa, eager and hurried, even taking the time to touch up their makeup. Now, that's dedication, Yi Yong mused, bemused. Outside, Guan Ruyu nervously clutched her arms, her mind racing with apprehension. What if the employer turned out to be a lecherous old pervert? Such a high salary could easily be a facade for unsavory intentions. What would she do then? Surrender to financial temptation, or, just as she wrestled with her thoughts, the door swung open. She inhaled deeply, resolving that, regardless, this was an opportunity for an 8 million annual salary. She had to seize it. Guan Ruyu and 9 other beautiful women stepped into the first villa. Welcome to Villa 1, I am the housekeeper, Yumomo. Yumomo rose, restoring her composed and elegant demeanor. Hello, my name is Guan Ruyu. She introduced herself repeatedly. I'm Chu Xuanchuan. Despite their impressive qualifications, the girls were taken aback by Yumomo's blend of maturity, beauty, and commanding presence, causing a wave of nervousness to wash over them. There's no need to be anxious. I'm merely here to serve the master, Yumomo reassured them, stepping aside to bow respectfully towards Yi Yang on the sofa. The mortifying address left the inexperienced girls blushing fiercely. However, upon seeing Yi Yang, who regarded them with a smile, their embarrassment deepened. Wasn't he the piano idol they had just seen online? Their expectations had prepared them for a grotesque, old wealthy man, yet the contrast was almost surreal. A tumult of emotions surged within the girls, particularly for Guan Ruyu, who had just expressed a desire to bear the piano idol's children in the comments. Internally, she screamed that even for an 8 million salary, she would gladly serve such a perfect man, wealthy, youthful, and talented at the piano. Please, don't feel constrained. Your responsibilities are merely to keep the house clean and manage the villa, Yi Yang explained, understanding their apprehensions. No, we are willing to do anything. They all chimed in unison, only realizing their eagerness after the words had escaped their lips, their faces akin to ripe apples. Yi Yang scratched his head, surprised by their reaction. If that's the case, let us first familiarize ourselves with the villa's layout with little u. The villa, valued at over 10 billion, naturally boasted impressive features. With 9 bedrooms alone, the sheer size of the villa was staggering. Moreover, the basement was of an entirely different magnitude. The entire Yunding Mountain had been transformed. It served as the villa's underground realm, which even housed a grand library. Before witnessing this magnificent library, Yi Yang could hardly envision such extravagance from a wealthy individual. Chapter 29, Jin Chung Law Firm, a university reunion? After becoming acquainted with the villa, the girls were utterly astonished. Anyone from the magical city knew of the grandeur of the Yunding Mountain Villa, with Villa 1 reigning supreme among them. But only by experiencing it firsthand could they appreciate its opulence. If there are no objections, we can proceed to sign the contract, Yumomo stated with efficiency, having prepared the documents within a day. Yes, we have no issues. The girls eagerly scanned the contract, their anticipation palpable. Yi Yang nodded slightly and dispensed their salaries. He was not concerned about the girls abandoning their posts. After all, breaking the contract would entail compensation, and selling such individuals would scarcely cover half of the penalty. Ding. The system detected that the host had paid the maid team an annual salary of 90 million Huaxia currency, rewarding him with 51 of Jincheng Law Firm. A law firm? Yi Yang's eyes gleamed. With his burgeoning assets, he would inevitably encounter legal matters in the future. Having a law firm at his disposal would spare him countless headaches. He had heard of Jincheng Law Firm, renowned across Huaxia, particularly in the magical city, where it firmly held the title of the premier law firm. With an impeccable record in both domestic and international disputes, it was dubbed the Guaranteed Victory Firm. Their extensive network spanned various societal sectors, effortlessly resolving any legal issues or disputes through connections. Such a firm could not be easily acquired through mere financial means. After all, a legal team that boasted guaranteed victories would demand tens of millions or even billions for handling high-stakes cases. They were certainly not lacking in funds. At this moment, Yi Yang marveled once more at the system's prowess. Almost simultaneously, in an office building somewhere in the magical city, Fang Han stared incredulously at his secretary. Are you certain? All the other major shareholders have sold their stocks to this Mr. Yi? Indeed, the secretary replied with a wry smile. According to the acquisition information, Mr. Yi now holds 51 of our company's shares. Fang Han was left in disbelief. Jincheng Law Firm was a veritable treasure trove, as long as one guarded it. They would never lack for wealth. The fact that shareholders were willing to part with their stock suggested that this Mr. Yi possessed an unassailable power behind him, coupled with a substantial financial investment. Can we find any information on him? Fang Han finally regained his composure and inquired. The information that can be obtained is exceedingly limited. It reveals only that the individual in question is the proprietor of the Empire Commerce Building in the Magic City and seemingly a holder of a Centurion Black Card. Moreover, he has recently invested in the Chateau Lafite winery in France and has become its actual controlling shareholder. Furthermore, he is the true owner of the Vacheron Constantine watch brand. Despite our law firm deploying all its resources, we have only managed to uncover this much. The secretary sighed with a wry smile, acutely aware of the formidable network possessed by the Jinsheng law firm, from the highest echelons of power to the bustling streets. There was scarcely a piece of information that could elude their grasp. Yet, the private details of this Mr. Yi remained impervious to inquiry. Gritting his teeth, Fong Han clenched his fists. It appears that this Mr. Yi undoubtedly holds a significant status. The Jinsheng law firm was founded by him, and today, he has managed to transfer ownership of this renowned super firm in China directly. The original owner remains entirely oblivious. This person is truly formidable. Fong Han rapped on the table, summoned Saichi and Ivy. The three of us, the principal partners, must pay a visit to this Mr. Yi. Very well. I shall make the arrangements immediately. The secretary, recognizing the gravity of the matter, hurriedly notified the remaining two principal partners to coordinate the schedule. That evening, Yi Yang found himself with some leisure time. With the establishment of a maid brigade, the villa finally buzzed with a semblance of lively domesticity. Previously, residing alone in such a large villa felt rather lonely. To alleviate his boredom, he would invite a few maids to engage in games of Ludo, punishing the losers with a drink. Alternatively, he would swim with the girls in the villa's rooftop infinity pool. One could say he was living in unparalleled comfort. The experiences of an ordinary person throughout their life might not even compare to the joy Yi Yang experienced in a single evening. The pleasures of wealth are truly delightful. What is the master doing? Come play. After acclimating to the new environment, the maids were thoroughly enjoying themselves. No matter how grand the Cloud Summit Villa was. With 10 of them working together, they could tidy up in no time. Once completed, they could frolic joyously with their charming and affluent master. There is no paradise more splendid than this. No, no. Yi Yang waved his hand dismissively, casually opening his phone. To his surprise, the university class group chat, dormant for a year, suddenly sprang to life. It's at 99 messages? What is happening? Yi Yang was taken aback. After graduation, the group had nearly gone silent, with no one speaking for a year and a half. Yet, tonight, it had unexpectedly ignited into fervor. Upon entering, he saw the announcement. Dear classmates, the internship period must be over by now, right? If you're free, let us gather in a couple of days. The announcement was made by the class monitor, Yu Qinggong. This message reignited the class group chat, prompting many classmates to reminisce and, in the course of conversation, transition to discussions about work. Don't mention it. That foolish manager keeps pushing us to work overtime, insisting that 996 is a blessing. I could care less about him. Not only do we get no overtime pay, but am I also expected to thank his ancestors for it? You're luckier than I am. At least you found a job. I'm still jobless. And it brings tears to my eyes just thinking about it. Old Su must be doing well, right? After all, he is a rich second generation. Who are you calling Old Su? Is that how you refer to him? He is already a senior executive in his father's company. And I'm currently working under Su Gu. I envy you. He truly is the epitome of a rich second generation. By the way, what about Mao Mao? She was the class beauty. I heard Su Gu and Kai Mao Mao are now a couple. A smirk crept across Yi Yang's lips. It is quite a coincidence. The Su Pengfei and Kai Mao Mao, whom the class lauded, happened to bump into him while he was purchasing a watch a few days ago. Their eyes nearly bulged out when they learned he was the actual controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantine. He still vividly recalls their comical expressions. Ahem. I think I'll pass on this gathering. Finally, Su Pengfei made his appearance. Come on, Su Gu, you're the most impressive person in our class now. If you don't attend, what meaning would the gathering hold? Yeah, I still haven't found a job. Maybe I should come work with you, Su Gu. Su Pengfei, buoyed by their flattery, chuckled. Haha, well said. Since you all are so complimentary, I shall definitely attend. By the way, what about Yi Yang? He was our class as heartthrob back in university. Didn't Kai Mao Mao have a crush on him? Wang Dalong, known for his audacity, bluntly remarked, causing the buoyant Su Pengfei to sink into silence. Chapter 30. Not much to boast about, just a lot of money? What do you mean by that, Wang Dalong? Why bring up that which is better left unsaid? Are you daring to expose Su Gu's sore spot? A sycophant working for Su Pengfei stepped forward to confront. What is wrong with speaking the truth? Wang Dalong, famously straightforward, retorted without a hint of weakness. Just as tensions escalated between the two sides, Yi Yang, remaining unperturbed, sent a message. Since everyone wishes to gather, it would indeed be best to do so. Yi Yang has responded. How is it going, Yi Gu? I heard you've joined a decent software company. Yi Yang's popularity was evidently high. After all, he was handsome, academically adept, and had a notable presence in class. However, aside from a few rare close friends like Zheng Xian, most male classmates secretly hoped to witness him stumble in the real world. Not to mention, Yi Laoda's accomplishments are beyond your imagination. Zheng Xian, seeing someone disparaging Yi Laoda, couldn't he help but speak up. Oh, isn't that Yi Yang's little lackey? What? Still following Yi around after graduation? Can't you be a bit more realistic? In the real world, money talks. That's the truth. Exactly. Many in the class echoed, their sentiments shaped by genuine experiences. Once they entered the workforce, they profoundly understood the meaning behind that statement. No matter how capable one was, they were merely working for the wealthy. When respected, they were deemed high achievers. When disrespected, they were as inconsequential as a stray dog. Those born into privilege and power, like Su Pengfei, seamlessly transitioned into high-ranking positions at their family businesses. For most of the class, that was the pinnacle of ambition. While the latter half of their lives would likely consist of being dismissed from their jobs at a certain age, living in poverty until the end. You won't believe it. When Yi Laoda shows up at the gathering, it'll be a shock. Zheng Xian boldly declared. A shock? Haha, don't make me laugh. I'm dying to see what sort of status he has that could shock us. The boys, led by Wang Guan, expressed their envy with exaggerated disdain. Is that true? Zheng Xian? Has Yi Yang really made it big? Some of the girls, filled with anticipation, hoped that their former heartthrob had indeed fared well. However, the hope was tempered. After all, Yi Yang came from an ordinary family. How far could he truly go? Perhaps it was just Zheng Xian's habitual admiration for Yi Yang that had inflated his modest achievements. Haha, I'm just an unemployed drifter, nothing much to say. Yi Yang sent a message, putting a stop to Zheng Xian's continued comments. Ha ha ha, an unemployed drifter? You were fired? No way. Yi Gu unexpectedly found himself unemployed right after graduation. The world is indeed a treacherous place. The male classmate who spoke up appeared to express concern, but inwardly he reveled in the gossip. Nevertheless, Yi Yang chose to disregard these tidings. Given his current status, revealing the truth would only create a sense of distance. Thus, it was settled, 3 days hence, they would gather at the Fengshan restaurant in the bustling metropolis. What is Fengshan restaurant? He had never even heard of it, and dining there seemed beneath him. Han Siley, who had been mostly silent, finally spoke up. The expenses at Fengshan are not trifling. It averages several hundred per person. Considering most of us are still interns, that seems rather excessive. Yu Qinggong was taken aback by Han Siley's assertive tone. During university, she had been rather inconspicuous, often overshadowed by her apparent shyness. Although she was quite beautiful, her aloof demeanor and disinterest in group activities meant she was never considered for titles like class flower. What could have inspired such boldness from someone seemingly averse to collective gatherings? The stark contrast captivated the attention of their classmates, all eagerly awaiting responses. I mentioned it to my boyfriend, and he said he would book a private room for us at Hang, so we can all just go there. In front of the screen, Han Siley curled her lip, her disdain evident. She had never regarded these so-called classmates as worthy of her attention. Even Su Pengfei, the son of a small business owner, was beneath her notice. Her sights were set on true magnates. Thus, she seldom engaged in school activities, preferring to frequent nightclubs and KTVs, all while fishing for opportunities. Her diligence paid off. Over 4 years, she indeed found a genuine tycoon and became his private companion. Now, at this gathering of classmates, she was determined to showcase her status. Wu, the most prestigious hang in the metropolis. The restaurant reputed to be a 5-star establishment. The average expenditure there is at least 10,000. For our group of dozens, that means hundreds of thousands. Some girl's eyes glistened with envy. Siley, what does your boyfriend do? Ah, he's just an ordinary businessman. Nothing special. Just wealthy, she chuckled dismissively. But don't worry, we'll have a great time. Her pride was palpable. How does everyone feel about this? Class leader Yu Qinggong inquired. Sounds perfect. A super tycoon treating us. I'm eager to meet such a prominent figure. Who knows? I might even catch his eye as a little assistant. I wholeheartedly agree, chimed in the classmates. Most had never experienced a restaurant of this caliber. And with someone else footing the bill, they were eager to indulge. All right, it's settled then. Yu Qinggong finalized the arrangement. Yi Yang shrugged nonchalantly. He merely intended to reconnect with a few old friends from university. The rest mattered little to him. Master. The door swung open, revealing Yu Mo clad in tantalizing black stockings, instantly causing Yi Yang's heart to race. What is this? He hastily set down his phone, striving to regain composure. The striking beauty before him, adorned in black stockings and a revealing outfit, showcased her exquisite legs. Even a man would find it hard to remain unfazed. Just fulfilling the duties of a maid to serve my master. Yu Mo grinned, her gaze toward Yi Yang brimming with fervor. Yi Yang swallowed hard. Before he could utter a word, Yu Mo gracefully approached him, beginning a massage. Yi Yang observed the industrious girl, choosing not to overthink it. Chapter 31, A Tribute at Hang. Echoes of Warren Buffett. Compared to Lin Shuer, Yu Mo possessed a deeper understanding. Regardless of her actions, she brought immense joy to Yi Yang. Every corner of the room, the balcony, and the panoramic sofa in the bedroom left a lasting impression and delight. Ultimately, everything concluded at Yu Mo's fervent pleas. After their bath, Yi Yang, thoroughly satisfied, embraced her alluring form as he drifted into slumber. The martial arts transformation bestowed upon him an extraordinary physique, allowing him to savor profound pleasures. No matter the outcome, I have already acquired what I desired. Umomo gazed at Yi Yang's profile with unwavering admiration, surrendering to a blissful slumber. The following morning at 8 o'clock, the national banquet chefs, hired at a premium by Yi Yang, diligently prepared the ingredients for breakfast. These elite chefs were not merely adept in culinary arts, but were also nutrition experts. They crafted a personalized menu for Yi Yang, ensuring the utmost deliciousness while maintaining optimal health, with ample supplements included. This consensus solidified when they observed the ensemble of lace-clad maids residing in the villa. Oh, the wealthy are truly fortunate. Such a stunning array of beauties. Reduced to mere cleaning staff. Heh, I suspect that's not their only role, remarked Chef Chun, raising an eyebrow with a sly grin. With so many of them, I can only wonder how the boss manages each night. If he overindulges, it could be detrimental. Nonsense, the head chef scoffed. With top-tier chefs like us around. If the boss were to falter due to such trivial matters, we would be deeply ashamed. Indeed, indeed. The other chefs wiped the sweat from their brows. Increase the restorative soup. I refuse to let the circle mock us for not being able to maintain our health. The head chef wasted no time adding numerous nourishing dishes to the menu. After a laborious morning, the reward of sleep was sweet. Yi Yang stretched and playfully pinched Umomo's smooth, fair backside before rising from bed. Umomo displayed significantly more vitality than Lin Shuer. With Yi Yang's gentle nudge, she groggily got up. However, upon Yi Yang's return from washing up, he found Umomo still in bed. Why aren't you getting up? Umomo's face flushed crimson. It really hurts. Master, you were too vigorous. My legs still feel weak. Witnessing Umomo's pouty, spoiled demeanor, Yi Yang burst into laughter. Don't worry, I just peeked outside. Breakfast is filled with restorative goodies. You'll recover in no time. Umomo's face reddened further. You're so naughty, master. Breakfast included Guan Ryu and several national banquet chefs, totaling over 10 people. The main dining hall of Villa No. 1 was spacious enough to accommodate them all comfortably, with an ambience reminiscent of a medieval noble family gathering. Seated at the head of the table, Yi Yang savored the shrimp and egg congee, a dish that would cost over 1,000 at Hang. By the way, boss, we're here to work for you. The former owner of Hang didn't reprimand us. In fact, he encouraged us to do well and even sent us with the Black Dragon Gold card from Hang. Chef Do Jianfang respectfully presented the card to Yi Yang. Oh. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, understanding the owner's attitude toward him quite well. The counterpart must surely be aware of their status as a formidable figure. Since they are not to be trifled with, it would be wiser to cultivate a favorable relationship. What significance does this Black Dragon Gold card hold? Yi Yang inquired with a smile, noting that the other party had chosen to present this card as a token of their first meeting, suggesting it was indeed no ordinary item. The Black Dragon Gold card is the pinnacle of VIP cards at the Han Pavilion, with only 2 holders to date, one being Warren Buffett, who was invited to dine at the Han Pavilion 2 years prior, and the other being Chairman Wang of Yida Real Estate Group. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. He was familiar with Buffett, renowned as the most exceptional financial strategist globally. Often hailed as the Oracle of Omaha, the elite consider it a tremendous honor to share a meal with Buffett. It seemed this fellow had indeed dined at the Han Pavilion. As for Chairman Wang Silen, who has dominated the title of China's richest man for several consecutive years, his reputation is well known and requires no further introduction. Yi Yang tucked away the Black Dragon Gold card, which grants its holder a lifetime of complimentary dining at the Han Pavilion, elevating them to the status of the most esteemed guest. It also allows access to the exclusive Black Dragon Pavilion, a private dining area reserved solely for holders of the Black Dragon card. Several national banquet chefs eagerly elaborated on this. Lifetime complimentary service? Quite generous indeed. Yi Yang chuckled and shook his head, realizing that his extravagant meal costing over 5 million had genuinely astonished the owner of the Han Pavilion. After addressing the main matters, the chefs proudly began introducing dishes to Yi Yang, emphasizing certain supplements in hopes he would indulge more. Yi Yang understood their intentions, feeling both amused and exasperated. As a master of martial arts, endowed with boundless inner strength and vitality, he could hardly be considered frail. With breakfast concluded, Yi Yang requested the head chef's bank card and transferred 10 million yuan. Sir, what is this? Do Jianfang exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock at Yi Yang's generosity. This is for your ingredient purchases. Select only the finest. If it's insufficient, let me know, and I shall provide more, Yi Yang replied with a smile. That is more than enough. Do Jianfang chuckled, realizing that while top-tier ingredients are expensive, a 10 million yuan budget for procurement was indeed extravagant. Don't skimp on me. Yi Yang, unperturbed by spending, was eager for them to utilize the funds promptly. He also transferred another 10 million to Guan Ruiyu, instructing her to handle household supplies, emphasizing that she should choose only the most expensive items, assuring her that 1,000,000 wouldn't last long, and to report back to him after purchases. Okay. 10 million. It won't last long. Is that even a reasonable statement? Since meeting Yi Yang, everyone felt their understanding of money had been thoroughly upended. By the way, accompany me to the 4S dealership later, Yi Yang said, glancing at the amused Yumomo beside him. Master, are you buying another car? Yumomo exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Is the Lamborghini Veneno no longer sufficient for your needs? Well, one car isn't practical for errands. Plus, my old car only seats two, which is quite inconvenient. Yi Yang shrugged. I plan to get something more spacious. Old car, the others exclaimed. Realizing that in Yi Yang's eyes, a Lamborghini Veneno costing 70 to 80 million was merely a broken car with its two-seater limitation. Chapter 32. Let us get a few more and amass 1 billion. If you intend to buy a car, there happens to be an auto show in Modu. You might want to check it out, Yumomo suggested after recovering from her shock. An auto show? Yi Yang nodded, recognizing it would save him the hassle of visiting multiple dealerships. The Modu Auto Show should feature every luxury car imaginable. All right, let us tidy up and head to the auto show, he smiled. Okay. Yumomo quickly went out to prepare the car. An hour later, Yi Yang exited the Lamborghini Veneno. The auto show venue was already brimming with people, most of whom were merely there to indulge their curiosity, knowing they could not afford such luxury. This auto show spanned an impressive 50,000 square meters, showcasing all the prestigious luxury brands available in Modu. Yumomo eagerly shared her research as they approached. Let us go inside and take a look. Yi Yang nodded, smiling. Upon stepping out of the car, he noticed a considerable crowd gathering around. Wow, a Lamborghini Veneno. A super rich person driving such a luxury car must be here to purchase something extravagant. Indeed, they are vastly different from us, merely here for eye candy. Ha ha ha. Let us follow this wealthy individual and witness their grandeur. The surrounding car enthusiasts watched in awe as Yi Yang descended from the Lamborghini Veneno, their eyes gleaming with envy. Such luxury cars are often spoken of online as unattainable for most. The venue was alive with energy, as many attendees captured the moment on their phones and cameras. In addition to the luxury cars, many stunning models accentuated the vehicle's wild beauty and sleek lines. Observing these magnificent automobiles, Yi Yang felt a rush of exhilaration. What man does not appreciate luxury cars? The Rolls-Royce exhibit, as the epitome of success, exudes a sense of gravitas without compromising its allure and luxury. Particularly, the iconic hood ornament radiates opulence. At the heart of the exhibition stood the pinnacle of Rolls-Royce, the fully upgraded Phantom. Captivated by its imposing stature and unparalleled grandeur, Yi Yang was instantly drawn to it. Those supercars are costly, they seat only two, making them impractical for outings with a group. However, for the Rolls-Royce Phantom, renowned as one of the world's top 10 bulletproof SUVs, such concerns would be rendered moot. This one, Yi Yang pointed casually at the top-spec Rolls-Royce Phantom. How much? I'll take it. The onlookers trailing behind Yi Yang were left dumbfounded. Is this what a wealthy person looks like? The nonchalant manner in which he spoke was akin to haggling over vegetables at a market. Sir, the staff and original attendees in the exhibit, unaware of Yi Yang's status, looked on in confusion as he made his declaration. The top-tier Rolls-Royce Phantom starts at a minimum of 40 million, intended merely as a showpiece rather than a sale. Sir, are you serious? This upgraded Rolls-Royce Phantom is priced at 58 million. The staff stammered in shock. 50 to 60 million? Is this kid really considering a purchase? So young. Surely he must be joking. The audacity of youth. Now that he realizes the price, he might just flee in embarrassment. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, mocking Yi Yang's boldness. Only those who had followed Yi Yang into the exhibit felt indignant at the ridicule he faced. He is the sort of individual who drives super luxury cars worth 70 to 80 million. How could he possibly lack the confidence to speak boldly? Is that so? Yi Yang nodded. Since it's so inexpensive, let us add this and that, and round it up to 100 million. The onlooking tourists displayed expressions of disbelief. I told you this kid was just bragging, as if he could accumulate 100 million. Who among those with a net worth of hundreds of billions would dare to speak so freely? I've never even heard of a young person in China with such wealth. Indeed, I can tell from his demeanor and aura that he is not an ordinary person. Perhaps he truly intends to purchase these several Rolls-Royces. Just idle chatter anyway. After all, boasting costs nothing. The tourist discussions made Yumomo, who stood aside, feel somewhat displeased. Swipe your card. Yi Yang, unfazed by the envy emanating from these impoverished souls, knew that when he drove away in these luxury cars, they would soon understand who the true clown was. The staff, upon seeing the Centurion black card in Yi Yang's hand, nearly trembled in shock. What on earth? The Centurion Black Card. Only individuals of the highest social standing are eligible for such a card. I'm done for. I just mocked someone capable of wielding a Centurion Black Card for being unable to afford a car. Will I be punished for this? Ha ha ha. Just to let you know. He arrived in a Lamborghini Veneno. I refrained from mentioning it earlier just to witness your current embarrassment. Huh? The tourists who entered with Yi Yang erupted in laughter. The individuals who had been most vociferous just moments ago were now blushing in shame, lowering their heads and hastily making their way outside. This truly is a super elite. Best not to provoke him. Let us flee quickly. Ha ha ha. Weren't you all just strutting around with your ridicule? The surrounding tourists joined in the laughter. All right. How much longer will you still be dazed? After I swipe my card, I still have more shopping to do. Yi Yang frowned, reminding the speechless sales staff. Oh, please wait a moment. Esteemed sir, I will expedite your transaction at once. The sales staff, startled, scrambled to comply. A transaction that would typically take days to process was swiftly expedited. Mr. Yi, the total comes to 138 million. The card has been successfully processed. Please accept it. The sales manager respectfully returned the Centurion Black Card to Yi Yang with both hands. Chapter 33. Extraordinary Reward. 100 billion in cash. 10 school district properties. Ding. The system detected that the host spent 108,880,000 on mode of transportation 3 and rewarded 10 school district properties in the Magic City. 10 school district properties. Yi Yang couldn't help but gasp in awe. 10 properties, not just 10 units. Each building has at least 10 units, over 100 homes. At least. 10 school district properties equate to 1 or 2,000 school district homes. These are school district properties in the Magic City. The rarity and value of school district properties in the Magic City need no elaboration. Some square meters have skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands. A small unit can easily exceed 10 million. If we consider at least 1,000 school district homes, averaging 15 million each, I've just acquired nearly 200 billion in assets. This is exhilarating. Yi Yang felt an immense thrill within. In a few days, once these school district properties are rented out, I will have substantial liquid assets to utilize each year. And if I tire of renting, I can simply sell them off. Don't ask why. Having an abundance of properties allows for indulgence. Initially, Yi Yang believed that having wealth would lead to a mundane existence surrounded by piles of money. However, with these school district properties, he could temporarily embrace the role of a landlord. No wonder the wealthy, who could easily do nothing or hire someone to collect rent, still prefer to manage it themselves. Yi Yang began to understand the mindset of the super rich, because, with excessive wealth, idleness can become unbearable. Mr. Yi, the sales manager, fidgeting his hands, chuckled humbly. Yi Yang turned to him. Where shall we have these cars delivered? With only himself and the stunning beauty beside him, he instinctively understood that they would deliver the cars to Yi Yang. Deliver them to Villa Number 1 at Yunding Mountain. Just discuss the details with my butler. Yi Yang pointed towards Yumomo behind him. All right, understood. The sales manager wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Just who is this young man? Such a formidable figure. Purchasing cars as if they were mere cabbages, casually tossing out 100 million. It appears that the Villa King, once fiercely contested by the two wealthiest individuals in China, belongs to him now? Hiss. Villa Number 1 at Yunding Mountain. ISNT that the property that the two wealthy tycoons competed for, only to ultimately fall short? Although its listed price is 800 million. It is said that due to the bidding war between those two tycoons, its market value has skyrocketed to 20 or 30 billion. A villa worth 20 or 30 billion. My goodness. The wealthy truly have it good. Yi Yang had long since grown accustomed to the astonishment of those around him, and he proceeded directly to the adjacent exhibition area. He had come to purchase luxury cars, and, in doing so, to accumulate wealth. Although his assets had reached thousands of billions, the bulk of his cash still resided in over 100 billion from renting the Empire Financial Building. In his view, this amount felt rather insufficient, not quite commensurate with his current status. Armed with an SUV, Yi Yang felt more assured and began to enter the supercar exhibition area, ready to buy whatever caught his fancy. After all, he had ample funds. Buy. The 36 million Ferrari LaFerrari? Purchased. The 73 million Maybach EXE. Limited to just 3 units worldwide? Acquired. What? Limited cars require one to first become a Maybach member and spend a minimum of 50 million on non-limited vehicles? No problem. I'll just make sure to spend 50 million. Bugatti Veyron L6? Only 88. 88 million? Acquiring it is a profit. Maserati? Bentley? Aston Martin? As long as they appeal to him, he will buy them all. After all, the more he spends, the richer he becomes. Price is utterly irrelevant. The tourists trailing behind Yi Yang were in awe, their eyes widening. Many small internet celebrities visiting the area refused to miss this opportunity and began live streaming the spectacle, causing their channels to explode with popularity. My goodness, has Ye God really bought over 30 million level luxury cars by now? Do these multi-million luxury cars really not seem like anything more than cabbages to him? It's simply terrifying. Ahead lies the Koenigsegg showroom, the pinnacle of luxury cars. Who knows if Ye God will be interested in making a purchase there? Is there even a doubt? There is no longer anyone questioning Yi Yong's spending ability. That Centurion Black card, with its daily overdraft limit in the hundreds of billions, is more than enough to empty this car exhibition. The representative from the Koenigsegg exhibition area had already heard that an unparalleled rich individual was attending today's auto show. Upon spotting a luxury car that caught his eye, he rushed out, greeting Yi Yong from a distance even before reaching the exhibition area. Ah, a true tycoon indeed. The sales staff at Koenigsegg, usually arrogant, had never deigned to acknowledge anyone before, yet today they had come out to warmly welcome Ye God. Indeed, my uncle, despite being a billionaire, found himself disregarded upon entering the Koenigsegg showroom. Such is the disparity of status. Mr. Yi, this is the world's premier limited edition supercar. Unequivocally the number one of the entire auto show. It is the absolute king of cars. When he claims second place, none dare to assert otherwise. The representative confidently bowed beside the Koenigsegg 1, pride radiating from him. Is that so? Yi Yong scrutinized the Koenigsegg 1 and smirked. It's decent, but I find it rather unattractive. The entire audience was left in shock. To deem a Koenigsegg 1, priced over 100 million, as merely a bit ugly was astonishing. Never mind, I'll buy it. It will conveniently bring my total to 10 billion. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yong decided to purchase the Koenigsegg 1, ensuring he surpassed the 10 billion mark. Such a unique figure might even yield a super reward. The onlookers were thunderstruck. What a terrifying magnate. To simply achieve a lucky spending figure by purchasing an over 100 million supercar was beyond comprehension. I was skeptical before, but today, I believe it. The extravagance of the wealthy is beyond our imagination. Indeed. As everyone marveled, the system notification chimed in as anticipated. Ding. Detected that the host spent 1,098,980,000 on a mode of transportation, rewarding a deposit of 100 billion Huaxia currency. Congratulations, host. Your deposits have reached 100 billion, triggering a special reward. Chapter 34, Controlling Yida Group. A fortune worthy of the richest. A special reward? Yi Yong raised an eyebrow. Achievement unlocked for 100 billion deposit, rewarding 51 of Yida Group shares. Just a simple sentence made Yi Yang's scalp tingle. 51% of Yida Group's equity? Yida Group is one of the largest and most renowned conglomerates in Huaxia. Its former chairman, Wang Silin, had repeatedly topped the list of Huaxia's richest due to Yida Group. The most famous subsidiary is Yida Real Estate, but there are many other valuable industries, such as Yida Film, Yida Hotels, and Yida Information, all collectively worth over 20 trillion. Obtaining 51% ownership surely means his assets have officially surpassed 1 trillion. With a trillion fortune, he could now directly contend with several former billionaires. Considering Vacheron Constantin, Chateau Lafite, and the Empire Financial Building, Yi Yang's personal wealth had even eclipsed that of several of these magnates. Were it not for my disinterest in marketing my worth, I would undoubtedly be at the top of next year's Huaxia Forbes list. Yi Yong chuckled, feeling immense satisfaction. A night of extravagant spending had elevated him from a mere super-rich individual to a billionaire of Huaxia. Content. Yi Yong instructed the auto show staff to return the Lamborghini Veneno while he and Yumomo, amidst the fiery gazes of numerous car models, settled into the Koenigsegg 1. It was the perfect opportunity to experience the driving sensation of this global supercar monarch, valued at over 100 million. Roar. The Koenigsegg roared to life with a sound even more powerful than the Veneno. If the Veneno resembled a colossal elephant ready to break free, then the Koenigsegg was a dragon poised to take flight. With a gentle press on the accelerator, the Koenigsegg transformed into a shadow racing through the bustling streets of the metropolis. Wherever it went, gasps of astonishment ensued. Anyone aware of this terrifying supercar's price would drool with envy. However, for most, it remained merely a matter of admiration. If one wasn't born into wealth, the chances of owning a supercar worth over 100 million were practically non-existent. Thrilling. Yi Yong reveled in the unparalleled sensation of acceleration and the exhilarating speed brought by the supercar king, his spirits soaring. Beside him, Yumomo was captivated. Meanwhile, as Yi Yong sped down the street, in Kyoto, at the Yida Group headquarters tap. Chairman Wang, an urgent situation has arisen. Wang Silin's most trusted secretary entered, pale-faced and bowing. Wasn't it said that unless there was a matter threatening the entire group, I should not be disturbed during meetings? Wang Silin, known for his stern demeanor, was clearly displeased. Chairman Wang, the secretary hastily explained, a grave matter has occurred. All the stocks of our group's subsidiaries have been forcibly sold off. Our surveillance was caught off guard, and within mere seconds, 51% of our shares were purchased by one individual. What? 51%. All enterprises under Yida Group, 51%. This is impossible. There is no one so formidable in Huaxia. Could it be an international financial tycoon? That shouldn't be the case. The entire meeting room erupted into chaos. Everyone was left speechless by the shocking news. Each person present was at least a high-ranking member of Yida Group, even a branch manager, accustomed to facing high-level officials and multi-billion deals without batting an eye. Yet now, they were completely flustered. Enough. Wang Silin slammed the table, clearly shaken. But being a former tycoon of Huaxia, he possessed an extraordinary level of composure and strategy. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he forced calmness and inquired, "What exactly happened?" "The one who forcibly acquired our stocks is a Mr. Yi. We cannot gather detailed information about him at the moment. The only assets we could verify include the Empire Financial Building in the metropolis, Chateau Lafayette, Vacheron Constantine shares, and 10 properties in academic districts." Quite peculiar. Wang Silin clenched his fists. In the brief span of a meeting, the owner of the group was snatched away with money. Such assets alone shouldn't suffice to acquire our 51% equity. He must have a deeper and more formidable background. If we cannot even trace him, he may very well be one of those super tycoons from behind the scenes. It would be prudent not to provoke him, since he is now our employer. We should contact him to ascertain if he has any specific requests for the future of the group. Truly a billionaire. In a remarkably short time, he organized his thoughts, accepted the current situation, and made the wisest choice. "I will contact Mr. Yi right away," the secretary said repeatedly. Yi Yang's phone rang just as the Koenigsegg arrived at the Yunding Villa area. After parking, he casually answered the call. "Hello? May I speak with Mr. Yi?" "Who is this?" "I am Wang Silin, chairman of Yida Group." "Oh." Yi Yang nodded slightly. Though it was his first conversation with someone of billionaire status, he was now of equal stature, if not superior. His confidence was naturally bolstered. Upon hearing the youthful voice of Yi Yang on the other end of the line, Wang Silin was momentarily taken aback, sensing the composure and confidence of someone in a position of authority. He realized that this young man was not to be trifled with. "Indeed, you have just expended a considerable sum to acquire 51 of Yida Group's shares. As the new controlling stakeholder, may I inquire if you have any further directives regarding the strategy and operations of Yida Group?" Wang Silin asked, tentatively tapping his fingers on the desk. Chapter 35. Would you like me to introduce you to a job? Requirements? Yi Yang pondered for a moment. While he did not lack understanding of the operations of such a colossal enterprise, he had no desire to engage in the mental exertion required. His current strategy for generating wealth was simply to spend lavishly. There was no need to invest effort into the intricate workings of corporate management. Continue with the usual operations. But I expect a financial report from you each month, and any significant decisions must be reported to me, Yi Yang stated firmly. These tycoons were formidable figures, and it was crucial to maintain a necessary level of control and intimidation. Very well, as you wish, Wang Silin replied before hanging up the phone, exhaling a sigh of relief. How did it go, Chairman? The senior executives inquired anxiously. Fortunately, he merely acquired the company. As long as we avoid any major blunders, we can proceed with the previously established strategy, Wang Silin responded with a relieved smile. The executives also breathed a collective sigh of relief. This was the power of a wealthy magnate. With a single utterance, he could send the emotions of these top-tier elites on a roller coaster ride. After lunch, Yi Yang received another phone call. Feng Han. Yi Yang furrowed his brow, recalling, the founder of Jincheng Law Firm? Now that you're the boss. I wouldn't dare call myself the founder, Feng Han said with utmost politeness. Unlike Yida, which could only speculate about Yi Yang's background, the connections of Jincheng Law Firm were vast, and even they could not uncover the details of Mr. Yi, instilling in Feng Han a genuine sense of trepidation and respect. Haha, you are quite courteous, Yi Yang chuckled. We understand that a person of your stature is perpetually busy, but I wonder if you could spare a brief moment of your precious time, my fellow principal shareholders, and I would like to pay you a visit. Oh, then come to my residence for a visit, and perhaps join me for dinner? Yi Yang replied with a slight smirk. Anyone who could establish connections at Feng Han's level was undoubtedly astute and strategic. Their visit was surely intended to gauge his capabilities. The Jincheng Law Firm was a significant entity he valued highly. Since they were coming to test the waters, he must provide them with sufficient awe and impact. At the headquarters of Jincheng Law Firm, Feng Han looked at Ai Wei and Kai Chi. I have scheduled a visit with Mr. Yi at his residence tonight. Will you be visiting the enigmatic Mr. Yi? Kai Chi inquired with a hint of curiosity. Ever since he learned that even Feng Han could not uncover details about Yi Yang, he became intrigued by this extravagant and mysterious young tycoon. Heh. Ai Wei dismissed it with a scoff. As a top-tier lawyer at the firm with a renowned international reputation, He had seen countless scenarios and would not allow himself to feel intimidated before even meeting the man. Especially you, AI Wei. Fang Han cautioned. You must show respect to Mr. Yi. His background and status may far exceed our imagination. Understood, understood. AI Wei waved his hand dismissively. If he truly possesses such remarkable abilities to impress me, then I will naturally respect him. Just like you, Fang, if he is not someone worthy of my admiration. His wealth is of no consequence to me. AI Wei indeed had the right to say such things. With his capabilities, he would never lack for wealth. And he was not beholden to anyone. You. Fang Han shook his head in exasperation. Make sure to prepare well for tonight's meeting. It will be crucial for us. All right. Kai Chi and AI Wei nodded, turning to leave. Fang Han sat in his office chair, twirling a pen between his fingers, gazing thoughtfully at the street outside the office building, his eyes deep in contemplation. At the Yunding Mountain Villa, having just ended a call, Yi Yang received a message from Lin Shuer. Brother Yi, shall we meet for afternoon tea? So adorable. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, amused by the girl's charming nature. You pick a nearby cafe, send me the location, and I shall arrive shortly. Got it. I promise to complete the mission. Salute. She grinned playfully, shaking his head. Yi Yang turned to Yu Momo. If I return late tonight, please entertain Fang Han and the others first. Oh, understood. Yu Momo pouted and stuck out her tongue at him. She was aware of Yi Yang's plans, but what authority did she have to interfere with her master's decisions? I was already prepared for this. She chuckled, shaking her head. Opening the navigation app, Yi Yang casually said, to Ting Xiang Si Cafe. The Koenigsegg 1, a supercar, was naturally equipped with the most advanced automatic navigation system. Received, Ting Xiang Si Cafe, proceed straight on Jianheng Road. Virum, with the speed of the Koenigsegg. He swiftly arrived at Ting Xiang Si Cafe. After parking, Yi Yang stepped into the cafe. Ting Xiang Si was one of the finest cafes in the bustling metropolis, with branches spread across the new first-tier cities. It was on the verge of becoming the leader in the coffee industry, and naturally, the prices of its offerings were quite steep. Upon entering, he noticed Lin Shuer engaged in conversation with a man in a suit, who was incessantly talking. Sporting a Rolex and walking with a pigeon-toed gait, Lin Shuer wore an expression of annoyance, attempting to explain something. Seeing this, Yi Yang frowned. Lin Shuer was now regarded by him as his woman, and this man was clearly overstepping his bounds. Even if a beautiful girl is waiting for someone, it wouldn't hurt to add me to your contacts. I consider myself a notable figure in the metropolis. Perhaps I could even help your boyfriend find a job in the future? Haha. The Rolex-wearing, pigeon-toed man appeared quite self-satisfied. However, that smugness only served to aggravate Lin Shuer further. Yi Yang, Lin Shuer exclaimed upon seeing him, her eyes lighting up with joy as she waved enthusiastically. Oh, is this the young boyfriend you've been waiting for? The Rolex-wearing man raised an eyebrow, casting a disdainful look at Lin Yi. Chapter 36. Are you offering your face for me to hit? Step aside, Yi Yang said coolly. Step aside. But my feet aren't listening to me. The Rolex-wearing man sneered. The surrounding customers turned their attention to the scene, particularly several men who had been eyeing Lin Shuer for quite some time. Filled with jealousy at Yi Yang's luck in capturing such a beautiful girlfriend, many wished someone would teach him a lesson. The world is harsh, haha. This young man is likely witnessing this situation for the first time, huh? Who told him to choose such a stunning girlfriend? Yi Yang smiled. But the smile carried an undercurrent of menace. Unable to walk, I shall have you crawl out from here. Oh, you're quite audacious, aren't you? The Rolex-wearing man with a slight inward stance flaunted his timepiece. Kid, open your eyes and take a good look at this. It's a Rolex Submariner. My heavens. It seems this suave gentleman is indeed a man of considerable wealth. This piece has a market price soaring to over 300,000, doesn't he? Spending 300,000 on a watch, truly affluent. Those coming here for coffee are likely from the upper echelons of society, naturally recognizing the price of luxury goods. TSK. Could this be a classic tale of love meeting money? Yet, I wonder, in reality, whom would this girl choose? Today, Yi Yang is dressed in understated luxury. Although his attire is worth several 100,000, most would not recognize the brands he wears, leading them to assume he hails from a modest background. Need I even say? Of course, she would choose money. How many modern women do not adore wealth? Spending 300,000 on a watch. Accompanying this boss would surely mean a life of luxury. Why would she endure hardship with this poor lad? Shouldn't a woman treat herself well? At the scene, some gold diggers began to vocally espouse their values. Did you hear that? The Rolex-wearing man, Li Chaoyang, smiled triumphantly. You're trying to show off? You're not worthy of such. His gaze turned fierce. Oh, do you want to fight? Let me tell you, my uncle is the chairman of Zhonglia. His wealth is in the billions. Dare to lay a hand on me, and you'll spend a lifetime behind bars. Hiss, Zhonglia Company. That financial giant from the Magic City? Their market value is in the hundreds of billions. No wonder this lad is so arrogant. Gulp. Many were intimidated by Zhonglia's name, and the gold digger's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Zhonglia? Yi Yang chuckled, calming Lin Shuer, who was about to rise, and turned back to Li Chaoyang. I was initially considering teaching you a lesson myself, but it appears you're willingly offering your face for me to strike. Kid, you must not have heard me clearly. Zhonglia, the Zhonglia Investment Company, the one valued at hundreds of billions in the Empire Financial Tower. Li Chaoyang looked at Yi Yang with derision. Now, what gives you the audacity to tell me to leave? Rather, you should be the one to roll out of here, leaving your little girlfriend behind, and I might consider overlooking today's incident. Yi Yang sneered. I said, today you must crawl out from here. Hiss, indeed too young. Knowing the other's background, yet still being so arrogant. Just wait until you're humiliated. You won't be so brazen then. Customers nearby shook their heads in disbelief. You all. Lin Shuer gritted her silver teeth. Brother Yi is also someone you lot are fit to comment on. TCH. Upon witnessing their goddess's anger, the men dared not utter further insults, though their initial thoughts remained unchanged. Yi Yang smiled. Unfazed. I shall have your uncle personally command you to leave. The customers nearly spat their coffee out, astonished by the audacity of this young man. Does he truly comprehend what it means to have a net worth in the hundreds of billions? Oh, splendid. Come on. I want to see what makes you think you can make Li Chaoyang roll out of here. Li Chaoyang, full of confidence, admired his Rolex. He directly called Feng Xiao. Hello? Is this Boss Feng? Upon seeing the number, Feng Xiao's heart raced. Yi Yang was an important figure, one who would never casually reach out to him. What could this be about? He felt a foreboding sense, anxiously inquiring. Do you have a nephew named Li Chaoyang? Yi Yang's tone was icy. Feng Xiao sprang up from his seat, his heart racing. Did this young man offend you in some way? He hasn't directly offended me. Yi Yang replied coolly. Phew, that's good. Feng Xiao was just starting to breathe easy when Yi Yang added. However, he is currently harassing my girlfriend right in front of me and demanding that I leave. What? Just as Feng Xiao relaxed, his heart nearly faltered with the rising tension. Just days ago, he had mocked Zhang Wanmin for having a foolish manager, and now this misfortune had come back to haunt him. This little brat dared to disrespect Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, how should we handle this? Feng Xiao stammered, eager to comply, whether through compensation or otherwise. A financial firm could not afford to offend someone who might have thousands of billions behind them. The power of such a figure is terrifying. If truly offended, a mere tripwire could lead to catastrophic losses for his company. How to handle this? Have him kneel and slap his own face 10 times, then roll out of here. Yi Yang emphasized the word roll with particular intensity. All right. Feng Xiao sighed in relief. As long as there was a way to resolve it, everything could be managed. I'll call that little brat right away. Yi Yang hung up the phone. Oh, kid. Quite the bravado, aren't you? Acting the part well. Ha. But do you really think a young punk like you can command someone of my uncle's stature? Do you believe me? Li Chaoyang sneered mockingly. Yi Yang shrugged. What if I can? There's no what if. If what you claim is true, I'll eat my hat. Before the words left his mouth, Li Chaoyang's phone rang. What the hell? Upon seeing the caller ID, he was drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that this young man truly knows the chairman of Zhonglia? The surrounding customers, witnessing Li Chaoyang's reaction, were equally bewildered. Hello, Li Chaoyang, lacking confidence, answered the call with skepticism. Hello, you little brat. What trouble have you stirred up now? Feng Zhao's furious voice crackled through the phone. Do you know whether my company remains in the Empire building depends entirely on this esteemed Mr. Yezwem? I could just kick you to death right now. Due to Feng Zhao's inability to contain his rage, many customers overheard his words, and the entire venue fell into an immediate silence. Chapter 37. Not expensive. Just over $1 billion. This. Li Chaoyang was utterly stunned, staring incredulously at Yi Yang, his gaze now scrutinizing, his mindset shifted, allowing him to discern many previously unnoticed details. This Zegna's understated luxury, custom-made version? Gulp, this watch, the Vacheron Constantine Artisan Series, judging by the craftsmanship. Its serial number indicates a price of at least 10 million. His hands began to tremble. Initially, he had dismissed this young man, only thinking of putting on a show before the beautiful woman. Even if he had seen that Vacheron Constantine, he would never have believed it to be genuine. Mindset dictates judgment. Only upon learning from his uncle of the other's true identity did he realize he had provoked a superpower today. Uncle, you must save me. Li Chaoyang, a man who feared the strong and bullied the weak, immediately softened upon realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Save you? You should be thinking about how to please Mr. Yi. Why aren't you kneeling down, slapping your face, and apologizing? Feng Xiao barked. Today's events were merely a contest of pride. As long as my nephew falls from grace, I believe, boss, you won't pursue the matter too rigorously. Kneel down to apologize. When has Li Chaoyang ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, his eyes turned red with indignation. Do you wish to perish? Fang Xiao roared from the other side, frustrated by his nephew's lack of understanding. Gulp. Li Chaoyang steeled himself and knelt down, exclaiming, Boss Yi, I was blind. I am a fool without vision. Please, show mercy and forgive me. This unexpected display left the waitstaff and patrons bewildered. This young man, it turns out, was not merely arrogant, but possessed genuine credentials. His background was formidable enough to instill fear even in Fang Xiao, the chairman of Zhonglia. Yi Yang's gaze remained tranquil. You have harassed my woman. Kneel and apologize to her. Yes, yes, yes. Li Chaoyang hurriedly turned around and began bowing to Lin Shuer. It was my fault. Please forgive me, this dog-eyed wretch. Slap yourself. I want to hear each strike. Fang Xiao repeatedly urged over the phone. This. Li Chaoyang hesitated. Hurry up. Fang Xiao bellowed. Slap. Li Chaoyang delivered a resounding smack to his own face, a vivid red imprint appearing instantly. Not loud enough. Fang Xiao insisted. Keep hitting. Do it until Boss Yi is satisfied. Slap. Still not loud enough. Slap. Continue. Slap. After enduring over 10 slaps, Li Chaoyang's face was swollen, his lips bleeding. With a grotesquely swollen visage, his vision blurred. Enough. Get out. Yi Yang casually waved his hand, fearing that further punishment might spoil his enjoyment of coffee. Thank you. Boss Yi. Thank you, goddess. After bowing several more times to both of them, Li Chaoyang crawled out of the cafe, accidentally bumping his head against a table leg along the way, eliciting cries of pain. Once he was completely out of the cafe, Yi Yang withdrew his gaze. Gulp. Those who had mocked earlier quickly lowered their heads under Yi Yang's piercing stare, feeling the sting of shame on their faces. They too wished to settle their bills and leave, but the pressure Yi Yang exuded was overwhelming, leaving them trembling in fear and reluctant to rise. The women present cast shy glances at Yi Yang. This was the man they should truly admire. Young, wealthy, and exuding such dominance. Perfect. Brother Yi. Lin Shuer gazed at Yi Yang with admiration. Yi Yang smiled casually. It's merely a trifling matter. Shall we continue enjoying our coffee? Lin Shuer nodded obediently, skillfully selecting pastries from the menu. It seemed she had prepared quite a bit for my arrival. Thus, amidst gazes of awe and envy, Yi Yang and Lin Shuer savored a delightful afternoon tea under the leisurely afternoon sun. As for the earlier incident, Yi Yang clearly dismissed it from his mind. Given his status now, a character like Li Chaoyang was hardly worthy of his concern. All done with the payment. Lin Shuer returned from the counter. Shall we go? Yi Yang playfully pinched her cheek, smiling. Follow me. What for? Lin Shuer asked, puzzled. You'll find out when we arrive. Yi Yang led Lin Shuer to the Koenigsegg 110. Did you buy a new car? As a girl, she wasn't particularly attuned to luxury cars, but she could still sense its extraordinary nature. This kind of sports car must be worth several million, right? Yi Yang chuckled. A mere few million, hardly worth my time. Upon saying this, he opened the car door, watching as Lin Shuer leaned in curiously. This car isn't expensive, just a little over 100 million. Uffed. Lin Shuer nearly twisted her waist at that remark, turning around in shock. Not expensive? That could buy a villa. Haha, it's not too bad. Yi Yang patted her head and got into the car. Let us go shopping. Huh, why the sudden urge to shop? Is there something you need at home? Lin Shuer inquired. No, it's to buy you something. Yi Yang turned to her. Lin Shuer was about to speak, but Yi Yang raised a finger to silence her soft lips. I know what you're going to say and what you're thinking. Today's gift, you will accept it, whether you want to or not. Woo-woo. Lin Shuer blushed, feeling shy from Yi Yang's sudden assertiveness. Virum. The Koenigsegg roared to life. Yi Yang understood that Lin Shuer didn't want him to think she liked him solely for his wealth. She had always been a good girl. However, given today's events, if he didn't buy her something befitting her status, wouldn't he invite others to approach her with audacity? I want everyone to feel inferior and hesitate to speak to you the moment they see you. Yi Yang smiled as he gently brushed Lin Shuer's hair. I want my woman to become the most radiant and unattainable princess in the world. Brother Yi, you're so bad. Lin Shuer's cheeks flushed even deeper. Clearly, the feeling of being valued by her beloved stirred her emotions. Haha. Yi Yang laughed heartily. Pressing the accelerator, and the Koenigsegg one surged forward like a furious dragon towards the nearest luxury district. Chapter 38. The Queen of Watches vs. the Empress of Timepieces. This time, Yi Yang opted not to choose the Devil's 6th Avenue luxury street. The luxury stores there were already familiar with him, especially that Gong Xiaoqing at Vacheron Constantine. If he stepped into the store to buy a watch, they'd likely not let him spend a dime. Not spending money. How could that be? He needed to rely on spending to amass wealth. The luxurious rainbow. Yi Yang glanced at the introduction on the navigation. This district was specially prepared for women, exclusively selling ladies' luxury goods. Let us start with a watch. Yi Yong turned and spotted a direct sales store for Patek Philippe. As one of the internationally renowned watch brands alongside Vacheron Constantin, its impact and reputation need not be elaborated. Sir, are you selecting a watch for your girlfriend? The staff at Patek Philippe, clearly more professional and perceptive regarding luxury items, scrutinized Yi Yang's extraordinary attire and then noticed the Patek Philippe Grandmaster chime on his wrist, which was worth at least tens of millions. Naturally, they approached him with great enthusiasm. Yes, take me to see the most expensive watch in the store. Yi Yong stated directly. Having been to the Vacheron Constantin store last time, he had gained insight. He initially thought the inner room contained the highest grade watches, only to discover they had a core room and a secret chamber. Had his identity not been revealed, he wouldn't have even laid eyes on the Grandmaster chime worth over 100 million. Thus, this time, he had come prepared, immediately asking for the most expensive watch. Several salespersons evidently sensed the implications behind Yi Yang's words, yet they dared not confirm their suspicions. Sir, our store's most expensive timepiece. The Patek Philippe 5002 Sky Moon Tourbillon. We shall present it to you at once. Yi Yong waved his hand dismissively. First, tell me the price. If it's too cheap, I shan't bother to look. Sir, this Patek Philippe 5002 Sky Moon Tourbillon is exquisitely crafted, with a price tag of approximately 8 million. It is splendid and luxurious, making it the premier choice among the elite of Magic City. The sales staff, hearing such a remark about it being too cheap for the first time, were momentarily taken aback and could only continue their mechanical presentation. Are you jesting with me? Yi Yong frowned and turned to leave. Such world-class timepieces at the Magic City branch are indeed of the highest caliber. While several million may be acceptable for ordinary affluent patrons, they certainly do not represent the pinnacle of this store's offerings. Sir, the salespersons were now flustered. It was clear they were perturbed by the notion that 8 million was considered too cheap. If they allowed such a distinguished patron to slip away, it would be an irretrievable loss. Sir, your expectations are exceedingly high. We lack the authority to make such decisions. Please grant us a moment to consult our manager. Yes. Indeed, we are merely ordinary sales staff. The elite timepieces in the core room are beyond our purview. Yi Yong halted, understanding their predicament. After a brief interval, a mature and graceful manager hastily emerged. Sir, I sincerely apologize for the earlier negligence displayed by my staff. Yi Yong nodded slightly. Are you now prepared to show me the most expensive watch here? Sir, our headquarters mandates that, for mutual security and credibility, entering the core exhibition hall of the Magic City branch necessitates proof of assets. Only those with assets exceeding 10 billion qualify for entry. We hope for your understanding. Gao Yuanyuan smiled, her gaze appraising Yi Yong. Could it be that this young man possessed a fortune of 10 billion solely on his own? If it were merely inherited wealth, that would bear no significance. As a noble watchmaker, they only served true aristocrats. One must possess personal assets of at least 10 billion to be acknowledged. Proof of assets? Yi Yong chuckled, tossing the Centurion Black card to Gao Yuanyuan. Just check the balance. Gao Yuanyuan's body trembled as she beheld the Centurion Black card, swiftly returning it to Yi Yong with utmost respect. Possessing a Centurion Black card is more than sufficient. It was my oversight. Please forgive me. Yi Yong nodded slightly. The surrounding sales staff began to buzz with excitement as Gao Yuanyuan led Yi Yong and Lin Shuer into the core exhibition area. My goodness. After years of working in luxury retail in Magic City, this is the first time I've seen a Centurion Black card, the king of cards. Only the elite of the elite can possess one. When he mentioned that the 8 million Patek Philippe 5002 Sky Moon Tourbillon was cheap, I thought he was boasting. I never imagined he was indeed so remarkable. Oh, how envious I am of his girlfriend. To be the lover of such a man. She must have accrued immense fortune over several lifetimes. Indeed, the employee's astonishment did not seem to faze Yi Yong. The core watchroom. This is our highest-end exhibition hall at Patek Philippe. Only timepieces worth at least tens of millions qualify for inclusion here. As for those of even greater value, our headquarters has not allocated any to our store. They are typically auctioned. Gao Yuanyuan beamed. Let's see the one with the highest price tag. Yi Yong stated without further ado, adding, select one for her. Very well. Gao Yuanyuan approached the centerpiece, encased in a crystal display, revealing the store's prized possession. The most expensive gem of our store is this Patek Philippe REF 1527. This timepiece is crafted from pure gold and adorned with 24 diamonds. A paragon of artistry and aesthetic beauty, it ranks as the second most prestigious ladies' watch in the international horology industry, a veritable queen among timepieces. Gao Yuanyuan gazed at the resplendent watch. Though she was the general manager, this timepiece remained a dream for her. Its current price stands at 50 million Huaxia yuan. Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase this one? She inquired, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. If Yi Yong procured this watch, She would become extraordinarily wealthy this month. Of course, I'll pay by card, Yang affirmed. Yigo, this is far too extravagant, Lin Schwerer protested, shaking her head repeatedly. 50 million. For a single watch. This is utterly insane. Gao Yuanyuan gazed at Lin Schwerer with envy, contemplating the fortune of having such a generous boyfriend. Alas, fairy tales are always someone else's. By the way, Yi Yang's words ignited a flicker of anticipation in Gao Yuanyuan. You just mentioned this watch ranks second overall? What about the first? A fleeting moment of disappointment crossed Gao Yuanyuan's mind, but she quickly composed herself and replied with a smile. The top-ranking piece is the Chopard 210 carat, entirely crafted from diamonds and gemstones, unparalleled in opulence, hailed as the queen among watches. Oh, it seems I must find a time to acquire it. Given Yi Yang's disposition, he would undoubtedly aim for the very best. That may be quite impossible, Gao Yuanyuan said with a rueful smile. This watch was initially released in a limited edition of only 2. One was purchased by a mysterious buyer, and the other remains with the Queen of England. Sir, no matter how formidable you are, I doubt you wish to wrest it from her hands, do you? Gao Yuanyuan explained with a laugh. The Queen of England, you say? Yi Yang nodded. There will surely come a time for dealings. Gao Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Yi Yang closely. However, considering he had casually offered 50 million for a watch for his girlfriend, coupled with the Centurion Black card in his possession, it all began to make sense. At such a young age, achieving so much, it wouldn't be surprising if he were to engage with the Queen of England in the future. Indeed, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say he had already interacted with her. The paperwork is all completed. This Patek Philippe REF 1527 now belongs to Ms. Lin Schwerer. Gao Yuanyuan said, her envy palpable. Yi Yang casually placed the Patek Philippe REF 1527 on Lin Schwerer's wrist, adjusting it for her. Not bad, quite lovely. Gao Yuanyuan was left speechless. Lin Schwerer burst into laughter. Look at how flustered you've made her. Who evaluates a 50 million watch with just not bad after purchasing it? Haha. Yi Yang waved his hand dismissively. Let us go. There are still many stores to explore. All right. Lin Schwerer nodded obediently, her heart brimming with happiness. How wonderful it would be to have such a lavish boyfriend someday. Gao Yuanyuan covered her forehead, caught between 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts envy. However, the remaining 90% was pure joy. Selling a watch for 50 million would make her month exceedingly profitable. Just this one sale equated to her entire monthly earnings, if not more. As they exited Patek Philippe, Yi Yang led Lin Schwerer into the women's fashion building. In this place, a myriad of women's attire and handbags from various luxury brands abound. Following this, Yi Yang embarked on a frenzied shopping spree. Chanel, 2 ensembles for each season, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Louis Vuitton, the same, as long as it's top tier, money is no object. Buy. Prada, Hermes, Dior, Burberry, all purchased without hesitation. All right, brother Yi. Truly, no more purchases. My house will be overflowing. There's barely room to step. Lin Schwerer lamented, recalling her limited wardrobe at home. Yi Yang's extravagant acquisitions of luxury items, effortlessly amassing 10 or 8 sets, left her utterly astonished. Surely, this shopping excursion must have cost at least several million, right? Of course, compared to that 50 million price tag of the earlier watch, these expenditures were merely a drop in the ocean. Well, now that we've finished with clothing, let us take a look at bags. Aren't women particularly fond of them? Yi Yang scratched his head and remarked, before Lin Schwerer could respond. The sound of an argument nearby captured their attention. Previously, they had been in clothing boutiques, but for bags, they must venture to specialized handbag stores. The quarrel originated from a Chanel handbag store. Xiaolu, this bag is simply too expensive. I truly can't afford it. A young man pleaded desperately. No way. It's been said that a man earning 100 should spend 101 on a woman. I want this bag. Xing Xiaolu pouted defiantly. Exactly. A man mustn't be so stingy. What is the point of earning money if not to spend on women? A heavily made-up influencer chimed in with a sneer. What do women look for in boyfriends? Isn't it for financial support? Otherwise, what is the difference between him and a dog? Upon hearing this, Xing Xiaolu's anger flared as she berated her boyfriend. See, if you want to buy me the bag, you're even worse than a dog. This commotion attracted a crowd. What is wrong with these people? Lin Schwerer scoffed, recognizing that the influencer was inciting discord for publicity and to promote luxury handbags. Such a person is truly venomous. Her words dripped with toxic platitudes, making Lin Schwerer, a principled girl, feel utterly nauseated. You, the accused boyfriend, glared at the influencer. What? It seems you care nothing for your girlfriend. I'm merely advising you to show some sincerity, and you look at me like that. Huh? Such men are utterly unreliable. Yes. This girl should break up with him immediately. A fool like him isn't worth your precious youth. The toxic influencer's audience echoed her sentiments. Xiaolu, you know that the outfit you just bought has already drained my credit card and 2 months' worth of salary. I truly have no money left. The man pleaded. Xing Xiaolu, noticing her boyfriend's hesitation, was infuriated. Fine, Li Hua, if you want tea, buy it for me. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Speak. Li Hua nodded repeatedly. Kneel. Xing Xiaolu commanded fiercely. Thud. Li Hua instinctively softened his knees and knelt on the ground. Wow. This young man's actions are far too practiced. Ha ha ha. He must often find himself in such situations. A spineless fool, deserving of such a girlfriend. Onlookers shook their heads in dismay at the scene. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Hua looked up, disbelief etched on his face. You've humiliated me. Xing Xiaolu, unfazed by the laughter, continued to chastise her boyfriend. Didn't we agree not to mention that in public? Li Hua's face flushed red as he clenched his fists, suppressing his voice in anger. What? I haven't even scolded you, and you're already feeling wronged? Xing Xiaolu crossed her arms, exuding an air of superiority. Fine, fine. Li Hua, in a fit of rage, hurled the various women's garments he had just purchased onto the ground. You brazen harpy, get as far away from me as possible. To hell with you. Foolish girl. With that, he turned and walked away. Seeing her sole financial support actually dare to leave, Xing Xiaolu was momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming fury. Leave. If you go, don't you dare come back. After making such a scene, she realized that Li Hua was genuinely upset, and panic set in. As a person earning a meager 3,000 a month, without this programmer boyfriend, she would be left with nothing but despair. My cash machine. No, Li Hua. Don't run away. Wait for me. I was wrong. Can't we fix this? Yi Yang sighed, recognizing that a man's pride and dignity are paramount. It's one thing to act out at home, but to do so in public is truly deserving of such a fate. However, this also served as a quintessential conclusion for his simpering admirer, and he felt no sympathy. Shall we go? He smiled, leading Lin Shuer onward to the next store. With such a foolish toxic influencer present, he had lost interest in spending money. Chapter 40. Trying to scheme me? You're still too green. Yi Yang shook his head. Toxic influencers find their market, entirely reliant on the support of foolish admirers and spineless individuals. This phenomenon cannot solely be blamed on toxic platitudes. He held a deep disdain for sycophants. After all, a dog is still a dog. Aspiring to be someone's boyfriend? They must first learn to be a person. If all men could view these toxic influencers as worthless and disregard them, such trends would naturally dissipate. Just after breaking apart a couple, the influencer Su Hong felt a sense of accomplishment bubbling within her. Ah, I've saved yet another sister. Do you all think I did the right thing? The comments section erupted in praise, and sales surged significantly. This made Su Hong smile broadly, though her expression appeared grotesque to the onlookers possessing a sense of normalcy. Oh, a new target? Having just dismantled a relationship, and with her live stream thriving, Su Hong was eager to find her next victim. She soon spotted Yi Yang and Lin Shuer. A perfect match, indeed. If she could break them apart, her live stream would surely explode again. Ha. Overjoyed, she approached them. Excuse me, sir. Would you be willing to participate in a quick interview? Yi Yang cast her a glance, suppressing a laugh. It was evident she had set her sights on them for her schemes. However, attempting to ensnare him, this influencer was still too inexperienced. Sure. As Yi Yang stepped into the frame, the female viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow. So handsome. Such taste. This is my ideal boyfriend. Yes. He seems a bit familiar, as if I've seen him before. Sister Hong. Share his location. I'm on my way. Observing the fervor of the live stream, Sister Hong smirked, confidently asking, do you love your girlfriend? Would you be willing to max out your credit card for her? Max out my credit card? Not a chance. Yi Yang shrugged nonchalantly and stated directly. Su Hong was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, what on earth is this? This is a live broadcast. There are so many people watching. You can't even pretend a little? Just straight out say you're unwilling? But perhaps it's for the best. Such a straightforward scoundrel, dismantling their relationship with just a few words. TSK. I thought this young man was a good person, but it turns out he's a cad who won't even splurge on his girlfriend's credit card. Exactly. Trash. Looking good is of no use. Such scoundrels are the most dangerous. The live chat erupted in chaos. The onlookers' eyes lit up, and many boys who had long been oppressed by their girlfriends were fervently giving Yi Yang thumbs up. Wow. A true role model. Well done. Ahem. The first step of her scheme had already failed, and the next step, which involved Yi Yang maxing out his credit card to buy a handbag, was now off the table. However, it was just as well. As a skilled influencer, she was naturally ruthless and had prepared several sets of tactics. If one set failed, she would switch to another. Is it that you do not love your girlfriend enough? Sigh, unable to even splurge a little on her. unwilling to spend even 10 or 20,000 on your girl. Today's men are truly cold-hearted. She began to employ a method of reverse provocation. Max out your credit card? Yi Yang quirked an eyebrow, smirking coldly. I would indeed like to witness which handbag dares to be priced at 100 billion. 100 billion. The audience erupted in astonishment. They had initially tuned in to watch a straight man tear apart the toxic, green tea female streamer, only to discover that this straight man was a super tycoon. A credit card limit of 100 billion? Do you even comprehend what you're saying? The snake-like face of Su Hong nearly collapsed at Yi Yang's words. Completely unable to accept it, she shouted. The way he countered was simply professional. Ha ha. That was incredible. So satisfying. This is how one should confront the toxic nonsense. The people around her were fervently praising, and once they translated the words, they too thought Yi Yang was joking. What credit card limit could possibly reach 100 billion? Just think about it. It had to be a jest. Yi Yang's utterly unexpected and whimsical response left Su Hong speechless. This young man was truly formidable. Lin Shuer watched Su Hong with a faint smile, thinking to herself that Yi Ge was indeed impressive, effortlessly leaving this woman at a loss for words. Heh heh. Heh. This young man certainly knows how to joke. If you can't afford it, just say so. Dream on. You might as well lie in bed at home. Su Hong's eyes twinkled as she launched another counterattack. Do you think I'm joking with you? Yi Yang chuckled lightly. Then let me ask you, how much is your outfit worth? Surely a super tycoon with a credit card limit of 100 billion wouldn't be dressed so shabbily? Su Hong retorted with a cold smile. How much? It's really not that much, Yi Yang shrugged. I would say, just over 100 million. Su Hong was about to retort when Yi Yang's next statement made her bite her tongue in shock. What did you say? Over 100 million? Are you wearing a golden Saint Seiya suit or something? Anyone can brag. The women in the live stream went wild, typing furiously to rally against this scoundrel. Heh. Sister Hong has regained her confidence. You say 100 million just like that? Can you tell us what it is, so we can see for ourselves? Don't believe me? Yi Yang scoffed. My entire outfit is a low-key luxury custom piece from Zegna, probably around 700 to 800,000. The shoes are custom-made by Seville Row, around 500,000. And the watch, a Vacheron Constantin Le Grande complication, starts at a minimum of 100 million. He casually stated. With each of Yi Yang's explanations, it was as if deep-sea bombs were dropping, sending waves of shock through the audience and the live stream, reaching new heights of excitement. I didn't pay close attention before, but this is indeed a private low-key version from Zegna. The chairman of my dad's company wears this. No way. I thought he was just talking nonsense. Does that mean the shoes and watch are real too? The onlookers stammered in disbelief. What kind of super tycoon is this? An entire outfit worth over 100 million? Everyone's worldview was shattered. No way. That's the Le Grande complication. It's the same as what the Russian Tsar wears. Even if you had 100 billion, without connections and status, you couldn't possibly get it. The collectors among the crowd gasped in awe. If you don't believe it, can this Centurion Black card be fake? Yi Yang casually pulled out the Centurion Black card from his pocket, waving it in front of Su Hong. The appearance of the black card completely deflated Su Hong. Oh my god, the Centurion Black card. This is the real deal, a world-class top tycoon. Oh right, I just remembered. ISNT, that girl a streamer named Shuer on Douyin. Ah, yes. I was so excited watching that carnival battle in her live stream a couple of days ago. That guy, could he be the legendary Yi God from that night? Wow. The real deal is right in front of me, and I was blind to not recognize it. The live stream audience, a group of toxic female streamers, completely forgot their earlier mockery. Upon seeing the Centurion card and the ensemble worth over 100 million, they flooded the chat, desperately asking Su Hong for Yi Yang's contact information, eager to date him, to have his children. Sisters, I just remembered. ISNT, this the piano god from the Ziguang Pavilion video the other day. No wonder he looks so familiar. I've been dreaming of him as my Prince Charming these days. Aw, I can't believe I just mocked my own idol. Oh no, I regret it. However, at this moment, Su Hong was utterly humiliated, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She could no longer bear to stand before Yi Yang and had already slipped away quietly. With this saga concluded, Yi Yang continued his delightful shopping spree with Lin Shuer. After acquiring several luxury handbags, Yi Yang finally left the extravagant Rainbow District with Lin Shuer, who was laden with treasures. Having spent so much, the luxury items would naturally be delivered to their homes by the store. Throughout this shopping spree, rewards kept pouring in, mostly in the form of deposit bonuses. Today's expenditure of several tens of millions yielded around 100 to 180 billion in deposit rewards. However, with over 1,000 billion in his bank account and assets in the trillions, even a reward of 180 billion no longer stirred any surprise in him. After dropping Lin Shuer back at Fuhua and lingering on the road for a while, she reluctantly ascended the building. It was only when Yi Yang returned to his Koenigsegg 1 that the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for today's expenditure exceeding 55 million. Triggering the hidden reward of the day, all-around athleticism. With all-around athleticism, you will master all known sports on Earth, with proficiency on par with Olympic champions, reaching the pinnacle of human capability. Oh, Yi Yang chuckled softly, amused by the myriad of options presented by the system, unexpectedly triggering a hidden reward. To date, he had activated such elusive rewards thrice, once mastering martial arts, once achieving proficiency in musical instruments, and now, yet again, attaining expertise in sports. There are surely hundreds, if not thousands, of sports in this world. What does it mean to reach Olympic champion level in each? It is simply astonishing. At this moment, Yi Yang found himself more exhilarated by this extraordinary reward than by the prospect of billions. Ha ha ha, splendid indeed. He was thoroughly pleased with this latest accolade. Glancing at the sky to see that dinner time was approaching, it was time to return. With a swift press on the accelerator, the Koenigsegg 1 roared to life, soaring like an enraged dragon towards the Yunding Mountain Villa. At the entrance of the Yunding Mountain Villa area, a top-of-the-line Range Rover was parked at the gate. With a market price of 3 to 4 million, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a luxury vehicle in most locales. Yet, here at Yunding Mountain, it seemed somewhat diminished in status. A small Range Rover? Did someone's nanny return from grocery shopping? This license plate was not on the registration list. Several security guards, puzzled, emerged from their booth. Good day, we are here to visit Mr. Yi at the Premier Villa, Fong Han announced, peering out from the car window with a gentle smile. The Premier Villa? The guard scrutinized the Range Rover, chuckling slightly. Are you certain you mean the Yunding Villa? The Premier Villa was currently valued at over 2 billion. What kind of stature must its owner possess? Who was privileged enough to be visiting, arriving in a Range Rover? Coughing lightly, seeing the guard's bemused expression, AI Wei couldn't help but retort. What? You look down on us? Oh, foreign guests? That's not it. But the owner of the Premier Villa holds such a distinguished identity that we cannot let just anyone through without verification. We'll need to confirm with Miss Momo first, the guard chuckled lightly. Humph, such pretentiousness. The haughty AI Wei immediately formed a poor impression of the entire Yunding Mountain Villa area, feeling a surge of indignation. As a prominent lawyer, he was accustomed to being surrounded by clients and treated with utmost respect. Yet here, he was being halted by a mere security guard. It was not that they were intentionally obstructing him. Rather, his status genuinely appeared too low for this locale. After a few minutes, upon confirming that these individuals were indeed guests of Yi Yang, the guards swiftly returned to their respectful demeanor, promptly opening the gate to allow Fong Han and his companions to pass. Damn, what a display of authority. Are they trying to put us in our place? Once through the gate, AI Wei grumbled in dissatisfaction. Mind your tongue. Have you forgotten my admonition? Fong Han coldly chided. Perhaps this is merely the new owner's way of making a statement. AI Wei mused as the Range Rover glided through the expansive Yunding Mountain Villa complex. Surrounded by shimmering lakes and lush, verdant hills, a breathtaking sight. In the steel and concrete jungle of the metropolis, this villa area felt like a slice of paradise. The ultra-wealthy truly do enjoy life to the fullest. AI Wei, already simmering with frustration, felt even more envious as he observed the ethereal beauty surrounding them. Kai Chi's eyes sparkled as she took in the idyllic scenery reminiscent of a secluded utopia. As the sun dipped low, casting a warm glow across the horizon, AI Wei marveled at the sheer size of the villa area, exclaiming, "How vast is this place? We've been driving for ages." After a while longer, they finally arrived at Yunding Mountain. UMOMO was waiting at the entrance with several maids. Wow. Even seasoned individuals like Fong Han and AI Wei were unable to suppress their astonishment upon seeing the array of stunningly beautiful maids clad in elegant attire. Good day, esteemed guests. I am UMOMO, the steward of the Premier Villa. The owner has yet to return, so please, step inside and enjoy some tea while you wait. She said graciously, her smile warm and inviting. Of course, we understand. A person of such stature as Mr. Yi must be incredibly busy, undoubtedly engaged in significant endeavors. Fong Han replied, imagining the great projects Yi Yang might be involved in. UMOMO smiled politely while secretly rolling her eyes internally, thinking busy? As if, seeing so many captivating maidens, AI Wei's irritation began to dissipate. He, along with Fong Han and Kai Chi, proceeded into the living room to await Yi Yang's arrival. Chapter 42, Nobility, naturally, comes with its own set of rules. Where is he? It's taking too long. AI Wei frowned, having finished his cup of tea, which, despite being exquisite Longjing, did little to quell his restless spirit. As a star lawyer, he had never experienced such a delay when visiting someone of importance. Observing AI Wei's growing impatience, Fong Han shook his head, thinking that while AI Wei was a prominent lawyer, his pride was excessive. Enough. I won't wait any longer. AI Wei slammed his teacup down on the table and rose to leave, just as Fong Han was about to admonish him to sit back down. A low growl of a supercar echoed in the distance. The owner has returned, UMOMO announced with a smile. AI Wei, who had stood up, caught sight of the stunning supercar outside. The Koenigsegg 1-1. Instantly, his arrogant demeanor was diminished by half. Although he prided himself on having encountered many influential figures, he had never seen anyone capable of affording such a fearsome vehicle. Fong Han and Kai Chi also stood, equally captivated by the sight of the Koenigsegg 1-1. Wow. Mr. Yi certainly has an impressive presence, Fong Han chuckled wryly. Though he was wealthy, he could never fathom spending $1 billion on a car. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arrived in a Range Rover. Welcome, master. As Yi Yang entered the room, UMOMO and the maids lined up, bowing in respect. What a display. Though AI Wei feigned indifference, deep down, he was envious beyond measure. Looks like I've returned a bit late, Yi Yang chuckled, shaking hands with Fong Han. Please, have a seat, he said casually. The trio settled down. Kai Chi scrutinized Yi Yang, while AI Wei remained silent, still nursing his earlier frustration. Mr. Yi, regarding the acquisition of our law firm, do you have any specific demands? Fong Han inquired tentatively. Nothing of particular importance. I simply purchased the firm for my own needs. You may assist me with legal matters and contracts related to my assets as needed, Yi Yang replied. Fong Han broke into a cold sweat. So he bought their renowned law firm simply for contingency? The mindset of the wealthy truly is distinct. What about our company's future plans and personnel changes? Fong Han pressed, concerned. Having built the Jinsheng firm from the ground up, if Yi Yang had genuine intentions to seize control, it would be a devastating blow to him. Conversely, if it were merely an investment in the firm, things would be manageable. He would simply receive a smaller portion of the profits. For now, I have no particular objections, Yi Yang shrugged. He certainly has no time to engage in palace intrigues or power struggles with these individuals. For a rational person seeking to amass wealth and gain advantages, it often requires extensive contemplation and effort. However, for him, it suffices to simply spend money continuously. Given the time spent on vying for power, wouldn't it be more delightful to indulge in greater expenditures? Understood. Fong Han felt a sense of relief in his heart. Yi Yang's words explicitly conveyed his stance, alleviating his major concerns. With doubts dispelled, the atmosphere markedly lightened. I wonder what contracts your company requires drafting and management for. We should coordinate accordingly, Fong Han inquired earnestly. Internationally, there are two. One is the Lafite Winery, and the other is Vacheron Constantin. Domestically, there are more. The ownership of the Empire Financial Building belongs to me. And there are tenant contracts for 10 apartments in the University District that need drafting, as well as a development competition agreement for the Ziguang Pavilion restaurant, Yi Yang reflected. Fong Han felt a chill run down his spine. One by one, these seemingly unrelated industries, from abroad to home, astonishingly belonged to a single individual. Even the proud AI Wei was taken aback. And the Yida Group is also mine. This one requires special attention, though they already have a dedicated legal team. So there's no need to worry too much. After pondering briefly, Yi Yang added, there might be others. At the moment, I can't recall them all. But I will inform you when I do. He casually acquired a new company, a statement meant to justify why he might have an additional asset in the future. What? The Yida Group? You mean, that Yida Group? The three of them were left in a state of bewilderment. This was a top-tier conglomerate renowned throughout Huaxia. Its founder's famous quote, 1 billion is just a small goal, had gone viral, known by all. Indeed, I just acquired it a couple of days ago. Yi Yang remarked nonchalantly. Fong Han couldn't help but smile wryly. Inwardly, he lamented that had he met Yi Yang earlier, he might have saved himself 2 decades of toil. At this moment, he dismissed all negative thoughts from his mind. This extraordinary magnate was utterly formidable. As long as he could establish any connection with him, his career would surely soar. Clinging to petty power struggles now seemed exceedingly foolish. He could hardly contain his excitement. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. All right, I believe we've discussed enough. It's time for dinner, Yi Yang smiled. Let us have a small national banquet, shall we? A small national banquet refers to a ceremonial meal of 9 dishes and 5 soups, a formal dining standard for ancient emperors' intimate gatherings. A national banquet? Fong Han's heart stirred. You don't happen to have a cadre of national banquet chefs hidden in this villa, do you? In China, chefs are classified into 3 levels, with the topmost being the distinguished national banquet chefs, representing the pinnacle of Huaxia cuisine. What does it mean to be wealthy? This is it. The sentiment echoed in their hearts simultaneously. After the dinner and a conversation with Yi Yang, Fong Han and Kai Chi were thoroughly captivated. Only AI Wei remained sullen. Yet he refrained from speaking out due to Fong Han's warning. Why has this old fellow remained silent? Does he harbor any dissatisfaction towards me? Yi Yang inquired with a smile. Boss Yi is approachable, and wealth naturally commands respect, so there's nothing to be dissatisfied about. However, AI Wei have always revered nobility, not the nouveau riche. No matter how wealthy you are, Boss Yi, you cannot win my trust, AI Wei declared, shaking his head, disregarding Kai Chi's attempts to restrain him and unleash the words he had long held back. Impudent! How dare you speak to Boss Yi in such a manner? Fang Han exclaimed, rising in agitation. He had just confirmed that Boss Yi was a true heavyweight, whom one could not offend, and one could only strive to befriend. AI Wei was stirring trouble. If this jeopardized the promising future of Jinsheng law firm, the loss would be unbearable. At this moment, Fang Han was anxious, his anger boiling. Oh, Yi Yang chuckled, understanding that some foreigners indeed harbor deeply ingrained notions of nobility shaped by their histories. Unlike the sovereigns of Huaxia, their perspectives were entirely different. So tell me, how might I earn your respect? AI Wei, a top lawyer at Jinsheng law firm, found it crucial to gain his esteem. Seeing Yi Yang issue a challenge, AI Wei refused to back down. Nobility has its own rules. Do you dare accept the challenge? Chapter 43, a golf course? I have one in my backyard. AI Wei. Fang Han chastised him before turning to Yi Yang with a conciliatory smile. Boss Yi, AI Wei is just like that. Please forgive him for any offense. Not at all, Yi Yang replied with a smile and a shake of his head. To be honest, I'm quite curious. Huh. A timid person cannot be deemed noble. AI Wei scoffed. Noble rules? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Pray enlighten me. Allow me to explain. I have engaged in noble sports since childhood, excelling in horse racing and golf. If you can prove your proficiency in these areas, demonstrating the cultivation and depth befitting nobility, then I shall respect you, AI Wei declared, eager for a challenge. Given that Boss Yi is so young, even if he has practiced since childhood, he must have significantly less experience than you. This is rather unreasonable, Fang Han admonished outwardly, though inwardly he felt relieved that a sporting contest might not be too damaging to their dignity. Humph. A true expert reveals themselves with a single move. I want to take advantage of him. During the competition, I shall surely allow him some leeway. AI Wei insisted repeatedly. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Let us see what you've got, Yi Yang said, filled with anticipation. As he had just recently acquired prowess in various sports and saw this as an opportunity to validate his skills. Boss Yi? Fang Han observed Yi Yang's confident demeanor and wondered if he truly possessed expertise in this area as well. So young, already a powerhouse in business, and also multi-talented? Was he some sort of prodigy? Kai Chi looked at Yi Yang with admiration, her heart swelling with admiration. Humph, just showing off, AI Wei thought, feeling a twinge of insecurity at Yi Yang's confidence. However, recalling his superior skills, he regained his composure. With such confidence now, if you lose terribly later, you'll understand the gap. Yi Yang smiled at AI Wei. In truth, the notions of nobility in sports were merely AI Wei's pretensions. He simply refused to accept his own inferiority and sought to reclaim his pride in an area where he excelled. His true strengths lay in sports and law, making a legal contest unrealistic. Thus, he chose sports instead. Since you refuse to yield, I shall make you submit. Yi Yang clapped his hands. My backyard is a golf course, perfect for a friendly match. I have a golf course in my backyard. Initially, Fang Han thought this was just an online joke. Today, he had truly witnessed it. He sighed in resignation, following in the footsteps of such an extraordinary magnate. This self-proclaimed elite felt acutely aware of his own poverty. Master Yu. Yu Momo approached with some concern, softly inquiring about Yi Yang. Yi Yang chuckled, playfully ruffling her nose, and whispered in her ear. Just bring the cheerleaders to support me, and watch how I dominate this foreigner. Momo's face flushed, and she nodded repeatedly, then raised her tiny fist in a gesture of encouragement. The summer breeze of Magic City felt quite strong that evening. Ivy found himself in a bit of a predicament. When playing golf, environmental variables can be daunting. With such gusty winds, how could one possibly play well? Only the top-tier elites can disregard the whims of nature and consistently achieve extraordinary feats with every stroke. Cough. It seemed that today's weather was ill-suited for golf. Ivy scratched his head, fearing he might not sink even one ball. He initially intended to humiliate Yi Yang, yet he worried he would dig his own grave instead. Such splendid weather and a refreshing evening breeze were perfect for golf, weren't they? Yi Yang felt quite comfortable in the evening's atmosphere. You really don't understand. Do you? Ivy thought, rolling his eyes internally. Anyone who had practiced golf for a couple of days wouldn't utter such amateurish remarks, unless one were a golfing prodigy. But how could someone just in their early 20s play at a world-class level? It was absurd. Could it be that this lad was banking on the weather preventing us from sinking any balls, thus masking his own embarrassment with a potential draw? Since this was a private spar, they agreed not to adhere to the traditional 18-hole format. Yi Yang proposed, let us set a rule, 10 strokes. And we'll see who sinks more balls. If my number doesn't exceed yours by double, I concede. Ivy seethed internally, thinking that was supposed to be his line. However, since Yi Yang had stolen his thunder, he merely scoffed. Humph, talk big. Don't get slapped in the face later. Begin your performance. Yi Yang, smiling, settled under the sunshade, hands raised in a casual manner. Let us start then. Ivy grasped the golf club, praying fervently, no matter what, Jesus, bless me to get one in. He adjusted his stance and took a swing. Whoosh. The golf ball spiraled through the air, only to be swayed by the wind, landing several dozen meters short of the hole hundreds of meters away. Cough. A misstep. Undoubtedly a misstep. Ivy's face flushed red as he continued to swing. Alas, in such blustery conditions, his strokes were utterly erratic, and after 9 attempts, he hadn't sunk a single ball. Fuck. Ivy was so furious that his native dialect slipped out. Last stroke. God have mercy. He kissed the golf ball and swung with all his might, eyes closed. As this shot was merely a desperate attempt. When he opened his eyes, he saw the scoring maid raising her flag in the distance. Holy crap, it went in. Yes. My God. Ivy nearly leaped with joy. Under such circumstances, sinking even one ball felt miraculous. He couldn't believe Yi Yang could sink more than 2. Haha. Ivy swaggered back to the shade. Your turn. Yi Yang shrugged, casually standing up, gripping the golf club, his body instinctively entering a state of perfection. Every muscle synchronized, his waist, hips, arms, and wrists moved in flawless harmony, as if choreographed by nature. His movements were so graceful they resembled a celestial being. The cheerleaders nearby were so mesmerized they forgot to wave their signs in approval. The sunset-esque glow illuminated Yi Yang's confident and radiant visage, leaving Momo and the cheerleaders spellbound. What does it matter if he looks good? That shot was all over the place. What the hell? Ivy stood up abruptly. At the moment Yi Yang swung, the golf ball's trajectory went awry. Yet, unexpectedly, it arced beautifully in the sky, catching the wind and returning to a straight path, landing perfectly in the distant hole. Is this magic? Ivy stared as the scoring maid raised her flag once more, stars swirling in his vision. No way, my blood pressure seems a bit high. Sorry. My skills are a bit lacking. After all, it's my first time playing today. This must be a trick of the eye. Or perhaps he just got lucky. Yes. Yes, he is just lucky. Huh. You won't have such fortune for the next stroke. Before he could finish his thought, Yi Yang confidently swung for his second stroke. Consecutive strokes. Ivy gaped in disbelief. Even world-class players typically take several minutes to adjust for each shot, yet Yi Yang showed no intention of pausing. Swinging directly for his second shot. This is outrageous. Such arrogance surely leads to failure. He fixated on the ball's path, muttering, God, please don't let it go in. However, in Huaxia, it seemed God was not listening. The ball soared straight up, resisting the wind with its spin, then elegantly bounced upon landing, as if calculated. And after a third bounce, it stylishly sank into the hole. Yay, master, you're simply amazing. So handsome. The maid brigade and Momo erupted in cheers. One successful shot might be luck, but 2 signifies skill. Especially the second shot's stylish entry. Absolutely stunning. Even those unfamiliar with the rules could see how impressive that shot was. Gulp. Ivy was left utterly petrified. Fong Han shook his head, feeling relieved. He hadn't anticipated that Boss Yi truly held such hidden depths, excelling at golf to a world-class standard. This not only preserved their dignity, but also curbed Ivy's arrogance. A win-win situation. However, he had to admit Yi Yang was quite handsome. If he were a woman, he might just want to cling to him. Fong Han thought, with a mischievous grin. Next, Yi Yang casually swung the club, hardly making any adjustments, placing the ball and directly hitting it. His movements were so nonchalant, akin to sweeping the floor. Yet, with such casual strokes, he sank all 9 balls. Each shot was executed in a different manner, each a variation of style. Impossible. Cheating. He must have a remote in that ball. Ivy shrieked. This is utterly absurd. But the reality unfolded before him. He could no longer deny the truth. Yi Yang glanced at the frantic Ivy and chuckled, thinking it might be a bit excessive to bully him like this. Perhaps he should leave him with some dignity. He had promised to let him have some fun. With that, he suddenly swung his club. Oops. Missed. Didn't he hit the ball? What a blunder, haha. He casually tossed the club to a nearby maid, returning to the shade and patting Ivy's shoulder, who was wide-eyed and agape. Looks like I'm still a bit inexperienced. 9 out of 10 isn't bad for my first time playing this. Ivy was in tears. Was that what you call letting me win? That was a blatant humiliation. Your acting was terrible, alright? You played like a god for the first 9 balls, then completely whiffed on the last. Are you trying to fool a fool? Looking into Yi Yang's sincere eyes, Ivy understood the underlying message. Yes, I am indeed fooling you. At this moment, the distant scoring maid was also jogging back with a golf ball in hand. Did I just hear you suspecting that I had a remote control hidden in the ball? Yi Yang tossed the golf ball to Ivy, suggesting, why not dissect it and see? Boss Yi, I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. Ivy surrendered completely. The moment he held the golf ball, his experience allowed him to determine its authenticity merely by its weight and feel. Are you convinced now? Yi Yang inquired with a knowing smile. I am indeed, bossy. In my 30 years of life, I've never encountered someone as formidable as you. Ivy felt his face flush with embarrassment, repeatedly apologizing. Shall we have another match with horses? I happen to have a stable in my backyard, Yi Yang teased. No, bossy, please spare me the humiliation. I acknowledge my mistake. You are now the person I admire the most. I will dutifully follow your lead and do everything in my power to assist you with any legal matters. Ivy capitulated repeatedly. Just one round of golf had already left his face swollen. If he were to be crushed again, he might truly seek a crevice to hide from the luxurious confines of the villa district. Ha, Fong Han, Kai Chi. And Umo watched Ivy's awkwardness and burst into laughter. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Ivy was merely proud, but conquering such pride would yield the purest respect. I never expected Bossy to possess such profound skills in sports. It is truly admirable. Kai Chi gazed at Yi Yang with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Mediocre at best. Would you believe me if I said this is actually my first time playing golf? Yi Yang candidly remarked. Bossy, didn't we agree not to humiliate me? Ivy replied with a mix of laughter and tears. With your skill, you could easily compete for the title of world golf champion. How could it possibly be your first time? Yi Yang rolled his eyes. In this world, to be honest, no one would believe it. I genuinely am playing golf for the first time, alright? After sharing a few more laughs, Yi Yang bid farewell to Fong Han and the others. Following this evening's gathering, he felt as if he had successfully won over these three individuals, who would undoubtedly devote themselves to his service henceforth. The pride of winning over such elite figures in society was quite exhilarating. Standing on the villa's loft and watching as the Land Rover slowly exited the estate, Yi Yang held a glass of Lafite, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. I never realized your golf skills were this exceptional. No wonder you always win so effortlessly when we play, Umo remarked, having approached him at some point, wrapping her arms around him and smiling warmly. Yi Yang playfully pinched Umo's delicate face. Women drive just as fast as men. Then tonight, let me show you what ease truly means, Yi Yang chuckled, heading toward the outdoor swimming pool on the rooftop. Chapter 45, You Are the Owner? The next morning, Yi Yang awoke feeling refreshed and began his morning routine. Although Umo had matured and possessed more energy than the average person, she was still no match for Yi Yang, a master of martial arts and a multi-talented athlete. After a night of exertion, she was still fast asleep. Yi Yang shook his head and casually picked up his phone to check messages. Bossy, this is Fong Han. We have successfully arranged the school district housing for you. Please call me for further details. Oh, quite efficient, I see. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. It seemed the other party had worked overnight to leverage connections on his behalf. Indeed, a clever individual, with such reliability. Entrusting legal matters concerning his assets to this person provided a sense of security. Yi Yang smiled and dialed Fong Han's number. Hello, Bossy. The phone rang only once before being answered, indicating that Fong Han had been waiting for Yi Yang's response since sending the message. Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. What is the status on the rental? We have contacted the IKEA agency, and they have dispatched their top sales agent, Fong Jijin, to liaise with me. The contract will be provided by IKEA, and we have already reviewed and amended it overnight to ensure it is optimal. Fong Han spoke confidently about the contract's preparation. I will send you Fong Jijin's contact information. She will bring clients directly to your Linjiang community entrance to wait for you. Good. Yi Yang felt assured about Fong Han's capabilities. After hanging up, he began to contact the so-called top sales agent, Fong Jijin. Hello, Bossy. It was evident that Fong Han had briefed Fong Jijin about Yi Yang, as she greeted him with a respectful tone. Yes, I intend to rent a property today. Please have the tenants wait for me at the Linjiang community entrance. Yi Yang said with a smile. Forgive my boldness, Bossy, but I have numerous clients with a strong demand for school district housing. May I inquire how many units you wish to rent out? Fong Jijin inquired cautiously. Bring as many as you have. Yi Yang replied casually. Bossy, are you serious? I currently have at least a dozen clients looking for school district housing. Fong Jijin was completely taken aback on the other end of the line. Upon receiving her instructions from Sister Sue, she had realized that this boss Yi was no ordinary client. However, she never expected him to have at least a dozen school district properties in Linjiang Community. This was Linjiang Community. Just a short distance to the east lay the University City, and to the west were the prestigious public and private high schools. The community was adjacent to the river, with the closest units boasting river views. Market prices soared to 250,000 to 350,000 per square meter, with an average unit size of 120 square meters. 10 Riverview School District properties would amount to nearly 300 million. Gulp. This was a super client that must be secured. Fong Jijin's mind raced. Just that? Only 10? To her astonishment, Yi Yang responded with such nonchalance that she nearly dropped her phone. "Sir, what do you mean by that?" she asked, her heart racing. Could it be that he owned more than 10 properties? All right. I never intended to rent them all out at once. Just bring people to the community entrance and wait for me, Yi Yang said casually. All 10 school district properties in Linjiang community belonged to him. Each building had 7 entrances, approximately 18 stories tall, with 2 units per floor. In total, there were at least 2,000 units, not including the large penthouses atop each building. The total value of these 10 school district properties amounted to several hundred billion. 2,000 units. Renting them all out would certainly be a challenge. Yi Yang chuckled to himself. However, he knew it was merely a matter of time. Every year, new students would be looking to rent as they entered university, and many middle-class families and elites in the city would seek out Linjiang community properties for their children's schooling. Once September rolls around, during the school season, these properties would likely be fully rented. It wouldn't be long now. Yi Yang turned to glance at the still sleeping UMO, the instigator of her exhaustion being none other than himself. He felt reluctant to wake her. It seemed that today, he would have to handle this matter himself. Yi Yang hummed a cheerful tune. Considering the principle of maintaining a low profile, it would be prudent to drive a more understated vehicle in such a crowded setting. After deliberating for quite some time, he ultimately selected a relatively inexpensive car from his garage, a Ferrari LaFerrari valued at 30 million. Yes, this should suffice as being discreet. He nodded to himself. Most of the cars in his garage were priced above 50 million, so this LaFerrari indeed qualified as modest by comparison. With a roar, the LaFerrari, like a crimson specter, swiftly departed from the Yunding Mountain Villa area. The Yunding Villas were not far from the Linjiang Villas, and before long, he had arrived. However, Fang Zijing had evidently arrived even earlier. The prospective tenants, eager for properties in the coveted school district, appeared quite anxious. Wow, a Ferrari, among the waiting tenants. Some clearly recognized the luxury vehicle, exclaiming in awe as Yi Yang's LaFerrari approached. It's truly a Ferrari, and a LaFerrari at that. A top-tier luxury car, seemingly worth 20 to 30 million. How enviable. Passers-by also cast envious glances at the splendid vehicle parked at the community entrance. With a soft thud, Yi Yang exited the car and immediately sensed the fervent gazes surrounding him. He felt a twinge of helplessness. He had intended to keep a low profile. Mr. Yi. Fang Zijing approached hastily, her demeanor respectful. Fang Zijing. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised as he surveyed the crowd behind her. There were at least 20 individuals. Didn't you say there would be a dozen or so? How did so many come? Is that too many? Fang Zijing's first reaction was to reassure him. No need to worry, Mr. Yi. Some people brought their children to select school district properties. In reality, there are only 13 rental requests. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Yang's mind, but he quickly waved it off. That is acceptable, I suppose. Mr. Yi, are you certain your property is sufficient? Fang Zijing inquired quietly as she leaned closer. Haha. Yi Yang, uninterested in lengthy explanations, glanced at the group of rental seekers. Let us discuss specifics. Some were looking to rent for their children attending middle school, most desiring 3 to 6 year leases. Fang Zijing demonstrated her professional acumen. Others are affluent individuals, either local or from out of town, seeking 4-year rentals for their daughters attending university. There is only one particularly special case. Fang Zijing was interrupted as a young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a hawk-like nose approached, exuding the unique confidence of a second-generation rich kid. He scrutinized Yi Yang and asked, "Are you the owner we need to meet?" Chapter 46. Impossible. The system must be malfunctioning. Is there something you need? Yi Yang assessed the young man, clearly from a well-off background, adorned in luxury brands. Our Lolo is coming here to attend the Shanghai University of Transportation, and I want you to sell me the property. We can negotiate the price. I know you might not be in need of money. However, I can offer a premium. Perhaps even a supercar that surpasses your current vehicle. The young man with golden glasses stated confidently. How absurd. Yi Yang scoffed. You think a mere sports car can exchange for my property? The rich second generation was momentarily speechless. No matter how expensive your school district property is, a unit worth 20 million should suffice. I'm offering you a 40 million vehicle, that's a 2-fold premium. Who told you I own only one property? Yi Yang shot a cold glance at the young man, then turned away, leaving him standing there, dumbfounded. Peng Feiyu was completely taken aback. Coming from a well-off family, he had been infatuated with the goddess of his class since middle school, and now that she, Dai Luoluo, had finally graduated, he intended to showcase his sincerity and capability by purchasing a school district property for her. However, school district properties near the university town were incredibly precious resources. Once they hit the market, they were snatched up instantly. Buying was out of the question. Renting was the only option. So he thought to seize the opportunity to purchase a property directly from the owner today at a premium. Do you think there are many here today who cannot afford a home? Yi Yang remarked, glancing at the group of tenants brought by Fang Zijing. Aside from Peng Feiyu, all the tenants were women. Some were young mothers, others university students. Exactly. Young man, your approach is rather underhanded. I was just starting to think you were refined. Several wealthy women expressed their displeasure. Faced with their ridicule, the second-generation wealthy Peng Feiyu felt his pride wane and shouted angrily. I'll buy you a unit at 10 times the price. Will you sell it or not? 10 times the premium. Is this kid insane? Haha, what a sycophant. Several affluent university girls observed him coldly, aware that they, too, were goddesses in their own right. And they could easily understand Dai Lulua's feelings at that moment, pride mixed with disdain. They only felt a thrill from the rich second-generation's lavish spending and servitude, devoid of any affection. Do you think I need money? Yi Yang shrugged. Don't speak of 10 times, even if you were to offer 1,000 times more. If I'm in a foul mood, I still wouldn't sell. You. Peng Feiyu laughed mockingly. 1,000 times. Haha. Do you really think you're the richest person in Huaxia? Just because you have billions, you can refuse deals at will? Have some sense of reality. You think you're the only owner in Linjiang community? If you want to sell, plenty of others will. At this moment, Dai Luoluo stepped forward, sneering in agreement. Yi Yang shot her a glance, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Her gaze was sharp and domineering, almost frightening. However, despite Yi Yang's wealth, he was merely a property owner with a handful of units, while Peng Feiyu was a bona fide second-generation rich kid with hundreds of billions in family assets. He knew he had to play his cards right and discern the weight of the situation. Is that so? Yi Yang chuckled softly. Then let me be clear today. You will not find a rental here. A collective gasp echoed among Fang Zijing and the other tenants. This young man, though still quite young, spoke with a formidable air of authority. Haha, I like it. If I were a decade younger, I would be enamored with such a domineering, wealthy, and handsome young man. The middle-aged women teased. Only Fang Zijing harbored a burgeoning, incredulous suspicion. Could it be that the Linjiang community was not as absurd as it seemed? That it was utterly impossible? Fang Zijing shook her head repeatedly, trying to dispel the terrifying thought from her mind. Perhaps Mr. Yi had good relations with other owners. Oh, look at you, so arrogant, unaware of your own limitations. Just a few rundown properties. Dai Luoluo scoffed. Yi Yang disregarded their taunts entirely. The entire community belonged to him, and he was indeed the sole owner. Soon, he would summon security to escort these two fools away. Let us follow him. Fang Zijing urged the tenants to accompany Yi Yang into the community. At the entrance, several security guards greeted Yi Yang and his group with respect. The LaFerrari parked there indicated that Yi Yang was not someone they could afford to offend, and thus they treated him with deference. Sir, your license plate is not registered. May I kindly ask you to verify that you are a resident of the community? It's just protocol, you see. The guard smiled apologetically. How do I prove that? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. Our security system contains all resident information. As long as you provide your corresponding address and identity information, you may enter the community. This validation is only required for the first entry. Once you are registered in the system, facial recognition will grant you automatic access thereafter, explained several security guards repeatedly. Huh. They haven't even recorded the facial information into the system? You must not even have a residence here and are simply toying with us, right? Peng Feiyu scoffed mockingly. The other tenants, upon hearing this, also began to harbor doubts. Since facial recognition is only necessary for the initial entry into the community, how could Yi Yang, as a property owner, not be included in the system? I only purchased the house a couple of days ago. Today is my first visit as well. Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders and said with resignation, then just input any room number. Pardon, sir, what did you say? The guards questioned, suspecting their ears had deceived them. I said, input any number. All the houses here belong to me. Yi Yang frowned slightly but, realizing his words might be perceived as outrageous, he patiently elaborated. Ha ha ha. Peng Feiyu clutched his belly. Did you all hear what he just said? The entire Linjiang community is his. Are you perhaps an escapee from a mental institution? Do you have any idea how much it costs to buy the entire Linjiang community? At least 500 billion. Initially, the wealthy ladies had no concept of such sums, but upon hearing Peng Feiyu's exclamation, they were also taken aback. They prided themselves on having modest fortunes. At least a few hundred million, but hundreds of billions was an entirely different realm. It raised their suspicions. Could this seemingly youthful lad truly possess hundreds of billions in real estate? This was indeed somewhat unbelievable, if not utterly absurd. Could it be that this young man was merely pulling their leg? Only Fang Zijing was drenched in cold sweat. She recalled the tone and expression of Sister Su when she entrusted Yi Yang to her. If Sister Su had displayed such a demeanor, perhaps Yi Yang was indeed remarkable. Just then, as the system logged in and displayed the name Yi Yang, the guards gasped in astonishment. No way. This is impossible. The system must be malfunctioning. Chapter 47. As long as you marry my daughter, I will provide an 88 million dowry. Upon searching for Yi Yang, a list of property ownership details appeared, all belonging to him. Just how much does he own? The guards scrolled endlessly, unable to reach the end. From Unit 101 of Building A, one after another, all the way to the lavish flat on the 18th floor of Building G, the ownership details were uniformly Yi Yang. Even after refreshing several times, it remained the same. Recalling Yi Yang's earlier words, input any room number. All the houses here are mine. The guards looked at him in utter shock, their minds momentarily blank. So, did you find it? Yi Yang frowned, observing the dazed expressions of the guards, urging them to speak promptly. Of course. The guards, now fervently gazing at Yi Yang, saluted him respectfully, stating, upon verification, you are indeed the sole owner of the community. Just moments ago, Peng Feiyu, who had been brash and confrontational, was now rendered speechless. Is my hearing impaired? Am I losing my sanity? Or is the world simply mad? A community valued at least 3 to 500 billion belongs to this seemingly 20-something young man, who is just like myself. This lad is wealthier than my father. Dai Luo's eyes suddenly ignited with fervor. She completely forgot her earlier mockery of Yi Yang. No matter how impressive Peng Feiyu was, he was ultimately a wealthy heir who had to plead with his family for funds. Yi Yang, on the other hand, drove luxury cars and possessed hundreds of billions in real estate. Who knew what other assets he might have? He was undoubtedly a super-rich individual. In terms of estimated value, he probably surpassed Peng Feiyu by countless multiples. It was indeed true. Fang Xijin covered her mouth, gazing in disbelief at the confident young man before her, who appeared even younger than herself. The entire Linjiang community already belonged to him. A major client. A super major client. Did this mean that the properties in her hands amounted to at least 2,000 units? What did that even signify? If all these properties were rented out, the commission she could earn was enough to send shivers down her spine. Wow, who would have thought this young man was an invisible super tycoon? The wealthy ladies, who had initially found Yi Yang exceedingly charming, now regarded him with a more complex gaze. In fact, 2 of the affluent women had already begun nudging their daughters, their expressions suggesting a keen interest in pursuing him. Since there are no issues, let us proceed inside. Yi Yang casually pointed at Peng Feiyu and Dai Luoluo, stating, remember, this community does not welcome these 2 individuals. If you see them again, escort them out immediately. Yes, of course. The guards responded incessantly. Hey, wait up, brother Yi. Dai Luoluo quickly donned a smile, attempting to catch up. However, Yi Yang did not look back. He had encountered countless beautiful women, although Dai Luoluo was passably attractive. She wouldn't even rank among his maidens. With her dubious character and warped values, she was utterly unworthy of his attention. Madam, please conduct yourself with dignity. The guards frowned, and, with a simple push, they shoved Dai Luoluo aside. In a moment of haste, she stumbled in her high heels and fell onto the cobblestone path. Grimacing in pain. How dare you? Peng Feiyu, witnessing this scene, exploded with rage and rushed to retaliate. However, the 2 guards, appearing formidable and coldly smiling, doused his fiery spirit like a bucket of ice water. He bent down repeatedly, trying to assist Dai Luoluo, his heart aching as he asked, Luoluo, are you all right? Slap. Unexpectedly, Dai Luoluo slapped him across the face. It's all your fault. You wretched sycophant. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have missed out on such a perfect wealthy man. If you hadn't been so obnoxious today, ridiculing him, I wouldn't have tarnished my image in his eyes. With my charm, how could any man not be enamored? In a fit of rage, coupled with the resentment of being knocked down, Dai Luoluo tore off the mask of pretense and revealed her true feelings. After delivering 2 more slaps to Peng Feiyu, she struggled to rise, limping away in anger. Peng Feiyu was left dazed by the series of slaps. He had never anticipated that in the eyes of the goddess, he would be viewed in such a light. This realization shattered his most fragile fantasies, causing him immense anguish as he began to weep openly on the street. The pitiful spectacle of this pair of scorned individuals drew no sympathy from the wealthy women who had just entered the community. Rather, they felt quite pleased. Many of them regarded Yi Yang as a prospective son-in-law, as he was one of their own, and thus they were determined to support him. Next came the selection of properties. The entire Linjiang community, with its 10 buildings and over 2,000 units, belonged to him. With only a handful of individuals viewing properties, it was only natural that they could select at will. Each person could choose their most desired floor and optimal lighting. However, in upscale communities like the Linjiang residential area, specifically designed for successful individuals, every household enjoys a remarkable level of comfort. The disparities are hardly significant. Each residence is exquisitely furnished, allowing for immediate occupancy with just a suitcase in hand. Consequently, the process is remarkably efficient. Within a mere hour, all negotiations reached a conclusion. Fang Zijin felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After a month of bustling activity, she had garnered more in this 1 hour than she might have in that entire time. It is worth noting that these tenants are committing to leases of at least 3 to 4 years in such a luxurious community. The rental prices here are in an entirely different league compared to ordinary neighborhoods, with over a dozen units, averaging 5 years of rent each, settled in one lump sum. The total approaches 20 million. The life of the affluent is enviable. They need not lift a finger, lounging in bed while substantial sums flow into their accounts each month. Fang Zijin calculated briefly, if each unit is indeed rented for an average of 5 years. With over 2,000 apartments in Linjiang residential area leased out before September, Yiyang could directly witness an influx of billions. The mere thought of that figure made her heart flutter. However, correspondingly, the Yi family agency would also earn a handsome commission. She might just secure a sum of over 1 million for herself. A monthly income of 1 million in the vast expanse of Huaxia. Such a prospect is a dream for the majority. I must ensure that I cater to this significant investor well. At this moment, the group had finalized their choices. The atmosphere was much more relaxed and jovial. Hey, Xiaoyi, do you have a girlfriend? As the conversation flowed, a group of married women began to gossip. You're so young and accomplished. It would be a shame if you were single. What do you think of my daughter? She doesn't have a boyfriend either. Yiyang was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that these wealthy ladies were also playing matchmaker? My daughter is a gem too. She is still in high school. But trust me, she is worth it. My family can offer a dowry of 50 million. We can provide 80 million. My family will throw in company shares. The previously cheerful atmosphere shifted abruptly. Yiyang felt overwhelmed, chuckling wryly. While other families might demand higher bride prices for their daughters, these affluent women had an entirely different mindset. Here, they were focused on how much more they could provide as a dowry. It was an inevitable consequence of being exceptionally handsome. Chapter 48. Exorbitant property fees? Oh my, I'm still here. The women present were blushing, casting coy glances at Yiyang. Such a dashing and perfect gentleman is a rare find. How many individuals in this world could possibly surpass Yiyang? Yiyang smiled lightly. Those who could gain admission to Shanghai University City must possess commendable academic credentials, and coupled with their affluent backgrounds, their poise is undoubtedly impressive. However, in comparison to his standards, they still seemed rather ordinary. Nowadays, even the maids surrounding him are Ivy League graduates or top scholars from the best universities in Huaxia. Their grace and beauty are not something these young women can compare to. Yet, to refuse them publicly would be deemed impolite. Amidst the jesting, he reluctantly added several girls on WeChat before sending the group of tenants away. Signing contracts and processing payments must adhere to formal procedures. Having reached an agreement today, it would take at least a day or two before they could move in. What a headache. Yiyang raked a hand through his hair. Being pursued by a gaggle of beautiful married women eager to offer their daughters, complete with extravagant dowry proposals, was indeed a daunting experience. Boss, he could very well be crowned the most sought-after son-in-law in Huaxia. Fang Zijin remarked playfully, clearly in high spirits. What can I say? It's hard to help being this handsome. Yiyang shook his head, responding earnestly. Were anyone else to utter such words, they would surely be met with ridicule. But unfortunately, Yiyang's assertion was undeniably true. This left Fang Zijin feeling a mix of envy and admiration. By the way, bossy, do you need anything? I have plenty of free time today and can lend you a hand. Fang Zijin, ever perceptive, suggested. With the tenants gone, Yiyang remained, evidently with matters still to attend to. Well, indeed, there is one task. Yiyang nodded slightly, appraising Fang Zijin's graceful and mature figure. Mr. Yi. Fang Zijin's cheeks flushed, her hands instinctively crossing over her chest as she stepped back. Yiyang waved his hand. Come with me and help me tidy up an apartment. Oh, Fang Zijin's heart raced. As a modern-day career woman who believed in self-reliance, she had a strong character. Even if Yiyang was a strikingly handsome young tycoon, she could not easily abandon her own dignity. You startled me. She patted her chest and hurried to follow him. The A building features a spacious penthouse. Buildings A, B, and C are all part of the Linjiang complex. A building, particularly, occupies the prime location. The penthouse on the top floor can be considered the finest unit in the Linjiang residential area. The penthouse in a building boasts a soaring ceiling height of 8 meters, with 2 levels and a dedicated elevator. The balcony offers sweeping views of the magnificent Huangpu River. And across the way lies the bustling metropolis. When night falls and the city lights illuminate, it transforms into an exquisite visual feast. Just the scenery alone is worth billions. Yiyang smiled, remarking, the penthouse in a building, as the signature unit of Linjiang residential area, is priced at 8 billion. If it were to be sold, its market value would likely soar to over 10 billion. This is more expensive than most villas. The penthouse measures 500 square meters, and the rooftop features a private swimming pool and a personal lawn, with a private cinema on the upper level, Fang Zijin elaborated. Yiyang expressed his satisfaction. The Linjiang villa is conveniently located near the high school attended by his sister, Yizi, and he intends to select a unit for her to reside in. It is certainly preferable to the 6-person dormitory with bunk beds that his sister has been complaining about for over 2 years. Cleaning this apartment will undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. While Fang Zijin verbally acknowledged this, she had already begun to busy herself. Prior to any owners occupying the units, there were dedicated cleaning staff assigned to maintain them. Although the Linjiang penthouse is large, it is not overly complicated to clean. Yi Yang's gaze landed on Fang Zijin's silhouette as she arranged the bed linens, her shapely form facing him. His previously untroubled thoughts began to waver slightly. Within the expansive 500-square-meter 2-level penthouse, it was just the two of them. And being in such a sensitive area as the bedroom, it was impossible for him not to entertain certain thoughts. Sensing Yi Yang's gaze upon her, Fang Zijin's face flushed like a sunset. Her earlier instinctive movements were rooted in her upbringing, yet throughout their encounter, she had mentally prepared herself. No matter what, if she could share an intimate moment with such a flawless man, it would undoubtedly be a gain for her. After all, she had spent years devoted to her career, seldom indulging in romantic encounters. The mere thought of such intimacy ignited a profound yearning deep within her. Once she finished arranging the bed, she shyly lowered her gaze to Yi Yang, revealing a side of her that contrasted with her strong persona. "Mr. Yi, I'm all set." She bit her lip, her eyes openly reflecting her feelings toward him. "Good." Yi Yang smiled gently. He never coerces anyone, yet he does not shy away from indulging in mutually pleasurable experiences. If one cannot live freely, then possessing such wealth becomes meaningless. This is the essence of a wealthy individual. Fang Zijin, still clad in her professional real estate attire, a fitted blazer paired with black stockings and high heels, exudes a tantalizing allure in the spacious, vacant flat, enhancing his enthusiasm for the day. After a bout of vigorous activity, Yi Yang smiled contentedly. With a splash, after the post-activity cleanup, Fang Zijin no longer radiated her previous assertive demeanor, but instead appeared rather bashful. "Well, it's time for lunch," Yi Yang remarked, stretching his limbs, his appetite significantly heightened. "Do you know any good restaurants nearby?" "It's on me," he said with a smile. No. It's certainly my treat," Fang Zijin insisted repeatedly. Just how greatly had Yi Yang transformed her fortunes? How could such a distinguished individual allow her to treat him to a meal? It was imperative that she foot the bill. Just as the two were engaged in their culinary debate, the doorbell rang. Yi Yang furrowed his brow and walked into the living room to open the door, only to be greeted by a tall man in a suit. Who are you?" Yi Yang inquired. "Are you the new owner here?" The burly man's fierce appearance, coupled with a grin, made him resemble a highwayman from an ancient drama. "I'm from the property management of Linjiang, here to collect the maintenance fee." "Maintenance fee? How much?" Yi Yang did not bother to explain. Naturally, the fees for a high-end community are steep. This spacious flat likely incurs an annual fee of at least 100 to 80,000. "Hey, it's $1 million a year." The suit-clad man smiled maliciously. Are you joking?" Yi Yang's brow knitted tighter. He was certainly not short on funds. But that did not imply he would acquiesce to an unreasonable demand for money. That's the established price. If you're unwilling, take it up with the owner's committee." The burly man sneered, exhibiting a brazen attitude. "The owner's committee?" Yi Yang scoffed. In the entire Linjiang community, he was the sole owner. He was the committee itself. "You live in a spacious flat. Surely, you're not short on cash. Why, then, bemoan $1 million a year?" The man scratched his head in boredom. Most previous owners in Linjiang were busy individuals who purchased properties primarily for investment purposes, seldom showing their faces, thus failing to form an effective committee. With no complaints from owners, the property management set the fees at will. Over the years, the man had grown increasingly bold. Originally, the maintenance fee for such a flat was capped at 200,000 a year. Now, he had raised it to 1 million outright. "Do you believe I could have your property management kicked out with a mere word?" Yi Yang chuckled coldly. The man likely remained unaware that he had acquired the entirety of the Linjiang community. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so brazen. You may leave now, tomorrow. The property management of Linjiang will no longer be yours." Yi Yang waved his hand dismissively. "How dare you? You're quite audacious." The burly man stared in disbelief. "What is going on with you? Do you really believe you're the only owner in the entire Linjiang community?" To be honest, that was precisely the case. Fang Zijin had also tidied herself up and strolled out. "You again?" The impatient man's eyes brightened upon seeing her. "Oh, Sister Fang, what brings you here? Do you know each other?" Yi Yang asked, intrigued by Fang Zijin. "Of course. Sister Fang is quite renowned. There are few in the real estate world of Modu who can match her sales prowess. Our property management must maintain good relations with these industry elites." The man laughed repeatedly. Yet, a flicker of disdain crossed Fong Sijin's eyes. Jin Jiang was the sort who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. A bully masquerading as property management, having obtained his position through opportunism and deception. Although everyone found him bothersome, they had no recourse against him due to his shrewdness. What did you mean just now? He represents all the owners? Jin Jiang sneered. He looks unfamiliar. He has only been here a few days and has already wormed his way into managing the owners committee? And so what? You can't even gather enough owners. Can you? Without 50% of the owners' joint complaints, you can't replace us. Jin Jiang shrugged dismissively, completely unconcerned. Is that so? Fong Sijin chuckled lightly. You truly are ignorant. Perhaps you're unaware that this gentleman, Mr. Yi, is the sole owner of the entire Linjiang community. The sole owner? Are you out of your mind? Jin Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, I see. You two are conspiring to toy with me, aren't you? I'll show you respect by calling you Sister Fong. Otherwise, you're nothing before me. With no utility for him, he was not inclined to indulge her. Hurry up and pay the maintenance fee. Or else. Jin Jiang stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence. Yi Yang smirked coldly, stepping closer. What? Are you threatening to use violence? His physical prowess was now near the pinnacle of human capability. He could easily dominate heavyweight champions with a single hand, let alone a seemingly blustering property manager. Gulp. Jin Jiang, inherently a coward, jumped back at Yi Yang's fearless demeanor. I warn you, this is a society governed by law, integrity, kindness, civility, harmony. If you dare to act, I will have the law punish you. Yi Yang was utterly exasperated. This fellow, who clearly resembled a brigand, had taken cowardice to an extreme. I have no interest in toying with someone of your stature. Yi Yang shook his head slightly. If you don't believe me, call the developer and inquire for yourself. Otherwise, if you continue to pester me here, I'll simply kick you off this flat. You dare. Jin Jiang, putting on a brave face, had already retreated several meters, eyeing Yi Yang with suspicion and wariness. Bored, Yi Yang had no desire to engage further with such a fickle character. Spending time with him was a waste of expression. Have you decided where to eat? Yi Yang turned to ask. Let us go to the Peace Hotel. Their dishes truly capture the essence of old Modu and are quite refined, Fong Sijin suggested with a smile. All right, let us go. Yi Yang casually closed the door behind them, leaving Jin Jiang looking utterly foolish and dazed. It was not until a considerable time after Yi Yang and Fong Sijin had descended in the elevator that he gradually relaxed. The sole owner of the Linjiang community? He muttered. Could that woman truly have no motive to deceive me? Could it be real? But that is absurd. It's simply impossible. She must be trying to trick me. Humph. He exhaled sharply, finally unwinding. Leisurely ascending the staircase, as I stepped outside, a gust of wind revitalized my senses, sending a shiver down my spine. I thought to myself, it would be prudent to make a call for verification. At that moment, as I dialed, a striking red Ferrari had already transported Yi Yang and Fong Sijin to the nearby Peace Hotel. After parking the car, they proceeded inside, heading straight for the signature dishes. The Peace Hotel is relatively renowned, with an average expenditure starting at 2,000 yuan. However, having recently dined at extravagant restaurants and even state banquets, Yi Yang found this establishment somewhat too modest. While they enjoyed their meal and shared laughter, the atmosphere was indeed harmonious. Dining and conversing with a beautiful woman is undeniably a delightful experience. Just as their conversation reached a peak of enjoyment, a group of portly middle-aged men in suits entered through the door. One of them, clearly a lackey, was gesturing animatedly at the front desk. The receptionist appeared visibly distressed. The lackey then produced a bundle of cash from his pocket, exuding an air of arrogance and confidence. With his keen hearing, Yi Yang could easily discern the lackey's words. What is going on here? Fong Sijin inquired, noticing the receptionist's troubled demeanor. Several project managers from a real estate company have made reservations for a gathering, but the place is fully booked. They are negotiating with the receptionist to pay 10 times the usual price for a table to accommodate them. Yi Yang scoffed at this. Most patrons here were not financially constrained. A meal costing around 10,000 yuan, multiplied by 10, amounted to a hefty sum. Who would willingly vacate their table midway through their meal for such a price? Thus, the receptionist was understandably in a difficult position. Sir, we truly cannot accommodate that request. We are a legitimate establishment. However, if you can reach a private agreement with the patrons currently dining, we wouldn't interfere, she offered with a forced smile. Bah! You're hopeless at business. The lackey, frustrated by the receptionist's inability to yield, surveyed the restaurant with his cash in hand. The best view was clearly from Yi Yang's table, and so he swaggered over, wallet in hand, with an intimidating demeanor. Brother, you're in luck today? The lackey proclaimed as he approached Yi Yang. Casting a glance at him, Yi Yang chose to ignore the man, fully aware of his intentions. The lackey, feeling ignored and foolish, lost his composure. Our boss, Mr. Wang, is in high spirits today. If you relinquish this table to him, we'll offer you 10 times the cost of your meal. You're spending 10,000. We'll give you 100,000. A win-win situation. Yi Yang let out a cold laugh. Happy? You think you're wealthy? At that moment, Mr. Wang and his associates approached and overheard Yi Yang's remark, their brows furrowing in discontent. Young man, temper your pride. You seem fresh to the world, but such arrogance will surely lead to your downfall, Mr. Wang admonished. Yi Yang chuckled inwardly, thinking, do you believe this is a scene from a gangster drama? While he was tempted to retort, isn't being young synonymous with confidence, he opted for a more cunning approach. Are you certain you wish to purchase our table? A playful smirk danced across Yi Yang's lips. Indeed. Not only do we wish to buy it, but we will pay tenfold, the lackey boasted, patting his wallet. Seeing Yi Yang show signs of acquiescence, Mr. Wang's expression softened. You're wise to comply. Yi Yang nodded slightly and beckoned a nearby server. Excuse me, sir, how may I assist you? The server, Xiaoya, approached, sharing her disdain for those who attempted to force others out of their seats. Initially sympathetic towards Yi Yang, she felt a pang of disappointment upon realizing he was considering capitulating for money. However, as someone who worked in the service industry, she understood the harsh realities of life. It was often wiser to avoid conflict. Sighing internally, she silently lamented for Yi Yang. Could you please tally the cost for our table? Yi Yang casually gestured at the dishes before him, casting a knowing glance at Mr. Wang. Certainly, Xiaoya replied, albeit puzzled. The 9-headed purple abalone is 5,000 per serving. And you ordered 2, totaling 10,000. The steamed golden rice is 1,000 per 2 tails, totaling 8,000. The lychee mousse is 18,888. The immortal 8 varieties soup is 6,666. The ginger fish is 13,000. As she continued her tally, Mr. Wang's expression darkened with every mention. The surrounding diners began to take notice. Unbeknownst to Xiaoya, who was now somewhat numb from the extravagant dishes being ordered, these were all signature items of the Peace Hotel, typically considered luxurious. The realization struck her as she observed Yi Yang's intent, a smirk forming on her lips as she looked towards the increasingly dismayed Mr. Wang and his companions. Continuing her tally, she reached the final item, her expression turning to one of shock. The Silent Ship White Snow Champagne is 188,000 per bottle, totaling 376,000 for 2 bottles. The Silent Ship White Snow Champagne is the hotel's prized possession, with only 2,000 bottles in existence worldwide. After considerable effort, the hotel managed to acquire 5 bottles. And in its century-long history, only one had been sold. The sight of this seemingly youthful gentleman ordering 2 bottles left everyone astounded. Fong Xijin covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had no idea that the champagne she had just enjoyed was worth nearly 2 million per bottle. Had she known, she would never have dared to indulge. Realizing that her proud commission of 1,000,000 yuan was insufficient to match the value of a single bottle of champagne, Fong Xijin couldn't help but smile wryly. Wow, he ordered the Silent Ship? Incredible. Is he an invisible super-rich tycoon? Are wealthy individuals always so understated, casually ordering a meal worth millions? Shouldn't the restaurant owner be here to fawn over him? Indeed. Ha ha ha. Look at that pompous Mr. Wang. His face has turned green. Does he still have the audacity to offer tenfold for someone to leave? The brazen antics of Mr. Wang had already drawn attention from the diners. However, no one had wanted to stir trouble until now. Upon hearing the price of the meal, it became clear that this young man was anything but ordinary. The final order of 2 bottles of champagne detonated like a bombshell, sending ripples of excitement throughout the Peace Hotel. Sir, the total for your meal, rounded to the nearest whole number, amounts to 418,886,888 yuan, Xiaoya stated, still in shock. Okay. Yi Yang observed the 2 trembling figures beside him, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired. So, what do you think? I am not one to bully you. I am exceedingly magnanimous. How about this? I shall waive the remainder, that 88 cents. Now, shall we settle the bill? Would you prefer a bank transfer or a credit card? At that moment, Mr. Wang's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, red, purple, black, and green, as he grappled with existential doubts. He had always been a person of arrogance and pride. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Little did he expect to encounter someone even more audacious today. A meal costing over 4 million. The question of whether their project could yield a mere 10 million was still in the air. Over 40 million. Mr. Wang felt as though he were bleeding internally. Even selling off all his subordinates would not suffice to gather such an amount. I am kindly offering to waive the remainder. What is the matter? No money? Yi Yang questioned, feigning confusion. How could you lack a conscience? Waiving 88 cents hardly counts as a concession. Mr. Wang thought bitterly, yet with no outlet for his frustration. He merely trembled in silence. At that moment, Yi Yang's expression turned icy, and he barked, If you lack funds, why show off? The sudden reprimand caused the already guilt-ridden subordinates to buckle at the knees. Had they not been supported by their companions, they might have collapsed to the ground. Wow. What a display of dominance. Incredible. What audacity to flaunt wealth when broke. This is a true tycoon. The surrounding diners were vocally appreciative. The humiliation dished out was utterly delightful. Fong Sijin looked at Yi Yang with admiration in her eyes, though she was a formidable woman in her own right. In the presence of Yi Yang, she felt like nothing more than an enamored admirer. Just as Mr. Wang struggled to catch his breath. As if on the verge of a heart attack, the doors of the Peace Hotel were suddenly flung open. A large, disheveled figure in a suit stumbled in, scanning the room. Upon spotting Yi Yang's table, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly approached, nearly tripping over himself. Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi! The frantic figure exclaimed, rushing forward. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, recognizing the stumbling man. Oh, is that not Jin Jiang from earlier? Fong Sijin appraised Jin Jiang, noting his disheveled state. And with a teasing smile, she remarked, Ah, uncle? Mr. Wang, who had been feeling awkward, scratched his head and rubbed his eyes, finally confirming that the man before him was indeed his uncle. Jin Jiang had always treated him well. His entry into the real estate circle had been thanks to his uncle's guidance. The current celebration for the contract was also a result of his uncle's connections. Though Jin Jiang could be unpleasantly obsequious, his adeptness in networking was undeniable. Why are you here? Jin Jiang asked, momentarily surprised to see Wang Sihai, before disregarding him entirely. His primary focus today was Yi Yang. Mr. Yi, I have just confirmed with the developers that you are indeed the sole owner of the Linjiang community. I was blind and foolish to disrespect you earlier. Jin Jiang lamented, filled with regret. Such a situation was absurd. Anyone would think Yi Yang was toying with him. The entire community was owned exclusively by this young man. What did that imply? While others might not grasp the significance, he, as a property manager, certainly did. Calculating the market value of the Linjiang community, it would cost at least 300 to 500 billion to purchase it entirely. Countless publicly traded companies would not even match a fraction of that value. Moreover, to qualify for purchasing a school district property, one must possess tremendous influence. The thought terrified him. He had just attempted to extort an exorbitant sum from such a towering figure. Trembling, he realized that losing his position at this property management firm was a minor concern compared to the potential wrath of Yi Yang, which could obliterate his standing in the Shanghai real estate circle. At over 40 years old, leaving his established network would render him nearly obsolete. Is it not true? Did you not just say you would see each other again? Yi Yang teased. Why do you now play the submissive? Ah, I was merely jesting. Please, show mercy and let me go. Jin Jiang pleaded, bowing deeply. Wait, uncle, who is this fellow? You are a respected figure in the real estate circle. Must you grovel before him? Wang Sihai was bewildered by Jin Jiang's behavior. Shut your mouth. Jin Jiang snapped. Realizing that this young man could effortlessly sever his primary source of income, even eject him from the Shanghai real estate scene, his impetuous nephew could inadvertently offend Mr. Yi, leaving him with no hope whatsoever. Ha ha, Yi Yang chuckled lightly. But tell me, is this young man your nephew? You have certainly raised a remarkable nephew. Ah. Jin Jiang had been worried about his brash nephew offending Yi Yang, and now it seemed that concern had manifested. Mr. Yi, this brat has wronged you? I shall teach him a lesson. He owes me 40 million and even attempted to throw me out of this restaurant. How shall we settle this? Yi Yang's cold smile revealed his intentions. What? Jin Jiang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What kind of trouble are you stirring up, you brat? Explain. How do you owe Mr. Yi 40 million and attempt to expel him? Wang Sihai's face contorted in distress. Uncle, it is not as you think. Slap. Jin Jiang struck Wang Sihai across the face. Dare you argue? Really, it is not. Slap, slap. Jin Jiang delivered 2 more slaps. Do you not realize that this gentleman before you is the sole owner of the Linjiang community? His property alone is worth hundreds of billions. He surpasses even your chairman by several magnitudes. How dare you provoke such an eminent individual? Have you lost your senses? Initially feeling aggrieved, Wang Sihai was now gripped by terror, realizing that the property alone was worth hundreds of billions. What would his total assets amount to? 1,000 billion. Such wealth would undoubtedly place him among the elite in China. He had dared to act foolishly before such a formidable figure. Uncle, I truly had no idea. I was merely excited about securing a project and wanted to show off. I had no inkling I would encounter such a superpower. Wang Sihai felt utterly wronged. The surrounding diners were awestruck, murmuring in disbelief. At such a young age, his property alone is worth hundreds of billions? No wonder he exudes such confidence. I thought he was merely showing off with that 4 million meal, but now it seems he was remarkably modest. Gulp. The sole owner of the Linjiang community. Everyone present was astonished by Yi Yang's identity. Seeing that he had sufficiently reprimanded Wang Sihai, Jin Jiang allowed him to explain the entire situation. Upon hearing it, he was left speechless. You thoughtlessly flaunted wealth without assessing your opponent. At least glance at the dishes on their table before making empty boasts. Moreover, the caliber of your subordinates is utterly deplorable. They possess not an ounce of discernment. He remains oblivious to the impropriety of Wang Sihai's actions. Solely enraged that Wang Sihai has yet to master the art of intimidation, recklessly boasting without first assessing whether he can withstand the consequences. Yet, amidst his tirade, his expression abruptly stiffens. Has he not also misjudged the situation? In this case, he has inadvertently ensnared himself while chastising others. You insolent wretch, hasten to apologize to Mr. Yi. Jin Jiang admonished, striking Wang Sihai on the head. I was wrong, Mr. Yi. Wang Sihai bowed repeatedly, his previous bravado entirely vanquished. Do not merely speak. Yang waved his hand. Fang Sijin, perceptive as ever, produced her portable card machine, regarding Wang Sihai with a radiant smile. While Fang Sijin was undeniably beautiful, her smile now seemed monstrous in Wang Sihai's eyes, akin to a creature intent on devouring him. Third uncle, even if I sold my house, I could not possibly gather 40 million. He was on the verge of tears. Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the diners, who had initially believed his grandiose claims. Little did they know he was nothing more than a pauper whose entire property could scarcely cover 10 meals. Chapter 52. A surprise prepared by my sister? Useless. Possessing the ability to stir trouble, but lacking the capacity to resolve it. Jin Jiang sighed deeply, his eyes darting as he retrieved his bank card. Boss Yi. I shall cover my nephew's debt, as his uncle. Yang nodded slightly. He was well aware of Jin Jiang's intentions. This payment served to alleviate prior grievances and also functioned as a monetary shield, hoping to dissuade Yi Yang from replacing the property management of Linjiang Community. Jin Jiang trembled as he grasped the card, his heart aching. Linjiang Community has never been fully occupied, and the development has only been operational for a year or two. By his calculations, he had extorted around 1 billion in property fees, yet after deducting bribes and payments to influential figures, he was left with a mere 50 million. Now, to part with 40 million, 2 years of painstaking management, all squandered on this brat. His heart burned with resentment. Nevertheless, securing the property management rights was paramount. With a steady flow of income, future profits were bound to follow. Resolutely, he swiped the card for the 40 million. Yi Yang received the notification and nodded in satisfaction. You may leave now. Ahem, Boss Yi, what about the property management issue? Jin Jiang inquired cautiously. My words remain unchanged. Tomorrow, you will no longer manage Linjiang Community. Yi Yang furrowed his brow. My refraining from expelling you from the real estate circle of Magic City is already a gesture of mercy. This, Jin Jiang's heart quivered, his gaze dimming. He was acutely aware of his place. Yi Yang was not someone he could afford to offend, and a single word could lead to his dismissal, legally and justly, leaving him utterly powerless. How could he compete with power and underhanded tactics? The wealth disparity was insurmountable, and the forces supporting Yi Yang were formidable. Truth be told, he had completely cowered. As long as he could avoid being ostracized from the circle, he would manage to survive. Well then, Boss Yi, enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave. Jin Jiang forced a smile, giving Wang Sihai a kick. Hurry up and get lost. Yes. Seeing that even his uncle, who had navigated the real estate scene for 20 years, was humbled, Wang Sihai felt utterly defeated and could only flee in disgrace. The surrounding diners, witnessing the unfolding drama, silently mused that this meal was worth every penny. The plot surpassed anything from a film. Indeed, art draws inspiration from reality. The extravagance and audacity of these wealthy individuals often exceed what scriptwriters can conceive. Finally departed, Yi Yang smiled and turned to his companions. Let us enjoy our meal in peace. Fang Sijin, now thoroughly in awe of Yi Yang, complied without hesitation. After dining, Yi Yang swiped his card, amounting to over 4 million. Ding. It has been detected that you spent 18 million on dining, rewarding you with 51% equity in the world's foremost security company, Hurricane. Yi Yang felt a stir within. Hurricane Security? He had never heard of this company. However, being deemed the best in the world by the system surely implied considerable merit. Just after being threatened by Jin Jiang, he was contemplating hiring some security personnel. Yi Yang mused. This reward seems rather fortuitous. Or perhaps my previous assumptions were flawed. The system's rewards may not be based solely on expenditure, but rather on recent random events and internal desires. The intricacies of the reward mechanism would require further exploration. Nonetheless, he was thoroughly pleased with the security company awarded today. Where is your residence? I shall escort you home, Yi Yang inquired. Fang Sijin replied with a smile. I reside in a rented apartment in Qingyuan Community. A rented apartment? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. As a top salesperson, have you not earned enough to purchase a home? Fang Sijin smiled wryly. It is challenging. You are well aware of the exorbitant housing prices in Magic City. A unit costs over 10 million, and despite my 3 years as a top salesperson, I have yet to earn even a third of that. The profession is unstable, and I could find myself unable to repay a mortgage at any moment. Yi Yong fell silent, reflecting on his own past before acquiring the system. Back then, he was merely an ordinary software intern, swept into a company post-graduation, consumed by work with no clear future. Even after securing a permanent position with a monthly salary of 10,000, affording a home in Magic City would have required a century of frugality. By the time he saved enough, he would be over 100 years old. Contemplating this, Yi Yong felt a pang of nostalgia. Thankfully, everything has changed. He patted Fong Sijin's shoulder. In a few days, pack your things and move to Linjiang Community. The spacious unit in Building B is now yours. Now that Fong Sijin has become his partner, it seems absurd for the woman of a wealthy man to live in a rented apartment. With thousands of properties at his disposal, it is only fitting that he provides her with a home. Moreover, the remaining 2,000 properties will rely on her for management. Most importantly, he realized that collecting rent is indeed laborious. After spending so long this morning merely viewing a handful of properties, the thought of going door to door for rent collection would be utterly daunting. Having Fong Sijin reside in Linjiang Community would facilitate her assisting him with rent collection and other errands. Boss Yi. Fong Sijin covered her mouth, unable to believe her ears. Still calling me Boss Yi? Yi Yong chuckled, playfully patting her cheek. Brother Yong, Fong Sijin exclaimed repeatedly, despite her mature and capable demeanor. Akin to a seasoned professional, it was a result of her early entry into the workforce after high school. Her maturity and competence were products of the social sphere, forged through hardship. In reality, she was still a junior in college, 2 years younger than Yi Yong. MHM. Yi Yong nodded. Everything is packed. Just call the moving company to take it over. I'll handle the keys and deliver them to you later. All right. Fong Sijin completely lowered her guard in front of Yi Yong, transforming from a sophisticated woman into a gentle lamb. Virum. The Ferrari LaFerrari sped through the bustling twilight of the Magic City, stirring the summer evening breeze and eliciting countless gasps of awe. After a thrilling ride with Fong Sijin, Yi Yong finally returned her to Qingyuan Community. Remember to move in as soon as possible. I will. Fong Sijin nodded eagerly, watching her graceful figure ascend the stairs. Yi Yong withdrew his gaze to check his WeChat messages. Brother, we're free on Sunday. Remember our promise. It was a message from his younger sister, Yi Xiaoji. A warm feeling blossomed in Yi Yang's heart. Sure, I'll prepare a grand surprise for you. What surprise? She inquired, curious. Yi Xiaoji's interest was piqued. If I tell you in advance, how can it still be a surprise? You pig. Humph. Stinky older brother. I have a surprise for you too. Don't be too shocked when the time comes. She retorted, full of playful pride. Yi Yong raised an eyebrow. This little girl can prepare a surprise for me? He found himself somewhat intrigued, wondering what the surprise his sister had in store could be. Chapter 53. The Beautiful Bodyguard Sister Duo. Upon returning to the Yunding Mountain Villa in his sports car, Yi Yong began to investigate the Hurricane Security Company, only to discover that there was almost no information about it online. The only detail he found was that it was an offshore security firm funded by a multinational consortium. Its headquarters were located on an island in the high seas, beyond the reach of any legal jurisdiction. It sounded impressive. Yi Yong felt a shiver of excitement, sensing the extraordinary nature of this Hurricane Security Company. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang. Seeing the foreign number, Yi Yang's heart stirred. It must be a call from Hurricane. Hello. Yi Yong answered. Hello, Mr. Yi. We have received your message. From today onwards, you are our true boss. Do you have any instructions? The heavily accented Mandarin from the other and almost made Yi Yong chuckle. Clearly, it was a Chinese girl who had been abroad for too long, struggling to speak her native tongue. Instructions, Yi Yong pondered. Please send me a detailed profile of the company and dispatch 2 top-tier female bodyguards. Understood, boss. The girl replied. By the way, Yi Yong added, make sure to practice your Mandarin. I do prefer you not to speak to me with such an odd tone. Yes, sir. After confirming that Yi Yong had no further instructions, the girl hung up. It seemed the bodyguards would be arriving the next day. Yi Yong nodded slightly. As the company rated as the world's #1 security firm by the system, their efficiency should be commendable. Before sleeping, Hurricane Security Company sent over the company profile. Upon reading it, Yi Yong was taken aback. Is it really this formidable? Yi Yang's eyes widened. The Hurricane Security Company had an incredibly extensive range of services, far beyond mere security. It encompassed security, mercenary work, reconnaissance, and almost every violent-related operation imaginable. They provided security and bodyguards in lawful nations, while in tumultuous countries. They commanded their own forces and mercenaries awaiting deployment. There was nothing beyond their reach, only things that did not exist in this world. Some leaders of medium-sized nations even sought their protection. After reviewing some of the company's historical achievements, Yi Yang felt completely at ease. Such a company, hidden in the corners of the world, wielded influence that radiated globally, beyond the measure of mere money. If one were not truly significant, they might not even qualify to know of the company's existence. With these thoughts, Yi Yang drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the roar of a helicopter jolted Yi Yang awake. He stepped out of the Yunding Mountain Villa and asked Momo beside him, "What is going on?" "A black helicopter has arrived. The specifics are still unclear. It's currently stationed on the helipad in the villa's backyard." Momo was equally puzzled, completely unaware of the situation. Oh, Yi Yang's mind clicked. He realized, it must be the people from Hurricane. What Hurricane? Momo had never heard of this company. You'll find out shortly. Yi Yang made his way to the backyard. There, he saw a pair of beautiful sisters disembarking from the black transport helicopter. One sister, clad in leather, exuded the aura of an ice queen, while the other, with a doll-like face, appeared petite and adorable, reminiscent of a character from a Japanese manga. "You must be Boss Yi," the sisters greeted, clearly having seen Yi Yang's photo beforehand. "Yes, you are the beautiful bodyguards sent by Hurricane." Yi Yang smiled faintly. "Not bad. But you still don't know our strength if you think that's all," the Ice Queen replied coldly. "I merely meant you look good." Yi Yang chuckled. "You should already know my name. What are yours?" "I'm Xiao Qingxian," the leather-clad sister stated. "I'm Xiao Xiaozhu," the girl in the red outfit chimed in. "Indeed. True sisters," Yi Yang remarked with a smile. "Yes, indeed, boss. I'm the elder sister," Xiao Xiaozhu proclaimed proudly. "You're the elder sister?" Yi Yang blinked. Looking at her doll-like face, one could easily believe she was merely 18. "Don't let the doll face fool you. The top figures she has poisoned and assassinated are countless," Xiao Qingxian stated, causing Yi Yang to shudder involuntarily, prompting him to re-evaluate Xiao Xiaozhu. You're our boss. We shall be 100% loyal to you." Xiao Xiaozhu waved her small fist, appearing utterly harmless. "From now on, Xiaozhu and I will work in tandem. One overt and one covert. One literary and one martial, to ensure your safety," Xiao Qingxian spoke in a cold tone. Yi Yang was somewhat baffled. "Aren't you bodyguards? How is there a literary side?" "That is how it works. Security also has literary and martial paths. The martial path is purely about physical strength, while the literary path involves using one's wits, like poisoning and assassination." Xiao Qingxian casually explained these terrifying concepts as if they were everyday matters. After a long pause, Yi Yang managed to muster a smile. "So, you mentioned earlier that Xiaozhu specializes in assassination. Does that make you the martial expert?" "Indeed." Xiao Qingxian locked her gaze on Yi Yang. "If you think I can't fight, feel free to find 20 strong men to challenge me." "Can you defeat 20 strong men?" Yi Yang exclaimed. "Even the martial arts masters on television can't do that." "In 3 minutes. I guarantee that these 20 will no longer draw breath," Xiao Qingxian replied calmly. Yi Yang let out a wry smile. "So this is the confidence of the world's top female bodyguards." Xiao Qingxian sighed, realizing Yi Yang likely thought she was boasting. Casually grasping a golf club nearby, Yi Yang effortlessly twisted it into a pretzel shape. A pained expression crossed his face. A golf club is not a trivial expense. Though he was not lacking in wealth, he found it unpalatable to squander money without cause. Nevertheless, the exceptional material of the golf club allowed him to contort it so easily. Clearly, his strength had surpassed that of an ordinary person by at least tenfold. As a practitioner of national martial arts, he had yet to test his ability to twist a golf club. Although he was curious about who possessed greater strength between himself and Xiao Qingxian, the threat of her violent temperament quelled his inquisitiveness. It seemed that the pressures of her previous missions had been overwhelming, and she would need time to adjust to the rhythms of modern daily life. Yi Yang understood this. Operating within the chaotic realms crafted by the Hurricane organization, the two sisters had undoubtedly experienced trials far beyond his imagination to ascend to the ranks of elite bodyguards. Chapter 54. To maintain a low profile, let us drive the Rolls-Royce Phantom today. There's no need to remain so tense. I have no immediate matters that require violent intervention. You two should take some time to acclimate to the villa's environment, Yi Yang remarked with a smile. All right, Xiao Qingxian succinctly responded. After exchanging glances with Xiao Xiaozhu, they moved apart to begin their assessments. What are you doing? Yi Yang inquired, scratching his head. We're inspecting for security risks, drafting blueprints, and preparing to install security systems and measures to eliminate any potential assassination blind spots, as well as marking possible sniper ambush locations and devising contingency plans for emergencies, Xiao Xiaozhu explained as she searched. In short, there's much to be done. You wouldn't understand if I explained, Xiao Qingxian added dryly. Yi Yang shrugged in resignation. However, he recognized the importance of their examination and decided to let them proceed. Once they grew accustomed to the domestic environment and the stability of society, they would likely be able to relax. During lunch, The beautiful bodyguard sisters finally completed their assessments and joined him at the dining table. Boss Yi, your villa is utterly defenseless. The security awareness is appallingly low. If I were to harbor ill intentions toward you, I could easily concoct 1,000 ways to do so. Both sisters lamented. Yi Yong wore a grim expression. In truth, the villa was equipped with a security system, but to these elite professionals, it seemed no different from being entirely unprotected. However, we have resolved all your issues. From now on, we will ensure your safety 24 hours a day, both Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu declared resolutely. Understood, understood. Now, let us eat. You've worked hard. Yi Yong waved with a smile. After the meal, Yu Momo and the maid team became acquainted with the two beautiful sisters. I have a class reunion tonight, so I want to be back for dinner. Yi Yong casually informed Yu Momo. A class reunion? Where will it be? Do you need us to scout the location and defuse any potential threats? The Xiao sisters immediately stood up, their professional instincts kicking in. No need for that. Yi Yong waved his hands repeatedly. What kind of missions had these sisters been on? Always talking about assassination, bomb disposal, and snipers. All right then, the sisters said, their enthusiasm waning. Yi Yong patted their shoulders. There's no need to remain so tense. You must also enjoy life from time to time. Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu exchanged astonished glances. Such words were something they had never dared to hope for over the years. Raised by the Hurricane Organization, subjected to rigorous elite security training, and living under constant pressure and danger, this kindness and gentleness were incredibly precious to them. At the very least, we must maintain vigilance and provide protection while we are out, Xiao Qingxian said after a moment of contemplation. That's entirely up to you. Yi Yong smiled before preparing for his class reunion that evening. The gathering was for dinner, but the class group chat was already buzzing with activity. Everyone, get ready. I've confirmed with Han Siley that she has made a reservation for 6 o'clock. Let us meet in front of Han Go at 5:30. Class leader Yu Qinggong sent a message. Okay, I can't wait. Haha, sounds good. Old class leader, a chorus of responses followed. It was Saturday, and most people had free time that evening. Yi Yong's thoughts turned to Zheng Xian, and he sent a message. What time do you finish work tonight? I'll come pick you up. As a programmer, the 996 work schedule was inevitable. Even on Saturdays, he had to work, with Sunday as his only day off. Bossy, how could I let you come pick me up? Zheng Xian replied with a playful laugh. Stop being so modest with me. Yi Yong shrugged in exasperation. I'm glad to hear that. I should be done by 4:30. So early? Yi Yong was somewhat surprised. Cough. Of course, there's a special reason for it. I'll explain when we meet. Bossy, I'll finish up my work now. Okay. After sending the message, Yi Yong headed to the garage to select a vehicle. Given that he would be picking up Zheng Xian and the bodyguard sisters, it was impractical to take the two-seater sports car. Rolls-Royce Phantom, you're the one. Yi Yong thought, choosing a mid-range model he deemed suitable for 6 million. It was neither ostentatious nor shameful. However, if his classmates learned of this choice, they would likely be left in shock. Having graduated for less than 6 months, and aside from those from wealthy families, very few in the class had purchased cars, let alone such a high-end luxury vehicle. I'll be the driver. I'm very skilled at driving. Xiao Xiaozhu, well-versed in luxury vehicles, exclaimed. Isn't this the top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Phantom? Dubbed the small tank. If only we could modify it, add a few 50mm mounted machine guns, it would be perfect. It would be best to have a self-testing anti-terrorism bomb system as well, Xiao Qingxian added seriously. Yi Yong felt a shiver run down his spine. He realized that with these two around, he would likely live under the constant threat of terrorism and bombings. Ahem, there's no need for machine guns. Just drive safely, Yi Yong said with a dark expression. Oh, Xiao Xiaozhu pouted, but I still want to complain. Boss, your security awareness is appallingly low. Yi Yong, both amused and exasperated, nodded. You're right. As long as you don't install any machine guns on my car, do as you please. The sisters took their seats in the front row while Yi Yong reclined in the spacious back seat like a true boss. He wasn't particularly worried about Zheng Xian's character, but if she were to determine him a threat upon entering the car, he would likely endure a thorough search and restraint. To avoid frightening his close friend, it would be best for him to sit in the same row. Beep beep. The Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt in front of the Imperial Financial Building, its gleaming golden emblem attracting envious glances from passers-by. A Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth at least 20 to 30 million. I wonder which chairman's prized vehicle it is. Such unattainable envy. If you're not born with it, you can forget about it for a lifetime. At that moment, Zheng Xian emerged from the building alongside a few colleagues, chatting and searching for the license plate number Yi Yong had mentioned. Wow, a golden emblem, and it's a Phantom. As a few colleagues stepped outside, they were immediately captivated by the sight of a luxurious supercar, unable to suppress their astonishment. After several comparisons, Zheng Xian dryly confirmed that, indeed, this car belonged to the illustrious Yi Laoda. Hey, Zheng Xian, where are you off to? Planning to take a photo with the luxury car? It seems the owner is still inside. That would be rather impolite, though we certainly wish to. Zheng Xian waved his hand in exasperation, casually replying. My friend is waiting for me inside the car. What? A chorus of bewildered expressions washed over his colleagues, who then appeared to recall something. Their confusion giving way to sudden realization. Could it be him? Chapter 55. The Peculiar Mindset of the Bodyguard Sisterhood. That legendary intern. Shut your mouth. If you can't speak wisely, then remain silent. That person is the owner of the entire Empire Finance building. His colleagues gazed enviously at Zheng Xian as he settled into the Rolls-Royce. It was evident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would never have the opportunity to experience such extravagance. The thought elicited a collective sigh of lamentation. Having a remarkable classmate is indeed a boon. It seems the rumors from that day were true. The prominent figure's arrival had compelled the chairman of the entire finance building to rush out and greet him. Colleagues from other floors had certainly heard of Yi Yang's exploits that day, yet they had dismissed the tales as mere bragging from software company employees, incredulous that such an esteemed individual would deign to intern at their firm. It was only upon witnessing Zheng Xian enter this opulent vehicle that their skepticism began to wane. Zheng Xian's ascension, attributed to his old classmate, was nothing short of enviable. As soon as he entered the car, Zheng Xian's eyes widened in awe. Wow, Yi Laoda is impressive. Two lovely ladies at once. Zheng Xian, an ordinary individual, had never encountered such stunning sisters in reality, who were far more breathtaking than any glamorous movie stars he had seen. Xiao Qingxian turned her head, her gaze sharp and piercing, exuding an intimidating aura. Zheng Xian shrank back, feeling his knees weaken in the presence of such formidable bodyguards. Haha, this is my old classmate and best friend. There's no need for such vigilance, Yi Yang said, waving his hand dismissively. Xiao Qingxian finally turned away. We've encountered many who considered themselves familiar enough to succeed in poisoning. Yi Yang chuckled, bemused by the sister's peculiar logic, pondering that perhaps there were no decent people left in the world. Zheng Xian stammered, suddenly apprehensive about the chilling topic at hand. These are my bodyguards. Their thought processes are somewhat different from the norm. You'll get used to it, Yi Yang explained with a wry smile. Bodyguards? Zheng Xian exclaimed in shock, blurted out, with such slender arms and legs, can they really be bodyguards? Would you care to test that? Xiao Qingxuan's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Xiao Xiaozhu stifled a laugh, aware that Zheng Xian was likely in for a rough time. Cough. These are individuals who could twist a golf club into a pretzel. You'd best apologize, Yi Yang advised kindly. Wow, I was disrespectful, Miss Hero, Zheng Xian exclaimed, his face paling as he bowed repeatedly in apology. At least you know your place, Xiao Qingxian remarked, retracting her intimidating demeanor and sitting back. All right, let's get going, Yi Yang said with a wave. The Rolls-Royce, a symbol of success, was renowned for its elegance and composure. While its engine did not roar with the ferocity of a sports car, it exuded an undeniable aura of authority befitting a $60 million vehicle. How have you been lately? Yi Yang inquired. Thanks to Yi Laoda, I've been officially converted in just a few days. This month's paycheck is that of a full-time employee, $12,000 after tax. Haha, I finally have some money in hand. Sigh, were it not for you, Yi Laoda, I would have had to wait at least 2 more months for my transition. I've heard they are considering promoting me to deputy project leader once this project is completed, Zheng Xian expressed, brimming with gratitude. Indeed, Zhang Wanmin is quite competent, Yi Yang nodded slightly. He understood Zheng Xian's capabilities well. Being a project leader was well within his reach. However, ordinary companies often required a minimum of 3 months of internship experience, regardless of one's abilities, leading to meager salaries and the exploitation of labor. Zheng Xian's swift transition to full-time status and impending promotion was evident to all, yet no one dared to comment. For his work ethic was commendable and his demeanor amiable. Most importantly, Yi Yang's high status rendered any discussion of favoritism a delicate matter. They felt it was all too reasonable. Some even deemed it unfair to Zheng Xian. With such connections and talent, he could easily have been made project manager. Yet, this was precisely how Zhang Wanmin operated, discreetly considering the dignity of both parties while safeguarding Zheng Xian's reputation from any potential gossip. Yi Laoda, you truly are remarkable. I've called you my boss for over a decade, and you only now reveal yourself as a super-rich second-generation heir. That's quite inconsiderate, Zheng Xian grumbled. Though pride swelled within him, he had long regarded Yi Yang as a brother. How could he not feel a sense of pride when his elder brother was so impressive? Actually, all of this was a test for you, Yi Yang said solemnly, patting Zheng Xian's shoulder. Seriously? I believe you, Yi Laoda. Is there any inheritance I should be aware of? Zheng Xian replied, feigning calmness. Get lost. Yi Yang chuckled, shaking his head. But on a serious note, this guy is genuinely decent. Finding a job nowadays is challenging, and he stood up against Jean Bouging, risking his job and even potential legal trouble. Not to mention the experiences they had during their school years. Such a good brother is a rarity in today's world. One must cherish it. If I hadn't been able to handle Jean Bouging that day, would you have regretted standing up for me? Yeong casually asked. I would regret it. If it happened again, I wouldn't care about you. Zheng Xian scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty. Ha ha ha, your habit of scratching your head when telling fibs never changes. Yeong remarked, shaking his head in exasperation. Also, at the upcoming class reunion, there's no need to say too much. It's been half a year since we've seen our old classmates. A pleasant meal together is sufficient. There's no need to stir up trouble. Understood, Yi Laoda. As long as they don't go overboard, I won't say anything, Zheng Xian muttered, initially intending to praise Yeong at the reunion, relishing the chance to showcase his brother's prowess. After all, many of the boys in their class had been envious of Yeong, wishing for his downfall. If they were to press him, it would be no fault of his. Zheng Xian silently added in his mind. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom sped along, outside Hangzhou, class monitor Yu Chenggong stepped out of a BMW. He was among the better off in class, as his family had gifted him a BMW 5 Series upon his graduation. Wang Guan, you're doing quite well, driving a Mercedes now that you're with Peng Fei? Yu Chenggong marveled. Haha, this is just a company vehicle. It's all thanks to Su Ji's kindness, Wang Guan replied modestly, though he felt a sense of superiority. Knowing that his car was ultimately more impressive than that of the class monitor, despite Yu Chenggong's better family background. The university outshone him by a significant margin. Now, all he could do was marvel. I am merely paving the way for Brother Su. His vehicle will soon follow. You can't be referring to that Rolls-Royce Phantom, can you? Chapter 56. Unable to compete with cars, even the female companion is reduced to ruins. Rolls-Royce? What Rolls-Royce? Are you all so ignorant of luxury vehicles? In the end, Wang Guan turned around, utterly flabbergasted, for he had indeed spotted the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Holy moly, what a magnificent machine. Even Brother Su's father has never driven such an impressive car. Wang Guan muttered to himself. Su Pengfei drove a low-spec Porsche 911, valued at a mere 1 to 2 million. Not even the price of a single tire on a Rolls-Royce could be matched. Even Su Pengfei's father only drove a Mercedes Maybach worth around 7 to 8 million. In comparison to the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the disparity was staggering. It must be some chairman here to conduct business. How enviable. Forget it, with our meager salaries of at most 18,000 a month. Even if we pooled a lifetime's worth of earnings, it might not suffice to purchase a single vehicle of theirs. Haha. Oh, you rascal, why bring up such things? Dreaming won't get you anywhere. The group of classmates sighed and lamented. Yet when they saw the car indeed approaching them, their hearts trembled. Why do I feel like this car is coming towards us? Could it be? I haven't heard of any super-rich second-generation students in our class. Could they have won the lottery? Nonsense. They would need to win the lottery 10 times with 5 million each just to afford this car. With such luck, they would have already soared into outer space, not still be classmates with us. Quite right. Just as the students were engaged in their discussions, the Rolls-Royce came to a steady halt before them. Wow, it really is here for us. Click. The door swung open, and Zheng Xian emerged from within. No way. Is that really Zheng Xian? Has he struck it rich? Did he sacrifice his looks to be with a wealthy woman? I think it's quite possible. Inside the car, Yeong had initially intended to exit first. Yet, the two bodyguard sisters began to bicker over who would accompany Yeong inside. I should go? Close protection has always been my forte, Xiao Qingxian asserted. This situation is different. I should go, Xiao Xiaozhu proposed. Who do you think should go? Xiao Qingxian turned to look at Yeong. Yeong forced a smile. Let us have Xiaozhu accompany me. I fear you might end up giving my old classmates a good thrashing. Very well. Xiao Qingxian appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Xiao Xiaozhu, on the other hand, flashed a victory sign and promptly exited the vehicle. Upon seeing Xiao Xiaozhu alight, the group of classmates gasped in astonishment. Zheng Xian truly did manage to latch onto a wealthy woman. Wow, how adorable and stunning. I'm dying. How can this be? Zheng Xian, blushing furiously, remarked. The beauty and the luxury car belong to Big Brother Yi. I'm merely hitching a ride. Huh. Only then did the classmates notice Yeong, who was slowly emerging from the car. It turns out Yeong is the one with the wealthy woman. Ha ha ha. Given how handsome Brother Yi is, I can understand this. The classmates finally felt a sense of relief. Yeong was exasperated. These old classmates are truly peculiar. Why is it that their minds are only filled with thoughts of wealthy women? Couldn't it be that he suddenly struck it rich? They truly underestimate Big Brother Yi. That luxury vehicle is indeed his. The beauty. Humph. Xiao Xiaozhu cast a threatening glance at Zheng Xian. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Xiaozhu. And I am Yi Ji's girlfriend. After stopping Zheng Xian, Xiao Xiaozhu sweetly smiled and linked her arm with Yeong's. What? Even Yeong was taken aback. What kind of script is this? disguising as a girlfriend to better execute the protection mission? They say I'm a bodyguard, so the assailants would naturally notice me. Xiao Xiaozhu whispered in Yi Yang's ear, voicing her complaints. All right, you have a point, Yi Yang conceded. TCH. Isn't this still just latching onto a wealthy woman? The group of classmates jested, but internally, they were overwhelmed with envy, jealousy, and resentment, lamenting their lack of handsome faces to attract such a beautiful, young, and adorable girl. What are we waiting for? Let us head inside, someone suggested. With the Rolls-Royce Phantom arriving and such an astonishingly cute beauty present, everyone had completely forgotten about welcoming Su Xiao and Han Caili. Yes, let us go, hee. The classmates intended to crowd around Yi Yang and Xiao Xiaozhu as they headed straight into Han Ge. No, the person treating us hasn't arrived yet. It wouldn't be proper to go in now, Yi Yang chuckled. Just as he spoke, a Porsche 911 drifted flamboyantly into view, capturing everyone's attention. Su Pengfei, accompanied by Kai Mao Mao, emerged with an air of arrogance, his expression brimming with pride. Quick, look at my utterly impressive ride. Behold your former goddess, now my girlfriend. However, after flaunting for a while, no one expressed any exclamations of awe or envy, causing his proud demeanor to freeze, resulting in increasing awkwardness. Only Wang Guan scampered over. Welcome, young Master Su. However, the classmates, having just witnessed the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the super cute beauty, found it difficult to muster any surprise. In contrast, Su Pengfei seemed rather lowly. Clearing his throat, Su Pengfei finally recognized the peculiar atmosphere. As he surveyed the surroundings and caught sight of Yi Yang, his heart sank completely. He vividly recalled the events at the Vacheron Constantine store. Yi Yang was now the primary investor and actual controller of Vacheron Constantine. He could be considered the helm of the establishment, unmatched in strength. Even his father appeared ordinary in comparison. A glance at the Rolls-Royce Phantom beside Yi Yang made him gulp. No wonder no one was astonished by his 911. It was overshadowed by a super luxury vehicle worth a tire's price. But what of it? At least I still have the beauty. Su Pengfei's gaze fell on Xiao Xiaozhu, causing him to explode with frustration. The car pales in comparison to even a single wheel of theirs. How can the beauty be so vastly different? I despise this. Although Kai Mao Mao was considered a class beauty, when placed within a broader context, she hardly stood out. In contrast, Xiao Xiaozhu's sweet appearance was strikingly radiant, complemented by the elegance she had cultivated over the years. The comparison was so stark that words were unnecessary. The disparity rendered him utterly defeated. Clearing his throat, Su Pengfei wished he could sink into the ground. The arrogance he had just displayed vanished entirely. Chapter 57. Is this a wealthy woman? This is clearly a wealthy young girl. Su Pengfei fell into silence. The earlier arrogance completely absent. Kai Mao Mao gazed at Yi Yang with eyes shimmering with unusual brilliance, filled with profound regret. Alas, if only during my university days I had not been so short-sighted and had devoted everything to winning Yi Yang's heart. How blissful I would be now. Su Pengfei caught a glimpse of Kai Mao Mao's expression and felt as if he were standing in an expansive meadow, mentally. He chuckled. Hey Su Xiao, you are indeed a young achiever. In our class, you are unparalleled. Wang Guan, utterly oblivious, continued to fervently praise Su Pengfei. Infuriated, Su Pengfei delivered a playful slap to Wang Guan's head, exclaiming, Enough. If your eyesight is poor, get yourself some glasses. Without waiting for a response, he blushed and took Kai Mao Mao directly into the Han Pavilion, where Han Caili had already informed them they would be seated in the Hanshi private room. What with the sudden urgency? Wang Daling scoffed. Puffed, observing the ostentatious Su Pengfei, who dared not show off and was swiftly outshone by Yi Yang. The students could not help but burst into laughter. Ahem. At this moment, Guan Ping, belatedly catching on, awkwardly remarked, Excuse me, Su Xiao, wait for me. Several classmates in the group who had intended to ask Su Xiao for job referrals now abandoned that idea, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Yi Yang. The true towering figure. Although there were suspicions of him being a gold digger, he drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Even a mere fart from him held more weight than Su Pengfei's incessant blabber. However, before they could voice their thoughts, a magnificent Ferrari raced in. From the vehicle emerged a stunning figure, clad in luxury and stepping gracefully in Bulgari high heels, radiating the brilliance of a movie star. Had it not been for Xiao Xiaozhu's presence, she would undoubtedly have become the brightest star of the evening. Who is this person? Why does she seem somewhat familiar? Hiss. A few girls recognized Han Caili first, having shared a dormitory with her. Despite her low profile during college, her transformation in just 6 months was undeniable. Han Caili. What? She is Han Caili. Who is she again? During university, Han Caili was rarely at school. Those who did not share a dorm with her might not have even known of her existence upon graduation. Even those who had some recollection found her current appearance too striking to confirm their memories. Wow, Her outfit is dazzling and exudes luxury. It must be worth several $100,000. The girls from her dorm could not help but ask, a hint of envy in their voices. Several $100,000? Yi Yong chuckled and shook his head. He recognized the Vacheron Constantine watch on her wrist, which he had deemed too cheap to consider at the time. Yet it seemed to be worth nearly $2 million. Clearly, she had secured a rather impressive boyfriend. However, whether he was a boyfriend or an old acquaintance remained to be seen. Hello, everyone. Han Siley flashed a slight smile, albeit one that carried an air of distance. She had never regarded these classmates highly. Now that she had returned, it was merely an opportunity to validate her choices, while others toiled in their studies and accrued work experience. She had invested in herself and ended up far better off than those busy individuals. Indeed, 1,000,000 times better. She was now driving a Ferrari. Oh, this was a gift from my boyfriend. It wasn't too expensive, just around 10 million. He said I could drive it for now and would get me a better one once we marry. Han Siley chuckled lightly, feigning disdain. This car is indeed a bit beneath the standards, right? I assume everyone's vehicles are far superior to mine. Her strategy was to downplay her status while subtly showcasing her wealth. However, she had not anticipated the presence of the extraordinary Yi Yong, who would inevitably foil her plans today. Well, Siley, your car is indeed among the top in our class. I admire your ability to find such an impressive boyfriend. But compared to Yi Yong, it still falls a few tiers short. After a few months of societal experience, the classmates could easily see through Han Siley's pretense. As former roommates, they felt an imbalance seeing her thrive while they were still taking the bus. They were unwilling to let her bask in comfort. Had Yi Yong not been present, they would have had little to say. Yet, the circumstances were now entirely different. Yi Yong. Initially, Han Siley felt elated upon hearing the first part of the sentence, but the latter half caused her expression to shift dramatically, thinking, could it be that the pretty boy has actually made a name for himself? Alarm bells rang in her mind as she casually scanned her surroundings and spotted the breathtaking Rolls-Royce Phantom. Gulp. She could not help but swallow hard. Surely her boyfriend did not drive such a car. Moreover, her boyfriend was still quite young. How vexing. Just as she intended to use the Ferrari to salvage her dignity, the dazzling Rolls-Royce's emblem blinded her. Nevertheless, how could he possibly afford such a super luxury car worth tens of millions? Han Siley's heart was tumultuous, her world turned upside down. Yet her outward demeanor remained composed as she forced a smile. Well, congratulations on affording a Rolls-Royce. Yi Yong waved his hand dismissively. What is there to congratulate? It's hardly a remarkable car. The entire room fell silent, each student inwardly roaring. So it turns out you are the true king of pretentiousness. Yi Yong shrugged helplessly. He did indeed drive the Rolls-Royce Phantom to maintain a low profile. In this day and age, honesty was often met with disbelief. Cough, Siley. Didn't your boyfriend say he would treat us? Where is he? To ease the tension, class monitor Yu Changgong inquired repeatedly. Oh, he is busy. He'll join us after finishing up at the company. No rush, let us eat first. Han Siley explained, her gaze slightly evasive. Ah, since everyone is here, let us head into the Han Pavilion for dinner, the class monitor, Yu Changgong, said with a smile. Yes, let us eat. I'm starving. Haha. It's been half a year, and I'm still the king of appetites. The classmates, momentarily dazed by the series of luxury cars and stunning women, finally recalled that today was supposed to be a gathering. Han Siley felt a twinge of anxiety. She had discreetly inquired about Yi Yong's background during the journey. So, he was also relying on a wealthy woman. Han Siley's heart gradually eased, and she began to smile. However, upon seeing the so-called wealthy woman, Xiao Xiaozhu, her mindset exploded. This was supposed to be a wealthy woman? She looked more like a little girl. Chapter 58. This surprise seems a bit too grand. Hello. Have we reserved a private room? Several waitstaff approached. Hanchi private room. Han Siley and Yi Yong, who were currently the most radiant stars of the day, found themselves surrounded by classmates. Han Siley proudly announced the room number. After all, today was her boyfriend's treat. It was her stage. Yes, please follow us. Upon hearing it was the Hanchi private room, the waitstaff's demeanor shifted to one of greater respect. Hanchi was one of the 4 premier private rooms beneath the Heihe Dragon Room. Without a certain status or strength, one could hardly secure a reservation. Those who could book the Hanchi private room were at least chairpersons of notable companies in Modu. Clattering footsteps echoed as the group followed the waitstaff into the Hanchi private room. The figure appeared somewhat familiar. The receptionist, observing Yi Yong ascending the staircase amidst a throng of admirers, delicately tapped her lip with her finger. Isn't this the esteemed Black Dragon card patron that Manager Lee instructed us to record that day? A nearby colleague smacked their forehead, recalling. Manager Lee insisted we memorize his visage. If someone of his stature arrives here and we remain oblivious, it would be a grave oversight. It is worth noting that there are only 2 Black Dragon card VIPs at Hangul. One is the world-renowned Warren Buffett, unmistakable in his identity. and the other is Yi Yang. Such illustrious personalities typically maintain a low profile, often refraining from presenting their prestigious Black Dragon card while dining. Hence, Hangul has made it imperative for the front desk to remember the distinguished appearance of Yi Yang, their ultra-elite guest. Quickly, inform Manager Li. Urged the first receptionist to react. Yes, yes. Please hold the fort here, responded another, rushing to convey the news to Manager Li. Upon receiving the update, Manager Li shuddered, exclaiming, I am unworthy to host such a luminary. Notify the owner immediately that Mr. Yi has arrived. I shall escort him to the Black Dragon Pavilion. Certainly. The receptionist nodded vigorously, as the staff at Hangul buzzed with excitement and astonishment at Yi Yang's arrival within the Hanxi private room. One could not but marvel at the unparalleled elegance of Hangul, the finest Chinese restaurant in the city. The decor, the taste, simply exquisite. A group of classmates traversed the space with the wonder of Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, continuously exclaiming in awe. As contemporary university students, they prided themselves on having witnessed the world and indulged in meals costing hundreds per person. Yet, the ambience of Hangul was unparalleled. Adorned with pure sandalwood and embellished with authentic paintings from the Republican era, the corridors were a testament to artistry. The wooden carvings along the staircase were masterpieces crafted by skilled artisans. Walking through these halls felt akin to traversing a corridor of art and time. This environment alone was profoundly moving. Incredible. No wonder the average meal here costs upwards of 10,000. Even the decor justifies such a price. Indeed. Kylie's boyfriend possesses remarkable taste. The praise from those around her filled Han Kylie with immense satisfaction. At that moment, the displeasure she felt from being overshadowed by Yi Yang began to dissipate. Yi Yang, for his part, merely smiled, remaining unperturbed. After all, he was one of the exclusive VIPs holding the Black Dragon card. Yet his intention today was simply to reconnect with a few old friends while maintaining a low profile. Yes, humility is my nature, he mused, having deliberately chosen to arrive in a modest $60 million vehicle. Ah, Su Pengfei, I wondered why I spotted you outside. Turns out you were already inside. Han Kylie remarked with a gentle smile, effortlessly discerning the earlier tensions affecting Su Pengfei, who had been brooding in the Hanxi room. Upon recognizing a kindred spirit in her plight, Su Pengfei's previous annoyance faded, and he regained his usual air of confidence. His gaze lingered on Han Kylie, captivated, thinking to himself, had I known Han Kylie would transform into such a beauty, I would have pursued her instead of Kai Mao Mao back in college. Unbeknownst to him, Han Kylie's aspirations were not for the second-generation wealthy, but rather the first, rendering his affections futile. Well, our class beauty grows more exquisite by the day, and you've become an item with little Su. Congratulations. Han Kylie narrowed her eyes playfully. When Kai Mao Mao had been crowned class beauty, she had merely been fishing outside, feigning indifference. However, times had changed, and today she intended to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Oh, you flatter me. Kylie, you truly jest. Although Kai Mao Mao felt a twinge of envy, she had to concede that Han Kylie looked far more stunning today than she ever had. Ha ha ha, class beauty, you're too modest. Han Kylie replied with a smile. Just as the room filled with an air of rivalry, a voice called out from afar. The classmates turned, puzzled. Ahem, greetings everyone. I am Manager Li from Hangul, he said with a slight bow, exuding courteous charm. Oh, hello, manager. Is there something amiss? Queried Yu Qinggong, perplexed. I assume my boyfriend has arranged something special with Hangul? Han Kylie could not help but imagine romantic scenarios. How enviable for Kylie to have such a thoughtful, romantic, and wealthy partner. Echoed the sentiments of the surrounding girls. Indeed, we're all human. My impoverished boyfriend won't even buy me a handbag worth a few thousand. They lamented the stark contrast. Han Kylie waved dismissively. Oh, it's too early to call him my husband. The decision of marriage isn't solely mine to make. Manager Li regarded her with bemusement, unsure of her whimsical musings. However, maintaining his professionalism, he continued, Hangul has prepared additional private rooms for your enjoyment. Please follow me. After gauging Yi Yang's lack of dissent, he felt reassured. It seemed Mr. Yi was satisfied with the arrangements. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware. Hanxi is the finest room at Hangul. You wouldn't dare substitute it with something lesser, would you? Han Kylie frowned, feeling displeased. The Black Dragon Pavilion was a supreme chamber, inaccessible to ordinary folk, and thus she disregarded it as an option. Ahem, Manager Li shook his head. Please do not misconstrue our intentions. We wish to invite you all to dine in our Black Dragon Pavilion, where we have meticulously prepared a banquet of the highest caliber for your enjoyment. The mention of the Black Dragon Pavilion sent waves of shock through those familiar with its prestige. Even Han Kylie stood momentarily stunned. While she knew her boyfriend relished crafting delightful surprises, this one seemed rather extravagant. Chapter 59, The Black Dragon Pavilion, A Meeting with Tang Rugua. Please follow me. Manager Li smiled as he guided Yi Yang and his classmates out of the Han Shi room and toward the Black Dragon Pavilion. As a manager, any misstep in front of Mr. Yi could cost him his position, so he was astute enough to avoid unnecessary trouble. All misunderstandings would surely be resolved once the owner of Han Gu arrived. This is where the Black Dragon Pavilion is located, Manager Li announced with a smile. Wow. As the classmates beheld the grand entrance, a sense of reverence washed over them. The door stood over 3 meters tall, sculpted from a single block of heavy black marble, reflecting an aura of respect. On either side of the entrance, a coiling black dragon was intricately carved, exuding a powerful visual impact. With a soft thud, the door slowly swung open, revealing a dining area that surpassed all expectations. Is this a paradise? The students gasped in awe as they entered the Black Dragon Pavilion, marveling at the self-contained ecosystem complete with artificial mountains and flowing water, even spotting fish and shrimp. A magnificent round table, crafted from rosewood, graces this establishment, evoking a sense of ethereal charm and opulence. The Black Dragon Pavilion is the favored haunt of the proprietor, who has lavished over 100 million in the creation of this supreme private room. Manager Li once again bowed to Yi Yang. I wish you all a delightful dining experience. I shall take my leave now, as the boss will be coming to pay you a visit shortly. Did you hear that? This is a private room worth over 100 million. My heavens, what have I done to deserve dining in such a prestigious place? The classmates were fidgeting with anxiety. After all, should they accidentally damage anything here, they might spend a lifetime in servitude to repay it. How impressive this is. Kylie, what does your husband do? He must be extraordinarily wealthy to afford such treatment. Originally, it was Han Kai Li's boyfriend who had invited everyone for dinner, and with the change to a private room, everyone instinctively assumed this was the surprise her boyfriend had prepared. The news that the owner of Han Pavilion would be coming to meet him was simply astounding. A mix of envy and admiration enveloped the classmates as they clustered around Han Kai Li. Meanwhile, Yi Yang was engaged in light-hearted banter with a few close friends from university. This private room was clearly reserved for Yi Yang. Zheng Xian pursed his lips, recognizing that the conversation partner of Boss Li had always been Yi Yang, with Han Kai Li merely standing beside him, leading to the misunderstanding. Haha, why bother caring about that? I'm more eager to see the bewildered expression on her boyfriend's face when he arrives. Yi Yang smirked mischievously. Serve the dishes. First, we have the 9 dragons seizing pearls. Next, 8 immortals crossing the sea. And finally, 7 stars lighting the lanterns. A succession of exquisite culinary masterpieces was presented, each dish eliciting gasps of awe from the students. Who knew cuisine could be presented in such a manner? The plating was simply ethereal, akin to a work of art. I felt almost embarrassed to touch my chopsticks. The aroma was divine. Dishes of unparalleled beauty and rich flavors continued to arrive, momentarily halting the students' banter, complaints, and criticisms. Gurgle, gurgle. A beautiful and graceful waitress personally poured fine wine for everyone, casually introducing, this is 20-year-old daughter's red and Shaoxing yellow wine, an absolute delicacy. 20-year-old daughter's red? I imagine a small jar costs around 200,000, right? Su Pengfei, accustomed to dining in luxurious restaurants, gasped, initially silenced by Yi Yang's presence. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He typically only ordered wines worth a few thousand to show off. Such a 20,000 jar of daughter's red was something he had never dared to touch. Ah, the flavor is exquisite. He savored a sip, his expression one of rapture. Your husband is truly generous. His classmates praised. Alas, this individual is rather ostentatious, lacking in other virtues, merely possessing wealth and indulging in such extravagance. Han Kai Li was preparing to embellish her narrative further when the door swung open once more. A slightly portly middle-aged man in a tang suit entered with an air of elegance. Upon seeing this gentleman, Su Pengfei immediately stood up, a regular in high-end restaurants. He recognized this man as Mr. Tang Rugua, the owner of Han Pavilion. To elevate a restaurant to the pinnacle of Shanghai's dining scene, gaining international acclaim and being valued in the billions, is an extraordinary feat. Such success is far more challenging than establishing a company worth hundreds of billions. Han Pavilion has no investors, nor is it publicly traded. Its valuation rests solely on its intrinsic worth, reaching billions. Many billionaires, whose companies are worth hundreds of billions, hold deep admiration for Mr. Tang Rugua. Su Pengfei speculated that his background must be quite significant. Yi Yang shared this sentiment. The national banquet chef and the renowned Guijiaofan liquor are not easily obtained, even with wealth. So, he is indeed the owner of Han Pavilion? Han Kai Li raised her chin proudly, stepping forward to accept a handshake. To her surprise, Tang Rugua simply smiled kindly at her. Miss, please allow me to pass. In that moment, everyone was taken aback. The owner of Han Pavilion was not there to seek Han Kai Li after all. At this instant, realization dawned upon all. their astonished gazes directed towards Yi Yang. Could it be that he was seeking Yi Yang? Was this lavish dining experience orchestrated by him? He cannot merely be a gold digger living off a wealthy woman. Surely not. Only Su Pengfei, who had a glimpse of Yi Yang's true capabilities, could not help but smile wryly, murmuring, "It appears to be the case. Mr. Yi, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," Tang Rugwa said, extending his hand to Yi Yang with a warm smile. Indeed, my heavens, the owner of Han Pavilion, of such stature, had come specifically to meet Yi Yang. What is happening? Wasn't he supposed to be looking for Han Kaili's boyfriend? Are you daft? Can't you see he is clearly here for Yi Yang? Wang Daolin glared at a nearby female classmate who was still processing the situation. You absolute fool. The female classmate's face flushed instantly. Only Han Kaili stood there, dazed, her emotions a tumultuous blend of embarrassment, confusion, and shock, leaving her utterly speechless. Boss Tang. Yi Yang replied with a smile, returning the greeting. Since the gentleman had come specifically to see him, he could not afford to be dismissive. You are one of the 2 esteemed holders of the Black Dragon Pavilion VIP card. I should have come out to greet you. My apologies for the oversight. Tang Rugwa produced a jade bottle from his sleeve. This celestial brew is a family heirloom of mine, meant as an apology. Haha, please do not refuse it, Mr. Yi. The mention of the Black Dragon Pavilion VIP card left everyone in attendance astounded. Including Han Kaili, they turned to Yi Yang with wide eyes, unable to believe their ears. How could this be possible? Since Mr. Yi has an engagement today, I shall not impose further. If there is a chance in the future, I would be delighted to converse with you privately, Tang Rugwa said with a smile. Very well, Yi Yang nodded slightly. The man's demeanor was refreshing, befitting one capable of elevating a restaurant's worth to billions. After expressing his goodwill with the celestial brew, Tang Rugwa turned to leave. Could it be that he is a Black Dragon Card VIP, not merely a beneficiary of a wealthy partner? He himself is indeed a Black Dragon Card VIP. My heavens, how can this be? The significance of the Black Dragon card had already been disseminated among the attendees. Presently, the Black Dragon Pavilion's card was only held by Buffett. Does this mean Yi Yang's status rivals that of Buffett? Indeed, otherwise, do you think I would be boasting? Zheng Xian finally found an opportunity to express his thoughts. The truth was now out, and he had no intention of remaining low-key. Yi Yang wished to avoid creating a sense of distance among his classmates. But Zheng Xian was incensed by the notion of Yi Yang being seen as merely a kept man. At this moment, he chuckled coldly. You could never fathom the true identity of Yi Yang. It would boggle your minds. Could it be that he possesses assets in the hundreds of billions? Is he truly a formidable figure in Shanghai? Surely not. Hundreds of billions? You truly underestimate Boss Yi. Zheng Xian exclaimed with indignation. The entire Shanghai financial tower belongs to Boss Yi. Just this alone is worth several hundred billion. What? The Shanghai financial tower is his. The classmates were left in shock by the bombshell dropped by Zheng Xian. The Imperial Financial Tower is renowned throughout Shanghai, nearly becoming a landmark of the city. Something that exists only in news and rumors actually belongs to Yi Yang. So, you are not merely the actual holder of Vacheron Constantine, but the entire Imperial Financial Tower is also yours. Su Pengfei blurted out in astonishment. The revelation that Yi Yang was the major shareholder of Vacheron Constantine had already left him bewildered for several days, and now this news struck him like a thunderbolt. Hiss! If Zheng Xian is seen as Yi Yang's little follower, suspected of embellishing Yi Yang's stature, then Su Pengfei's words held a completely different weight in the minds of the others. Old Su, what were you just saying? He has a Vacheron Constantine company? Wang Guan, Su Pengfei's top lackey, was left paralyzed in his seat from fear. How could he have mocked someone so far above him in the group chat? Oh no, this is absurd. The classmates were now in a daze. They all knew that Su Pengfei and Yi Yang had a long-standing rivalry. If he hadn't been utterly shocked, he wouldn't have let others overshadow him. They had long suspected that Su Pengfei had uncovered some of Yi Yang's background. Now, this suspicion had been confirmed. Yi Yang is truly a super tycoon. At the very least, he possesses both Vacheron Constantine and the Imperial Financial Tower, with assets in the hundreds of billions. No, this is impossible. You're just a pretty boy relying on a wealthy woman. Han Sili was completely agitated. She had already felt quite struck today, as Yi Yang also relied on others, which gave her some sense of balance. Now, Yi Yang was continuously snatching away the admiration and glory that should have belonged to her. And it was even confirmed that he was indeed a member of the true affluent elite. Hundreds of billions in assets. More wealth than the old man I found. An overwhelming tide of regret and jealousy surged within her, causing her mental state to crumble. Are you talking about me? Xiao Xiaozhu said with a faint smile as she walked over to Yi Yang. From the very beginning, you all have been quite peculiar. I'm merely my boyfriend's driver. While I can be considered a minor wealthy woman myself, I cannot compare to my boyfriend at all. As a top-notch bodyguard, the bounties, bonuses, and commissions earned over the years amount to several billion. It would be no exaggeration to call her a little wealthy woman. However, compared to Yi Yang, with his trillion-dollar assets and hundreds of billions in cash flow, she is but a small figure. Some classmates immediately clutched their hearts, unable to bear such a heavy blow. It was a complete reversal. Yi Yang had suddenly transformed from a pretty boy relying on a wealthy woman into a super-rich elite who could make even beautiful little wealthy women swoon. Watching how her words had left those who had just mocked her boss speechless and questioning their lives, Xiao Xiaozhu proudly revealed her little tiger teeth. Yi Yang looked at Xiao Xiaozhu's triumphant expression and smiled helplessly, ruffling her hair. All the classmates gaped, unsure of what to say. Many were on the verge of lamenting their unfair fate. Han Sili, however, coldly glared at Yi Yang. I see. That car was actually rented. Your girlfriend is just an actress. Everything is fake. The classmates blinked, wondering if Han Sili had gone mad with jealousy. My boyfriend is the owner of the Imperial Tower, and he will soon come to expose you. Han Sili looked around. Everyone, stay tuned to see who the real fraud is. Chapter 61. You with your thick brows and big eyes, playing around behind the scenes. The classmates were bewildered. Han Sili's boyfriend was indeed at the Imperial Tower, and his status must be significant. How could she dare call Yi Yang a fraud without absolute certainty? Yet if he were not a true big shot, how could someone like Tang Rugua personally come to pay respects and show such politeness? He even claimed to be a user of the Black Dragon card? If he were not a true big shot, how could Su Pengfei, a notorious show-off, be so obedient and low-key in front of Yi Yang? If he were not a true big shot, how could Zheng Xian boldly assert that he was the owner of the Imperial Tower? After all, Zheng Xian was also mingling within the Imperial Tower. When a classmate was at a loss as to whom to believe, only Su Pengfei shook his head with a cold smile. He vividly remembered the expression on Gong Xiaoqing's face upon seeing Yi Yang's information. Even if Yi Yang were not the owner of the Imperial Tower, simply being the ultimate controller of Vacheron Constantine would be enough to overshadow all the chairmen within the Imperial Tower. Even Fang Xiao would not qualify to compare with Yi Yang. Zheng Xian was even more certain, as he had nearly believed that he and Boss Yi had beaten Jin Bujing together. Both would not have been able to exit the Imperial Tower. The scene where dozens of chairmen had come together, ultimately showing deference to Yi Yang, was still fresh in his mind. What a pitiful woman. Xiao Xiaozhu looked at Han Sili with pity, feeling quite disinterested. Just an actress. What else with the arrogance? Han Sili, at this moment, had her most proud facade pierced, revealing her insecure and fragile inner self, her face displaying a forced confidence and pride as she glared at Yi Yang. Yi Yang let out a bitter laugh. This woman was truly baffling. I am not here to flaunt my wealth. I suggest you calm down. You wouldn't want to give yourself a heart attack. Yi Yang attempted to comfort Han Sili. However, his words were too straightforward, and in Han Sili's ears, they carried an entirely different meaning. Don't get too smug. Soon, you will have no reason to be proud. My boyfriend is on his way. Han Sili was enraged by Yi Yang's well-meaning advice, gesturing wildly. Tap tap. The doors of the Black Dragon Pavilion swung open once more. A man stood at the entrance, somewhat anxious. He had just visited the Hanchi private room, but failed to locate his girlfriend at the class gathering. After inquiring, he learned that his girlfriend and classmates had been invited to the Black Dragon Pavilion. He was well aware of what the Black Dragon Pavilion represented in Shanghai. Gulp. Could there be some super big shot hidden among his classmates? With Sili's temperament, he certainly did not want to offend anyone. He admitted that he quite liked this girlfriend. She was understanding and considerate, and crucially, her skills were exceptional, providing him with immense comfort each night. Even knowing she only acted perfectly in front of him, wouldn't anyone else be different? It was better to find someone who could act a little better. Thus, he was willing to spend money for her. However, he was keenly aware of what kind of person she truly was. At this moment, he was also anxious, fearing that Han Sili would offend that super big shot among his classmates. Thud thud. The door opened. Upon seeing Han Sili and Yi Yang, the center of attention, he was instantly frozen in place. Yi Yang looked at the newcomer, momentarily taken aback. Zheng Xian, beside him, gaped in disbelief, his mouth agape enough to fit a peach. It's you. Both Zheng Xian and Yi Yang could not help but exclaim in unison. Oh my, husband, you finally arrived. Han Sili exclaimed, leaping forward as if showcasing a rare treasure, entwining her arm with the man's, her pride evident on her face. Wang Min claims he is the owner of the Empire Financial Building. I just exposed him. Haha. Am I not impressive? What did you say? The man, startled, abruptly pushed Han Sili aside and turned to Yi Yang, coughing lightly. Ahem, Boss Yi, what a coincidence to see you again. Yi Yang regarded the newcomer with keen interest. It was none other than Zhang Wanmin, the founder of Wanmin Software and his former chairman. I never expected this, with your prominent brows and piercing eyes. secretly indulging in such frivolities? Oblivious, Han Sili remained unaware, yet Yi Yang understood well that Zhang Wanmin was already a family man with children in their 20s. The truth became glaringly obvious. Han Sili was merely Zhang Wanmin's mistress, calling him husband while fantasizing about being brought into his home. How pitiful and contemptible. My goodness. Han Sili, your husband seems rather aged, Wang Dalong blurted out, noting Zhang Wanmin's appearance to be at least in his 40s. Shut your mouth. Why bring that up? Several classmates hastily restrained Wang Dalong to prevent him from causing further trouble. Why stop me? I was being considerate of her feelings. I was about to say this old man could easily be her father. A few girls in the class, previously sour, couldn't help but burst into laughter at the remark. Husband, you actually pushed me? Han Sili felt a shiver of dread, realizing the gravity of the situation. Push you? Were you disrespectful to Boss Yi just now? I could just as easily throttle you. Zhang Wanmin fumed, veins bulging, feeling utterly wronged. How had he attracted the ire of this fierce entity? Chapter 62 500 million may not seem like much, yet it is still a substantial sum. This man is treating Han Sili this way because of Yi Yang. Does that mean everything Yi Yang said is true? The classmates gaped in disbelief, struggling to accept the revelation. In mere moments, Yi Yang's reputation underwent a radical transformation. From a mere gigolo, he morphed into an immensely wealthy and influential figure. From Tang Rugua's visit to Su Pengfei and Zheng Xian's testimonies, to now Han Sili's boyfriend confirming it. This evidence was irrefutable. I'm a bit dazed. I can't believe someone from our class has become such a prominent figure. I actually shared a dorm with the owner of the Empire Financial Building and the master of Vacheron Constantine. This is something I can brag about for a lifetime. Yi Yang's close friends sparkled with excitement, marveling at their comrade's success, feeling a sense of pride in their association with him. However, those envious or who had previously crossed Yi Yang were trembling with anger and jealousy. I once plotted against him. I'm doomed. This terrifying figure could make me vanish into the Huangpu River with just a word. I must find an opportunity to bow and confess my mistakes to Brother Yi. Damn it. How can this guy be so lucky? Life is so unfair. Some boys, consumed by envy, ground their teeth in frustration, yet dared not show it. Meanwhile, the girls in the class had completely changed their demeanor, now looking at Yi Yang with admiration. A perfect, wealthy gentleman. A young, handsome, and affluent university classmate. There will never be a more perfect future husband than Yi Yang. How could I have been so blind to his immense potential? I recognized it. But he was clearly uninterested in me. I once called him arrogant and pretentious, but today I realize I was merely a toad wishing to eat swan meat. If it weren't for the inappropriate atmosphere, these girls would rush to fawn over Yi Yang. Yi Yang observed his classmates' reactions and sighed inwardly. He knew that once his identity was revealed, meaningful conversations would become impossible. University is not like high school, where classmates are merely acquaintances. After graduation, the disparities in status create a chasm, making one appear either a stranger or someone to be feared or despised. In this materialistic society, pure-hearted individuals like Schwer are indeed rare. Shaking his head, Yi Yang found himself reminiscing about Lin Schwer. This chairman, your girlfriend has thoroughly humiliated my brother Yi. Xiao Xiaozhu chimed in, relishing the spectacle. What? You? Zhang Wanmin's expression darkened. The board of the building had recently investigated Yi Yang's background, uncovering his substantial assets, which would soon be publicly available online. The more they researched, the more they felt their decision to welcome Yi Yang that day had been astute. His holdings included various renowned assets in China and worldwide, totaling over $1 trillion. If one were to calculate, Yi Yang's wealth now positioned him as the true richest person in China. When this year's Forbes list was released, the news would be public. Offending the richest man? Zhang Wanmin trembled at the thought. You wasteful fool. Do not approach me again. We have no further dealings. You would forsake me for this pretty boy? Han Sili, now aware of Yi Yang's true identity, was unable to accept the staggering reality, resorting to unreasonable lamentations. Huh? Zhang Wanmin scoffed, his gaze toward Han Sili growing cold. He had other mistresses, though this one captivated him. A man of his stature understood the significance of priorities. 1,000 Han Kailis could not compare to the importance of one Yi Yang. Boss Yi, although I am no longer connected to her, how you wish to handle this is entirely up to you, Zhang Wanmin said with a scheming smile. I shall transfer 500 million in rent to your account as an apology. I sincerely regret the previous incidents. The 2 previous mishaps had left him thoroughly frightened. Should Boss Yi truly set his sights on him, his small software company would be doomed, whom Yi Yang nonchalantly acknowledged. This matter was not primarily his concern. But since the other party was offering money, he would not refuse. 500 million may not be a fortune, but it is still money. He was a frugal man. Well then, Boss Yi, enjoy your meal and drink. I shall head to the front desk to settle your bill and not trouble you further. Zhang Wanmin bowed. not sparing a glance at Han Siley as he prepared to leave. Chapter 63. Stop, Zhang Wanmin. Did you not say you loved me? Were you merely deceiving me? You never intended to marry me. Han Siley shouted hysterically at the heartless Zhang Wanmin. Marry you? We are all adults here. Perhaps it's time for you to grow up. Given my age, it's clear to see that I have children in their 20s. You are merely my plaything. Zhang Wanmin could hardly believe his ears. I always thought you were a clever person, yet you were fully aware of our relationship all along. It turns out you are nothing but a naive fool. How could you possibly think that a man of my stature, with a fortune worth billions and at the age of 40 or 50, would ever consider marrying you or sharing my wealth with you? Am I the foolish one? Or are you? Have you lost your mind? Women like you are truly immature. Zhang Wanmin shook his head, disappointed. He had once regarded Han Siley as astute, but now he saw her as nothing more than an ambitious woman with childish fantasies. Enough. I initially felt some reluctance. But a mindless woman like you is better off away from me. I don't want you causing trouble. With that, he turned on his heel and left without looking back. The entire Black Dragon Golden Pavilion fell into a hushed silence. Everyone stood with mouths agape. Having just entered society, they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Was this the mindset of the wealthy? Yi Yang merely smiled faintly. Han Siley was not a figure deserving of sympathy. At just over 20, her naivety was astonishing. Did she truly believe that all wealthy individuals were fools? The reason the affluent maintain their wealth is that none of them are simpletons. To expect to latch onto an old millionaire and inherit his fortune upon his death is nothing short of laughable and utterly unrealistic. Yet, there are indeed many women like her. Han Siley is merely a representation of this phenomenon. Zhang Wanmin, I will kill you. Han Siley was utterly humiliated, her face ablaze with a mix of shame and anger, causing her to lose all semblance of reason. She had always prided herself on her maturity, looking down upon those who worked hard, believing that aligning herself with a wealthy man would change her fate. Now, however, she realized that the most immature and ridiculous one was, in fact, herself. As she stormed out, her classmates exchanged bewildered glances. Clearly, she was a gold digger. How could she now resent others? Ahem, let us not allow one person's actions to ruin the atmosphere. The class leader, Yu Qinggong, interjected with a smile to lighten the mood. We owe our ability to enjoy such a splendid private room and exquisite dishes to Yi Yang. We should all raise a glass to him. Indeed, the classmates quickly caught on. Han Siley had never been particularly noteworthy to them, and her recent outburst only served to remind them of her unpleasantness. The spotlight naturally returned to Yi Yang, the true tycoon among them. Yi Yang, no. I should call you Director Yi now. I apologize for referring to you as a pretty boy earlier. I must make amends. Several male classmates approached, eager to pay their respects. I too shall self-punish with 3 drinks. Yi Yang, smiling, shook his head. Just moments ago, these same individuals had spoken disparagingly, and now they were fawning over him. Money truly is a powerful force. Yi Yang, long time no see. You've become quite impressive. Hey, brother Yi. If you find yourself bored tonight, feel free to call me. Scram. Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of your intentions. You think you're a high-class gentleman, yet you seek to entice me? How ridiculous. The girls surrounded Yi Yang like bees to honey, desperately trying to catch his attention. Yet, even the once crowned class beauty, Kai Mao Mao, and the radiant Han Siley today could not capture his interest. Their appearances, at best, were mediocre, and thus they failed to move him. With a perfunctory smile, he dismissed them. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaozhu, feeling a twinge of resentment, puffed out her cheeks. How shameless. At least I am his temporary girlfriend. She glared at the other girls, her expression taking on a dangerous edge. Those who knew her would empathize with Yi Yang's female classmates, for they were bound to face dire consequences tonight. Hey, old Zheng. Did you know from the start that Director Yi was such a tremendous potential asset? That's why you've been so eager to associate with him. Exactly. No wonder you got promoted so quickly. It's all thanks to the towering tree that is Director Yi. Zheng Xian, caught off guard, chuckled, realizing that the title Ye's little brother sounded rather mischievous. Chapter 64. Could the boss be skilled in martial arts? Zheng Xian had been Yi Yang's sidekick previously, and since graduation, he had lost touch with many of his classmates. Now, with so many people vying for his attention, he felt a sense of being in the spotlight. He understood why they were fawning over him, but it didn't detract from his enjoyment of the moment. Being admired is a fundamental human desire. Thus, the gathering concluded in laughter and merriment. Yi Yang raised his glass in a toast to reciprocate the earlier gestures, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Let us go. Yi Yang beckoned to Zheng Xian. Ahem, Director Yi, I suppose I shouldn't join you? Zheng Xian scratched his head with a sheepish grin. What is stopping you? Yi Yang inquired, puzzled. Well, after a feast of food and drink, accompanied by beautiful women. Zheng Xian smirked knowingly. Ah, you sly one. You seem so virtuous. Yet you're quite the rascal. Yi Yang laughed, comprehending the implication. Allow me to call a car for you. Sounds good. Zheng Xian nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaozhu's cheeks flushed. She and her sister, Xiao Qingxian, were no strangers to the world and understood what was implied. Although they grasped the meaning, they were still innocent, and their feelings were somewhat muddled. At the entrance, after arranging a ride for Zheng Xian, Yi Yang turned with a mischievous smile directed at Xiao Xiaozhu. Hey, you're not considering Xiao Xiaozhu bit her lip, eyeing Yi Yang warily like a cautious kitten. What? Not interested? Yi Yang teased. Xiao Xiaozhu gritted her teeth, feeling torn. Ultimately, she stubbornly shook her head. It must be said that Yi Yang was the most unique, perfect, and captivating individual she had encountered in years. And she had to admit that she was developing feelings for him. However, that did not mean she was a frivolous girl who would act on such feelings without thought. Then your status as my temporary girlfriend will end here, you know? Yi Yang lightly tapped her forehead. You're so wicked. Xiao Xiaozhu finally realized that Yi Yang had no ulterior motives. He had merely been teasing her. Haha. Yi Yang laughed, reveling in the success of his playful banter. When suddenly he felt a chill down his back. Looks like you're quite happy, aren't you? The voice echoed like a malevolent spirit from the depths of the abyss, laden with resentment and a chilling aura. Which miscreant dares to disturb the night? Yi Yang was startled, swiftly turning around only to breathe a sigh of relief upon recognizing the mournful expression of Xiao Qingxian. Ah, it's you, he said. You two are all lovey-dovey while leaving me out here to drink the cold wind. Xiao Qingxian pouted, a hint of petulance in her tone. It must be said that her sulking demeanor, reminiscent of an ice queen, only served to enhance her allure. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Yi Yang inquired, a note of surprise in his voice. Of course. I have been diligently keeping watch out here. She retorted. However, it's strange. There hasn't been any unusual activity tonight, nor any assassins or suspects. Xiao Qingxian muttered. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. Isn't it obvious? This is Huaxia. Where would all those assassins come from? Let us go? I'm not full either. I'll take you to a wonderful place to eat. He waved his hand with a smile. Delicious food? Xiao Qingxuan's eyes sparkled, nearly betraying her hidden gluttonous nature, but she quickly regained her composure and huffed. Don't think that treating me to a late-night snack will earn my forgiveness. Whatever, Yi Yang shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. You. Xiao Qingxian gritted her silver teeth, feeling exasperated with her boss. We both had drinks, you'll drive. Yi Yang instructed Xiao Xiaozhu to toss the keys to Xiao Qingxian, then plopped himself into the opulent Rolls-Royce Phantom. Humph. Insufferable boss. Although she cursed him under her breath. Xiao Qingxian felt an unprecedented sense of ease, a stark contrast to the luxurious yet burdensome life of a killer she had led for over a decade. This feeling of relaxation left her somewhat conflicted. She feared that if she let her guard down, something unfortunate might befall her good-natured boss, and she would hold herself accountable. Wait, clearly, it's an insufferable boss. An insufferable boss. Cough cough. Xiao Xiaozhu nudged her ribs. Xiao Qingxian reined in her whimsical thoughts and glanced at Xiao Xiaozhu. Noticing her serious expression, she asked, what is it? Xiao Xiaozhu glanced at the Rolls-Royce Phantom and murmured, our boss is quite extraordinary. Huh. Xiao Qingxian blinked in surprise. When he flicked my forehead earlier, it should have triggered my alert mechanism, yet his speed was such that I didn't even have time to evade. Moreover, you appeared behind him suddenly, and he had an instinctive reaction even before you showed up. Our boss possesses considerable strength. Xiao Xiaozhu squinted, reflecting on Yi Yang's earlier actions. Oh. Xiao Qingxian finally realized that his reaction speed was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Who cares? It's even better that our boss has martial arts skills. However, I should find a time to test him. It would surely be amusing. Chapter 65, Street Food. More delicious than a 4 million feast? Thus, Xiao Qingxian drove ahead while Xiao Xiaozhu and Yi Yang sat in the back. Where are we headed? She inquired. Yi Yang feigned mystery as he inputted an address into the navigation system. We're going here. You'll know when we arrive. Why the secrecy? Xiao Qingxian pouted. Though she rarely came to the Magic City for missions, she had done enough research in her leisure time to know that Hang is the pinnacle of Chinese cuisine, while Ziguang Pavilion stands as the zenith of Western dining. Were there truly any other top-tier restaurants apart from these two? Beep beep. Why is there suddenly a traffic jam? Yi Yang queried, puzzled. It seems there's a traffic cop ahead checking for drunk drivers. Xiao Qingxian leaned forward to confirm. Yi Yang chuckled, shaking his head. What a coincidence. Had I left Xiao Qingxian outside, I would have been penalized tonight. After a brief wait, it was finally their turn. Hiss. Upon seeing the golden emblem on the front of the car, even though the traffic officers might not recognize the Phantom, they understood it was a Rolls-Royce. And their demeanor became cautious as they gently knocked on the window, their service attitude exceedingly polite. Good evening, we're checking for drunk driving. Upon seeing Xiao Qingxian's visage, even the most seasoned officers were momentarily taken aback. What beauty! What grace! Simply extraordinary. Beep beep. Yet, even as the results were processed. The officers remained entranced by Xiao Qingxian's beauty. The results are in. It was Xiao Xiaozhu who reminded them to proceed, prompting their return to reality. The officer sighed, caught in a dilemma about whether to ask for her contact information, when he noticed Xiao Xiaozhu and Yi Yang in the back seat. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. An ice queen and a girl next door. Both were exquisite. This young man was simply overflowing with fortune. Let them go. Let them go. Acknowledging the futility of competition, the officer relented. I'm so frustrated. All the drunk driving cases today will receive heavy penalties. Meanwhile, the drivers behind were left bewildered. Virum. The Rolls-Royce sped away, arriving at the destination Yi Yang had set. What? Xiao Qingxian rubbed her eyes, incredulous. Isn't this just a street food stall? Why the mystery? Yi Yang chuckled. This is no ordinary street food stall. It's the famed West District night market. What is the difference? Xiao Qingxian scoffed. Actually, there is not much distinction. If I must say, my youth is tied to this place. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Yi Yang's eyes. Almost every university has a street food avenue, and his was no exception. Back then, he often climbed over walls to wander through the food stalls, purchasing bags of chicken necks, ordering barbecued skewers, cracking open a few beers, and chatting away with his buddies. Today's university reunion had stirred memories of this place, prompting him to return and relive his youth. Earlier, surrounded by so many people asking questions, I hardly had time to eat. This is the perfect opportunity for a late-night snack, Yi Yang remarked with a grin. Well, Xiao Xiaozhu twirled a strand of hair, adding, I was too busy ensuring the boss's safety to enjoy myself properly. Perfect then. Yi Yang snapped his fingers. But can street food really be that good? Xiao Qingxian questioned skeptically, as their missions typically involved high-profile individuals, leaving little room for street food experiences. You've never tried street food? You've truly missed out on a culinary delight, Yi Yang exclaimed, astonished that someone had never indulged in street fare. Is it really that remarkable? Xiao Qingxian blinked. Then I must give it a thorough try. Yi Yang felt as though he had returned to his university days. Navigating through the crowds flanked by two beautiful bodyguards, sampling everything from Northeast grilled cold noodles, handheld pancakes, mashed potatoes, fried chicken necks, oden, skewers, to grilled chicken legs. He purchased them all. Back then, he was cautious with his living expenses and refrained from overspending even when visiting the food stalls. Yet tonight, he indulged liberally. It must be said that this sense of fulfilling past regrets was far more gratifying than the extravagant $4 million banquet he had attended earlier. My goodness, he is so handsome. Which university's heartthrob is he? The female university students at the street food market gazed at Yi Yang with starry eyes. I can't handle it. I might just nosebleed. These two beauties are too stunning. The evils of the wealthy. Meanwhile, the boys accompanying these girls were entirely oblivious to Yi Yang. Their attention fixed elsewhere. A wealthy person eating street food? Humph, I see nothing but a smooth-talking scoundrel. The boyfriends of the girls are all bitterly quarreling, fearing that their mental state resembles a vast expanse of grassland. Yi Yang and his companions possess such striking looks and charisma that they inevitably draw gasps of admiration as they stroll amidst a crowd of university students. The flavors are surprisingly delightful, Xiao Qingxian exclaimed in astonishment. Despite being quite inexpensive, it offered her an entirely different culinary experience. Dining on lavish meals every day, indulging in a street food feast now feels like pure bliss, Yi Yang mused while munching on a skewer. Lately, he had savored too many exquisite dishes. After all the eating, he found himself preferring the street food, chuckling at the thought. Of course, this sentiment arose only because he had grown weary of fine dining. A normal person would surely still find gourmet meals more appealing. Aunt Zhang, 100 skewers and a dozen beers, please. Yi Yang greeted Aunt Zhang at the barbecue stall with practiced ease. After 4 years at university, they had become quite familiar with one another. Chapter 66. I quit. Why? Because I bought the company. Oh, is that you, Xiaoyi? Aunt Zhang exclaimed with delight, her warmth palpable. Haven't you graduated? I thought you missed my and Uncle Zhang's cooking. Yi Yang chuckled in response. You sweet-talking lad. Aunt Zhang laughed heartily. Just wait. I'll have it ready for you in no time. A group of girls hoping to catch a glimpse of handsome boys and boys eager to see beautiful girls flocked to seize every seat at the barbecue stall. Ahem, boss. 1 order of barbecue. Me too. Aunt Zhang looked bewildered. What was happening? Why was business suddenly booming tonight? Uncle Zhang busily worked beside her, smiling silently. For men surely understand men best. After a while, barbecue and beer arrived at the table. I just saw you, Xiaoyi. When did you manage to date 2 such beautiful girls? Aunt Zhang's words made every boy sitting nearby perk up their ears. They all wanted to learn how he wooed such stunning beauties, 2 at once. The mere thought made their mouths water with envy. Yi Yang scratched his head, feigning confusion for a moment. Quickly tell us. The boys beside him were growing anxious. Perhaps it's because I'm just too handsome. Yi Yong grinned. TSK. The boys were instantly deflated, having to admit that Yi Yong was indeed handsome. Such innate qualities were something they could never replicate. You're still as cheeky as ever. Aunt Zhang covered her mouth, laughing. It had been a long time since she had seen Yi Yong, and she couldn't help but inquire about his recent endeavors. Xiao Yi, you graduated half a year ago. Have you found stable work? Work? Yi Yong scratched his head again. The girls nearby perked up. After all, a perfect man was even more appealing. They could dream of him at night. Some boys who had just been complaining about the evils of capitalism were now revitalized. Could he really attract two such incredible girls solely based on his looks? They found it hard to believe. It must be because he is wealthy, right? I quit my job, Yi Yong replied with a grin. Am I not correct? Who else would bring their girlfriends to a street food stall, if not for someone with money? Surely, it would be fine dining at a five-star restaurant. The boys scoffed derisively. Clearly just a smooth-talking scoundrel. And why did you bring me to a street food stall? Are you a scoundrel too? A poor one at that. One girlfriend retorted indignantly. I'm different. I haven't graduated yet. The boy awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had dug his own grave with that remark. Smooth talking. The girlfriend fumed. TSK, you don't even have a job. Just relying on a pretty face to date two beauties? Good heavens. Someone, please end my misery. The single boys expressed their outrage silently. If they don't care, can I be the third? Some attractive girls present eagerly contemplated the idea. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang frowned. Xiao Yi, young people should not aim too high. A job is essential for a good life, even if faced with hardship. One must not give up halfway. Yes, I understand, Aunt Zhang. Yi Yong knew she meant well. But why did you really quit your job? Aunt Zhang asked, still somewhat concerned. Because I bought that company, Yi Yong replied, unable to suppress a laugh. Silence enveloped the room. Even Aunt Zhang was taken aback. Is that true? Xiao Yi, you mentioned that company had a market value of tens of billions. You bought it. Yi Yong nodded, though calling it a purchase isn't entirely accurate. I've become a major shareholder. Zhang Wanmin could hardly produce 5 billion in cash, so he naturally used shares to settle debts. Now, he had become the largest shareholder of Wanmin Software Company, second only to Zhang Wanmin himself. Thus, saying he bought the company wasn't entirely a lie. Truly. The evils of capitalism. The surrounding boys stared in disbelief. Is this even real? I quit my job, why? Because that company is mine now. Damn. You're an insufferable braggart. The boyfriends present were nearly choking on their disbelief. Just look at him. Being a major shareholder, he brings his girlfriend to a barbecue stall. While you poor souls mock him. If only you had his charisma, you'd be wealthy by now. The girlfriends began to compare their boyfriends to Yi Yong and felt they had drawn the short straw, lamenting their situation. What sins did I commit? If I had known, I would have whisked my girlfriend away sooner. Instead, I foolishly came here to watch someone show off. The boyfriends felt an unbearable bitterness. They could only comfort their girlfriends. Perhaps he was merely boasting. Come on, the girls aren't blind. Two stunning beauties wouldn't accompany him if he were broke. Do you think they're as shallow and materialistic as you? In a fit of anger, a boyfriend finally spoke the truth he had been holding back. What did you say? Repeat that. The girlfriend, feeling exposed, became furious. Ahem, we don't need to quarrel over a fraud. Hee, don't be upset. I'll take you shopping for a bag tomorrow. The boy kept apologizing. Yi Yong, fearing Aunt Zhang wouldn't believe him, produced the key to his Rolls Royce. Aunt Zhang, if you still don't believe me, this is my newly purchased car. Chapter 67. I, a man, would even want to marry him. Hiss. Aunt Zhang gasped in shock. Living in the bustling metropolis, everyone had a modicum of knowledge about luxury vehicles. Isn't that the Rolls Royce? Aunt Zhang pondered for a moment, uncertain. Yi Yong couldn't help but chuckle, correcting her. It's a Rolls Royce. Oh yes, Rolls Royce. Aunt Zhang smacked her forehead, laughing. What more can you say now? The girlfriends, initially thrilled at the prospect of getting a free bag, were instantly infuriated upon seeing Yi Yong pull out the key to a Rolls Royce. How could their boyfriends be so inadequate? The most one could do is buy oneself a handbag, while others casually pull out a Rolls Royce. Damn it. The boyfriend felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been struck across the air, and could only grit his teeth and forcefully say, that's merely a lighter. I've seen the same model on Taobao. What? Initially, Xiao Qingxian found the spectacle of this pair of gold-digging women squabbling rather amusing. However, at this moment, she felt a surge of indignation. She approached Yi Yong to obtain the key to the Rolls-Royce and pressed the button. Beep beep. In the distance, the imposing Rolls-Royce abruptly came to life. Its dazzling headlights flashing, exuding an aura of opulence even from hundreds of meters away, unmistakably embodying the essence of a top-tier luxury vehicle. Gasp! In that instant, no one dared to mock any longer. Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. A car enthusiast among them exclaimed, that's not just any Rolls-Royce. That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. A Rolls-Royce Phantom? Is it truly valuable? It starts at 40 million. If fully equipped, it could fetch 50 to 60 million. Gasp. Oh my goodness. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Oh, the girlfriend was about to explode with rage. You worthless man. You dared to mock someone with a lighter. Huh. You resemble a lighter yourself. With that, she indignantly grabbed the handbag her boyfriend had bought her and stormed off in a huff. Hey, Ting Ting, don't go. The love-stricken boyfriend stumbled after her. Oh, I am so envious. A Rolls-Royce worth several million. So young, must be a super rich second generation. I must become a big boss too. You? I reckon you'd be better off as a rice bucket. Haha. Seriously, you won't even let me dream? It's incomparable. He's rich and handsome. I swear even a man would want to marry him, let alone these two beauties. Even the more attractive boys were beginning to entertain thoughts. Ugh, how disgusting, one boy scoffed disdainfully. Aren't you thinking the same? The handsome boy retorted. Cough, cough, cough. The companion, embarrassed, buried his head in his food. It seems, Xiao Yi, you have truly struck it rich. I was thinking of introducing you to someone. But alas, it seems Zhang Yi isn't worthy. Zhang Yi looked at Yi Yang with a mix of regret and envy. If only her son had even a fraction of Yi Yang's success, they wouldn't still be out in the harsh winters and scorching summers, toiling day and night at a stall, enduring such hardships. Yi Yang chuckled, shaking his head in bemusement. You all continue eating. I have to attend to some matters. Zhang Yi, having only briefly lamented her son, quickly collected herself and resumed her tasks, for after all, they were parents. No matter how flawed their children were, they were still their own. Watching Zhang Yi's retreating figure, Yi Yang felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling his own parents. It was time to go back and visit them soon, now that he had achieved a level of ultimate financial freedom, with money flowing in even while lying down. It was imperative to find ways to truly improve his family's circumstances. What's wrong, boss? Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu, having grown up as orphans and relying on each other, were not particularly sensitive to parental love, and thus did not comprehend Yi Yang's thoughts at the moment. Nothing. Let us drink. Yi Yang lifted his beer bottle, clinking it with the two girls before downing the contents in one go. The surrounding boys and girls, well aware that such exceptional individuals were beyond their reach, quietly ate their meals, occasionally stealing glances at the trio, indulging in a feast for the eyes. Just as they were finishing their meal, a black Toyota Land Cruiser barreled into the food street. The narrow passage, already crowded, was further congested by the audacious vehicle, which, true to its name, drove with utter arrogance. Rolling down the window, it halted beside each stall, extending a hand. The stall owners were compelled to greet it with smiles, offering varying sums of money. If the amount did not meet expectations, the Land Cruiser would not budge, and once again, the hand would reach out from the window. Here we go again. Yi Yang frowned, disapproving of such behavior. During his university days, he had witnessed this many times. The city management, under the pretext of beautifying the urban environment, would sweep the streets, forcing the vendors to slip the money to prevent their stalls from being overturned. Dubiously dubbed as urban management tips, in Yi Yang's view, this was fundamentally no different from the protection money demanded by thugs in the underworld. Chapter 68. Too handsome. Attracting the attention of young delinquents? Is the city management collecting security fees? This vehicle doesn't seem like it. Someone nearby muttered. You're new here, aren't you? The city management was reported previously. Now they hire relatives to collect fees, ensuring someone has their back in case of trouble. And they all share the spoils when nothing goes awry, explained a veteran student who was evidently accustomed to the situation. Wow, it can be played like this? Impressive. Clearly, everyone had become desensitized to such occurrences. Though some disapproved, they chose not to voice their complaints. Beep beep. The Toyota Land Cruiser soon arrived in front of a barbecue stall. A hand adorned with a golden watch extended from within. Haha, Brother Zhou. You're working hard to collect money so late. Uncle Zhang chuckled, handing over the already prepared tip. A voice of confusion emanated from the vehicle, and the hand reached out again. Uncle Zhang was caught in a dilemma, but still reluctantly produced a few red bills to slip inside. Brother Zhou snorted coldly and extended his hand once more. Brother Zhou, this. Uncle Zhang's expression shifted. You're making quite a haul tonight, aren't you? You expect to settle this with just a few hundred? Brother Zhou frowned, evidently dissatisfied. I need to make a profit too. Uncle Zhang, though eager to voice his grievances, dared not, and could only once again insert a few more red bills. Great, looks like I've wasted half the night's effort. Only then did Brother Zhou nod in satisfaction. That's more like it. Wishing you prosperous business. With that, the Land Cruiser revved up and prepared to move on to the next stall. Yi Yang shook his head at this scene. This was the survival strategy of the food street, as it had always been. Even if he found it distasteful enough to beat the perpetrators or leverage connections to eliminate their backers, there would always be another Wang Go, Bao Go, or someone else to collect money. Since he did not frequent this area, he certainly could not oversee it continuously. Just as the Toyota Land Cruiser started to move, laughter erupted from within the vehicle, causing it to halt. Uncle Zhang's heart raced. Why weren't they leaving? Were they still not satisfied and wanted more money? Hey, that pretty boy over there. Brother Zhou leaned halfway out of the car, pointing his chin toward Yi Yang's direction. Huh. Xiao Qingxian, sensing the hostility, instantly narrowed her eyes with a glint of coldness. Xiao Xiaozhu instinctively began preparing her poison. Huh. Yi Yang felt a twinge of awkwardness, worried that the gangsters might be so captivated by his beautiful bodyguards that they intended to commit some lewd act. How cliché. However, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, considering the three of them were indeed conspicuously striking among a crowd of students. Wow. So these two girls are this beautiful. Originally, the two women were turned away from him, merely casting their silhouettes, and Brother Zhou did not pay much attention. However, times have changed. They would no longer dare to brazenly snatch women in the streets. If such an act were exposed online, the ensuing public outcry would render their lives unbearable. Damn it, I was drooling at the sight. It was much better a few years ago when I could do whatever I pleased. Brother Zhou inwardly cursed while maintaining a smile on his face. That pretty boy. My sister has taken a liking to you. Get in the car and come with me. Tonight, you'll earn your share of the cash. Yi Yang was utterly bewildered. It turned out he wasn't being summoned for the two beautiful bodyguards beside him, but for himself. It made sense. He suddenly recalled that Chinese law only protects women. If a man is assaulted, there are no legal repercussions for the perpetrator. Thus, the underworld had shifted from abducting women to abducting respectable men. I suddenly felt a bit endangered. Fortunately, I hired two stunning bodyguards. Yi Yang smirked coldly. The nearby students were equally flabbergasted. This script was taking an unexpected turn. They had initially planned to witness a thug's attempt at harassment, even pulling out their phones to record. Instead, it was about a rich second-generation kid. Goodness. Hey, times have changed. The university students were astounded by the scene before them. What do you mean by that? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. As the car door swung open, a short, stout girl with red hair flashed a flirtatious smile and winked at him. Yi Yang, having just taken a sip of his drink, nearly spat it out upon seeing her. Moments ago, he had envied this guy for being wealthy and handsome. Now, he suddenly felt pity for him. This short girl was quite the spectacle, and that old fellow. My goodness, truly a piece of work. The surrounding university students covered their faces. No wonder this girl was so desperate to snatch a man in public. Her own attributes were so lacking. What the hell do you mean? Brother Zhou kicked the car door open. Having grown accustomed to being domineering on the snack street, he could not believe someone dared to mock his sister tonight. Although she was not particularly attractive, he was still willing to spend money for her. Huh, look at what you're bringing to the table. Do you think you're worthy of my husband's body? Xiao Xiaozhu continued to play the role of the temporary girlfriend. Exactly, Xiao Qingxian chimed in, wrapping her arms around the short girl, delivering a double blow. Brother, they are humiliating me. The short girl wailed. Chapter 69, I lack superpowers, but I possess financial might. You're quite brave. Zhou Yan's gaze turned icy. From the domineering vehicle emerged 5 or 6 men clad in black. At this moment, the surrounding university students could no longer muster a smile. Even if the thugs were restrained by the current public sentiment, they were, at their core, still part of the underworld. If they truly became enraged, trouble could easily ensue. Cough, cough. Brother Zhou, don't stoop to a child's level. Clearly, they already have an appointment. Aunt Zhang sensed the tension and rushed to mediate. Even though Yi Yang was now wealthy, it was unwise to confront so many gangsters. If they were to beat him up, it wouldn't be worth it to recover later. Get lost. Brother Zhou didn't even glance at the money Aunt Zhang tried to hand him, shoving her down onto a nearby chair. My sister's dignity is worth more than this measly cash? Seeing Zhou Yan's arrogance, Yi Yang's expression turned cold as well. Aunt Zhang had cared for him during his university days. I advise you to apologize to Aunt Zhang quickly. What? Apologize? Zhou Yan tapped his ear as if he had heard the greatest joke. Are you teaching me how to behave? The surrounding university students, witnessing the escalating tension, felt a twinge of fear. They quickly rose and began to retreat, pulling out their phones to record. Put your phones down, you bastards. Anyone who dares to record will be beaten. 2 of Zhou Yan's lackeys waved their wooden clubs threateningly. How dare you, a street vendor? Act like you're tough with me? Zhou Yan, noticing the students had been frightened, sneered and approached Yi Yang. My sister fancies you, a poor student. That is a compliment. I earn in one night more than your parents do in a lifetime of farming. How dare you get cocky? Kneel and apologize to my sister right now. Then get in the car swiftly, and we'll let this matter slide. Otherwise, he chuckled, waving his hand. The black-clad men behind him approached with an air of arrogance. In Zhou Yan's eyes, those dining at the food stall were mostly impoverished university students. A mere threat would likely have them begging for mercy on their knees. However, he grossly underestimated Yi Yang. Otherwise what? Will you assault me in public? Yi Yang chuckled. Calm and composed. The two bodyguards beside him could twist golf clubs into pretzels. If one of those struck ahead, it would surely send the brain flying. He was not afraid of a fight. In terms of connections and legal battles, in Magic City, no one could rival the Jincheng law firm. As for wealth, apologies, but I lack superpowers, only financial prowess. Thus, before anything had even commenced, the outcome had already been sealed. He was merely waiting for the other party to make the first move, so he could add further charges. Huh. You really think that because you have a few broken phones, I wouldn't dare to deal with you? Let me tell you, I'll leave you near death. And my people will ensure you receive a light injury verdict. In the end, I'll just need to cover some medical expenses. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You little brat. When I was in the underworld, you weren't even born yet. Zhou Yan was infuriated by Yi Yang's nonchalant attitude. In the past, he would have struck first. How had he come to a point where even a poor university student dared to look down on him? Had the underworld truly fallen so low? Was it merely about covering medical fees? Yi Yang smirked. If you had said so earlier, we could have avoided this. Looks like you want to shed tears until you see the coffin, huh? Zhou Yan stepped closer, attempting to slap Yi Yang's face. Many timid girls closed their eyes, unwilling to witness their idol being struck. Some boys eagerly picked up their phones, ready to record, thinking they might be the next to go viral. Quick, call the police. Aunt Zhang, in a panic, pulled out her phone to report the incident. However, just as Zhou Yan's hand swung through the air, it was caught by an immense force. Upon closer inspection, it was the dainty beauty he had dismissed as an ice queen. Boss, how shall we handle this? Xiao Qingxian had been patiently waiting for Yi Yang's command. Otherwise, with her temperament, Zhou Yan would have already been lying on the ground. Do as he says. Inflict light injuries, break a few teeth, and teach him a lesson. Yi Yang waved his hand casually. He could easily take action himself. With his current physical prowess, defeating 10 or 8 burly men was a piece of cake. However, engaging directly with a few small-time thugs was beneath his dignity. All right. A spark of excitement flashed in Xiao Qingxian's eyes. With a swift twist of her wrist, she deftly fractured Zhou Yan's arm. Crack. A powerful kick sent him sprawling over 3 meters away, landing on the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What the hell? This little girl. Such strength. In that instant, Aunt Zhang's fingers paused on her phone screen. The onlookers, university students, were momentarily stunned, holding their phones aloft, forgetting to press the record button. Chapter 70. Instant Annihilation. A complete reversal? This is a savage girlfriend? That kick was truly brutal. It seemed to land squarely. It was likely that this thug's life would never be the same again. Haha. After a few moments, the crowd slowly began to process the scene before them, erupting into animated discussions. Why wait? Hurry up and record. Tonight's drama is more thrilling than a movie. If this doesn't go viral, it would be an injustice. Someone shouted, prompting the crowd to eagerly hit the record button, ready to document the entire spectacle. Zhou Yan clutched his abdomen, writhing in pain. His eyes filled with fury. What are you waiting for? Kill these little brats for me. The few thugs in black nearby were visibly startled. Zhou Yan's furious roar jolted them back to reality, and they brandished their wooden clubs, swinging them at Xiao Qingxian. No need to trouble my sister. I've been itching to vent my frustration on these garbage for a long time. Xiao Qingxian restrained Xiao Xiaozhu. If her sister were to intervene, the consequences would far exceed merely breaking a leg. Die. 5 small thugs, emboldened by their numbers, charged forward. Xiao Qingxian shook her head. Having executed missions worldwide against hundreds of fully armed mercenaries, she had always protected her employer through peril. These petty ruffians were simply beneath her notice. Unaware of their own insignificance, she leaped gracefully, soaring to a height of more than a person, delivering precise kicks to the faces of the 2 thugs charging at her with clubs. Crack. Teeth shattered and blood erupted from the mouths of the 2 thugs. Their bodies flung aside, unconscious. The remaining 3 were momentarily dazed. In that fleeting moment of shock, Xiao Qingxian landed and executed a sweeping kick, knocking down the 2 nearest thugs. Rising, she stepped onto the sprawled bodies. With each footfall, a rib cracked beneath her forceful heel. Gulp. Those were high heels. This impact could very well pierce their ribs. Nearby spectators trembled in terror. My dear heavens, I was wrong. The last thug, in sheer panic, discarded his club and turned to flee. Yet, Xiao Qingxian raised her foot, kicking him in the lower back, sending him tumbling to the ground. His chin smashed against the pavement. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? An unparalleled beauty, dispatching 5 club-wielding men in mere breaths. The visual impact was simply exhilarating. Were it not for the preceding events, one might have thought they were filming a martial arts movie. Gulp. Who would have imagined this beauty was so terrifying? Those flying kicks were utterly stunning. Incredible. I foresee my social media blowing up. This video is destined to go viral. The university students' eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, nearby vendors cheered, as Zhou Yin, notorious for his arrogant and tyrannical behavior, had essentially robbed them of their livelihoods. Today, he finally got his comeuppance. Xiao Qingxian casually approached Zhou Yin, who was now filled with unending dread. Who on earth are you? I'll have you know. There are so many cameras around. If you kill me, you won't live either. My uncle is in the courtyard. Zhou Yin was taken aback. After 20 years of life, he had rarely encountered such ferocity. Those earlier encounters with formidable opponents had always involved top-tier bodyguards of legitimate bosses. Hey, what are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and record. Record. He glared at Xiao Qingxian as she advanced towards him step by step, shouting at the bystanders. Weren't you just saying we shouldn't film? Anyone who records will be dealt with too, right? Whereas that arrogance now. The crowd, already disapproving of Zhou Yan's ruffian antics, began to jeer. Zhou Yan nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. How was he to know that his opponent was such a formidable force? Yet, what right did a university student have? Before he could finish his thoughts, Xiao Qingxuan's foot landed squarely on his face, her heel grinding down, shattering several of his teeth. Hiss. Witnessing the inexplicable thrill in Xiao Qingxuan's eyes, Yiyang felt a chill run down his spine. Please, let my brother go. I promise I won't dare mess with you again. We were wrong. The short, spunky girl knelt before Xiao Qingxian, pleading for mercy. Boss. Though Xiao Qingxian was not yet satisfied, she sensed the need for restraint and glanced at Yiyang. Ahem. That's enough. Any more, and even Fong Han might have trouble in court. Yiyang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Although he was aware of Xiao Qingxuan's prowess, he hadn't expected her to be this extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, she had incapacitated 5 men. And all without weapons. Very well. Xiao Qingxian shrugged, lifting her heel from Zhou Yan's face. Consider yourself fortunate. If you dare provoke others again, I'll crush your skull beneath my foot. Zhou Yan, bloodied and bruised, felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, silently vowing never to embarrass himself again. At that moment when his teeth were crushed, he truly sensed the immense power behind that exquisite leg capable of obliterating him. It was an aura of death. How wonderful it is to be alive. He gasped for breath, coughing violently. Brother, are you all right? It's all my fault for being so naive. Sob, sob, sob. The little girl wept pitifully, helping Zhou Yin back to the Toyota Land Cruiser. As for the medical expenses, it would depend on how capable your lawyer is. Yiyang remarked with a cold smirk, offering a fitting retort. Let us go? Having had his fill of the scene, Yiyang casually pressed the car key. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, like a slumbering beast, roared to life. Upon seeing that dark beast, Zhou Yin, who had initially planned to extort a hefty sum for medical bills, found his intentions instantly evaporating. Chapter 71, Special Reward. Ownership of 200 billion Disney. It's actually a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhou Yan's eyes widened, mouth agape. To be so young and able to afford such a multi-million-dollar super luxury car. That status was surely beyond the reach of mere citizens like him who relied on petty professions. Such an individual could easily ruin you in court. Even if they beat you up in the street, forget about compensation. Let alone the fact that he was already treading in the gray areas of legality, desperately avoiding lawsuits. If tonight's actions were to be exposed by public opinion, he might find himself in dire straits. Shuddering, he finally realized the magnitude of the trouble he had stirred. Initially planning to extort money, he now prayed that the other party would not sue him. Otherwise, he would be utterly finished. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you trembling so much? This time, we must ensure that our second uncle thoroughly disciplines that scoundrel. I want to rest until he compensates 1 million. The petite girl exclaimed indignantly. Slap. Zhou Yan delivered a sharp slap across the girl's face. Brother, you actually hit me? The little girl, known for her arrogance and defiance, was accustomed to Zhou Yan's indulgence. He rarely even scolded her, let alone struck her. This left her momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered. Sob. Sob, sob. With a broken tooth, even if he wished to berate his sister, Zhou Yan found himself at a loss for words, only able to emit pitiful whimpers. His expression was comically amusing. Aunt Zhang, this table and chairs have suffered quite a bit of damage. I shall compensate you accordingly, Yiyang said, surveying the chaotic scene around him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No. As long as you're unharmed, that's all that matters. I was terrified just now, Aunt Zhang exclaimed, patting her chest, still feeling a bit shaken. Haha, don't worry, Aunt Zhang. If they trouble you again, just have them call me. Tell them Yiyang is at their service. You have my number, right? Yiyang asserted, transferring 3,000 yuan to Aunt Zhang to cover the costs of the damaged items. Ding. A notification chimed as it detected the host making a special expenditure, granting a unique reward: ownership of the Disney park in Magic City. Yi-Yong's hand trembled slightly as he retrieved his phone. This special expenditure was indeed unusual, but the reward was utterly absurd. Ownership of the Disney park in Magic City? One must understand, the valuation of this park is nearly 200 billion. Without hesitation, it became his. Remarkably, he had only spent 3,000. A critical strike, multiplying his expenditure by 100 million. A tremendous profit. Exhilarating. Yi-Yong exclaimed joyously within his heart. In high spirits, he bid farewell to Aunt Zhang, climbed into his Rolls-Royce, accompanied by his beautiful bodyguard sisters, and drove off into the distance. Hiss. Meanwhile, the surrounding university students lingered, reluctant to disperse. For a considerable time, the street food market would echo with the legend of Yi-Yong, passed down by word of mouth, never to fade. Quickly publish the video we just recorded. Haha. Let us go viral. Someone urged repeatedly. As university students, who wouldn't desire to capture some sensational footage? You're too slow. I've already posted it. Oh my views just exploded. It's only been a minute, and I've already racked up thousands. The person exclaimed, astonished. For most people struggle to garner a few thousand views over days without spending on promotions. To achieve thousands of views immediately after posting clearly indicated a trajectory toward trending. Hurry, hurry, hurry. What are you waiting for? Seize the moment. Those who had recorded the incident eagerly paired their videos with sensational captions and shared them. Shocking. A beautiful woman in Magic City single-handedly defeats 6 thugs. The scene is as explosive as an action film. Absolutely real. In the night market of the University District in Magic City, a little girl brazenly attempts to rob a handsome man, unaware that he is a super-rich tycoon. She suffers a humiliating defeat at the hands of the tycoon's personal bodyguard. Tonight, I am utterly amazed. I witnessed an event more bizarre than any novel plot. A collision of reality and fantasy. The passionate clash between a tycoon and the underworld. Various ridiculous titles swiftly dominated the nightly traffic on Douyin. View counts and likes soared. In an instant, this event took the top spot on the trending list. Even a certain big star's recent foray into Douyin for sales, or a young actor's injury while filming, could not compete with the momentum of this incident. It dominated fiercely. The heat surged exponentially, reaching an astounding 66,898,000 views. The comment section erupted with excitement. Wow, this is absolutely thrilling. A righteous hero punishing evil. Is this a movie? A woman leaping over a meter high? It looks completely fake. Chinese martial arts are all about flashy moves. They can't possibly be used in a fight, let alone a woman defeating 6 burly men. It's all a fabrication. Though we only see the side profile of this wealthy young man, I can vaguely recognize him. He resembles my long-lost father. Chapter 72. What is an international lawyer? This is it. Huffed. Reading the trending comments, Yi-Yong couldn't help but burst into laughter. What is up, boss? Xiao Xiaozhu leaned in, noticing Xiao Qingxian's heroic figure trending at number 1, teasingly tapping her shoulder as she drove. Hey, you're famous now. On your way to becoming a big star. Huh. After parking the car, Xiao Qingxian also opened Douyin. The screen displayed the video of her striking 6 people down like a divine being. What a fuss. She shrugged. If she were to post the video of her single-handedly taking on 100 mercenaries on the international battlefield, wouldn't she be enshrined as a legend? In fact, she knew many people like that, some even more formidable than herself. However, those individuals operated at much higher levels of task execution and rarely found themselves recorded by the public. Some say this is a new form of hype. They're trying to make you the next big star. Xiao Xiaozhu teased. Once you become a big star, don't forget to show some gratitude to your sister. Go away, you little rich girl. Who do you need to show gratitude to? Xiao Qingxian rolled her eyes. Each time they undertook a mission, it was Xiao Xiaozhu who took the lion's share. In terms of assets, while Xiao Qingxian possessed several billion, it paled in comparison to Xiao Xiaozhu's wealth. Humph. Stingy. Xiao Xiaozhu pouted. Yi-Yong chuckled as he watched the 2 women bicker. Suddenly, his phone rang. Brother Yi, is that you in the video? Although it's a bit blurry. It was Lin Shuer. As a Douyin streamer, she naturally kept an eye on the trending lists. Huh. Yes, Yi-Yong admitted generously. What is going on? Are you alright? Lin Shuer asked, somewhat worried about Yi-Yong. After all, no amount of wealth could shield one from the harassment of rogues. It could become quite troublesome if scoundrels set their sights on him. I'm fine. Everything has been resolved. Yi-Yong reassured her with a smile. If they wish to pursue legal action, I happen to have a law firm at my disposal. Lin Shuer then felt relieved and ended the call. Ding. Just as he hung up, Fang Han sent him a message on WeChat. Yi-Yong had intended to reach out to the other party, yet they had contacted him first. Boss Yi, we are aware of your situation. Fong Han conveniently forwarded the Douyin video. What do you think? How much do you estimate we'll need to compensate? Yi Yang replied. Compensate? No. Leave this matter to us. We can not only secure a counter-compensation, but also ensure they spend a few years behind bars. Fong Han responded confidently. Really? That impressive? Yi Yang was somewhat surprised. After all, while the incident was initiated by the other party, it ultimately resulted in Xiao Qingxian delivering a decisive blow that left them unrecognizable. Of course, there are two options, private settlement or public prosecution. If you prefer to settle privately, we are confident we can negotiate for no less than 10 million in compensation. And they will be the ones begging to pay. Fong Han replied with unwavering assurance. Are you sure it's 10 million? Yi Yang was taken aback. He initially thought he would have to cover some medical expenses, yet it seemed the other party owed him instead. Absolutely. They are tasked with safeguarding the intricate web of relationships that underpin the entire magical city, involving numerous individuals entangled in this gray industry. Fong Han replied. The 10 million I mentioned is merely the worst-case scenario. In an ideal situation, we could secure around 100 million. Yi Yang could hardly suppress his applause for Fong Han, exclaiming, now that's what it means to be an international lawyer. Possessing a formidable law firm is akin to wielding a powerful weapon. Then I shall entrust this matter to you, Yi Yang said with a smile. Is that public or private? Fong Han inquired, somewhat perplexed. Do you think I am in need of money? Yi Yang retorted. Clarity dawned upon Fong Han, who inwardly chastised himself for failing to grasp Yi Yang's intent. By the way, the expenses for the lawsuit will be covered by me. Just submit the accounts for reimbursement. Yi Yang added with a grin. With a system that rewards wealth through expenditure, he certainly could not let such an opportunity slip by. Oh, what a delightful day it was. The class reunion and late-night snacks made for a rather pleasant experience. Yi Yang reclined comfortably on the Becker sofa in the hall, casually glancing at the classmates' chat group, only to find it buzzing with activity once again. Is that you, Yi Yang? Although we can only see your profile, I would recognize those two stunning beauties beside you anywhere. Wow, he's actually dating two girlfriends and brought them both out. That's impressive. Our big boss Yi is quite the catch, isn't he? Zheng Xian chimed in with dissatisfaction. No, Zheng, I'm merely expressing my admiration. Someone else corrected. By the way, why are all the speakers tonight male? Where are those girls who love to flood the group? Oh, don't get me started. I just got home and have been running to the bathroom all night. I'm still stuck there and can't type. I suspect the food from Hang was the culprit. Haha, it's probably just your poor stomach unable to handle such exquisite dining. We felt perfectly fine, even invigorated. The male classmates chimed in, watching the lively discussion unfold. Yi Yang shot an exasperated glance at Xiao Xiaozhu beside him. She playfully stuck out her tongue and proudly declared, well, they did try to poach my temporary boyfriend in front of me. Wow, Yi Yang thought, impressed by Xiao Xiaozhu's skill in administering her little schemes. As he had not sensed a thing, with a wry smile, he gave her a thumbs up, acknowledging her cleverness. Chapter 73, The Super Extended Bentley, the land-based first-class cabin. I've already arranged rooms for the two of you, Yi Yang said with a smile, glancing at Yumomo. No way. We intend to stay by our boss's side all night. Xiao Xiaozhu quipped mischievously. Indeed. Xiao Qingxian nodded solemnly. Is that for real? Yi Yang felt tempted, as the stunning sisters were quite the sight. How thrilling. Of course not. Xiao Xiaozhu chuckled, fearing Yi Yang's reprimand, and promptly ran off with Xiao Qingxian. Yi Yang shook his head with a smile, realizing that even with years of driving experience, he had been outmaneuvered by two young girls. So, how was the reunion? Did you enjoy yourselves? Yumomo, accompanied by the sisters, dashed back and playfully flopped beside Yi Yang, asking with a smile. It was delightful. We even topped the trending list. Yi Yang rolled his eyes, jesting at himself. Well, after hearing about the night market, Yumomo chuckled. Looks like I need to keep a closer eye on my master. The outside world is perilous, filled with predatory women eager for his attention. Haha. Yi Yang shook his head, pinching Yumomo's cheek while grinning. Still holding up? Yumomo blushed and nodded. Then I shall not hold back. Yi Yang replied with a smirk, commencing their nightly routine. The exertion was minimal, as he had to meet his sister the next day. It would be troublesome if Yumomo were too fatigued to rise in the morning. The following day, Yi Yang awoke at 8 o'clock. After freshening up, he prepared to visit his sister's high school. Ahem, you didn't tea-call us when leaving. As he opened the door, he was startled to see Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian standing before him. You two walk as silently as cats. Yi Yang waved his hand. I plan to go out with my sister. If you both want to come along, let's take the Bentley. The bulletproof extended Bentley, modified for the affluent, was renowned as the land-based first-class cabin. Nearly 8 meters in length, its interior resembled a luxurious lounge, complete with a refrigerator and wine cabinet. Fine food and drink were readily available, and if desired, they could even enjoy karaoke within its spacious confines, accommodating 10 people without feeling cramped. for successful individuals. It symbolized both negotiation and status, but for Yang, it was an essential luxury for travel, though it only costs 40 million. It feels far more valuable than 100 million Koenigsegg. Yang had no penchant for racing. Speed and horsepower held no allure for him. He preferred this multifunctional land-based first-class cabin. Who wants to drive? Yang dangled the car keys, glancing at his bodyguard sisters. As for Yumomo, he had retained her to organize Disney's data. The system had just acquired Disney, and she was to liaise with Jinxing law firm regarding the contract details. I drove yesterday. Today, it's my sister's turn, Xiao Qingxian declared, immediately taking a seat in the back, opening a bottle of champagne to savor. All right then. Xiao Xiaozhu shrugged and mischievously said, then I want the boss in the passenger seat. What? Xiao Qingxian, who had just taken a sip of champagne, exclaimed with wide eyes, then why should I sit in the back? Hee hee, I can see right through your little scheme. Xiao Xiaozhu internally chuckled, looking at Yang, boss. You decide where to sit. Yang felt a bit overwhelmed. Being handsome was truly a burden. After a playful tug-of-war over seating, he ultimately chose the back for comfort. Yang's family placed great importance on education. Thus, although not wealthy, they still managed to send his younger sister to a private school in the magical city. Yi Xiaoji had always excelled in her studies. The private institution, with its international background, offered a greater chance of securing full scholarships to Ivy League schools, enhancing her future employment prospects upon returning home. However, that was a consideration from the past. Yi Yang's mindset had shifted. He had already achieved the ultimate goal of ordinary education, wealth. As the extended Bentley cruised along the road, its luxurious exterior captivated more attention than any sports car. After all, most people cannot truly distinguish between various sports car brands. However, this super extended luxury automobile was unmistakably expensive. Wow, an extended Bentley Mulsanne. This must be a modified version. Exceptionally upgraded. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this long. It must cost at least 30 to 40 million. Which super tycoon is out on business negotiations? Sigh, I envy that. The Bentley glided smoothly down the street, heading towards the prestigious private high school in the magical city. This institution was home to many scions of prominent families. One could say that aside from the academically gifted ordinary students striving for their futures, it was filled with all sorts of second-generation elites. Whether they were the offspring of officials or the wealthy, a single blow could take down countless contenders. In a household of mere hundreds of millions, one treads lightly in such an esteemed institution, fearful of inadvertently provoking the heir of a formidable tycoon. Chapter 74, A Grand Occasion. A Proclamation of Love? Sister Roro, you shall soon see. My brother is undeniably handsome, exclaimed Yi Xiaozi, joyfully tugging at the arm of a stunning girl clad in a sailor uniform as they strolled along. I know, you've shown me his photograph, and he is indeed quite dashing, replied Li Wanru with a smile. She could surmise her dear friend's affections. Yet having never entertained romantic feelings herself, she felt a hint of bashfulness regarding the day's events. Two breathtaking beauties gracing the scene. What a splendid sight at Bali High. Many students, witnessing this tableau, were left awestruck. At Bali, an elite academy, a beauty ranking exists. Li Wanru rightfully claimed the top spot, while Yi Xiaozi, lacking noble lineage, was relegated to second, though many privately dubbed her the goddess of the commoners. Li Wanru, with her impeccable beauty, prestigious background, and stellar academic performance, deservedly held her title. Oh, if only I could win the heart of one of them. Even in death, I would revel in my fortune, lamented a few infatuated boys. Is that you? A toad dreaming of swan meat? The price of a single pair of Li Wanru's shoes could sustain your family for an entire year, scoffed a wealthy young man, adjusting his collar. Only a high-spirited gentleman like myself is remotely worthy of these divine ladies. With a cold chuckle, the bespectacled boy retorted, what a farce. At least on the path of pursuing these goddesses, we stand on equal footing. Bah! The affluent young man shrugged, dismissing the glasses wearer's words with disdain. I suggest you both cease your squabbling. Even young Master Wang has yet to win them over despite his relentless pursuit. What do you think you two are? Mere trifles in his eyes, interjected a bystander, delivering the final blow. At this, both the wealthy young man and the bespectacled boy fell silent. The affluent gentleman's family fortune, though impressive, paled in comparison to that of Wang Taihao, the unrivaled heir of Bali's elite. Bali not only has a beauty ranking, but also a male idol list, with Wang Taihao reigning supreme across all three categories: the idol list, the heir list, and the notorious playboy list. His extraordinary lineage, striking good looks, and adeptness in the art of romantic manipulation earned him both admiration and disdain among his peers. Many boys publicly branded him the foremost scoundrel, yet secretly envied his charisma and prowess. Once, he boldly declared his intent to conquer the entire beauty ranking. Of the top 10 beauties, 8 had fallen under his spell, leaving only these 2 steadfast. However, it was only a matter of time before they, too, succumbed. Who would dare to covet the prey of Wang Taihao? As discussions swirled, both the wealthy young man and the bespectacled boy sighed deeply. Indeed, their bravado was mere lip service. In reality, they lacked the courage to pursue. Suddenly, the roar of helicopters filled the air. The group looked up in confusion. What on earth? Several helicopters. The sound drew the attention of numerous students. Sundays at Bali High are typically leisurely, resulting in a large crowd gathering to witness the spectacle. From the helicopters cascaded a shower of rose petals, transforming the main thoroughfare into a veritable flower rain. Oh my heavens, how beautiful and romantic. Is it another wealthy heir confessing their love? Could it be a declaration for me? Many girls began to fantasize. Stop daydreaming. Haven't you noticed who is at the center of this floral deluge? A nearby boy interjected, dousing their enthusiasm. Upon seeing Li Wanru and Yi Xiaozi, the girls quickly realized it could not be a confession directed toward them. After all, these two were the brightest jewels of Bali High. Could it be that young Master Wang is finally making his grand move? They mused, eyes sparkling with hope. In the bloom of youth, high school is a season of infatuation, where girls often swoon over even the most distant handsome youths, calling them hubby and lamenting their unrequited love. How much more so for the superstars and wealthy heirs who inhabit their daily lives, knowing full well the nature of their suitors. These girls yearn to ascend to the beauty ranking and date Wang Taihao, viewing it as a stroke of luck beyond measure. How enviable. To be chosen by young Master Wang would be a stroke of fate. I would have already presented myself on a silver platter. One girl declared indignantly. Exactly. Her friend chimed in, nodding vigorously in agreement. Amid the shower of rose petals, a striking Bugatti Veyron skidded into view. Emerging from the vehicle was a sunglasses-clad youth, adorned in luxury brands, exuding an air of arrogance. With a toss of his hair, he dramatically offered the flowers in one hand, flashing a charmingly domineering smile at Yi Xiaozi. Xiaozi, would you be my girlfriend? Wow. Ah, how romantic. If I were Yi Xiaozi, I would be moved to tears and agree without hesitation. The girls in attendance erupted in excitement. Do you truly believe the school beauty would be so easily swayed? A boy scoffed. At this moment, the arrival of a luxury vehicle commanded everyone's attention. Inside, Yi Yang observed the spectacle of helicopters showering flowers with curiosity. What a grand affair. I wonder what this is all about. Chapter 75, Wang Taihao's Wrath. What is this new spectacle? He mused. An upgraded version of the Bentley Mulsanne, worth at least 40 million, if not more, is a significant figure visiting our school. Or is this another of young Master Wang's orchestrations? Upon seeing the Bentley enter, the students were taken aback. Wang Taihao frowned, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Today was meant to be his grand confession, and this ostentatious display threatened to overshadow his carefully curated atmosphere. I shall deal with this later, he thought. Though his priority remained the confession. I refuse, Yi Xiaozi stated firmly, furrowing her brow. I've made it abundantly clear that I do not harbor feelings for you. Though she wished to dismiss him outright, she recognized her ordinary background and the potential consequences of provoking him. Thus, she suppressed her discontent, striving to maintain her composure. To be frank, she found Wang Taihao utterly repulsive. Everyone experiences various emotions. Wealthy individuals possess the resources and means to fulfill their desires, which is understandable. However, Wang Taihao pursued women solely to validate his own ego, seeking to belittle others for the sake of his pride. The first 8 beauties were living proof. Once his conquest was complete, they were discarded the very next day. His pursuits were merely an attempt to fulfill his boastful claims of conquering the beauty ranking. The atmosphere was initially disrupted, leaving Wang Taihao somewhat displeased. Upon witnessing Yi Xiaozi's unwavering stance, his smile gradually faded. I have been sincere towards you, even orchestrating this entire affair for your sake. If you refuse my proposal, it would be exceedingly disrespectful. Do you wish to humiliate me before the entire school? Yi Xiaozi furrowed her brows. What concern is your embarrassment to me? Just because you have feelings for me, does that mean I must become your girlfriend? What do you take me for? An object? Wang Taihao let out a cold chuckle. In his mind, her words held some truth. Nevertheless, he feigned a strained smile. Xiaozi, I understand your apprehensions regarding my ex-girlfriends, but I have severed all ties with them. My love for you is genuine. Who would believe that? Yi Xiaozi retorted, unwilling to engage further. Step aside. I am going out with my brother today. Don't waste my time. With that, she tugged on Li Wanru to leave. Goodness. Only Yi Xiaozi would dare to slap Wang Xiao in the face like that. Ah, I'm smitten. Truly, she is our beloved commoner goddess. Hearing this, Wang Taihao's expression darkened. He blocked Yi Xiaozi and Li Wanru's path, threatening in a low voice, don't overstep. I previously devoted my attention to those 8 girls behind you. Now that I have set my sights on you, there is no escape. I advise you to be sensible. The money I spent on this venue could support your entire family for a lifetime. Just a few days with me, and you would reap far greater rewards. Li Wanru could no longer contain herself. Wang Taihao, do not go too far. Even with his powerful background, Wang Taihao dared not offend Li Wanru too deeply, which was precisely why he had reserved her as his last target. She was the toughest nut to crack at Bali High School. Wanru, this is a matter between Xiaoji and me. I suggest you refrain from interfering. His eyes narrowed, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. Xiaoji's affairs are my affairs. Standing her ground before Yi Xiaoji, Li Wanru gazed defiantly at Wang Taihao. Oh, this is the main event. The top girl and top boy facing off. What a scene. Li Wanru held a status among the girls comparable to Wang Taihao's among the boys. Both were dominant figures in the school. Their confrontation had the onlookers enthralled. I advise you not to provoke me, Wang Taihao warned coldly. Your family may have some influence, but compared to my backing, it's nothing. Today, I will have her. And not even the heavens can stop me. Just an ordinary girl from a common family dares to act all high and mighty before me. Then come and try? Li Wanru bit her lip, though her confidence appeared somewhat waning. After all, she was merely a delicate girl, and if Wang Taihao resorted to force, she could not protect Yi Xiaoji. Until now, Yi Xiaoji had remained safe because Wang Taihao's focus had not been on her. Li Wanru had been able to shield her from the usual harassment of privileged young men. But today, the situation was genuinely perilous. The students observed the escalating tension and silently sympathized with Yi Xiaoji and Li Wanru. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, ripe for confrontation, an incongruous horn blared. The sound was rich and resonant, instantly becoming the focal point of the gathering. Damn it! Wang Taihao turned, his face darkening further upon recognizing the Bentley, exclaiming, "Are you deliberately trying to antagonize me?" With a click, the car door swung open. Two beautiful young women flanked Yi Yang, descending from the Bentley. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted subtly. What on earth? Who is this person? He looks so young, and those two girls are stunning. Speculation surged among the crowd, many intrigued by the unmistakably provocative honking. The tension in the air was palpable, and the horn's interruption had a brazen audacity, offering no regard for Wang Taihao's pride. Wow! Driving a luxury car and surrounded by such beauty, this newcomer must have an impressive background. Indeed, what caliber of rich second generation can afford such a multi-million-dollar supercar? And he dares to disrupt Wang Taihao's show? He certainly has guts. The students, often confined to their routines and rarely checking their phones, were blissfully unaware of the viral video that had topped Douyin the previous night. Otherwise, they might have worried whether Wang Taihao would be in for a beating. Considering Xiao Qingshuan's formidable prowess was not to be taken lightly. Who are you? Wang Taihao frowned, glaring at Yi Yang, who exuded an air of superiority and elegance as he stepped out of the car, instinctively feeling a surge of animosity. Do you have a death wish for repeatedly interrupting my affairs? Yi Yang's gaze was equally frosty, dismissing Wang Taihao entirely as he made his way towards Yi Xiaoji. Brother. Yi Xiaoji was momentarily stunned by her brother's commanding entrance, finally confirming that this young man, driving a super luxury car and accompanied by two bodyguards, was indeed her biological brother. The utterance of brother silenced the crowd, followed by an eruption of discussions. What? This young man is actually Yi Xiaoji's brother? I thought she was a common girl. Yet her brother drives a Bentley. Is this a common family? What does that make mine, a family of beggars? Perhaps he is a super tycoon they merely recognized as a brother? It was a possibility. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, stunned by the stark contrast. Initially, everyone believed Yi Xiaoji hailed from an ordinary background, only for a top-tier Bentley to roll in, leaving everyone slack-jawed. He is your brother? Li Wanru blinked in astonishment, clearly taken aback. She had seen pictures of Yi Yang before, handsome and radiant, but the man before them today was an entirely different being. His commanding presence and unmatched confidence were overwhelming. In a moment of anxiety and fear, encountering such a remarkable young man left Li Wanru with an unusual feeling in her heart. As Yi Xiaoji beheld Yi Yang, a surge of courage welled within her. She pushed Wang Taihao's arm aside and dove into Yi Yang's embrace, her body trembling slightly. She had been feigning strength and stubbornness, but facing the intimidation of a privileged heir like Wang Taihao, she could not help but feel fear and trepidation when left unprotected. The instant Yi Yang appeared, her facade of strength crumbled. Noticing her slight tremors, Yi Yang's eyes darkened with coldness. Having attained wealth to this extent, few things could stir his emotions, but today, he was enraged. Don't even think about touching my sister, he declared with a calm smile, ignoring Wang Taihao entirely as he acknowledged Li Wanru. That's only right. For Xiaoji is my dearest friend. Li Wanru regarded him with glimmering eyes, filled with admiration. The confidence reflected in the young man's eyes was far from feigned. It was an expression of absolute assurance. To drive such a magnificent vehicle and accompany a stunning beauty into the limelight suggested that Xiao Zi's brother was undoubtedly more complex than she had implied. Even if he wielded a measure of power, how could he possibly be compared to someone like Wang Taihao? A paramount scion amidst the myriad of second-generation elites that roamed the affluent circles? She offered a faint smile, intending to discreetly warn Yi Yang about Wang Taihao's status, lest today's incident escalate beyond control. However, before she could utter a word, an inferno of jealousy ignited in Wang Taihao's gaze. The woman he had claimed as his possession could not possibly show affection to another man. Who do you think you are? He spat, his voice frigid with rage. Yi Xiaozi was acutely aware of her family's situation. Wang Taihao certainly did not believe that Yi Yang was truly her brother. Are you deaf? Yi Yang retorted with a wry smile. I am Yi Yang, the brother of Yi Xiaozi. Any issues with that? A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers at his audacity. There was no attempt to conceal his disdain. He boldly confronted Wang Taihao. How exhilarating it was for those who had long harbored disdain for him. Wow. This young man dares to insult young Master Wang. What bravery. Some murmured, while others admired Yi Yang's confidence. A few girls gazed at him with starry eyes, captivated by his aura. He has crossed paths with young Master Wang. I doubt he'll leave Bali University unscathed today, others ominously predicted. Chapter 77. The Revelation. I am your uncle. Do you think you're impressive? Wang Taihao sneered, recalling Yi Xiaozi's earlier words about spending the day with her brother. A flicker of surprise coursed through him. He was well aware of their family's modest background. How could she possibly have a brother driving a Bentley Mulsanne? Although bemusement filled him, he managed a slight smile. So, you are the brother-in-law. Since we are family, I suppose I can overlook any prior unpleasantness. Who is your brother-in-law? Yi Yang shot back coldly. You're the one who bullied my sister just now. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the spectators. How audacious was this young man to show no respect to Wang Taihao? To the onlookers, Wang Taihao had seemingly offered an olive branch. Yet Yi Yang had refused to reciprocate. He must not know Wang Taihao's identity, some speculated. If he truly understood, no ordinary person would dare to be so brazen. Perhaps he possesses an even greater background than Wang Taihao. One should never underestimate others. A classmate scoffed. Let us wait and see who gets humiliated, another chimed in. As the second-generation elites began to squabble over their reputations, Wang Taihao narrowed his eyes, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Normally, he would have smoothed over a situation like this, but this young man clearly lacked awareness of his own predicament. As the tension in the air thickened, Wang Taihao's personal bodyguards approached with threatening intent. In their eyes, Yi Yang was but a solitary man. Should a confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly be to their advantage. You may not realize my status, Wang Taihao declared confidently, puffing out his chest. I hope that upon learning who I am, you will think twice before speaking so defiantly. Very well, I am eager to discover which family's offspring dares to provoke my sister. Yi Yang coldly replied. If the other party was willing to reveal their lineage, it would be advantageous to intimidate both him and his entourage, thus averting future troubles. Do you know who my uncle is? Wang Taihao asked with a self-assured smirk, his gaze condescending. I am your uncle, Yi Yang retorted effortlessly. The previously tense atmosphere broke into laughter, the surrounding students unable to contain their amusement. This guy is too good at banter. They chortled. I've long wanted to confront Wang Taihao like this. However, my status has always held me back. But this guy? I'm all in. He is my brother from now on. Amidst the exchange of barbs, some students who idolized Wang Taihao expressed indignation, fearing the repercussions of his anger. Everyone quiet down, they urged, for Wang Taihao had always commanded respect. You. Wang Taihao's face turned pale with rage. My uncle is the wealthiest man in the country, the renowned Wang Silin. You dare to disrespect him in my presence? Yi Yang paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. He had anticipated a formidable background, only to discover that Wang Taihao was merely the nephew of the wealthiest man in China. Moreover, the Yida Group, owned by this so-called wealthiest man, was now under Yi Yang's control. The notion of being intimidated by such a claim was absurd and laughable. Wang Taihao was left bewildered. What on earth? Upon hearing my uncle's name, this fool isn't even fazed. The laughter that erupted around them left both the students and Li Wanru in shock. How could someone be so brazen as to disregard Wang Silin's name? If he truly possessed such power, what terrifying influence must he wield? I suspect he is merely pretending to be strong. Soon enough, he will reveal his true colors, some speculated. Not necessarily, others countered. China is full of hidden talents. The so-called richest individual may not be untouchable. The students debated animatedly, but they were clearly stunned by Yi Yang's uproarious laughter. What he says is true, Yi Xiaozi murmured. Biting her lip, her eyes slightly reddened. She believed that even if her brother had recently come into prominence, He could not possibly hold sway over someone of Wang Silin's caliber. The powerlessness of ordinary people against authority was palpable. Yi Yang smiled as he ruffled her hair. A mere nephew of Wang Silin cannot dominate this dilapidated high school. It appears Baoli is rather mundane after all. Brother, Yi Xiaozi gazed at Yi Yang's confident smile, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Fear not. After today, I vow that no one shall dare to provoke you again. Yi Yang's gaze hardened as he fixed his eyes on Wang Taihao, a steely resolve emanating from him. Since you are so arrogant, I shall make an example of you. Chapter 78. I make him a tycoon. Only then is he one. Are you implying that you will not comply with my demands? Wang Taihao laughed at what he perceived as Yi Yang's ignorance. Who do you think you are? No one dares to provoke anyone yet. Today, you cannot even withstand me. So why not come and test it? Yi Yang chuckled coldly. As for the esteemed figure you rely upon, I can make him the wealthiest man. And with a mere word, I could also reduce him to nothing. What? The surrounding classmates erupted in disbelief. He was not referring to some elder, but to himself. He could actually bring Wang Silin down from his position of prosperity with just a sentence, even lead him to ruin. This was unbelievable. Some who had previously harbored disdain for Wang Taihao began to waver in their opinions under Yi Yang's audacious declarations. After all, what he said was utterly absurd, far beyond anyone's capacity for belief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Heh, I've always said he's just a braggart. That car and those beauties are probably rented to save face. Who in the business world would dare speak to Wang Silin's nephew in such a manner? Wang Taihao's underlings and admirers seized the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. Haha, I thought you were someone of significance, but with that statement, I can only conclude that you are simply mad. Wang Taihao breathed a sigh of relief, becoming arrogant. You think you can bring my esteemed uncle to ruin with just one sentence? I challenge you to say 100 million sentences. I dare you to try and make my uncle bankrupt. Do you possess some magical powers? Ha ha ha, you're hilarious. I've looked into your family. You are just from an ordinary working-class background. What pretentiousness. Individuals like you, fortunate enough to be noticed by me, should consider it a blessing from 8 generations. And you dare to be so ungrateful. I'll tell you, even if I commanded you to bring your sister here, clean and presentable, you ought to be grateful. Slap. Before Wang Taihao could finish his arrogant tirade, a resounding slap echoed through the surroundings, plunging the entire world into silence. Every person present, including Yi Xiaoji and Li Wanru, was utterly stunned. They could hardly believe their eyes. What did they just witness? Yi Yang had transformed into a blur, delivering a slap that sent Wang Taihao flying backward, spinning through the air. What the hell? After a long pause, someone finally gasped in astonishment. Is this even human? That slap sent him flying 5 or 6 meters. His head must be shattered. My goodness. There truly exists someone brave enough to lay hands on Wang Taihao. Incredible. Unbelievable. I have no words. I kneel before Brother Yi today. The crowd erupted in a collective high. This slap served as a release for all the anger pent up by the girls who had suffered under Wang Taihao's tyranny and the boys who despised him. He is doomed. How dare he strike Wang Taihao like that? He is destined for a life behind bars. Indeed. No one in this world would dare slap young Master Wang. That person has yet to be born. Wang Taihao's devoted followers were fuming with indignation. Heh. The fact that someone dared to hit him proves they possess the strength to back it up. The onlookers were emboldened, boldly confronting the fans. You dare to strike the young master. Only then did a few bodyguards react. After all, Yi Yang's movements had defied human limits, and his strength was beyond their imagination. In an instant, the aftermath left them dumbfounded. Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian exchanged glances, no longer wasting words, and directly engaged. Xiao Xiaozhu may have appeared delicate, but she was equipped with hidden weapons and poison. With swift precision, anyone she touched collapsed instantly. Xiao Qingxian, on the other hand, displayed more brute force. With a kick, she brought down 3 or 4 bodyguards, leaving them groaning on the ground, seemingly unable to rise. What ferocity! Is this what martial arts masters are like? Truly impressive. The surrounding students were left in awe. 7 or 8 bodyguards were effortlessly dispatched by 2 women, one after the other. At this moment, Yi Yang approached Wang Taihao, gripping his neck and lifting him off the ground. Wang Taihao's face was mangled from the earlier slap, and he likely had lost most of his teeth. Listen well, you little brat. Remember, there are greater powers beyond your comprehension. In this world, I, Yi Yang, am someone you cannot provoke. Yi Yang sneered, for he firmly believed that a gentleman does not harbor grudges overnight, with his family being involved. If he did not exact revenge on the spot, it would indeed be a disgrace to humanity. At this juncture, Wang Taihao, nearly knocked unconscious by the slap, teetered between consciousness and oblivion. Upon seeing Yi Yang, he was reduced to a quivering mass, his only expression one of sheer terror, uttering incoherent pleas for mercy. Chapter 79. A luxury car for beautiful women. This scene left everyone in profound shock. In their minds, Wang Taihao was the pinnacle of Baoli High School. A figure even the director and principal dared not confront. He was a master of charm, unmatched among the young men. But at this moment, he was being held aloft like a beaten dog, begging for mercy. After today, he would likely never again wear that arrogant facade. Gulp. Can someone truly disregard Wang Xilin and take action against him? It remains a mystery what kind of background this person has. They are indeed formidable. Yi Yang took a deep breath and forcefully threw Wang Taihao to the ground. When you regain your senses, have your uncle come to school and apologize to my sister. Otherwise, he can forget about remaining the wealthiest man. If Wang Xilin were to come, it would confirm Yi Yang's words, ensuring that no one in the high school would dare to provoke his sister again. However, at this moment, Wang Taihao had already been knocked unconscious. After contemplating, Yi Yang glanced at the black-clad bodyguard lying on the ground. When he awakens, inform him that if he harbors any ill intentions towards my sister again, I will ensure he ceases to exist in this world. The bodyguard trembled. Beneath Yi Yang's words lay a chilling threat, one that even a professional bodyguard could feel. Ordinary people, detached from colossal interests, typically live in stable and peaceful environments. Yet, where there are individuals, there are struggles for power and profit. The closer one gets to the core, the more chaotic and terrifying it becomes. The notion of making someone disappear is not merely a distant fantasy within this hierarchy. The bodyguard understood Yi Yang's implications all too well. He nodded repeatedly, indicating he would remember. All right. Yi Yang then turned, the malevolent aura on his face dissipating as he laughed heartily, patting Yi Xiaoji on the head. Did I scare you? Yi Xiaoji shook her head but expressed her concern. Brother, are you really all right? Do you not trust me, your brother? Yi Yang chuckled. I am a model big brother who never deceives his sister. Cut it out. I don't believe you. Yi Xiaoji finally burst into laughter. The fierce demeanor Yi Yang had displayed earlier felt unfamiliar. But this warm and humorous young man instantly brought back feelings of familiarity. This was still her good elder brother. All right, don't worry about such trivial matters. Today, I'll take you out to have some fun, Yi Yang said with a smile. Beside them, Li Wanru gazed at Yi Yang, her heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. With her discerning eye, she could easily discern that Yi Yang had not exaggerated in the slightest. Each word he uttered was imbued with an unwavering confidence and conviction. Thus, it appeared that he truly possessed the strength to stand unafraid before someone like Wang Xilin, the former richest man in Huaxia. This time, I am out with Sister Ro Ro. Yi Xiaoji smiled and glanced at Li Wanru. Having just experienced the earlier incident, she wondered whether Li still had the inclination to enjoy their outing, or if her brother's fierce demeanor had left a bad impression on her. If that were the case, her role as a matchmaker would be in vain, and her plans would be dashed. They had yet to properly introduce themselves, so Li Wanru graciously extended her hand. Yi Yang. He returned her gesture with a polite smile. Though he was quite the romantic, it did not imply he was a lecher without boundaries. However, that brief handshake still stirred something within him. This was the hand of a noble girl, after all. The sensation was undeniably different. A silky and exquisite feeling that lingered enticingly. Shall we go together? Yi Yang invited with a smile. Sure, Li Wanru replied, twirling a lock of her hair in agreement. Yi Xiaoji, the self-proclaimed matchmaker, felt a wave of relief wash over her as Li Wanru consented, her heart swelling with pride. Sister Ro Ro actually agreed. It seems my brother made a good first impression. Let's get in the car. Yi Yang felt fortunate that he had chosen to drive the luxurious land yacht, which had ample space for everyone. Had he opted for a Rolls-Royce, he would have had to call for a maid to bring a second vehicle. Oh, how enviable. Two stunning school beauties, accompanied by two exceptional ladies. How could this be? Woe is me. I remain a single dog, while he is flanked by four superlative beauties. Haha. Wait until you have the strength to unreservedly confront the nephew of a tycoon. Perhaps you'll find yourself in a similar position, came the retort. Cough, cough. Never mind. It's likely I'll never reach such heights. I've decided, he shall be my new idol. As the extended Bentley Mulsanne gracefully glided out of the campus, numerous classmates looked on, either envious, jealous, or infatuated, reluctant to tear their gaze away. Quit dawdling. Hurry to the infirmary. Right. Only a few loyal sycophants of Wang Taihao scurried off to the infirmary to summon help for their already unconscious leader. Today had been quite the spectacle. I must share this on social media. My friends will surely think I'm bragging. Haha. Observing the woeful sight of Wang Taihao being carried away on a stretcher, the classmates couldn't help but express their astonishment. Chapter 80. He is the perfect idol I have been waiting for. Inside the extended Bentley Mulsanne, Yi Yang opened 2 bottles of luxurious fruit beverages for his sister and Li Wanru. After all, they were still high school students, and drinking alcohol would not be appropriate. Delicious. After chatting for a while, The tension from earlier began to dissipate. By the way, brother, you were joking about Wang Silin coming to apologize to me, right? Yi Xiaoji took a sip of her orange juice, her eyes narrowing into slits of satisfaction as she savored the refreshing drink in the summer heat. Just wait and see, Yi Yang replied, choosing not to elaborate. After all, the notion of a billionaire coming to apologize seemed absurd at first glance. Convincing others of such a premise would be challenging. It was better to let the facts speak for themselves when the time came. Yi Xiaoji nodded vigorously. Boss, you truly possess some skill. Xiao Qingxian regarded Yi Yang with a glint of surprise. From the details she had observed earlier, it was evident that Yi Yang had undergone training and possessed considerable martial prowess. Today's incident had thoroughly revealed his capabilities. The force behind that single strike had sent a person flying over 5 meters. Even they might not have been able to match that. This was not merely the practice of martial arts. His abilities had evidently reached an extraordinary level. Haha, I know a little, Yi Yang chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement. He had not intended to conceal anything. He simply hadn't found the opportunity to explain. Brother, your transformation is astounding. You can actually fight now. That slap you delivered was incredibly impressive. Yi Xiaoji laughed. Perhaps after today, you will become a legendary figure at Bali High. Yi Yang was indifferent to the various legendary titles the children bestowed. He only wished for no one to dare bully his sister in the future. By the way, you usually bring that butler with you when you go out. Why isn't she here today? Xiao Qingxian inquired, puzzled. Oh, I arranged for her to accompany Feng Han and the others to liaise with the Disney legal department. Yi Yang explained with a smile, noting Xiao Qingxuan's astonished expression. I just acquired the Disney in Modu a couple of days ago. Oh, Xiao Qingxian nodded, unfazed, given that he could acquire Storm Company. It was clear that Yi Yang's identity and background were extraordinary. Acquiring a theme park was hardly a stretch. What, brother, you acquired Disney? Yi Xiaoji was utterly stunned. Disney, nearly a landmark in Modu, was recognized globally for its success in the theme park industry, with 5 major theme parks worldwide. Huaxia had 2, and aside from the one in Xiangwan, the Modu Park was the other. The Modu Disney theme park was valued at nearly 200 billion. Hadn't it been said that the park was worth over 100 billion just a few years ago? So many zeros. How much money did that even amount to? Yi Xiaoji was no fool. She increasingly felt that her brother's current status was unfathomably grand. Thus, the request for Wang Silin to personally apologize to her at Baoli might not be mere jest. Yi Yang truly was a rare talent of this era. Beside her, Li Wanru was enraptured by the news. To speak of acquiring Disney so nonchalantly, a project worth over 1,000 billion. Delegating the task to secretaries and legal teams without needing to be present himself. What immense confidence and audacity. Moreover, she had heard of the Jincheng law firm, one of the most renowned law firms in Huaxia. At least in Modu, they were reputed as unbeatable in court, having never lost a case. Even internationally, they held a degree of renown. Such a law firm serving Mr. Yi, the magnitude of his connections and influence was unfathomable. Coupled with Yi Yang's striking appearance, martial skills, and protective nature towards his family, as well as being the brother of her best friend, her sense of familiarity and admiration soared. Unlike Wang Taihao, who relied on his family's wealth to flaunt himself, the Jincheng law firm and Disney were evidently Yi Yang's own accomplishments. A true second-generation wealthy individual. This genuine young talent was exactly what I had been seeking. Li Wanru had to admit that she had never felt a flutter for any boy before, yet today, she found herself moved. After all, everything about Yi Yang seemed utterly perfect. Just SOSO. Being praised by a beautiful woman is undoubtedly a delightful experience. And Yi Yang couldn't help but smile with a hint of pride. Oh, why is Sister Ro calling me Mr. Yi? This is my brother. How formal. Yi Xiaozi observed the situation and urged them on enthusiastically. What do you mean by that? Li Wanru replied with a playful smile. If you don't mind. Just call me Yi Gu, Yi Yang stated earnestly, considering that he was at least 3 or 4 years older than her, making it quite natural. Li Wanru paused for a moment, then playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled dazzlingly. All right, Yi Gu. Chapter 81, Premium Tickets. Reward, Mastery in Esports. Wow, Yi Xiaozi exclaimed, astonished as she observed Li Wanru. It was her first time witnessing her close friend so relaxed and genuinely happy in the presence of a boy, exuding such heartfelt joy. Hee, this is definitely promising. Imagining a romantic connection between her dear friend and her brother, Yi Xiaozi couldn't help but grin foolishly. What are you grinning about? Yi Yang teased as he flicked her forehead. Ouch, brother. I've already envisioned the wedding hall. Yi Xiaozi pouted, lamenting the disruption of her daydream. What wedding hall? Both Yi Yang and Li Wanru looked at her in confusion. Oh, I was just joking around. Hee. Yi Xiaozi quickly added, her eyes glinting with mischief. Brother, didn't you say you had a surprise for me? What is it? Oh, that. Yi Yang chuckled and feigned mystery. First, I'll take you for a spin at Disneyland. And then I'll reveal the surprise on the way back. Humph. You're teasing me again, you old rascal. Yi Xiaozi pouted. Speaking of which, what exactly is this surprise? Yi Yang countered. Humph. I brought along this stunning beauty to hang out with us. Isn't that a surprise? Yi Xiaozi laughed as she clung to Li Wanrou's arm. So you sold me out, huh? Li Wanrou giggled, playfully tapping Yi Xiaozi on the nose. Haha. Yi Yang shook his head, bemused by his sister's antics. He had initially planned to take her somewhere fun, and since they had just acquired Disneyland, why not go there? Let's go? Disneyland. Yi Xiaozi cheered. Beside them, Xiao Qingxian was equally excited, as she and Xiao Xiaozhu often navigated the precarious edge of danger in their daily missions. Even a brief respite spent enjoying exquisite cuisine felt like a luxury, let alone a trip to a place designed solely for amusement. The extended Bentley Mulsanne was a sight to behold, drawing admiration and astonishment wherever it went. Its recognition factor far surpassed that of ordinary luxury cars. As the Bentley sped through the streets, it arrived at Disneyland amidst envious and astonished gazes. After parking in the exclusive lot adjacent to Disneyland, Yi Yang led the four girls out of the car toward the ticket booth. Uncertain whether the transfer procedures were complete, he saw no reason to flaunt his status as the owner over a few thousand yuan in ticket fees. After all, casually declaring to the ticket seller, "I am your new boss," would likely earn him odd looks. Rather than waste time on such trivialities, he could have made far more than a few thousand yuan. Today, the crowd wasn't particularly overwhelming. After a brief wait, they approached the ticket counter. "Sir, here are our pricing options. Which service would you like to choose?" The ticket attendant, dressed as a Disney princess, greeted them with a polite smile. Yi Yang glanced over the options and promptly selected the most expensive package, priced at 2,666 yuan. "I'll take this one, 5 tickets, please." "Certainly, sir. That totals 13,330 yuan. Your payment has been successfully completed via QR code. Here are your tickets," the attendant replied, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yi Yang. Such a handsome young man, accompanied by 4 exceptionally poised beauties. Spending over 10,000 yuan on the most expensive tickets clearly indicated he was no ordinary person. Had it not been for the queue of other guests behind him, she would have eagerly asked for his WeChat contact. As Yi Yang casually accepted the tickets, he felt a mix of emotions. This sum represented the monthly income of many families with 3 members. Truly, it was no surprise that the internationally renowned amusement park in the Magic City charged exorbitant fees. Ding. Detected that the host spent 13,330 yuan on entertainment, reward, mastery, and esports. Oh, Yi Yang's heart leaped with joy. Just as he had complained about the steep price, he received a rather impressive reward. The description for mastery in esports read, "You will possess human-level gaming talent and skills. In all types of video games, you will excel without fail." Money was no longer a significant concern for him. Such unique rewards captivated his attention. Mastery in esports? Does that mean I'll be at the pinnacle of gaming skills in any game I play? Whether in terms of reflexes or strategy, I'll be top tier? Perfect. I can't wait to take the girls for a round of PUBG. Yi Yang chuckled to himself, envisioning the scene. "What has got you laughing, brother? I've never seen someone so happy about spending money," Yi Xiaozi remarked, perplexed. "Isn't splurging supposed to be painful? Why does my brother seem so thrilled while spending?" Was this the peculiar logic of the wealthy? "It's nothing. Let us go." Yi Yang waved his hand dismissively. All right. In contrast to her brother's odd logic, she was far more intrigued by the attractions at Disneyland. The 2,666 yuan ticket allowed access to 12 different attractions and 6 shows. Today is going to be a blast. Yi Yang smiled. Aside from Li Wanrou, the girls were all first-time visitors to Disneyland, and their anticipation was palpable. After purchasing the tickets, it was time for security checks. "This process is so slow," Yi Xiaozi grumbled, watching the crowd ahead move sluggishly. "What else with this? Besides the security scanners, they even have to search us?" Chapter 82. A disgusting fall. Just some cats and dogs. Honestly, it's not like this is a secret base. Why do we have to be searched just to get in? Yi Xiaozi muttered. However, since they had already arrived and spent their money, she couldn't bear to turn back, so she endured the minor annoyance of the security check. Yi Yang frowned slightly. Now that Disneyland was under his ownership, he had seen news articles about the security searches online. Initially, he thought they were mere rumors, but it turned out to be true. "I need to get rid of this policy soon," he thought, shaking his head. Proving everything with security checks is sufficient. Subjecting guests to another uncomfortable search is a bit excessive. Ding. The 5 of them casually passed through the security checkpoint. Upon seeing Yi Yang's group, the security staff's expressions brightened. One male employee, evidently of higher status, whispered something to a nearby female colleague, who could only nod in silence, clearly accustomed to his words. Yi Yang felt an instinctive aversion as he observed the male employee's sleazy appearance. "All right, move along," the male employee said. a hawkish nose and small eyes giving him a rather unsavory demeanor. He merely patted Yi Yong lightly before allowing him to pass, clearly eager for what was to come. Yi Xiaoji was taken aback when the male employee refused to step aside and insisted on continuing his search of her person. Instinctively, she retreated a step and furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" The male employee chuckled. "Do you not understand the proper protocol? If you wish to enter, you must obediently submit to my search." With a female employee nearby, Yi Xiaoji's irritation was palpable. "What do you mean by this?" The male employee, seemingly unfazed, retorted, "Why is your sister being so unreasonable? Hurry over here. Others are waiting for you." He frowned, audaciously reprimanding her. If it were an ordinary girl, she might have begrudgingly accepted the loss of a couple of thousand yuan for the ticket. He had employed this tactic on countless beautiful women before, and today he was evidently determined to succeed. The nearby female employees, however, chose to ignore the situation, clearly accustomed to such occurrences and unwilling to intervene. They were merely a group of students enjoying their Sunday at Disneyland, and they did not dare offend the somewhat influential male employee. The male employee lewdly approached, extending his insidious hands. "Are you not eager to enter? Hurry up." Before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous force gripped the back of his collar. The next moment, he found himself spinning through the air, weightless. Bang! Coughing. He stared wide-eyed as he was flung against the wall 3 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, dazed and nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. The nearby female employees were clearly startled, gazing at the nonchalant young man who was now clapping his hands, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. How could he resort to violence so readily, and with such terrifying strength? "Is my sister someone a scoundrel like you is worthy of touching?" Yi Yong coldly applauded, casting a disdainful glance at the male employee, who was evidently in bad shape from the fall. "Do you dare to hit someone? Do you believe I won't call security?" The male employee screamed hoarsely as he scrambled to his feet, his bravado faltering. Casually, Yi Yong sneered. "I would like to witness how the former owner of Disneyland maintains discipline among his subordinates. Quite the lack of upbringing, indeed." The male employee felt as if several of his bones had been broken, his gaze turning menacing, but aware of his own wrongdoing. He hesitated to summon security. His sharp eyes caught sight of the backpacks on Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu's backs, and a nefarious thought took root in his mind. The other female employees, realizing they were facing a formidable opponent, hurriedly approached to appease him. "Sir, we are here to check on your sister." "Really?" Yi Yong chuckled. "So you all were lying around like corpses just moments ago, and now you've risen from the dead?" The female employees lowered their heads in shame, unwilling to retort, for they lacked the backing that the male employee had. If this situation escalated, they would surely be dismissed. Very well, they conceded after the inspection, offering apologies to Yi Yong. Enough. At this point, the male employee finally regained his composure, gritting his teeth as he stood. "While I have no issues with you, you must understand that Disneyland does not permit outside food. This is not a lowly amusement park that just anyone can enter." Chapter 83, Claiming Compensation of 2.5 million. "Is this what you call kindness?" "Oh." Yi Yong narrowed his eyes. "Lowly creatures? Indeed. You think we brought our own food and drinks because we cannot afford the overpriced items sold inside Disneyland?" The male employee scoffed. "You impoverished wretches have the audacity to visit this prestigious Disneyland? It's utterly disgraceful. Ha! Either leave your belongings outside, or you shall not enter." "Hey, this is utterly tyrannical." The onlookers, initially eager for entertainment, began to voice their grievances. They had come to enjoy themselves, and witnessing Yi Yang's previous encounter with the lewd man was far more exhilarating than the rides. Many of the patrons had brought their own snacks and drinks, and upon hearing the male employee's demands, they were understandably displeased. After all, this directly impacted their interests. It was widely known that bringing food was permissible. "What nonsense is this? You charge over 60 yuan for a mere hamburger. How is that not akin to robbery? We are not allowed to bring our own food. The entrance fee is already exorbitant." "Exactly." The tourists were incensed. "If you can't afford it, then don't come here." The lewd male, having just been humiliated, regained his confidence and sneered. "Do you think we brought food because we can't afford what's inside?" Yi Yong found this amusing. "What? Is it not true? Must I force you to empty your bag and embarrass you in front of everyone before you cease your arguments?" The male employee laughed coldly. "Fine. You may check my bag, but mark my words, if there is even a hint of damage, you will owe me full compensation." Yi Yong smiled faintly, casually digging a pit for the male employee. "Huh, you crack me up. A few buns, a few bottles of water, what are they worth? Do you think I'm as poor as you? Compensation? I will take that." The male employee, Zhang Li, sneered, extending his hand. "Hand it over." "You?" Xiao Qingxian glared with a hint of fury. "Give it to him. Later, we can make him pay," Yi Yong suggested with a smile. "That's true," Xiao Qingxian thought, a smile creeping into her eyes as she looked at Zhang Li with a tinge of pity, It seems your life will be spent here. The onlookers were intrigued, clearly perplexed by Zhang Li's foolishness. How could someone so brazenly attack while accompanied by 4 stunning women and possess such extraordinary strength? He was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. What could possibly be inside that bag? Surely, it couldn't be something so valuable that it would cost him a lifetime. As the tourists continued to speculate, they lost interest in entering the amusement park, finding the unfolding drama far more captivating. Zhang Li, still dazed from the impact, was filled with resentment as he recklessly dumped the contents of the 2 bags onto the table. Clatter. The first bag spilled forth an array of chilled luxury beverages and various exquisite bottles of champagne, preserved by layers of dry ice. Several bottles were knocked against each other and shattered in the process. Crash. The second bag revealed an assortment of lavish, beautifully packaged gold leaf cakes and supreme desserts, with many cream-based items ruined in the display. Zhang Li, having some connections and experience due to his family's wealth, was taken aback. This. He froze upon seeing a shattered wine bottle, his heart racing. Ice-cold Lafite red wine. Who on earth goes out for a day of fun with red wine and high-end cake? Do you have billions at home? He was somewhat bewildered, only able to console himself with the thought, it must all be a fabrication. Yet, he was acutely aware that the likelihood of it being false was exceedingly slim. Well, there's no need to tally each item individually. I'll be generous and offer you a discount. For these 2 packages of damaged goods, I shall charge you 2.5 million, which ought to prove you a fool. Yiyang said nonchalantly. What? 5 million? Is this for real? The onlookers were equally astonished. 2 bags of food and drink valued at over 2 million. Yiyang felt a sense of helplessness as he had simply brought the items from the Bentley Mulsanne. These goods had been prepared for him by Yumomo, and he was unsure of their exact worth, casually throwing out a figure. Even Yi Xiaozi was taken aback, covering her mouth in disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Wanru, hailing from an aristocratic background, began to count. This is Ice Point Lafite, approximately 170,000 Huaxia coins per bottle. This is Brazilian Sunshine Coconut Juice, about 50,000 Huaxia coins per bottle. This one is champagne from the Landau region, roughly 350,000 Huaxia coins per bottle. And this is Baisher Solofii beverage, approximately 670,000 Huaxia coins. Her gaze shifted to another side. As she quoted the prices, Zhang Li's legs had already turned to jelly, with only a sliver of hope allowing him to remain standing. The gold-flaked cake is 300,000 Huaxia coins per small square. What you've squandered is estimated to be over 1.5 million. Including various other items, the total damage you've caused is around 5 million. Brother Yi has been quite benevolent to ask for only 250,000. Listening to Li Wanru's assessment, Zhang Li nearly fainted. You dare to call this benevolence? Chapter 84. A commanding presence startles all. Who are you to deceive me? Zhang Li bellowed, his bravado faltering. Just as he was attempting to regain composure, a blaring horn echoed from within Disney. The crowd turned in confusion towards the sound. Disney's entrance and exit were divided into 2 lanes. Lo and behold, a car is emerging. Quite impressive. Tourists are naturally prohibited from driving in. Yet here comes a luxury vehicle, evidently belonging to Disney's executives. Disney, after all, is a super amusement park valued at over 1 trillion. And its executives hold significant status. The onlooking tourists displayed a glimmer of admiration. Is that the top-tier Maserati? Worth over 20 million. These big bosses truly treat money lightly. Judging by the spectacle, they certainly aren't your average businessmen. However, why is a Range Rover following the Maserati, which seems somewhat out of place? The Maserati is a super luxury vehicle worth 20 to 30 million, whereas the Range Rover, valued at 1 to 2 million, would typically attract attention in different circumstances. Yet seems incongruous trailing behind the Maserati. Yet, Yiyang was quite familiar with this configuration. The Maserati had been entrusted to Yu Momo earlier that morning. While the Range Rover was undoubtedly the public vehicle of Fong Han's law firm, logically, Fong Han, with assets in the billions, should have provided a better company car. How frugal of him. Beep beep. Following the Maserati and Range Rover was a procession of luxury cars, evidently escorting them. Phew. Finally, these ancestors are being sent away. Fong Han is truly a premier lawyer. His prowess is astonishing. That AI way seemingly has every legal clause memorized. Our prepared plans bore no fruit and were swiftly dismissed. This new boss is truly formidable. The old owner walked away with not a single extra benefit today. The executives in the luxury cars expressed their sentiments. Acquiring a super project valued at nearly 2 trillion without personally appearing. Delegating the negotiations to lawyers and assistants. This new boss instilled a sense of awe and a hint of trepidation within them. If only they could meet this exceptionally capable new owner, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While they were lost in contemplation, The Maserati and Range Rover came to a sudden halt. What the? Why did these ancestors stop abruptly? The executives were taken aback. With Disney changing ownership, they fretted about their hard-earned positions being jeopardized by new policies. Today, the arrival of these individuals, highly skilled professionals, proved that the old owner was ousted without any additional perks, a maneuver that astonished the upper echelons. They feared the new boss might suddenly decide to utilize the powers bestowed upon them to dismiss them. Heavens, I was just respectful. I dared not offend these crucial figures. After all, Yumomo represented Yiyang, and they could not afford to be negligent. Tap tap. The car doors opened, and all those they referred to as ancestors respectfully disembarked, hastily making their way toward the entrance. Phew, thankfully. They don't appear to be returning to seek retribution against us. What could have prompted such deference? The new boss has arrived. The thought sent chills down the spines of the executives. Quick, get out of the car. Regardless of the reason, confirming the situation is paramount. No longer daring to delay, they all scrambled out of the vehicles, hastily approaching the entrance. Upon witnessing the company executives rushing towards them, the security guards at the exit were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Why do these executives bear such peculiar smiles as they sprint toward me? This scene feels a bit ominous. What are you standing there for? Hurry and salute. The security captain urged repeatedly. However, the executives were too preoccupied to heed, rushing after Yumomo and Fong Han. At the entrance, seeing Yumomo, Fong Han, AI Wei, and Kai Chi disembark from their super luxury cars, the lining tourists instinctively parted slightly to make way. Boss. The four of them stood at attention, respectfully bowing to Yiyang before greeting him. What? The onlookers were utterly bewildered. A stunning beauty emerging from a multi-million Maserati calls him boss? What kind of extraordinary figure is he? No wonder the mere food in the backpack is worth millions. At that moment, no one dared to question the authenticity of the earlier 5 million worth of food, casting sympathetic yet amused glances at Zhongli. Meanwhile, Zhongli's legs had turned to jelly. The utterance of boss shattered his final remnants of hope. Chapter 85. Suddenly remembering the acquisition of Disney, just for a leisurely visit. Boss, what brings you here personally? Yumomo inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. I decided to bring my sister out for some fun and suddenly remembered that I had just acquired Disney, so I thought I'd drop by. Yiyang replied with a casual smile. What do you mean suddenly remembered? What do you mean just acquired? No way, he bought Disney. Impossible. He looks barely in his 20s, and Disney is valued at nearly 2 trillion. My heavens, this is too surreal. Did I just witness the new boss of Disney incognito, delivering a lesson to a rude and unscrupulous employee? Cough cough, I don't believe it. I'm not well read, don't deceive me. Upon hearing Yi Yang's explanation, Yumomo nodded in agreement. Fong Han and the others also let out a sigh of relief, as they had initially feared that Yi Yang was questioning their capabilities and had come to oversee them. Brother, what's this? Yi Xiaozi blinked, her beauty and figure mesmerizing enough to evoke envy from any girl. This is Yumomo, my assistant. Yi Yang introduced with a smile. And this is my sister, Yi Xiaozi, the master's sister? Hello, Yumomo instinctively called out a familiar title, her face blushing slightly. However, with her composure, she soon dismissed the moment with a smile. Gulp. Yi Xiaozi cast an incredulous glance at Yi Yang, internally critiquing, wow. Brother, I never expected you to appear so innocent while being so mischievous behind the scenes. Yi Yang, feeling a bit guilty, rubbed his nose. It's not as you think. Well, perhaps it's not too far off. Yi Xiaozi anxiously glanced at Li Wanro, but her good friend, having undergone elite training, was unable to discern her true thoughts at that moment. Ahem, Yi Yang cleared his throat, ready to break the tension. All right, enough of that. Have the handover discussions concluded? Indeed, Lawyer Fong and Lawyer AI Wei have proven to be exceptionally professional, resolving everything in no time. I will send the solutions to you later tonight, boss. Yumomo said with a grin. Yi Yang nodded slightly and turned to Fong Han. Thank you for your assistance. You're too kind, boss. Just as Fong Han was about to exchange pleasantries and flatter Yi Yang, a throng of Disney executives surged forward. They had observed Yumomo's respect towards Yi Yang, and, upon getting a clear view of his remarkably youthful and attractive visage, were left in a state of astonishment. However, they dared not show any disrespect. Despite their inner turmoil, they instinctively bowed in unison. Boss. Boss. With the first astute executive bowing, the rest followed suit, collectively lowering themselves in deference. Wow. Such a dramatic display of respect. Onlookers gaped in disbelief. The sight of a cadre of impeccably dressed executives bowing together was utterly breathtaking. Hey, I recognize that guy in the front. Oh, let's take a look. That bald fellow has appeared on Magic City TV. He seems to be the brand image officer for Disney. I can also recognize the financial beauty general manager and the well-endowed secretary of the chairman from when they were on stage with him. Of course, You can only remember the voluptuous and beautiful ones. Nevertheless, this indicated that these individuals were indeed the true upper echelons of Disney. To think they collectively addressed this young boss? My goodness, does that mean everything he said earlier was genuine? He truly seems to have just remembered that he acquired Disney and came to take a look. Oh my. The crowd of tourists was utterly stunned. Witnessing a billionaire in person was a level of shock far beyond seeing one on television. And this tycoon was so remarkably young and handsome. Yeong nodded slightly. There is no need for such formality. Boss, if you simply say the word, we will personally escort you inside. There is no need to queue here. The executives were exceedingly courteous. After all, this was the new boss. If he were displeased, they could easily find themselves dismissed. They were merely here for a bit of fun. Their spirits had been high, but unfortunately, the security personnel seemed a bit unreasonable, ruining several million worth of my snacks. Yeong shook his head, expressing regret. What? Who dares to block our boss from entering? Are their eyes blind? One executive exclaimed in indignation. Ahem, uncle. It was my fault, Zhongli responded, his voice tinged with a sense of despair. Uncle Sun Fu Yin was taken aback. It was you? How could it be you? He glanced at the stunning women behind Yeong, and suddenly understood, his heart collapsing in dismay. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to curry favor with the new boss, and now this foolish nephew had landed him in such a significant predicament. He felt a desire to bury Zhang Li in a pit of despair. Zhang Li, thoroughly frightened, sank to his knees. Boss, I truly had no idea. Please, spare me. Chapter 86. Yi boss is indeed a person of great stature. The nearby female employees and the tourists witnessing the scene were all left in awe. Just moments ago, he had been making things difficult for others, attempting to take advantage of someone's sister, and now he had ended up provoking a major figure. His job was undoubtedly at risk, and he certainly could not afford the millions in compensation. He could only kneel in a pitiful plea for mercy. What on earth is going on? Explain it to me clearly, the general manager demanded. Yes, it is as follows, the female employee, having encountered such high-level executives for the first time, appeared quite nervous, stammering as she described the events in detail. The general manager nodded, his heart filled with trepidation. This blunder had created a poor impression of the new boss right from the outset. They certainly did not believe that Yeong had come merely for leisure. In the business world, they had painstakingly climbed to their positions. Their ability to gauge the thoughts of their superiors was astute and refined. Such a lavish and powerful tycoon would not act without intention. Yeong was evidently conducting an undercover visit. Interacting solely with high-ranking officials could only reveal so much of the true situation. Only through personal experience could one truly grasp the essence. Impressive. No wonder he could amass such wealth. We, in comparison, are leagues behind in stature and vision. Yeong appears to be casual, yet he is anything but. He is indeed a true master. These executives were filled with guilt, sighing repeatedly. Had they known, they would not have allowed this nephew to tarnish the fine reputation Disney had cultivated over the years. How could he leave such a poor impression on the boss? Old son, you've made a grave mistake. The executives began to shift the blame onto Sun Fu Yin. Exactly, you deal with it. One careless move could see the boss dismissing you. You would have brought this upon yourself. You all. Sun Fu Yin was infuriated, his teeth grinding in frustration. Among the executives, the power struggles were evident. This was clearly a plot to undermine him. However, appeasing Yeong was the best course of action to resolve the situation. He repeatedly forced a smile towards Yeong, declaring, from now on, he is entirely unrelated to me. I will sever ties with him. To make amends, I will cover half of the 5 million. Furthermore, I will also transfer half of my subordinates' shares to you. Oh, Yeong raised an eyebrow. This Sun Fu Yin certainly knew how to navigate social situations, decisively addressing problems, a testament to his ascent in the ranks. Uncle, you cannot abandon me. 250,000 is beyond my means. This position was arranged by you. You cannot distance yourself from this matter. You must assist me. Zhang Li was on the verge of tears. Damn it. Sun Fu Yin was nearly driven to the brink, nearly spitting blood in frustration. His words of indifference were merely a ruse to extricate himself, planning later to discreetly compensate his sister with money. It was certain that Boss Yi would turn a blind eye, as it was implausible for him to hold Sun Fu Yin accountable for a mere 2 to 3 million. How could that foolish nephew not see this? Just as he was about to escape this quagmire, a single sentence pulled him back. Were you raised on dung? He roared, delivering a kick to Zhang Li, who was already in a pitiful state from his fall at Yi Yang's hands. This kick, fueled by Sun Fu Yin's boundless rage, sent Zhang Li into unconsciousness. The onlookers, high-ranking officials, could not suppress their laughter. Sun Fu Yin truly had a remarkable nephew. Especially the two rivals, who were on the verge of bursting into laughter. All right, If someone truly dies, it won't be worth it. Yi Yang waved his hand dismissively. Let him transfer the money to my account later, as my time is quite precious. Sun Fuyin appeared to be blinded by rage. But deep down he understood that the best choice was to render his foolish nephew speechless as swiftly as possible. It was indeed the most effective way to resolve today's issue. Seeing that Yi Yang had ceased his inquiries, Sun Fuyin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Repeatedly smiling and saying, "What boss he said is correct. Such trash is unworthy of your time. I will immediately have security come to restore order. The money will be transferred to your account shortly." "Yes, that will suffice." Yi Yang, having lost interest, casually waved his hand. "By the way, find a few people to bring back some food and drinks to my car." "Yes, yes." Sun Fuyin nodded repeatedly. The top-tier luxury food that Yi Yang had brought was indeed difficult for them to procure on short notice. Soon, under the diligent efforts of the senior executives, the scene was efficiently restored to normalcy. "Shall we go?" Yi Yang smiled and waved at the four women behind him. "Boss, what about us?" Yumomo blinked and asked. "Go back and fetch a car, then drive it to the entrance of Linjiang Community. I'll send you the specifics via WeChat shortly." Yi Yang replied with a smile. "Oh," Yumomo pouted, appearing somewhat dejected. Yi Yang understood her thoughts and patted her little head, cheerfully saying, "Don't I spend much time with you every night?" "Got it, boss." Yumomo blushed, quickly turning to run to the Maserati to prepare for what Yi Yang had mentioned. Chapter 87. An exhilarating adventure. A day full of benefits. Under Yi Yang's guidance, Yumomo and Feng Han busied themselves with their respective tasks. "You need not accompany me. I am merely here to have some fun. What is the point of you following me? Go and attend to your work." As Yi Yang entered the park, he noticed that the managers behind him were still bowing and scraping, and he smiled helplessly. Upon hearing his words, these executives felt a weight in their hearts, pondering the implications of Yi Yang's statement. "Surely, we have made the boss feel as though he has lost the experience of incognito visits. He must desire the most authentic experience. How could I not have grasped this nuance before? Truly shameful." After much contemplation, these high-ranking officials believed they had deciphered Yi Yang's intentions. "Boss, understood. Understood. We will leave immediately." "Yes, yes." As soon as these executives distanced themselves, they summoned several staff members. "You are to keep a close eye on the boss at all times. If anything resembling what just transpired occurs again, I swear I will have your heads." These executives were now filled with trepidation. "Provide Boss Yi with the utmost VIP service, understood? Ensure he feels the warmth of our Disney park hospitality." "Yes, yes." The staff nodded vigorously, not daring to show any resistance. Once these instructions were given, the executives, still anxious, returned to the office area, each silently praying that Boss Yi would have a delightful time, which would, in turn, make their lives easier. Next, Yi Yang personally experienced the warm hospitality of the Disney park. Beautiful young ladies dressed as princesses softly and sweetly devised itinerary plans for them, with every attraction in the park available for free use. So the experience can be divided into fairy tale routes, adventure routes, and sweet routes, correct? Yi Yang inquired. Indeed, there are many attractions in the park, making it challenging to experience them all in one day, so we have developed different route strategies. The two long-legged beauties dressed as princesses smiled as they spoke. "Which one would you like to pursue?" Yi Yang turned and asked. "Little Purple wants the adventure route," Yi Xiaozi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Being cooped up at school was too dull, so of course she wanted the thrill of adventure. Besides, if Sister Ruru gets scared later, perhaps she might share a passionate embrace with her brother. Wouldn't that be splendid? Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qinxian found the other routes tedious and opted for the adventure route as well. Li Wanru added with a smile, "When I was a child, my family took me on the fairy tale route, so this time it's perfect to try the adventure route." "Well then, it's settled." Yi Yang grinned. Following the guidance of the princesses, they embarked on the exhilarating adventure route. First, they experienced the Tron Light Cycle Power Run, followed by the jetpack flying experience, interspersed with a golden fairy tale gala performance, then onto the Dwarf Mine Train, the Crystal Voyage, the Rope Challenge, and finally concluding with a thrilling drift in the Pirates of the Caribbean treasure hunt. All these attractions were a blend of excitement and thrill. However, for Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qinxian, who had seen their fair share of grand spectacles, riding the light cycles and drifting on the boats felt trivial. They even joked and laughed. For them, the thrill was devoid of danger and vastly different from their missions outside, making it all the more enjoyable. As for Yi Xiaozi and Li Wanru, despite not being ordinary girls, they still felt a twinge of fear in the face of such thrilling scenarios, occasionally seeking refuge in Yi Yang's embrace. By the end of the day, regardless of whether others found it thrilling, Yi Yang was undeniably exhilarated, to the point of nearly bleeding from his nose. Although Li Wanru appeared to be a pure and innocent girl on the outside, once close, her curves were astounding. Gulp. After disembarking from the pirate ship, Yi Yang still felt a lingering desire for more, even though the last attraction took place in the water. Now he found himself parched. That was exhilarating. Yi Xiaozi exclaimed. Indeed, this is the essence of an amusement park. Compared to the fairy tale route we played as children, this is infinitely more exciting. Li Wanru echoed, feeling utterly invigorated. After such a day's experience, it was indeed worth every penny spent. Yi Yang remarked. If it weren't for that minor inconvenience of a search, the overall experience would be deemed perfect and absolutely worth coming again. Hee. Boss Yi truly never misses an opportunity to promote his enterprise, no matter where he goes. He is indeed a titan of commerce. Li Wanru teased playfully. After a day filled with thrilling experiences, having spent the entire time in close proximity to Yi Yang, they naturally grew closer, their bond subtly deepening. Jokes flowed freely between them. I was merely expressing my thoughts. Yi Yang scratched his head, laughing heartily. It seems that once a person acquires wealth, those around them unconsciously start to indulge in whimsical fantasies. Chapter 88. The cruise is not expensive. Isn't it just a matter of buying it? A whole day of amusement had evidently taken its toll on their stamina. After enjoying the attractions and watching the performances, Yi Yang and the four ladies were escorted by the princesses to the Ocean Cruise restaurant. This establishment is renowned as Disney's most extravagant and exclusive fairy tale dining venue. The evening banquet, aptly named the Starry Sea Banquet, promises to envelop diners in a gentle ambience of candlelight and ocean waves throughout their meal. The princesses beamed as they spoke. Is this banquet exclusive to one table on the ship? That sounds incredibly valuable, Yi Yang remarked, somewhat astonished. The cruise ship was quite spacious, with its open-air deck transformed into a lavish dining hall. A dedicated band played soothing, enchanting melodies. The princesses smiled, neither confirming nor denying, though internally they were bemused, exclaiming, "How is this possible? This cruise was specially refurbished just for you. It is a one-of-a-kind experience at Disney." However, the higher-ups had instructed them to discreetly extend a super VIP treatment to Yi Yang's party, ensuring he perceived it as the treatment befitting an ordinary individual. Thus, seeing Yi Yang believe it, the princesses silently wept, pondering the ungraspable world of the wealthy. Dining aboard the cruise was indeed a pleasure. Yi Yang couldn't help but marvel at the ship's gentle sway, the misty air, and the elegant dining atmosphere accompanied by delectable cuisine. It was sheer bliss. "This is so delightful," exclaimed Yi Xiaoji. "I wish I could dine on a cruise every day to experience such beauty." Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "That's not impossible, provided you desire it." What do you mean?" Yi Xiaoji blinked. Yi Yang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Your words remind me that I, too, relish this sensation." With that, he promptly dialed Momo's number. The nearby waitstaff and the princesses attending Yi Yang were momentarily taken aback. What is he planning to do? Even Li Wanru tilted her head in confusion at Yi Yang. "Momo, could you assist me in purchasing a Disney-style cruise restaurant?" The abruptness of Yi Yang's request left Momo momentarily stunned, but her professionalism soon allowed her to regain composure. "Boss, even for a small river cruise. Acquiring one on short notice would entail considerable expense. Price is no object," Yi Yang interjected. Momo paused but then recalled how Yi Yang treated a car exhibition like a casual grocery run, spending billions in one evening. In comparison, a small dining cruise would likely cost far less than that night's expenditure. Realizing this, she felt relieved. "When would you like it delivered?" 3 days would suffice. "Just place it in the riverside leisure area next to the Linjiang community," Yi Yang contemplated. "Understood, boss. I will expedite the arrangements," Momo responded eagerly. "Very well." Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. "Oh, by the way, have you taken care of that Ferrari I asked you about? I'll be returning to Linjiang community after shopping with them. It's all set. You can trust me, master." Momo playfully blew a kiss through the phone. "Of course, I trust you." "All right." Yi Yang hung up, only to find everyone around him in a state of shock. The waitstaff and princesses appeared frozen, as if turned to statues. "Why isn't anyone eating?" Yi Yang inquired, puzzled. Internally, the staff and princesses were screaming in disbelief. Goodness, how extravagantly unreasonable. They were utterly astonished. Just because he enjoyed dining on a cruise, he decided to purchase one outright? My heavens, is this the mindset of a true magnate? At least $1 billion in entertainment expenditure, casually confirmed during a meal? Your tone was more nonchalant than someone buying a piece of gum at the supermarket. This single phone call shattered their perceptions of wealth. Even Li Wanru was taken aback, coughing in surprise. She came from a decent background, but purchasing $1 billion cruise was not so effortlessly done. "Brother, you're not really buying it, are you?" Yi Xiaoji asked, her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. She had merely mentioned it casually. I bought it," Yi Yang affirmed with a smile. "It's just a cruise. It's not excessively pricey. If my sister likes it, then why not?" Brother Yi Xiaoji was immensely touched, her eyes glistening with tears. Ahem, I actually think dining like this is quite splendid. And for my own enjoyment in the future, I should purchase it, Yi Yang muttered, somewhat sheepishly. Humph, I knew you were a shameless brother. Just as Yi Xiaoji was about to cry from gratitude, she was struck by amusement, bursting into laughter. Ha! The others joined in the merriment. After a satisfying meal, a butler approached with an exquisite album in hand. What is this? Yi Yang inquired, glancing at the album with surprise. This is a special keepsake reserved for VIPs, documenting the splendid moments of your day at Disney, captured by our photographers and crafted into a beautiful crystal album for you to cherish, the butler explained courteously. Chapter 89. Encountering a toxic chicken soup success queen. Do you understand the applause? Oh, Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, taking the crystal album and casually flipping through it. The photographers were clearly masters of their craft. The captured moments were either heartwarming or humorous, each image radiating comfort. Well done, he nodded, tucking the album away. We have prepared a total of 5 identical albums, one for each person as a memento. Just provide us with your address, and we will personally deliver the albums to your doorstep, the well-dressed staff member said politely. All right, Yi Yang provided the necessary address information. Li Wanru shook her head, smiling. While it is true that the highest-tier tickets come with photo services, the level of care taken, along with a personal delivery of an album for each guest, was unprecedented. Clearly, this was all due to Boss Yi's esteemed status. After finishing the Starry Sea banquet and disembarking from the cruise, Yi Yang and the 4 ladies were guided by the princess attendants out of Disneyland. Has Boss Yi left already? Is there no smile on his face? Phew. He has finally gone. In the office area, the senior executives, upon receiving the confirmation from the head of security, collectively sighed in relief. It seemed the boss had indeed enjoyed his day, allowing them to finally relax. Initially, the Disney executives had considered sending Yi Yang off at the entrance. However, mindful of Boss Ye's desire for an authentic experience, they refrained from offering their assistance. Today was truly delightful, Yi Xiaoji exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she skipped along. After all, she had long borne the weight of her family's aspirations in her studies and life, knowing that her future depended solely on her own efforts. Yet now, with her older brother's sudden rise to prominence, she felt an unanticipated lightness in her heart. Observing Yi Xiaoji's carefree and joyful demeanor, Yi Yang felt a warmth spread within him. As the sun began its descent, casting golden rays upon the streets, a sense of warmth enveloped the surroundings. Upon reaching the parking lot, Yi Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Most vehicles in the lot belonged to visitors of Disneyland, with luxury cars being a rarity. It was immediately evident that his distinctive, absurdly extravagant land-based first-class vehicle stood out. In front of it was a long Bentley Mulsanne, where a rather provocatively dressed influencer, with a face reminiscent of social media glamour, posed alluringly, speaking into the camera. Beside her, her flamboyant boyfriend shifted positions incessantly to capture the perfect shot. After several poses, their hunger for attention remained insatiable, nearly resorting to lying on the ground for an exaggerated angle. Surrounding tourists gazed enviously at the couple, clearly mistaking them for the owners of the luxury car. After all, who would dare to touch such an opulent vehicle unless they were its rightful owner? Any damage incurred could cost a lifetime of earnings to compensate. Family, you once deemed my claims as mere boastfulness. Now you witness my true prowess, right? Haha. Thank you, dear brother, for this carnival. Love you tons. The influencer continued to flaunt herself while ostentatiously leaning against Yi Yang's car. Now do you believe? I am a successful individual, an independent woman of the new era, a female CEO. I first earned my first 10 million at the tender age of 12. The comments section erupted in fervor. Goodness, she is indeed a female CEO. How remarkable. That's a custom long Bentley Mulsanne. It must have cost tens of millions. Queen Lily is phenomenal. Truly a representative of our independent women of the new era. The influencer, Lily, flashed a charming smile, pleased that her image as a successful female CEO was well established, and began to brainwash her audience. Sisters, do not waste your affections on men who offer you nothing. If a man doesn't provide for you or fails to spend time with you despite his wealth, he simply does not deserve your youth. Look at me. I earned my first 10 million at 12 and surpassed 1 billion by 15. All thanks to my own strength and determination as an independent woman. Women must become their own queens. Invest wholeheartedly in yourselves. As for men, let them go to hell. The live stream grew even more animated. Exactly. Queen Lily is spot on. I'm utterly captivated. This is our role model. How impressive. I must record this to send to my useless boyfriend, who delivers takeout from dawn to dusk, earning barely 10,000 a month. He can't even afford my makeup for clubbing with friends. The audience's emotions were stirred. Seizing the moment, influencer Lily quickly added, Sisters, want to know the secret behind my success? Just click the link below to purchase 100 items of cosmetics. And I'll personally share my success secrets with you. Viewers began frantically placing orders, and as the sales figures skyrocketed, Lily's grin widened to an almost celestial degree. Yi-Yong found amusement in her bravado, initially expecting her to be genuinely impressive, only to realize she was merely deceiving her gullible fans into purchasing counterfeit goods and collecting their intellectual tax. He couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Had she not included that sales link, he might have even applauded her. A few girls nearby squirmed, feeling a wave of cringeworthy discomfort. It was his first encounter with such an absurdly naive live-streaming tactic in real life. Yet strangely, it seemed to yield results. No wonder the culture of toxic positivity was so prevalent nowadays.